Xiao Feng, why be so sad? Breaking up with Yilan might not be a bad thing. Think about it. These past 6 months with her, what did you gain? Roommate Ding Yun patted Feng Xiaoxian on the back and comforted him. Big fatty, how can you say that? Don't provoke him. Everyone has been through heartbreak. If all else fails, let's drink until we're drunk. Glasses Su Jun said bluntly. That's right, a drink can drown 1,000 sorrows. Go home, sleep it off, and tomorrow you'll be a handsome guy again. Skinny Wang Hua laughed loudly. Fortunately, they had booked a private room to eat and drink, otherwise with Wang Hua's social butterfly loud voice, their table would definitely have become the center of attention. Feng Xiaoxian looked at his 3 good brothers and smiled bitterly. I understand the logic, but a breakup still hurts. It's okay, Xiao Feng. Tonight we brothers will accompany you for a good drunk. Forget these troubles, start fresh tomorrow. There are so many girls in our school. Can't you find a better one? Exactly, and it's just the start of the semester. There are so many freshmen this year. One will surely suit you. Come on, we have no class tomorrow, so let's drink well. Watching his 3 good brothers comfort him one after another, Feng Xiaoxian's eyes reddened slightly, and he laughed loudly. All right, let's not go home until we're drunk. Cheers. 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 At 10 o'clock in the evening, 4 drunk and staggering boys supported each other as they walked into the dormitory. Fortunately, the alcohol they drank was low proof, otherwise they wouldn't have had the consciousness to climb into bed. Feng Xiaoxian had drunk the most. After great effort, he barely managed to climb onto his small bed. His consciousness was in a daze, his eyelids heavy. Just as they were about to close, a pleasant female voice appeared in his mind. That night, Feng Xiaoxian slept soundly and had a dream. In the dream, he was in a pure white space. Strangely, he felt no fear, an indescribable but wonderful sensation. Suddenly, a figure slowly appeared before him. Feng Xiaoxian rubbed his eyes in surprise, as if confirming whether he was hallucinating. Soon the figure stood clearly before him. This was an incredibly beautiful girl. Her long black hair flowed without wind, gently brushing against her sides. Her features seemed crafted by the creator, too beautiful for words. She wore a simple, pure black dress, strikingly out of place against the white surroundings. The girl lightly lifted her fair foot and slowly walked up to Feng Xiaoxian. He was completely stunned, his brain short-circuited, unable to speak from the sheer beauty. The girl's lips curved upward, her red lips slightly parted, and she smiled gently. Do you think I'm beautiful? Her voice was like pearls falling on a jade plate, crisp and pleasant like the sound of heaven. Feng Xiaoxian replied instinctively, beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Seemingly satisfied with his answer, the girl nodded, stepped forward until she was very close to Feng Xiaoxian and whispered, if you were a girl, would you be willing to become like me? Without a moment's hesitation, Feng Xiaoxian replied, of course I would. You're so beautiful. If you walk down the street or on campus, you'd definitely be the center of attention. Is that so? Then I understand. The girl smiled slightly, reached out, and hugged Feng Xiaoxian. Just as he was about to savor the peerless beauty in his arms, the scene before him instantly vanished, replaced by a strange female voice. Host confirmed. Goddess training system is now officially activated. Before Feng Xiaoxian could think further, a deep fatigue surged into his mind, and he gradually lost consciousness. At 7:30 in the morning, Feng Xiaoxian woke up groggily. Half opening his eyes, he climbed down from bed and walked to the bathroom. He deftly lowered his pants a bit, preparing to relieve himself, when he felt something was missing. His eyes snapped open, and looking down, that most important thing was gone. Suddenly, he remembered the strange dream and the strange voice from last night, and silently muttered in his mind, system. I'm here. A female voice abruptly appeared in Feng Xiaoxian's mind. What the hell? What happened? Feng Xiaoxian suppressed his urge to scream and quickly asked in his mind. Hello, host. I am the goddess training system dedicated to serving you. The system introduced mechanically. Could it be that I awakened a system just by drinking? Does that mean I can get whatever I want from now on? Feng Xiaoxian had read system novels before. The protagonists who got systems usually started a cheat life, shooting straight to the peak of life. Hey, wait, you said what system? Feng Xiaoxian was cocky for a moment, then realized something was wrong. And the goddess training system. Goddess? What the hell? I'm a real man. Did you get it wrong? Host, you are awake now. Don't you know whether your body is male or female? Feng Xiaoxian tremblingly reached down to touch. Sure enough, he walked to the mirror and saw the familiar one. 68-meter tall himself, but now there were differences. His chest was slightly raised, his waist, hands, and legs seemed thinner, his skin fairer, smoother, and more delicate. If his hair were longer, he would be a proper beauty. How did I suddenly become a girl? System, can I change back? Dear host, once this system is bound, it has no ability to turn you back into a male. However, if you complete some small tasks on time, you can temporarily keep your secret from acquaintances. It's totally possible. Temporarily. What does temporarily mean? The literal meaning, dear. Because this system is the goddess training system, it's meant to train you into a goddess. How could it let people around you always think you're a boy? Feng Xiaoxian often read transformation novels. Although he found it absurd that this happened to him, he didn't lose his mind and scream, waking his sleeping roommates. That would only make things worse. He had to accept this reality for now, deal with the immediate problems first, and worry about later. Without time to explore his body carefully, Feng Xiaoxian opened the bathroom door, peeked out to check the situation, and after confirming it was safe, tiptoed back to his bed. He turned sideways to face the wall, pulling the air-conditioned blanket tightly over his body, echoing the incredible experience. Don't worry too much, host. At worst you can become a beautiful girl. It's still fun. The system's cheeky voice echoed in her mind. No, change me back quickly. Feng Xiaoxian roared weakly in his mind. Then I'm afraid I can't help it. Friendly reminder, you have half an hour to digest this. After half an hour the first small task will be released. Feng Xiaoxian could confidently say that these 30 minutes were absolutely the most agonizing period he had ever experienced in his entire life. In just 30 minutes he had thought a lot. Having been a man for nearly 20 years, suddenly transforming into a girl overnight was truly a heavy blow to him. He had absolutely no experience in this regard and knew nothing about daily habits, especially the most headache-inducing thing, menstruation. Although it hadn't come, yet it might arrive any day, and without any preparation it would be disastrous. He let out a helpless sigh in his heart. In the end, Feng Xiaoxian had to accept it whether he liked it or not. Although he had become a girl, he still had a system. Maybe he could reach the peak of life in the future. Ding dong, half an hour is up. How have you considered, host? The system's silly laugh echoed in his mind. I give an okay. Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. Wouldn't it have been better if the host had cooperated earlier? Don't be too sad. There's nothing wrong with being a girl, and with this system's help I can definitely help you become a peerless goddess. As if knowing Feng Xiaoxian's mixed feelings at the moment, the system offered timely comfort, painting a rosy picture for him. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was about to ask something, big fatty Dingyan opposite his bed shook his head and sat up muttering, "Brothers, is anyone awake?" Feng Xiaoxian was extremely nervous, his whole body tense to the limit, not daring to move. Seeing the other three sleeping like logs with no response, Ding Yun fell back onto the bed with a thud. Phew, thank goodness Fatty didn't notice me. Feng Xiaoxian lightly patted his small chest to relieve his inner. After patting a few times, Feng Xiaoxian felt a strange sensation. He clenched his hand into a fist and his cheeks flushed visibly. To be honest, the touch was so soft that he almost lost control. Swallowing, Feng Xiaoxian gently lifted his collar and glanced inside. He wouldn't have looked, but once he did, it made his blood boil. So white. Forcing back the urge to touch, Feng Xiaoxian quickly looked away, afraid of getting a nosebleed. How embarrassing would it be to have a nosebleed from looking at one's own body? It's a bit small, but being small is fine. It's summer now, and with loose clothes no one should be able to tell. Host, are you done looking? The system said gloatingly. I'm done. Now what do you want to say? Feng Xiaoxian said awkwardly in his heart. This system is called the Goddess Training System. It is dedicated to turning the host into a peerless goddess. I hope the host will cooperate and complete the great cause of becoming beautiful soon. Alright, get to the point, spit it out. Feng Xiaoxian rolled his eyes and urged. Got it. Now issuing the first small mission, the host must wear the clothes prepared by the system and walk around Fenghua Square outside the school for 1 hour within 3 days. Mission reward: 1 perfect non-injurious chest binder. Seeing the mission and reward flash on the pale blue transparent screen, visible only to himself, Feng Xiaoxian felt as if 10,000 alpacas were stampeding in his heart. Chest binder. What do I, a grown man, need this for? What grown man? Host, please mind your words now. You are a girl. This thing is very useful. The system said calmly. TSK. Fine, I am indeed a girl now, but what use is this to me? Other systems give money, property, luxury cars. How stingy is your reward? Feng Xiaoxian complained. I forgot to tell you, this system will give you everything that can help the host become a goddess, but wealth is excluded. How am I supposed to live without money? What's that to me? Feng Xiaoxian wanted to curse it, but he swallowed his words. After all, the system was like an ancestor to be served. Ahem, this system knows the host is unhappy, so hey race, a friendly tip: completing tasks will reward many beautiful clothes, cosmetics, jewelry, etc. The host can deal with them on your own. Really? Feng Xiaoxian's eyes lit up. Deal with them himself. That meant he could sell them. Though not getting rich, at least he could earn some pocket money. Of course it's true. If not for seeing how pitiful you are, I wouldn't tell you this, little bug. The system said proudly. That's fine. But this chest binder. Feng Xiaoxian showed a troubled expression. Mission rewards are random, either items or body attributes. If one day completing a mission causes a certain part to grow larger and you're afraid of others seeing it, then you'll have to figure it out yourself. Oh well. From this perspective, the reward is not bad. What clothes should I wear? White fitted shirt, pink above a thick knee pleated skirt. Above the knee. How long? Covers 1/3 of the host's thigh. That's basically a miniskirt, damn it, right? Don't worry, it'll give you safety shorts. What about my voice? Just now Feng Xiaoxian had spoken a few soft words and found that his voice was no different from a girl's. Ethereal, and pleasant like a spring breeze, especially gentle. Host, deal with it yourself. Farewell. The system fell silent, leaving Feng Xiaoxian alone in bed in a mess. By past 10, the other three in the dorm woke up one after another. Skinny Wang Hua came out of the bathroom after washing up, saw Feng Xiaoxian still lying on his side in bed with no sign of getting up, so he tiptoed to his bed, stood on tiptoe, and patted Feng Xiaoxian's head, saying, "Xiao Feng, time to get up. It's almost 11. Feng Xiaoxian trembled in fright, turned around, pretended to rub his eyes, and lowered his voice, saying, "Skinny, next time go easy, you'll knock my head silly." Several seconds after his words fell, Wang Hua didn't respond. Feng Xiaoxian turned around in confusion and found Wang Hua staring at him. "What are you looking at me for?" Feng Xiaoxian said cautiously. "I feel like Xiao Feng, you're acting strange today," Wang Hua said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Glasses and Big Fatty also looked over. The former adjusted his glasses and said, "Wang Hua, what's strange?" "I don't see anything," Big Fatty said casually. Wang Hua smiled and pointed at Feng Xiaoxian's face, saying, "See, I feel like Xiao Feng's skin is better and fairer." Feng Xiaoxian's heart dropped. He rolled his eyes at Wang Hua and said, "I'm not gay. Stay away from me." Ha ha ha. Glasses and Big Fatty laughed and went about their own business. Wang Hua also smiled awkwardly and didn't say anything, but he felt that Feng Xiaoxian's eye roll just now seemed especially girly. How strange. I mean, it's already mealtime. After washing up, why don't you guys go to the cafeteria? Feng Xiaoxian emerged from the bathroom, having changed into a loose t-shirt and shorts. Seeing his three foolish roommates who had just finished a sweet trio queue and were claiming their rewards, he spoke helplessly. Deliberately lowering his voice made Feng Xiaoxian uncomfortable, his tone sounding strange and his mind constantly on edge. If he accidentally revealed his normal voice and got caught, he dared not guarantee those three beasts wouldn't devour him alive. Though last night each had urged him not to take his breakup to heart, playing the part of loyal brothers usually. Especially Big Fatty and Skinny, they would chatter endlessly at the sight of a pretty girl. Glasses was a bit better, at least more restrained, but not much different. After all, boys will be boys. "He were waiting for you to bring it, Xiao Feng." Ding Yun turned back and grinned. Feng Xiaoxian said to himself, "Forget it. I don't have the strength to fetch meals for the three of you. Do you want me to survive?" "Ha ha, Xiao Feng, don't try to weasel out. We three covered the tab for last night's drinks and food. A few dozen yuan. Letting you bring lunch is a deal you can't refuse," Glasses said with a smile. All right. What do you want?" "Spicy crispy chicken rice, beef noodles, and rujiamo." After noting it down, Feng Xiaoxian looked at Wang Hua, who had remained silent, and asked, "Skinny, what about you?" "They'll pass. They'll go with you." Wang Hua smiled, quickly slipped on his sneakers, and followed a surprised Feng Xiaoxian out of the dorm. "Hey, Skinny's really weird. He doesn't take such a great deal, but actually goes to the cafeteria himself," Ding Yun said. "Oh, whatever. Let's keep playing." Sujin laughed. "Sure." Walking toward the cafeteria, Feng Xiaoxian and Wang Hua remained unusually silent, each quietly staring at their phones. Feng Xiaoxian appeared to be looking at his phone, but in reality, he was pondering the pros and cons of this first task. Although the system had said he could freely dispose of the items obtained after completing the task, if he actually listened to the system and wore a miniskirt to Fenghua Square, wouldn't that be a massive social death scene? After all, this area was the city's famous university district, and Fenghua Square was surrounded by 5 universities. The daily foot traffic was absolutely immense, and if an acquaintance saw him, he would lose all face. News would spread that Feng Xiaoxian was a cross-dresser. The embarrassment would make him want to flee to Mars immediately. Although cross-dressing wasn't illegal unless one was a social butterfly, most people would fear being discovered, especially since he had been living as a male on campus. That was what troubled him most. "Xiao Feng, what are you thinking?" Wang Hua frowned. He had noticed Feng Xiaoxian was distracted the whole time. Glancing at her, the profile made him feel as if a beautiful girl was beside him. He almost lost control. However, Feng Xiaoxian's hair was indeed quite long. She had entered the university as a painting art student. At that time, she was too busy to care for her hair. Whenever it bothered her, she would casually tie it up. Over time, she became too lazy to cut it and simply left it as is. Strictly speaking, Feng Xiaoxian wasn't in the same major as Wang Hua and the other two. Due to dormitory allocation, she ended up in their room. She was in class 1 of the traditional Chinese painting major at the art college, while her ex-girlfriend Yulan was in class 2 of the same major. Nothing. We're almost there. Let's go. Feng Xiaoxian realized she had been zoning out and waved her hand. "How about this? I'll go to the first floor to buy Big Fatty's meal, and you go to the second floor for glasses." Wang Hua smiled. "Deal." Having someone share the burden of fetching meals, Feng Xiaoxian was naturally. She went up to the second floor alone, found the familiar noodle shop, stood at the end of the line skillfully, and played on her phone. A few minutes later, Feng Xiaoxian felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. She turned around in confusion to see a man with a smile on his lips, barely handsome, looking at her. When Feng Xiaoxian turned, and he saw her true face, Du Jinhao admitted his heart raced. Having encountered many girls, he had sensed she was beautiful from behind when he passed by, and now his guess was confirmed. At that moment, a desire to possess her wildly grew in his heart. Something wrong. Looking around, and seeing no familiar faces, Feng Xiaoxian simply used her original. The cool yet gentle voice instantly captivated Du Jinhao. Suppressing his inner agitation, he smiled politely, and said, "Are you a junior? I don't think I've seen you among the seniors." A sophomore. Feng Xiaoxian knew of Du Jinhao. He was the youngest son of a local wealthy man of full-fledged rich second generation. It was said he had decent grades in high school. Otherwise, he wouldn't have entered this key university. But during college, he completely let loose, indulging in eating, drinking, fun, and chasing girls. He had apparently studied hard just to please his father with great rewards for good results. But since entering college, he had been sowing his wild oats everywhere, revealing his true nature, and his reputation was quite bad. "Then you really are a junior." Du Jinhao. "Maybe you haven't heard of me, but I'm the youngest son of the chairman of the Du Group. How about making friends?" Du Jinhao said with a smile. Du Jinhao expected that naming his family would make the girl's eyes light up, and she would follow him. But to his surprise, Feng Xiaoxian only gave him a faint glance, shook her head, and refused. "No need. I have things to do, senior Du." She took the 2 packs of beef noodles handed over by the aunt at the counter, and left without looking back. Du Jinhao, of course, was unwilling. The prestigious young master Du had never been rejected by a girl before. Many students around witnessed the scene and started whispering, "See, Du Jinhao has his eye on some pretty junior again. He's already hitting on her." But this junior actually refused. Good for her. Isn't he just relying on his family's money? He's a player on campus. Serves him right. To be fair, that junior was really beautiful. How come we've never seen her before? Yeah, that profile was stunning. Indescribably pretty. I think she's even more beautiful than the Campus Belle Lynn. Really? I didn't even see the girl just now. Don't lie to me. Campus Belle Lynn is forever the best. Anyway, besides Lin Bingyi, our school now has another beauty who directly cold-shouldered Du Jinhao. When she reached the first floor, as expected, Wang Hua was standing outside the door, holding 2 bags of food, waiting for Feng Xiaoxian. She sneaked over, tapped the back of his head, and called out, "Hey." Startled Wang Hua almost dropped his phone. He turned back helplessly to see Feng Xiaoxian covering her mouth and laughing. "What are you laughing at? You almost scared me to death. Ha ha ha, you patted me this morning. I'm getting revenge." Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and smiled. That smile captivated Wang Hua. He said dazedly, "Xiao Feng, what a pity you aren't a girl. That smile almost made your daddy Hua lose it." "Let's go, stupid dog." Feng Xiaoxian pushed him and said helplessly, "Ha ha, seriously, you could consider." Wang Hua teased. "Go to hell." Feng Xiaoxian lifted her leg and kicked his butt. This playful scene was exactly what Du Jinhao, who had chased after them, saw. He narrowed his eyes slightly. "Humph. I will have you." After finishing the meal, Feng Xiaoxian took a wash basin into the bathroom to wash her hair. Back in her freshman year, Ding Yun and the other 2 had advised her to cut her hair shorter, but at that time, she always said she would do it when she had time, yet never did. As time went on, they stopped nagging about it. Washing long hair was indeed troublesome, but Feng Xiaoxian had already adapted for over 2 years and gotten used to it. After about 10 minutes, she blow-dried her hair and walked out of the bathroom. Su Jun caught a glimpse of Feng Xiaoxian coming out from the corner of his eye and turned to look at her with surprise. "Xiao Feng, you." Feng Xiaoxian said casually, "What about me? You look way too much like a girl." "Oh, really? Damn, you really do look like one." Wang Hua heard this, turned back to look at her, and was so shocked that his mouth hung open. Ding Yin got up from his seat, walked over to Feng Xiaoxian, and leaned in to scrutinize her closely. "Fatty, what are you staring at?" Feng Xiaoxian said guiltily. Oh no, could they have discovered her? Before, she had always just blown her hair dry and came out without a second thought. Now it was over. Please don't let them find out. After a moment, Ding Yun asked with confusion, "Xiao Feng, why do I smell a fragrance on you? And your skin looks so much better than before. So smooth and tender." "Ah, haha, Fatty, you're really joking." Feng Xiaoxian pushed Ding Yun away, forcing herself to stay calm as she walked to her seat and sat down. Her nonchalant demeanor dispelled their wild suspicions. Probably been single too long, having hallucinations. Ha. Glasses laughed. Huh. In the afternoon, Feng Xiaoxian was distracted in class and didn't listen at all. She had been afraid of running into Yilan again, but luckily Yilan didn't even notice her, thus avoiding a wave of awkwardness. As for their classmates, few knew that they had been in a relationship for half a year. Only Feng Xiaoxuan's 3 roommates and Yilan's best friend knew. They were very low-key, and the only reason they didn't go public was because of Yilan. Her reasoning back then was that there was no need to announce it, as long as they were happy, that was enough. After muddling through the classes, Feng Xiaoxian returned to the dorm. Since they weren't in the same class, Wang Hua and the other 2 hadn't finished class yet. She flopped onto the bed and stared blankly at the ceiling, lost in thought. Hee, beautiful host, what are you thinking about? Suddenly, an untimely voice rang out in Feng Xiaoxuan's mind. I'm thinking about how to face my relatives and friends in the future. Feng Xiaoxian said resentfully. Ahem, host, don't worry. There will be a solution in the future. Since you're free now, go complete the task quickly. No, what's the rush? There's still 3 days. Stop nagging. Feng Xiaoxian pouted and said disdainfully. The sooner you finish, the more rewards you'll get. The system tempted. I don't believe you. You never said that when you issued the task before. Don't trick me. The system summoned a blue transparent panel and even circled a line of small text at the bottom right of the task with a red ring. There are still about 65 hours until the task ends. Completing it within 2 hours and 58 minutes will earn you a mysterious reward. Failing to complete it within 64 hours will result in a punishment. The fact of your transformation will be known to everyone who knows you. System, you tricked me. After reading the small print, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but curse in her mind. TCH host, don't try your little tricks on me. Do you think I'd let you exploit a bug? The system snorted. While she admitted that the reason she hadn't done the task was because she had been hoping for a lucky break. When the system issued the task, it didn't mention any punishment for failure, so she hadn't taken it seriously. But now it was a different story. Forget it, I won't argue with you. What's that mysterious reward? Feng Xiaoxian asked curiously. Do you not recognize the word mysterious, host? If I tell you it wouldn't be a mysterious reward anymore, the system retorted. All right, forget I asked. Feng Xiaoxian wisely stopped bickering with the system and began to think. Completing the task within 3 hours will grant me a mysterious reward besides that chest binder. The task is to wander around Fenghua Square outside the school for an hour. That means I have nearly 2 hours to prepare. Plenty of time. After pondering for a while, Feng Xiaoxian decided to go complete the task now. She was still very curious about what the mysterious reward would be. System. I'm here. Where are the clothes for the task? I put them in the corner of your wardrobe. Feng Xiaoxian quickly got out of bed, listened at the door, and after confirming there was no sound, opened the wardrobe. Sure enough, there was an elegant gift bag in the corner containing a white shirt, a pink mini skirt, a white safety shorts, and... System, what do you mean by this? Feng Xiaoxian's face flushed slightly as she held the cartoon Pikachu-printed panties and white camisole in her hand, demanding an explanation. Panties and a camisole, don't you recognize them? The system said with a mischievous laugh. Of course I recognize them, but why are you giving me these? Although she had become a girl, it hadn't been long, so seeing such intimate apparel inevitably made her feel awkward. She quickly put them back into the gift bag and tried to calm her agitated mind. Host, you're a girl now. If you don't wear a camisole, aren't you afraid of showing too much? Besides, since you're doing the task, you should change into girl's clothes completely. The system explained. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian finally calmed down and said resignedly, fine, I accept. Let's go. Host, good luck. Feng Xiaoxian picked up the bag and tiptoed out of the dorm. Soon she left the school gate, and within a few minutes she arrived at Fenghua Square. It was exactly the end of classes for various schools, and many students who had no more classes came here in groups to hang out. There were quite a lot of people. Damn, so many people. I hope no one I know recognizes me. Feng Xiaoxian, taking advantage of no one watching, entered the public women's restroom with a nervous heart. After locking the door, Feng Xiaoxian took a deep breath, her cheeks visibly reddening. She knew what she had to do next: strip naked and change into the clothes the system had prepared for her. To be honest, she had never seen the body of a peer of the opposite sex before. Although this body was now her own, she had been a boy for nearly 20 years, and now she finally had to take this step. It was inevitably a bit tense. Slowly taking off her black short-sleeved shirt and putting it into the gift bag, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but look down. That glance almost sent her to heaven. Her skin was moist, fair, and lustrous, so delicate it seemed ready to burst. Her slender waist was as if made for holding, and her chest was starting to develop. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't stop swallowing as she looked, and couldn't resist reaching out to pinch herself. The feel was indescribably good, while a tingling electric sensation coursed through her body. Shaking off the impure thoughts in her mind, Feng Xiaoxian struggled into the camisole and white shirt, then quickly changed into the mini skirt. During the process of changing the skirt, her blood boiled, and her blood pressure shot up. At this moment, Feng Xiaoxian, due to nervousness, had some sweat beads on her forehead. Fortunately, the restroom was ventilated, otherwise she would have sweated much more. Opening the door, she walked to the sink and looked at herself in the mirror. Feng Xiaoxian was stunned. The person in the mirror had a breathtakingly beautiful face that could topple nations. Under her willow leaf eyebrows, a pair of watery eyes seemed capable of captivating souls from the first glance, yet after a while they evoked a desire to protect her, both pure and alluring. Her red lips slightly parted, her nose delicate and straight, and the mini skirt revealed a pair of fair, slender legs. In short, she was indescribably beautiful. So, host, are you almost having a heart attack from beauty? The system laughed. Do I look this good in women's clothes? Feng Xiaoxian began to doubt herself. Of course not. Because this is your first task, I enhanced a lot of your physical attributes. Otherwise, you'd be at most a pretty girl. To reach the level where every move attracts countless eyes, you still have a long way to go. A bucket of cold water directly woke Feng Xiaoxian up. With a mix of excitement and anxiety, Feng Xiaoxian walked out of the restroom. The many young people passing by suddenly saw an incomparably beautiful woman appear, and they instantly became excited. Damn, where did such a beautiful girl come from? That face, that waist, those legs. Absolutely stunning. Little sister, your figure is incredible. I've been here for 3 years and never heard of such a beautiful girl from the nearby universities. Even Lin Bingy, the school belle of the electrical university, is nothing compared to this. If I could be her boyfriend, I wouldn't leave the house for a day. Small-minded. I'd go straight to eating goji berry. Ignoring the burning gazes around her, Feng Xiaoxian walked straight toward the shopping mall at the center of Fenghua Square. Looking at the 1-hour countdown on the screen before her, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, the task is in progress. I really wonder what mysterious gift I'll get. Along the way, Feng Xiaoxuan's turn-back rate was nearly 100, ridiculously high. Sorry, I don't add strangers. Feng Xiaoxian smiled politely and courteously declined the 2 handsome boys in front of her. Her gentle voice, like a spring breeze, only made the 2 boys more deeply attracted to her. But they couldn't force it, so they had to give up and leave. Feng Xiaoxian had no idea how many times she had been approached. After all, although her body was female, her mind was still firmly a male's. Being hit on by guys asking for her number, seeing the undisguised heat in their eyes. She wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Psy system, I don't have any money. How do you expect me to wander around the mall? Feng Xiaoxian said resentfully. Seeing the system ignore her, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't stay calm and cursed, don't play dead. I only have 1,000 yuan left, and that's my living expenses for the next half month. You can't seriously expect me to just walk around here for an hour, can you? Alright, you just want money, don't you? Seeing that the system finally responded, Feng Xiaoxian smiled and said, you have to give me some task funds, right? I've transferred it to your balance. Don't complain, it's too little. Feng Xiaoxian opened her phone and saw that her balance had gone from 1100 to 6100, meaning the system had given her 500 yuan. So this money, since it's task funds, it's naturally for completing the task. You can't use it for personal purposes. When it's used up or not enough, will naturally transfer more to you. The system said flatly. Then why didn't you give it to me earlier? You only give it when I ask. You didn't ask me if there were funds. If you had asked, and there were, I would naturally give you all of it. If you don't ask, why would I waste my energy telling you? Are there any other benefits? Give them to me all at once. None left. With the 500 yuan from the system, Feng Xiaoxian was finally completely at ease. Feng Xiaoxian once again dismissed the boys who came to chat her up and asked for her contact information. Glancing around, she noticed that most of the passers-by had their eyes fixed on her regardless of gender, all captivated by her beauty. Such a high rate of turning heads gave her a headache. I say, why did you max out my stats for no reason? Gazing at the various body attributes displayed before her, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but complain. After all, it's the host's first mission, so of course I want you to be the center of attention. No need to thank me, I'm afraid I'll get proud, the system said with a sly laugh. Do you have any idea how painful it is to be hit on by the same gender? Same gender. You're a girl, those are all men who covet your body. It's all the same. Anyway, in my mind, I'm a man. A pure and true man. Oh. Too lazy to bother with the cheeky system, Feng Xiaoxian looked around and decisively chose the elevator. There were also escalators, but she was wearing a miniskirt, and there were so many people going up and down. Although she had safety shorts on, she was still afraid of others catching a glimpse of her under the skirt. Entering the elevator, Feng Xiaoxian decisively pressed the button for the 4th floor. The 4th floor here sold all kinds of clothing, cosmetics, and the like. The reason she went there was a little scheme of hers. Since the system gave her free money, she might as well use this hour to buy a lot of cosmetics and then sell them online, making a decent profit. The system silently despised Feng Xiaoxian. There were quite a few people waiting for the elevator. Feng Xiaoxian was the first to enter, and soon 4 others followed. 3 men and 1 woman. The 3 men, upon seeing Feng Xiaoxian standing in the corner of the elevator, had their eyes wide open, especially at her beautiful legs and her cold, stunning face. But since it was a public place, they couldn't stare too obviously, so they had to turn their backs to her and face the elevator doors. The 4th floor soon arrived. Feng Xiaoxian looked around at the various beautifully decorated shops and felt a bit dizzy with the visual feast. Now where should I go? So conflicted. After thinking it over, Feng Xiaoxian still couldn't make up her mind, so she just strolled forward slowly. The 4th floor was mostly frequented by groups of girls shopping together or couples. Many girls, upon seeing Feng Xiaoxian, didn't hide the envy and admiration in their eyes. Passing men only sneaked glances as their girlfriends were right beside them. That young lady is so beautiful with such a great figure. I'm so jealous. If I had that face and that body, tons of people would chase after me. But seeing her alone here, she probably doesn't have a boyfriend. I wonder who will be lucky enough to end up with a fairy-like young lady like her. I want to get close to her, boohoo. You're not right. Feng Xiaoxian didn't hear the whispers around her. She walked on her own. When she arrived at a cosmetics store, she stopped. The store was called Xianjing. When he was dating Yilan, he had heard her mention it. It was the cosmetics store with the best reputation in the Fenghua Plaza area. Back then, he had scrimped and saved to spend a fortune to buy Yilan a set of cosmetics, only to receive a simple thank you and a small hug. But at that time, he was still very happy. Now thinking back, he was really foolish. Completely the player blind to the game, the onlooker sees all. Recalling the day Yilan broke up with him expressionless, she left with her best friend, without giving him a chance to speak, walking away very decisively. But now Feng Xiaoxian has come to terms with it. Who needs a girlfriend? It only slows down her sword-drawing speed. Isn't it because the host has turned into a girl that you can't have a girlfriend? The system suddenly stabbed with a remark. Shut up. Entering the store, a saleswoman in a professional OL black silk dress came over and smiled. Hello, how can I help you? Feng Xiaoxian looked around, pursed her lips, blinked, and said helplessly, I want to buy some cosmetics. Any good recommendations? The perfect face paired with that cute, dazed expression almost melted the saleswoman's heart. She smiled and said, Then miss, what cosmetics do you usually use more often? We have high-quality products from all brands. This. I've never used cosmetics before, just facial cleanser. Feng Xiaoxuan's cheeks flushed at a loss. Such a beautiful young lady, and all natural. So envious. If only I had such good conditions, boohoo. After a moment of inner turmoil, the saleswoman smiled and said, I see, it's okay. Then miss, please come with me, I'll recommend some for you. Okay. Bingy, what a coincidence. We can meet like this, what a fate. Hep. Not far away, a young dandy in branded casual wear blocked Lin Bingy's path. He shouted, you have to pester me like this. Aren't there any girls at the University of Finance? Lin Bingy stared coldly at He Xiao before her. He Xiao smiled and said, Bingy, you know how I feel about you. Our two families have been close for generations, so it's nothing for us to be a bit closer, right? However, hidden deep in his eyes, as he looked at Lin Bingy, was a trace of burning desire. Lin Bingy's family and his were old family friends. They had grown up together, barely considered childhood sweethearts. But Lin Bingy hardly ever paid him any attention. As she grew up, she became more and more graceful, a simple t-shirt and denim shorts, perfectly showcasing her lovely figure. At 172 centimeters tall, her long legs were exposed, but that wasn't the main thing. Especially her chest, which outlined a breathtaking curve that rose and fell with her breath, causing He Xiao to swallow his saliva more than once. Lin Bingy couldn't be bothered to argue with him and walked straight ahead. He Xiao, regardless of her attitude toward him, stuck to her like a stubborn plaster that couldn't be shaken off. Lin Bingy had only come to Xianjing to pick up a set of cosmetics she had ordered the previous week as a birthday gift for her mother. Who would have thought that as soon as she arrived at Fenghua Plaza, she would be targeted by He Xiao, who was loitering around idly. She couldn't do anything about it since he hadn't done anything too excessive, and she couldn't call someone to throw him out. I said, He Xiao, do you have to keep following me? Lin Bingy said coldly. I'm alone, and you're alone. Why not walk together? At least we're childhood sweethearts. Bingy, don't be so. He Xiao looked cheeky and grinning. I have an appointment with my best friend. Oh really? Where? He Xiao clearly didn't believe her. How do I have to tell you? Lin Bingy gave a cold laugh, walked into Xianjing, and showed her reservation QR code. The salesgirl behind the counter swiftly took out the set of cosmetics from the shelf behind her and smiled. Miss Lin, this is the product you reserved. Please take a look. Please wrap it up for me. Of course, Miss Lin, please wait a moment. Shall we settle the bill for this young lady? At that moment, Feng Xiaoxuan, following the saleswoman, also arrived at the counter. The former also noticed Lin Bingy and the other person waiting nearby. Lin Bingy also noticed Feng Xiaoxian at the first glance. The girl before her, while a bit shorter than herself, had an astonishingly good figure, and her face was so beautiful that even Lin Bingy couldn't find any fault. However, the way this young lady looked at her was a bit dazed. It wasn't Feng Xiaoxuan's fault. After all, as someone who didn't go out much, being able to chase Yilan was already a stroke of luck. She had seen Lin Bingy before, but only in photos on Tieba. Now seeing Lin Bingy in person for the first time, she realized the real person was much more beautiful than the photos, especially those impressive assets. She even worried that the thin shirt might burst. He Xiao, at the first sight of Feng Xiaoxuan, was captivated by her stunning beauty. Her figure, except for a slightly smaller chest, was perfect in every other way, even better than Lin Bingy's. Lin Bingy's mind raced, and she stepped forward, grabbing Feng Xiaoxuan's wrist, and smiled. Oh, why are you here? You came early without telling me. The wonderful sensation from her wrist almost made Feng Xiaoxian lose her composure. Seeing Lin Bingy wink at her and gesture toward He Xiao, Feng Xiaoxian roughly guessed what was going on and chuckled. Hee, I just came early to browse since I saw you hadn't arrived yet. Sorry about that, Bingy. A bit surprised that the girl in front of her knew her name, but Lin Bingy didn't have time to dwell on it. She smiled and said, I don't care. You have to compensate me by accompanying me shopping later, okay? Hearing that she would be accompanying the renowned campus beauty Lin Bingy shopping, Feng Xiaoxian almost jumped up in excitement and smiled great. Taking the gift bag handed over by the salesgirl Feng Xiaoxian, and Lin Bingy walked out of Xianjing without even glancing at He Xiao behind them. He Xiao watched the two stunning girls walking away with burning eyes, unable to resist licking the corner of his mouth. Two pairs of fair, shapely legs were an irresistible sight wherever they went, especially since their owners were both beautiful women. As they walked together, their head-turning rate was off the charts. When she realized that He Xiao had finally stopped pestering them, Lin Bingy gently released Feng Xiaoxian and asked curiously, How do you know my name? The sudden loss of the soft touch left Feng Xiaoxian feeling a twinge of disappointment, but she couldn't let it show on her face, or she might be labeled a pervert. How embarrassing that would be. Of course I know. You are the campus belle of our electric university. Feng Xiaoxian flashed a harmless, innocent smile. The girl's gentle, ethereal voice paired with that spring-like smile left Lin Bingyi momentarily stunned. She asked, "Are you also a student at Electric University? What year are you?" "I'm a year behind you, a sophomore." "How come I've never seen you on the school forum? A girl as pretty as you would surely have been posted about, right?" This puzzled Lin Bingyi. When she first arrived at the school, some boys had taken her photo and posted it on the forum, which had caused her some trouble. But she didn't dwell on it. They were just students and no harm was done, so she let it go. All that. Maybe it's because I usually keep a low profile, ha. Feng Xiaoxian's pretty face flushed slightly as she made up an excuse and laughed. The sight of the stunning girl blushing made Lin Bingyi's heart beat a little faster and her fondness for her grew. "I'm really sorry about earlier. That guy had been bothering me for a while, and I dragged you into it." "Sorry." Lin Bingyi extended her slender jade-like hand with an apologetic smile. "It's fine, I understand." Feng Xiaoxian quickly reached out and took her hand. The touch was cool and soft, incredibly pleasant. "I have some things to take care of, so I need to go. How about we exchange contact info and be friends? We can hang out." Lin Bingyi checked the time, looked into Feng Xiaoxian's eyes, and smiled. "Sure." Feeling a bit shy under Lin Bingyi's gaze, Feng Xiaoxian blushed even more. This only strengthened Lin Bingyi's resolve to get to know this adorable shy girl better. After they exchanged contact information, Lin Bingyi hurried away. Feng Xiaoxian had originally hoped to stroll around with the campus belle. If his roommates found out, they'd be crying and begging him to share the story. With the remaining 30 minutes, Feng Xiaoxian used the leftover mission funds for a little treat, leaving only a bit over 200. "Host, how can you be such a moocher?" the system said, exasperated. "What's wrong with that? I've inexplicably turned into a girl. Do you have any idea how much that traumatizes my fragile psyche? I'm just taking a little compensation, what's the big deal, eh?" Feng Xiaoxian said nonchalantly. Seeing the system rendered speechless, Feng Xiaoxian hummed a tune and deftly slipped into the women's restroom to change back into her original clothes. Even so, the process still made her blush. "Phew, calm down, calm down. This is your own body. Who blushes at their own body?" Half an hour later, Feng Xiaoxian returned to the dorm. As soon as she entered, Ding Yun and the other two unsurprisingly looked at her. Su Jin raised an eyebrow and said, "Xiao Feng, it's 6 o'clock. Where did you wander off to? And what's that in your hand?" To be safe, Feng Xiaoxian had stuffed the cosmetics she bought into the bag with her changed clothes and put it in the wardrobe. "Nothing, just took a walk outside." "Really?" Wang Hua said skeptically. "Why would I lie to you?" Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes, climbed into bed, and started playing on her phone. She had been in a hurry to get back and hadn't checked her phone. Now she saw a voice message from Lin Bingyi. Without a second thought, she opened it. "Xiao Xiao, when are you free?" The moment the message finished playing, Feng Xiaoxian knew she was doomed. Back when she was dating Yilan, she would always play voice messages on speaker to show off to her roommates. This habit had persisted for half a year, and now she couldn't break it. She had carelessly opened Lin Bingyi's message. The room fell into a terrifying silence, broken only by the sounds of teammates from Ding Yun and Wang Hua's computers. "What the hell?" Su Jun broke the stillness first. "Xiao Xiao? That's so cheesy. Which girl is that? And her voice is so nice." Ding Yun snickered. "Come on, fess up. Spill it. Did you go on a date this afternoon?" Wang Hua demanded. "No, you're overthinking it. That was just a video sound." Feng Xiaoxian's explanation was weak. "Tisk, do you think we believe you?" Ding Yun said scornfully. "Exactly. Who knew you had such hidden talents, Xiao Feng? You just broke up and already found a new girl. I'm so jealous." Ding Yun's sarcastic tone made the other two burst into laughter. "Go play your games." Feng Xiaoxian turned to face the wall, ignoring them. "Who getting shy from a few words?" "Haha, Xiao Xiao." Wang Hua drew out the syllables, teasing Feng Xiaoxian in a sing-song effeminate voice. "Ha ha ha." Ignoring their antics, Feng Xiaoxian put on her earphones and played Lin Bingyi's voice message again. Lin Bingyi's voice was incredibly sweet. She had heard on the forum that it could be both commanding and sugary, and now she was experiencing it firsthand. "I'm free this weekend, both tomorrow and the day after. What's up?" Feng Xiaoxian typed back. Soon Lin Bingyi sent another voice message along with a cute expectant emoji. "How about tomorrow at 11 at the Chinese restaurant on the northwest side of Fenghua Plaza? My treat. What do you say?" "Huh. Why are you treating me? We've only known each other for less than a day. It's to thank you for helping me out today. And I left in such a hurry earlier. I felt so rude. So I want to treat you to a meal. Don't say no, okay?" That last "don't say no, okay" sent a shiver down Feng Xiaoxian's spine. It was too sweet, both tender and sugary. "Alright, I'll be there on time tomorrow. Mom will be waiting for you, Xiao Xiao." Dining with a stunning beauty like Lin Bingyi was something countless male students at Dian University dreamed of. Unfortunately, she was too aloof. Whenever someone confessed to her, she would coldly reject them. Over time, she earned the title Ice Queen. Suddenly remembering something, Feng Xiaoxian called out to the system, "Where's my reward? Why hasn't it arrived yet? You didn't ask for it, so of course I'm dragging it out until now." The system replied lazily, "Congratulations, host. You have received a harmless chest binder and a mystery gift box." "Where's the chest binder?" Feng Xiaoxian looked at her empty hands and asked in confusion. "In the corner of your wardrobe." "All right, I'll open the gift box then," Feng Xiaoxian said excitedly. She had been eagerly anticipating this mysterious reward for a long time, wondering what good thing she might get. "All right, opening now." "Congratulations, host. You have acquired intermediate musical instrument proficiency." "Intermediate musical instrument proficiency?" Feng Xiaoxian stared at the words displayed on the panel, lost in thought. Suddenly, she felt a flood of information pouring into her mind, causing her head to ache for about half a minute before it gradually subsided. "System, since it's intermediate, is there a higher level?" Feng Xiaoxian asked. Though the mystery gift box didn't give her money, it had at least granted her a very useful skill. Drawing plus musical instruments. The more skills, the better. "Yes, there is. Advanced and master level. You'll need to complete more quests in the future to obtain them." "Well, it's still decent. Not a loss, not a loss." After lying in bed contemplating life for a while, Feng Xiaoxian fell into deep thought while staring at the balance displayed on her phone. "The cosmetics in my wardrobe are completely useless to me. I could find a time to sell them. After all, they're worth over 4,000 bucks. Selling them for 3,000 wouldn't be excessive, right?" Feng Xiaoxian calculated slyly, unable to suppress a laugh as she thought about the 3,000 yuan that would soon be credited to her account. Wang Hua heard her strange laughter and shouted, "What are you laughing at?" Xiao Feng's so happy. Quickly covering her mouth, Feng Xiaoxian shook her head and replied, "Nothing, you just keep playing." Ding Yun glanced at her back and teased, "Skinny, you just don't get it. She's clearly got a date with a beauty and is secret. Oh, no wonder, haha." At 1030 p.m., taking advantage of the moment when Wang Hua and the other two had already showered and were lying in bed, Feng Xiaoxian carried her change of clothes and walked into the bathroom. She stripped off her clothes in a flash. Gazing at her own figure in the mirror, she blushed uncontrollably again. Standing before the mirror, she carefully admired herself. Having suddenly become a girl, she had never thoroughly examined her body. Now, with time to spare, she naturally wanted to give it a meticulous inspection. Half an hour later, Feng Xiaoxian emerged with a flushed face, quickly climbed into bed, and pulled the air-conditioned duvet over herself. "Hey Xiao Feng, why did you take so long in the shower today? You're usually done in 10 minutes. Wang Hua asked in confusion. "Oh, I had a stomachache, so I went to the toilet first before showering." Feng Xiaoxian made an excuse. "All right." Soon it was the next day, 1030 m. After Feng Xiaoxian packed her things and was about to head out, Su Zhen poked his head out and asked, "Xiao Feng, where are you going?" Ding Yun was lying in bed with his legs crossed and said meaningfully, "He's going on a date with that girl from yesterday, of course." "Glasses, your reaction speed is really off." "I see. Hope the date goes well. Go die." Feng Xiaoxian left straight away, too lazy to deal with these two clowns who only wanted to watch the show and eat popcorn. Today she wasn't as dazzling as yesterday, as she simply wore a casual outfit. A white t-shirt paired with black trousers. Without the stunning impact of yesterday's miniskirt, she exuded a different youthful vitality. The head turn rate was still high, but at least not as frightening as yesterday. Soon Feng Xiaoxian arrived at the meeting point, agreed with Lin Bingyi. She spotted Lin waiting at the entrance at a glance. There was no mistaking her, she was simply too eye-catching. Dressed in a long black gown, her jet black hair cascaded like a waterfall over her shoulders, cinched at the waist with a black ribbon that accentuated her slender waist. Her cool, exquisitely beautiful face occasionally looked around when she spotted Feng Xiaoxian's figure. A smile appeared on her face as she waved. Feng Xiaoxian hurried over to her, apologizing. "Sorry to keep you waiting. My bad, Bingyi, I'm late." Lin Bingyi waved her hand, took Feng Xiaoxian's jade-like hand, and said with a smile, "What are you talking about? I'm the one treating you. You're my guest, it's only right for me to wait, right?" Holding hands with a beauty of Lin Bingyi's caliber, Feng Xiaoxian's pretty face blushed, her eyes darted away, and she said shyly, That can't be right. I was late, it's my fault too." Seeing how easily this beautiful girl blushed, Lin Bingyi couldn't resist the urge to tease her. She stepped closer until there were only a few centimeters between their faces, and said with a grin, Xiao, why do you blush so easily?" The campus bell's proximity, especially her breath hitting her face, made Feng Xiaoxian feel overwhelmed inside. Her cheeks grew even redder, and she was extremely nervous. I don't talk nonsense. Xiao, like this is so adorable." Lin Bingyi was utterly thrilled. How could she have encountered such an innocent, lovely, divine little sister? She simply had to cherish her. Add adorable. Feng Xiaoxian was stunned. Since she was a child, no girl had ever called her adorable. Now being praised as cute by Lin Bingyi momentarily left her at a loss. "Yes, Xiao, right now I really want to be friends with you, to be your bestie." Lin Bingyi held her hand and looked at her with sparkling eyes. The two stunning beauties stood so close together at the street corner, drawing the attention of many passers-by. Feng Xiaoxian also noticed people around watching them, and said with a smile, good, good. I'd also love to be good friends with Sister Bingy. Feng Xiaoxian's heart was complicated. If only she were still a man, wouldn't this be the perfect chance to reach but now she was a girl, so she could only be Lin Bingy's bestie. Still, a best friend wasn't bad. At least she could hang out with her often. Feng Xiaoxian had a positive mindset, and quickly accepted the fact that she had become a girl. Even the system was somewhat surprised by this. Alright, enough talk. Let's go eat. It's my treat today, so eat to your heart's content. Hee sounds great. Then I won't hold back. I can eat a lot. Come on, eat as much as you want. I'm a big eater too. Want to have a contest? Haha, sure. A contest it is. Come on, Xiao, eat more meat. Look how thin you are. I can barely eat anymore. Bingy, you don't need to put food on my plate. You should eat too. Haha, got it. But you have to finish all the food I put on your plate first. Inside a private dining room, Lin Bingy rested her chin on her hand, her eyes smiling, as she looked at Feng Xiaoxian sitting beside her. Feng Xiaoxian's mouth twitched slightly as she looked at the pile of meat in her bowl, but she had no choice but to grit her teeth and eat it all. Xiao is so good. Lin Bingy looked at Feng Xiaoxian's rosy little lips shining with a hint of oily sheen, then pulled out a tissue and gently wiped her mouth. Being wiped by a campus beauty like Lin Bingy, this treatment was probably unique to her at the entire university. If word got out, those jealous wolves would be green with envy. Her cheeks slightly flushed. Feng Xiaoxian didn't dare look at her. She picked up a piece of chicken for Lin Bingy and said with a smile, Bingy, you eat too. Don't just keep watching me eat. Alright, hee. Thank you, Xiao. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian put food on her plate, Lin Bingy was overjoyed and further strengthened her resolve to treat her well. After the two finished eating, Lin Bingy looked at Feng Xiaoxian, who was rubbing her belly, and laughed. Xiao, do you have any free time later? Feng Xiaoxian was slightly startled, then nodded and said, yes, I'm free. What's up? How about we go shopping? Lin Bingy happily grabbed her arm. Feeling the wonderful sensation from her arm, Feng Xiaoxian's little heart raced wildly. She blushed and nodded, okay. Hee Xiao is so nice. As she spoke, Lin Bingy hugged her arm even tighter. This made Feng Xiaoxian feel extremely comfortable, almost to the point of having a nosebleed. How could there be so many perks after becoming a girl? She never had this treatment before. Let's go. I can't wait. Lin Bingy directly pulled Feng Xiaoxian up and walked out. After leaving the restaurant, the two girls confirmed their direction and strode away gracefully with their long legs. Two stunning beauties walking side by side on the street naturally drew an extraordinary amount of attention. Look, those two girls are so beautiful, and their figures. Slurp, bro, watch your drool, it's almost dripping. Too beautiful. If I could get one of them as my girlfriend, my life would be complete. Bingy, I feel like so many people are staring at us. Feng Xiaoxian, when she was still a boy, never had such an experience. Now that she had become a girl, being stared at by so many people on the street made her feel a bit flustered and embarrassed. Haha, of course it's because our little sister Xiao is so pretty. Lin Bingy's eyes curved as she spoke with a smile. What are you talking about? I think they're looking at you, Bingy. You're the most beautiful. You're the campus queen of the university. Feng Xiaoxian retorted with a laugh. Haha, I dare not accept that. Yesterday when you appeared before me, you really stunned me. I think I can't compare to you. My little sister Xiao is the prettiest. Lin Bingy looked into her eyes and smiled. Let's not argue about this. It's boring. Where are we going now? Feng Xiaoxian asked curiously. Just go to the newly opened commercial street about 500 meters away. There are many new shops. The decorations are also very beautiful. Let's go take a look. Oh, okay. Du Jinhao, accompanied by his sidekick, Ma Pengyu, was strolling leisurely. Ma Pengyu stared intently at the occasional groups of young ladies passing by and asked, Bro, what made you suddenly think of coming to this commercial street? Du Jinhao glanced at him and said casually, just bored strolling around and seeing if there are any pretty girls to get to know. I see. This commercial street just opened not long ago, so it's bound to attract a lot of girls. Suddenly his eyes, which were appreciating beauty, caught sight of something. He called out to Du Jinhao beside him, Bro, look. Ahead, isn't that our university's campus queen Lin Bingy? The girl following her is also very beautiful, but I've never seen her before. Upon hearing the name Lin Bingy, Du Jinhao instantly became interested. Although he had been ruthlessly rejected by Lin Bingy, it didn't stop him from still harboring a glimmer of hope for her. Following the direction Ma Pengyu pointed, he indeed saw Lin Bingy in a black dress, a flash of heat passing deep in his eyes. But when he looked at the girl beside her, he couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Isn't this the pretty junior I met by chance in the cafeteria last time? What a coincidence, she actually knows Lin. Adjusting his attire, Du Jinhao swaggered towards the two girls, and Ma Pengyu tactfully followed. Although he couldn't win the goddess favor, being able to see her up close was still excellent. Seeing Du Jinhao approaching, Lin Bingy frowned. She was about to warn Feng Xiaoxian beside her, but when she turned around she saw that Feng Xiaoxian was also frowning with displeasure. Surprised, she said, Xiao, do you know him? Feng Xiaoxian nodded and said in a low voice, I met him once. Yesterday in the cafeteria he stood behind me and tried to hit on me. I ignored him. I didn't expect to meet him again so soon. I see. Then let's just keep shopping and ignore him. Just as the two were whispering, Du Jinhao walked over and said with a smile, "Two beauties, what a coincidence. Are you here shopping too?" Lin Bingyi shot him a sidelong glance, shielded Feng Xiaoxian behind her, and said coldly, "Don't try to get chummy, Du Jinhao. Are we that familiar?" Du Jinhao wasn't annoyed. He smiled slightly and said, "Lin Bingyi, although you rejected my confession, I really want to get to know this junior beside you. Besides, I'm not a bad guy. What's wrong with us being friends? Who wants to be friends with you? Everyone at the university knows about your Playboy history. Don't come to harm my Xiao Xiao." Lin Bingyi glared at Du Jinhao and said coldly. Feng Xiaoshuan, being shielded behind her, suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of security. It was the first time she had been protected by a girl, and the feeling was indescribably wonderful. "Exactly, Du Jinhao. I don't want to be friends with you. Stop bothering me." Feng Xiaoxian frowned slightly. Having been cold-shouldered by both girls, Du Jinhao also looked a bit displeased. However, his family status was not much worse than Lin Bingyi's, so he didn't want to say more. He left with Ma Pingyu, who had been silently admiring the beauties the whole time. "Well said, Xiao Xiao. You have to be tough with people like him, or else he'll stick to you like a plaster that you can't shake off," Lin Bingyi said earnestly, word by word. "I understand. Let's go, Bingyi. Let's not let him ruin our mood. Let's go." "Wow, Xiao Xiao, look. That shop seems pretty good." Lin Bingyi shook Feng Xiaoxuan's wrist, pointing at the women's clothing store not far ahead, and exclaimed excitedly. Her current cheerful and animated demeanor was completely at odds with the rumors of her aloofness at school. Now the person before Feng Xiaoxian was just an ordinary girl. "Huh. Xiao Xiao, what are you spacing out for?" Lin Bingyi waved her hand in front of Feng Xiaoshuan, speaking with confusion. "Nothing, I just realized you're different from what others say at school." Feng Xiaoxian snapped back to reality and explained with a smile. "Haha, so that's it. The rumors about me at school are all fake. Aloofness doesn't suit my personality at all. Those who know me well understand I'm not aloof in the slightest. On the contrary, am very warm in front of good friends." Just like now, Lin Bingyi blinked, her eyes curving into crescents as she spoke with a smile. "Am I also one of your good friends, Bingyi?" Feng Xiaoxian blurted out instinctively. "Of course you are. Even though we've only known each other for a day, I'm always accurate in judging people. Could it be that Xiao Xiao doesn't want to be my good friend?" As she spoke, Lin Bingyi furrowed her brows and pouted aggrievedly, as if she would burst into tears the moment Feng Xiaoxian uttered the word no. "How could I? Of course I'm willing. Bingyi, you're so nice. How could I possibly not want to be your friend?" Feng Xiaoxian quickly said. Lin Bingyi's pitifully adorable look was simply unbearable. She had no intention of refusing. Xiao Xiao is the best." Lin Bingyi happily hugged Feng Xiaoxian and pulled her toward the women's clothing store. The sales assistant saw two beautiful women entering, and with a glint in her eyes greeted them with a smile. "Bingyi, do you want to buy some clothes?" After browsing a while with the sales assistant, Feng Xiaoxian asked. "Yes." Lin Bingyi held up a dress in front of herself, seeking Feng Xiaoxuan's opinion. The dress was a white one with a cutout transparent floral design at the neckline, which seemed to suit her perfectly. "It looks nice. Why don't you try it on?" Feng Xiaoxian sincerely complimented. "Okay." Lin Bingyi smiled lightly, then took Feng Xiaoxuan's wrist and headed toward the fitting room. "Bingyi, what are you doing? Why are you taking me to the fitting room?" Feng Xiaoxian was baffled. "Oh, I'm afraid I won't be able to zip up the back zipper by myself." "Good, Xiao Xiao, just help me, okay? Please." Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoshuan, her sweet voice laced with a coquettish tone. The sound melted Feng Xiaoxuan's bones, and she had no choice but to reluctantly agree. The two girls entered the cramped fitting room together. The scent of Lin Bingyi's fragrance instantly wafted over, a refreshing, pleasant aroma. Feng Xiaoxian sniffed, picking up a faint jasmine floral note. Without any guard, Lin Bingyi slipped off her long dress in front of Feng Xiaoshuan, revealing her perfect figure. The deep cleavage made Feng Xiaoxian instinctively swallow her flat stomach devoid of any excess flesh, a slender waist, and a pair of long, fair, and shapely legs pressed together. The pink underwear was a true test of Feng Xiaoxuan's self-control. Although she was now a girl mentally, she was still a boy, and the scene was simply overwhelming. Her face flushed. Feng Xiaoxian dared not look any further. She quickly averted her gaze, silently reciting in her mind, "See no evil, see no evil." Lin Bingyi noticed Feng Xiaoxuan's unusual behavior and teased, "Xiao Xiao, why is your face so red? We're both girls. Are you shy about seeing a girl's body?" Feng Xiaoxian turned around directly and said, "I am just like this. Hurry up and put your clothes." This silly demeanor directly amused Lin Bingyi, who gave up her teasing. She picked up the dress set aside and slipped it on. After a rustling sound, Lin Bingyi said helplessly, "Xiao Xiao, turn around and help me zip up." Feng Xiaoxian turned around with her eyes closed, asking, "Where is it? Where is it? Oh, you dummy. Open your eyes. How can you zip up with your eyes closed?" Lin Bingyi said, "Xiaoxiao, so silly." Oh. Feng Xiaoxian opened her eyes a crack, seeing Lin Bingyi's smooth back. Carefully reaching out, she pulled the zipper up, and Lin Bingyi finally had the dress on. The two left the fitting room. The The moment Lin Bingyi appeared, she drew the attention of everyone in the store. Bingyi, you look amazing. Feng Xiaoxian praised. What? Not shy anymore. Lin Bingyi clearly remembered Feng Xiaoxian's awkwardness just now and teased with a smile. Ahem. Let's just drop this, okay? Feng Xiaoxian said awkwardly. Ha ha ha, Xiao, you're so cute. After browsing a bit more, Lin Bingyi changed back into her own clothes. She originally wanted to pick out something for Feng Xiaoxian, but the latter flatly refused, so Lin Bingyi had to give up. After paying and buying the dress, the two left the store. Walking hand in hand back to school, Feng Xiaoxian was extremely nervous. Countless male students at the university dreamed of holding those delicate little hands, and now she had been the first to do so. Though she was in a female body, it was a chance not to be missed, a beautiful memory to recall later. Xiao, thank you for spending so much time with me today. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian and smiled happily. It's nothing. I had fun too. Today I got to know a different, but the most real Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. Xiao, I love. Let's always be good friends and besties. Lin Bingyi suddenly hugged Feng Xiaoxian and whispered in her ear. Feeling the warm, soft embrace, Feng Xiaoxian was utterly comfortable. She patted Lin Bingyi's back and said with a smile, if we have time, let's hang out often. I'd love to accompany you. Xiao, you're the best. I love you so much. Huh. After reluctantly parting with Lin Bingyi, Feng Xiaoxian did not linger outside and returned straight to the dormitory. As expected, upon entering, he was greeted by the concern of his three roommates. Sujin, looking at the elated Feng Xiaoxian, asked curiously, Hey Xiao Feng, where have you been all day for? Feng Xiaoxian rolled his eyes and replied casually, What date? I just went out with a friend. A friend who calls you, and with such a sweet voice, do you think we believe you? Wang Hua scoffed disdainfully. Exactly, Xiao Feng, why hide a new relationship? We're not gossips, we won't make a fuss. Ding Yin grinned. I know you guys too well. Anyway, it's just a friend. Believe it or not, I'm telling the truth. Feng Xiaoxian climbed onto his bed and lay down. If that's the case, since you're not a couple, hurry up and introduce her to me. I'm still single. Wang Hua shouted excitedly. Tisk, forget it. She wouldn't be interested in you. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at him as if a beauty like Lin Bingyi would ever fall for my son. Absolutely impossible. If you want to introduce her, fine, no big deal. Wang Hua pouted and returned to his game. Haha, you've depressed the thin guy. Ding Yin laughed. So you three stayed in the dorm all day? Feng Xiaoxian looked at them and asked, though the question was likely redundant. What else? Do any of us look like the type? And it's so hot outside, unbearable. Ding Yin shook his head. Su Zhan and Wang Hua just grunted, and Feng Xiaoxian had expected this and said nothing more, lying on his bed playing with his phone. Suddenly a notification. He opened it and saw that someone had ordered the cosmetics he had listed on a secondhand website. After checking the recipient's address, Feng Xiaoxian pondered for a moment, then decisively chose to ship the items and notified the nearest courier company. After calling the courier, he asked his roommates if they wanted anything to eat. Receiving affirmative answers, he got up, grabbed the bag of cosmetics, and left the dorm. At the school gate, the courier was already waiting. Miss, are you sending a package? Wasn't the caller a guy? The courier asked, puzzled. It's me. Hey, race, what I'm sending. How much is the shipping? Feng Xiaoxian reluctantly lowered his voice further. The courier gave him a deep look, thinking to himself how creative college students were these days. 26 yuan, just scan the code. Okay. Having solved the cosmetics issue and sold them for 3,500 yuan, enough to live carefree for 2 months with his parents' allowance, Feng Xiaoxian was overjoyed, humming a tune as he headed to the food street outside the campus. He went straight to a private kitchen he had long fancied. When he was dating Yilan, they had eaten here. The food was truly delicious. 4 dishes cost over 100 yuan, expensive for an ordinary student like him, but now he would soon have 3,000 yuan, so he deserved a treat. Entering the restaurant, Feng Xiaoxian chose a corner seat to avoid attention. He ordered steamed sea-based stir-fried lettuce with pork lard and a bowl of seaweed egg drop soup, then pulled out his phone to scroll through videos while waiting for the food. As he was playing, a voice he knew all too well sounded in front of him. Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian frowned, looked up, and saw a short-haired girl in a light pink skirt staring at him. Yilan. Feng Xiaoxian, seeing Yilan's outfit, felt a surge of irritation. When they were together, Yilan never wore such revealing skirts in front of him. Now, why are you here? Yilan, standing, looked down at Feng Xiaoxian with an air of superiority. Just eating here. Feng Xiaoxian replied flatly. To be honest, Feng Xiaoxian no longer had any feelings for Yilan. He already knew roughly why she had broken up with him. All alone. Isn't it lonely? Want me and my boyfriend to join you for some fun? Yilan smiled, though the smile was somewhat sharp. No need. Feng Xiaoxian continued looking at his phone, ignoring this mercenary woman. How Feng Xiaoxian is that necessary? So cold. Yilan sneered. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian still ignoring her, Yilan frowned, about to say something harsh, but quickly composed herself, putting on a sweet voice. Lu Yang, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you. Lu Yang. Feng Xiaoxian had heard of him, another rich kid, though not as wealthy as Du Jinhao. Lu Yang walked over, wrapped his arm around Yilan's waist, and said ardently, Baby, sorry to keep you waiting. After dinner I'll make it up to you. You're so annoying. Yilan playfully punched his chest. Her affected manner made Feng Xiaoxian want to vomit, nearly losing his lunch. Lu Yang then noticed Feng Xiaoxian sitting nearby, and as if showing off pulled Yilan to sit opposite him, grinning. So you're Xiaolan's ex-boyfriend. Mind if we join you? Feng Xiaoxian glanced at him and continued playing on his phone, ignoring him. Seeing Feng Xiaoxuan's indifference, Yilan's anger flared. Feng Xiaoxuan, Lu Yang is talking to you. How can you be so rude? You? Just as Feng Xiaoxian was about to retort, he noticed two figures approaching, and his harsh words instantly died in his throat. Oh, Xiao Xiao, what a coincidence. You're eating here too. That familiar voice and familiar nickname. It was Lin Bingyi. The girl with Lin Bingyi was her roommate Li Xinyu. Xiao Xiao. Yilan had never heard anyone call Feng Xiaoxian that. She turned to see who it was and was stunned. Is that Lin Bingyi? She just called Feng Xiaoxian Xiao Xiao. They know each other and are close. Lin Bingyi ignored Yilan and Lu Yang, walking straight up to Feng Xiaoxuan, grinning. Xiao Xiao, I told you at lunch we were destined. Now we even chose the same restaurant for dinner. See, I was right. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Yilan, then at Lin Bingyi, feeling a headache coming on. He had to use a male voice to avoid suspicion with one and a female voice with the other. Damned either way. Stealing himself. Feng Xiaoxian nodded. Yeah, I believe you. Lin Bingyi blinked, puzzled. Why does your voice sound different, Xiao Xiao? Just a bit hoarse, it's fine. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. Oh, it's my fault. I should have let you eat less spicy food. Sorry, Xiao Xiao. Lin Bingyi gently touched Feng Xiaoxuan's throat apologetically. It's fine. Feng Xiaoxian shook his head with a wry smile. Sister, please don't tempt me. How can you just touch my throat? Yilan, seeing the campus beauty queen so concerned for Feng Xiaoxian, and even touching him, was furious. But she dared not say anything. Lu Yang was shocked, speechless. How could the school's ice goddess be so nice to a brat? Lu Yang and Yilan stared in shock at Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian. Lu Yang couldn't fathom that the renowned ice queen of Dianda, Lin Bingyi, would be so intimate with a guy, and that guy happened to be his current girlfriend's ex-boyfriend. Wasn't that a blatant slap in his face? Yilan's heart churned with a complex mix of emotions. She bit her lip and without a word dragged Lu Yang away, who kept glancing back, clearly reluctant to leave Lin Bingyi. Seeing Yilan and Lu Yang awkwardly retreat, Feng Xiaoxian breathed a silent sigh of relief. Good thing they didn't say much. It would have been hard to explain if anything slipped. Lin Bingyi noticed the subtle change in Feng Xiaoxuan's expression and asked guiltily, Is your throat really? Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have ordered so many spicy dishes at lunch. It's fine, I'll just take some soothing medicine. No worries, no worries. Feng Xiaoxian patted Lin Bingyi's delicate hand and smiled. All right then. Hey Xiao Xiao, would you mind sharing a table with us? Lin Bingyi blinked her big eyes at Feng Xiaoxuan, her expression so irresistible that refusal was impossible. Of course, but I already ordered my meal. Feng Xiaoxian scratched his head and chuckled. Hee Xiao Xiao is so sweet. Xinyu, come over. Lin Bingyi called out to Li Xinyu, who had been standing silently nearby. Li Xinyu walked over and sat opposite them. She was quite a pretty girl with delicate fresh features that radiated purity. Li Xinyu smiled politely. Hi, just call me Xinyu like Bingyi does. Then just call me Xiao Xiao. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. Bingyi, you've been going out a lot these past 2 days, so you've met such a pretty and cute junior. The dishes the three girls ordered arrived quickly. After eating for a while, Li Xinyu smiled. Yes, Xiao Xiao is such a sweetheart with a lovely voice and a beautiful face. When I first met her, I was utterly blown away. Lin Bingyi winked and giggled. Huh. Feng Xiaoxian laughed awkwardly. After all, back then she had looked stunning only thanks to the system's various boosts. It's a shame that I ordered so many spicy dishes at lunch and accidentally hurt Xiaoxiao's throat. Otherwise, you'd really have to hear her beg in that cute voice. I have zero resistance. Lin Bingyi took a bite of fish and teased. Whoa, really? Li Xinyu looked at Feng Xiaoxian in surprise. No, Bingyi's joking. Don't listen to her. Feng Xiaoxian quickly denied it. Hee joking. I have your chat logs. You sent me voice messages. Lin Bingyi covered her mouth and grinned at Feng Xiaoxian. Really? I want to hear it. Li Xinyu joined in. Come on, I'll play it. I begged Xiao Xiao forever before she finally sent it. Lin Bingyi glanced around, lowered the volume, so only the three of them could hear, and pressed play. Sister, I want it. Just 4 words lasting 2 seconds. Though only the three could hear it, Feng Xiaoxian felt intensely embarrassed, her face flushed. She covered her forehead with her hand and pretended to focus on eating the base. Oh my god, that's so sweet. I can't listen anymore, it's practically criminal. Xiao Xiao, when you get a boyfriend and talk like that, he'll be totally powerless. He'd pluck the moon for you if you asked, ha. Li Xinyu clutched her chest and laughed. Ha. Xiaoxiao's blushing. Lin Bingyi noticed Feng Xiaoxuan's crimson cheeks and poked her playfully. Oh Bingyi, you're so annoying. Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes and ignored her. Hee, don't be mad, my adorable little Xiao Xiao. Lin Bingyi shook Feng Xiaoxuan's arm, her voice soft and coaxing. Alright, stop shaking. Let's eat. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't stand Lin Bingyi's cutesy pleading, "Hee okay, eat up before it gets cold." After a pleasant meal with the two beauties, Feng Xiaoxian made an excuse to decline their invitation to go shopping. She had already shopped with Lin Bingyi during the day, and another round at night would likely break her feet. Back at the dorm, she handed the takeout to her three sons, took a shower, and lounged comfortably on her bed. While browsing videos idly, she suddenly heard the familiar system voice. "Beep beep beep, host, are you there? The second mission is here," the system announced. "If the host doesn't respond, it'll consider the mission failed, and you'll have to accept the penalty." The system said flatly. "What's the penalty for this mission?" Feng Xiaoxian finally spoke. "Your three roommates will learn that you're a girl right now. You're ruthless. Come on, what's the mission?" Feng Xiaoxian gritted her teeth and said helplessly, "That's better. Why make things so unpleasant?" The system snickered. "Ahem, back to business. The second mission is simple: sign up for your school's music competition and pass the preliminary round. Reward intermediate singing skill." "That's it? No strings attached?" Feng Xiaoxian asked doubtfully. "None, but you have to participate the system explained. "Why, oi? You're now a woman. Why else?" "Idiot," the system said scornfully. Feng Xiaoxian rubbed her nose awkwardly, didn't reply, and started thinking. She had heard about the music competition mentioned in the mission. It was a school-level event open to all majors with no limit on participants. However, one had to pass a non-public audition to enter the preliminary round, and all subsequent rounds would be performed in front of the entire school. The previous mission had given her intermediate instrument proficiency, which came in handy. Now she just had to decide which instrument to use. After much deliberation, Feng Xiaoxian finally decided to play the piano. After all, playing the piano required nothing more than sitting still, and only his profile would be shown to the audience, lowering the risk of recognition, a relatively safe option. Just as he had settled on this decision, a sudden thought struck him, and he lay back down with a pained expression. How could he have overlooked this one detail despite all his careful calculations? The system's mission required him to participate in the competition as a female, but the gender information he had left at school was male. Hurriedly pulling up the WeChat class group chat, he found the registration form posted by the class monitor. After browsing it for a moment, Feng Xiaoxian let out a sigh of relief. The form indicated that it was not mandatory to provide one's real name or details like college and major. The name the host would announce could be decided by the participants themselves. Moreover, the championship prize was nothing too valuable, just a trophy. This was also a bold innovation by the university, breaking from tradition. Wang Hua glanced at Feng Xiaoxuan's bed and suddenly remarked, "Xiao Feng, I've been feeling like you've been acting strange lately, always running out." Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxuan's heart tightened. He replied indifferently, "What's wrong? Am I not acting normal?" "Well, that's true, but I still think something's off about you." This left Feng Xiaoxian speechless, and the dormitory fell into an awkward silence. Sujin adjusted his glasses and smiled. "Skinny, you're overthinking things. Isn't this good for Xiao Feng? Getting out of his heartbreak early is very beneficial for him." "Exactly, Skinny, what are you always imagining? I don't see any change in Xiao Feng. We're all brothers, we see each other every day. How could there be any change?" Ding Yun drank a sip of his carbonated soda, burped, and chuckled. "Alright, I was overthinking it." Wang Hua shrugged and said. Feng Xiaoxian said nothing, shot a glance at Wang Hua, turned sideways, and started scheming in his mind. "Looks like once the buyer confirms receipt, and I get that money, I'll rent a place outside and live alone. Staying in the dorm will expose me sooner or later." And so Monday arrived. After finishing class, Feng Xiaoxian packed his things and was about to leave when he saw Yilan standing in a skirt at the back door of their classroom, clearly waiting for someone. Feng Xiaoxian didn't want any further entanglement with her. He slung his backpack over his shoulder and headed straight for the front door. But the moment he stepped out, Yilan ran over and blocked his way. "Xiao Feng, don't go." This address of Xiao Feng would have thrilled him in the past, but now he felt nothing. "Something," Feng Xiaoxian said coldly. Ignoring his indifferent tone, Yilan looked into his eyes, and after making sure no one was around, asked seriously, "What's your relationship with Lin Bingyi?" After a moment of silence, Feng Xiaoxian shrugged and said casually, "Just ordinary friends." "Impossible. If you were just ordinary friends, would she be that intimate with you? Touching your throat, caring so much about you? I don't believe it." Yilan retorted. "What does it have to do with me if you don't believe it? Move aside." Feng Xiaoxian couldn't be bothered with this person. He had to hurry to the art office to sign up for the competition. With that, Feng Xiaoxian walked straight past Yilan and headed out. Yilan stomped her foot in frustration, then gritted her teeth and walked off in the opposite direction. Humming a little tune, he arrived at the art office. Pushing open the door, he didn't see any teacher, but he did spot a familiar face. Bingyi. Hearing her name, Lin Bingyi looked up. When she saw it was Feng Xiaoxuan, she excitedly stood up from her seat and rushed toward him. "Why wasn't this my adorable Xiao Xiao? What did you come here, just to see me, knowing I'd be here?" Lin Bingyi hugged Feng Xiaoxian in a big bear hug. After a few days of getting along, Feng Xiaoxian had come to know Lin Bingyi's true nature. Cold on the outside, warm on the inside. He had grown used to it, and after all, it was all perks. Why refuse them? All right, Bingyi. I'm here to see Teacher Wang to register for the competition, Feng Xiaoxian said reluctantly, pushing away Lin Bingyi's soft body. The competition? You mean the school's music competition? Lin Bingyi blinked. That's right. Feng Xiao, what a coincidence. I'm in the student council and I've been entrusted by Teacher Wang to handle the registration for the competition, Lin Bingyi said with a smile. Really? That's perfect, saves me a lot of trouble. Then please sign me up, Bingyi, Feng Xiaoxian said with a happy smile. Feng Xiaoxuan's smile made Lin Bingyi pause for a moment. Then she snapped back to reality, patted her ample chest, which jiggled from the motion, making Feng Xiaoxian stare wide-eyed and dry-mouthed, and asked, then Xiao, please fill out this form. Okay. 2 minutes later, Lin Bingyi looked at the form Feng Xiaoxian handed over and asked curiously, Xiao, aren't you going to use your real name? You didn't even fill in your college or major. Yeah, let's keep a low profile. And the name Xiao sounds nice, so I'll just use that, Feng Xiaoxian explained with a smile. Alright, you're the contestant, so it's up to you, Lin Bingyi nodded. After putting away Feng Xiaoxuan's form, she rested her chin on her hand and smiled at him. Xiao, I didn't expect that besides being a specially admitted art student, you can also play the piano. Feng Xiaoxian had already prepared a story, haha, just a little hobby, hee. By the way, since you're here, I wanted to discuss something with you. Lin Bingyi looked at him and said, what is it? Go ahead. I'm thinking of renting a place outside. I found a nice 2-bedroom apartment, and I'm looking for a roommate. Would you be willing to share it with me? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian expectantly. Share a place. This caught Feng Xiaoxian off guard. It was like a pillow arriving just when he was feeling sleepy. He had been thinking about when to move out, and now Lin Bingyi was inviting him to share an apartment. Why did you suddenly decide to move out? Feng Xiaoxian asked. It's nothing much. Actually, I wanted to live outside since my freshman year, but my parents disagreed back then. Now that I'm a junior, I brought it up again, and they agreed. Simple as that, Lin Bingyi smiled. Sinyu thinks the dorm is fine and doesn't want to move, so I came to ask you. In school, I'm closest to you too, so I had to come to you first when looking for a roommate. But whether you want to come or not is up to you, Xiao. Feng Xiaoxian blinked and said, sure, I've been thinking about moving out recently too. Really? That's great. Lin Bingyi's smile widened. When can you take me to see the apartment? If it's nice, I can move in a couple of days, Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Sure, I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. Sure, I'll take you to see it tomorrow. Since Lin Bingyi still had some matters to attend to, Feng Xiaoxian agreed to meet her at 6 in the evening to go see the apartment together. After chatting for a while, she left the office. Walking along the tree-shade path back to the dormitory, Feng Xiaoxuan's mind was still in a daze. Was she really going to become Lin Bingyi's roommate so easily? And it was an apartment where only the two of them would live. If she were still a boy, news of this would surely make others envious and jealous to death. Even Feng Xiaoxian herself hadn't noticed that in the few days since becoming a girl, her subconscious had become increasingly feminine, both in her mannerisms and in the way she spoke to Lin Bingyi. However, in the dormitory, she still deliberately maintained a masculine image to avoid being discovered. Back in the dormitory, Wang Hua and the other two were still in class and hadn't returned. Feng Xiaoxian took off her shoes, revealing a pair of small, delicate jade feet. After rinsing them, she climbed onto the bed and lay down comfortably. Closing her eyes, she recalled everything that had happened in the past few days. Ever since that night, when she inexplicably turned into a girl after dinner with Wang Hua and the others, she had suddenly had many interactions with Lin Bingyi. During her entire freshman year, the former him had only ever seen Lin Bingyi from a distance. Now she was about to share an apartment with her. Though her identity was different, thinking about it still filled her with a myriad of emotions. At 5:30 p.m., Wang Hua and the other two returned to the dormitory after dinner and saw Feng Xiaoxian getting ready to go out. Ding Yan asked, Xiao Feng, where are you off to now? Going out to eat, where else? Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. Sauka, why didn't you send us a message? We just came back from the cafeteria and could have brought something back for you. Sujin said, it's fine, it doesn't matter. I don't even know what I want to eat. They'll just go check out the cafeteria. After saying that, Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand and left the dormitory. Wang Hua and the others were carefree and didn't think much of it. They returned to their seats, turned on their computers, and prepared to have fun. At 5:50 p.m., Feng Xiaoxian bought 2 cups of milk tea at the cafeteria and went to the school gate to wait for Lin Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian held milk tea in her left hand and scrolled through her phone with her right. Suddenly, a pair of hands reached from behind and covered her eyes. Guess who I am? The girl's sweet, soft voice was all too familiar to Feng Xiaoxian. All right, Bingyi, I knew it was you. Why are you so mischievous? Feng Xiaoxian put her phone back in her pocket, patted Lin Bingyi's hand with her right, and said with a smile, Xiao, I'm sorry to keep you waiting. Something came up temporarily, and I was delayed. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian apologetically and said, it's okay, you were only 3 minutes late. That's no big deal, don't worry. Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile. I knew Xiao was the best. Here, Bingyi, this is for you. Feng Xiaoxian handed the milk tea in her hand to Lin Bingyi. Wow, it's taro ball pudding. Xiao, how did you know I love this? Lin Bingyi inserted the straw and drank heartily, her expression one of pure enjoyment. I noticed. You ordered this cup the last 2 times we bought milk tea, so I remembered. Feng Xiaoxian, wow Xiao Xiao, you're so amazing. Lin Bingyi laughed happily. Haha, let's go? We can talk on the way. Hey, Bingyi, why do you have the keys to this apartment? Seeing Lin Bingyi skillfully lead her into the residential complex and take out the keys to open the door, Feng Xiaoxian asked in confusion. Haha, because I already rented this apartment yesterday. I just hadn't found a roommate yet. When I heard this afternoon that you were also thinking of renting, I was so happy that I forgot to tell you. Come in and take a look. Lin Bingyi's smile was as beautiful as a flower. The moment she stepped inside, Feng Xiaoxian was amazed. The apartment was not large, but overall it looked compact and aesthetically pleasing. The wallpaper the owner had put up was also on the cute side, very suitable for girls. There was only one bathroom, but if Feng Xiaoxian moved in, it would definitely be enough for the two of them. The living room had a large sofa that could seat 4 adults, a coffee table, a small kitchen, and a balcony. It could be said to have everything perfect for young people with some financial flexibility. So this apartment is pretty good, right? The owner is also a girl. Her father bought it for her before. She just got married this year and lives with her husband. This apartment also has sentimental value, so she couldn't bear to sell it and decided to rent it out. I fell in love with it at first sight and immediately snapped it up, hee hee. Lin Bingyi crossed her arms and said with a smile, "It's really great." Feng Xiaoxian nodded repeatedly as she looked around. She couldn't find any fault at all. How much is the rent per month? After looking around for a while, Feng Xiaoxian asked the question she cared about. 2,000 a month. We can each pay 1,000. The landlady is easy to deal with. She doesn't need the money, so she rented it to me a bit below market price. And this price is very low around our Jian University. You can't find anything like it. Lin Bingyi said, "That's fine, I think it's great." Feng Xiaoxian nodded and said, "Well then, Xiao Xiao, when are you going to move in with me?" Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with expectation. For this girl she had only known for a few days, she already regarded Feng Xiaoxian as a very good friend, so she sincerely hoped she could move in soon. "They'll move in tomorrow," Feng Xiaoxian considered and said. Great, great. Which dormitory are you in? They'll come help you tomorrow." No, I don't have much stuff. I can handle it myself." Upon hearing that Lin Bingyi wanted to come to her dormitory to help, Feng Xiaoxian's heart suddenly raced. She couldn't let her come, otherwise it would be a disaster. "Oh, all right. Are you sure you don't need my help?" "No need, Bingyi, you're busy too. I don't want to trouble you. I can do it." Feng Xiaoxian laughed. "All right, let's go eat. I'm starving. Mom, I haven't eaten either. Let's go. Nanny, you're moving out." In the dormitory, when Feng Xiaoxian announced her intention to move out, Ding Yun and the other two exclaimed in unison, "Well damn, why so sudden?" Su Jin frowned and said helplessly, "Actually, I've had this idea since my freshman year, but I didn't have the financial means back then. Haha, now I want to move out. Besides, our major might require frequent outings later, and it's not convenient to come back to the dorm at night." Feng Xiaoxian shrugged, helplessly stating the excuse she had prepared on the way back to the dorm. "Alas, fine. Since you insist, there's no need for us to say more." Wang Hua looked at Feng Xiaoxian and smiled. "It's okay. Even though I'm moving out, our father-son bond remains. I'm still your old dad, and that will never change." Feng Xiaoxian, seeing the three looking somewhat dejected, joked, "You're my son. How can you talk like that?" Ding Yun laughed and scolded, "You're messing up the generational order." Ha ha. Watching the smiles on their faces, Feng Xiaoxian felt a mix of emotions. To be honest, if she hadn't become a girl, she would never have moved out. Although she and Ding Yun's trio were not in the same major, they had shared a dorm for a year and developed a deep friendship. Now leaving so abruptly, she couldn't help but feel a pang of sadness. All right, enough with the gloomy talk. By the way, Xiao Feng, what's your rented place like? Take us to see it when you're Ding Yun asked. Yeah, you're moving out tomorrow. Let us brothers help you out, and well, also check out your rent." Su Jin laughed. "It's fine, no need to bother. You have classes tomorrow morning, and I don't. I'll move by myself. I don't have much stuff anyway. We can hang out some other day." Feng Xiaoxian said hastily. They absolutely couldn't help. If they saw the apartment she rented with Lin Bingyi, they would surely overthink. And if they happened to run into Lin Bingyi, it would be so awkward. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't even bear to imagine that scene. "True, we do have classes tomorrow morning, 4 full periods. So be it. We'll get together some other day. Tomorrow, Xiao Feng, you'll have to move alone." Wang Hua winked and said, "It's fine, I can manage on my own." Feng Xiaoxian laughed. "Yahoo! Finally done. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. Without you, I'd probably be cleaning for ages." Lin Bingyi collapsed onto the sofa, staring at the ceiling and wailing. "Haha, it's nothing. Helping you is only right." Lin Bingyi sat beside her, looking at her phone and smiling. Over the past 2 days, the buyer had successfully received her cosmetics, and over 3,000 yuan had been deposited into her account. Seeing the 4-digit balance starting with a 4 in her phone, Feng Xiaoxian was overjoyed. After all, it was the first time she had so much money. "Bingyi, I've transferred the money to you. Please check it." As soon as she finished speaking, Feng Xiaoxian saw something she shouldn't have. Her face instantly flushed bright red. She quickly turned her head and said coquettishly, "Bingyi, what are you doing? Put your clothes on." It turned out that after tidying up for a long time, the air conditioner had only just been turned on. Lin Bingyi was too hot, So she lifted her t-shirt, revealing her flat abdomen with not an ounce of fat. From Feng Xiaoxuan's angle, she even saw something white. Hee, I'm just too hot. Lin Bingyi stuck out her tongue, put her clothes back on, leaned close to Feng Xiaoxuan and teased, "By the way, Xiao Xiao, we're both girls. Why are you blushing so much?" Feng Xiaoxian took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the heat in her lower abdomen, and said helplessly, "That's true, but even though we're both girls, we still need to maintain some decorum. So what? This is our home. It's okay to be a bit wild at home." Lin Bingyi pouted. "And the way you said it makes me sound like oomph. Oh, I didn't mean it that way. Don't be mad, Bingyi." Seeing that Lin Bingyi had misunderstood her, Feng Xiaoxian moved closer and gently nudged her arm. The latter snorted, turned away, and ignored her, acting very tsundere. Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes darted, then she coughed lightly and said coquettishly, "Sister Bing, don't be mad, okay? I really didn't mean it. You misunderstood me." After saying this, she couldn't help but curl her toes. Saying such things in that tone was just too embarrassing. However, Lin Bingyi was quite susceptible to this. Feng Xiaoxuan's soft, sweet, and delicate voice made her ears melt, and she instantly surrendered, compromising. All right, I know you didn't mean it. It's just that I think since this is our little nest, we should be able to let loose a bit. Who stays all proper at home? There are no outsiders here. Don't you agree, Xiao Xiao?" Feng Xiaoxian smiled helplessly and said, Okay, I'll listen to you. Whatever you say. Anyway, she might as well sacrifice her little heart. After all, it was rare fortune that others would envy. "Xiao Xiao, what do you want to eat tonight? Let's order takeout." "I don't want to go out to eat, I'm too tired." Lin Bingyi stretched, revealing her perfect face. Afraid of getting aroused, Feng Xiaoxian didn't dare to look too much. She lowered her head to look at her phone and said, "Sure, anything is fine. You decide." "All right." Burp. "I can't take it anymore. I'm utterly stuffed. I've eaten so much." Lin Bingyi leaned back in her chair, patted her belly, and said with a look of satisfaction, "Bingyi, you ordered way too much. How can the two of us finish all this?" Feng Xiaoxian looked at the remaining hamburger chicken wrap, 2 servings of spicy wings, and a cup of cola on the table, and said helplessly, That's not my fault. How was I supposed to know this place has such big portions?" Lin Bingyi stuck out her tongue and said with a laugh, "Then what do we do with these, Xiao Xiao? I really can't eat any more. Sob, sob, sob. Save them for a late-night snack. Next time, order less." Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at her and said, Okay. "Xiao Xiao, do you want to shower first, or should I?" Lin Bingyi came out of her room with her change of clothes and asked Feng Xiaoxuan, who was sitting on the sofa, playing with her. "You go first. I'm not in a hurry." Feng Xiaoxian smiled. "All right then." As soon as Lin Bingyi entered, the sound of splashing water came from the bathroom. At first, Feng Xiaoxian thought nothing of it, but then she realized things were different now. In the past, the sound of water in the bathroom came from Wang Hua and the others taking showers, but now it was Lin Bingyi, such a beautiful woman, bathing in there. Feng Xiaoxian dared not imagine the scene, but one thing was certain. It must be extremely enticing. The sound of water never ceased, and Feng Xiaoxian completely lost the desire to play on her phone. It was too agonizing. She couldn't stand it. Finally, after an agonizing half-hour, the bathroom door finally made a sound. Lin Bingyi came out wearing a cute Pikachu cartoon pajama that was completely at odds with her cool and mature image, and Feng Xiaoxian was momentarily stunned. Lin Bingyi dried her wet hair, looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, and said with a coquettish smile, "What's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Is there something on my face?" Feng Xiaoxian shook her head and said dazedly, "No, I just think this pajama doesn't match your usual image." Lin Bingyi brought over a hairdryer, sat next to Feng Xiaoxuan, and asked with a smile, "Then what do you think my usual image is like? Before I knew you, I definitely thought you were a cool and mature woman." Feng Xiaoxian smelled the faint fragrance emanating from the girl before her and smiled shyly. "Haha, actually I can be both mature and sweet, right, Xiao Xiao?" Lin Bingyi covered her mouth and giggled. Xiao Xiao, can you help me blow dry my hair?" Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with her big watery eyes. Of course. How could Feng Xiaoxian refuse a pretty girl's request, especially when that girl was a campus belle sharing a room with her? Standing up, Feng Xiaoxian skillfully plugged in the hair dryer, lifted Lin Bingyi's jet black and glossy hair with her left hand, and turned on the dryer with her right, blowing it with a whirring sound. Lin Bingyi closed her eyes in enjoyment. For some reason, staying with Feng Xiaoxian gave her a sense of peace. She even felt a sense of security from Feng Xiaoxian. It was strange, but also very pleasant. After a while, Feng Xiaoxian turned off the hair dryer and was about to leave when Lin Bingyi, sitting in front of her, suddenly reached out and hugged her waist. Lin Bingyi pressed her face against Feng Xiaoxuan's stomach and said softly, "Xiao Xiao, let me hold you for a while, okay?" Feng Xiaoxuan's face blushed slightly, but she didn't refuse, softly murmuring, The cozy room suddenly fell silent with only the light, gentle breathing of the two girls. After about 2 minutes, Lin Bingyi reluctantly let go of Feng Xiaoxuan, rubbed her slightly reddened eyes, and laughed. "Xiao Xiao, I'm sorry for making you blow dry my hair, and then suddenly hugging you. I feel so clingy, huh?" Feng Xiaoxian put the hair dryer on the small table nearby, sat beside Lin Bingyi, and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Bingyi? Are you thinking about something sad?" Lin Bingyi sniffled and Feng Xiaoxian could clearly sense that something was off with her. Xiao Xiao, I consider you a good friend, and I don't want to hide anything from you. I really was thinking about some unpleasant things just now, so I'm feeling a bit sad. Lin Bingyi forced a smile, but the more Feng Xiaoxian looked at her, the more her heart ached. Under Lin Bingyi's slightly surprised gaze, Feng Xiaoxian reached out and pulled her shoulder, letting her head rest against her own chest. She comforted her. It's okay, Bingyi. You treat me as a good friend, and I also consider you a very good friend. You can tell me about some things. Even though I may not be able to help, I can at least listen and be your audience. Lin Bingyi hugged Feng Xiaoxian tightly. After a long while, she said softly with a smile, Thank you, Xiao Xiao. But I can't tell you about these things right now. I was just suddenly overwhelmed by the situation. It's okay, I'm fine now, Alright, as long as you're okay. Then I'll go take a shower. Feng Xiaoxian patted her back and said with a smile, Go ahead, Xiao Xiao. Hearing this, Lin Bingyi let go of Feng Xiaoxuan, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and asked, Xiao Xiao, do you have any classes tomorrow morning? No, why? Then will you watch a movie with me later? Sure. Bingyi, why out of all the movies you have to watch a horror movie? Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. I just suddenly had a whim. In the past, Sin, you didn't dare to watch, and I had no one to accompany me, so I didn't dare either. But now that you're here with me, I suddenly want to watch. Lin Bingyi grinned. But aren't you afraid of having nightmares tonight? To be honest, Feng Xiaoxian was also scared of horror movies. Even though she knew they were all acted out, she was still afraid and didn't dare to watch. With you here, I'm not afraid. Lin Bingyi puffed out her chest slightly and said earnestly. Because of her movement, her generous bosom jiggled, which made Feng Xiaoxian stare wide-eyed. Alright, I'll risk my life to accompany a beauty today and watch this horror movie with you. Feng Xiaoxian said. Thank you, Xiao Xiao. So scary. Soon after the movie started, the room was filled with the two girls' screams one after another. Bingyi, I'm so scared, let's stop watching, okay? Feng Xiaoxian trembled and said shakily. Okay. Lin Bingyi had regretted it long ago, and now upon hearing Feng Xiaoxuan's suggestion, she quickly turned off the tablet. Too scary, I can't stand it, I can't stand it. Lin Bingyi patted her chest with lingering fear, breathing heavily. Phew. The two girls then took another 5 minutes to calm down, even watching some funny videos to distract themselves. Alright, time for bed, it's getting late. Feng Xiaoxian checked the time and said, Okay, sleep time. See, I'm so comfortable. Feng Xiaoxian stretched lazily in the room, rubbing her eyes drowsily and yawning. Living out here certainly has many advantages. At least I no longer have to whisper like I did the past few days. I can take a bath, eat, and do everything just like a normal girl now. No more constraints. How wonderful. Sitting up, Feng Xiaoxian shook her head, her hair tangled from a night's sleep, swaying everywhere. After tidying it a bit, she got out of bed and left the room. The moment she stepped out, a tantalizing aroma of food greeted her nose. Feng Xiaoxian walked into the living room and saw Lin Bingyi wearing an apron, carrying a tray over. Seeing Feng Xiaoxuan's disheveled state from just waking up, Lin Bingyi couldn't help laughing. Xiao Xiao, you really can sleep. It's already 8:30 and you're just waking up. Hurry up and wash your face and brush your teeth, then come eat. Oh, okay. Feng Xiaoxian smiled awkwardly and hurried to the bathroom. 5 minutes later, looking at the food laid out on the coffee table, she exclaimed in surprise, Wow, Bingyi, did you make all this? Yes, I got up a little after 7. So am I amazing. Lin Bingyi smiled happily, her eyes curving into crescents, as she looked especially charming when she laughed. Oh, incredible. And it smells so good. Feng Xiaoxian praised. Don't just talk without eating. Eat quickly before it gets cold. Lin Bingyi urged. Feng Xiaoxian picked up the bowl in front of her, took a bite, and her eyes lit up. She gave Lin Bingyi a thumbs up. This scallion oil noodle is delicious. It tastes even better than the ones at school. Hee, of course. Just look who made it. Lin Bingyi puffed out her chest proudly and gave a slight shake. However, Feng Xiaoxian deliberately didn't stare at that eye-catching sight. She didn't want to get all worked up first thing in the morning. 10 minutes later, the two had finished the food on the table. Feng Xiaoxian lay on the sofa and said contentedly, Bingyi, your cooking is amazing. It tastes so good. Do you like it? If you do, I can make it for you every day. Lin Bingyi hugged Feng Xiaoxuan's arm and laughed. I do like it, but having you cook every day? Let's forget it. I do feel too guilty, Feng Xiaoxian said softly. She wasn't thick-skinned. Since Lin Bingyi was so good to her, it wouldn't be right to take advantage. Haha, it's fine. We can go grocery shopping together every day and stock up. We can't let the kitchen's fridge resources go to waste. Just think. A cozy little house belonging to just the two of us. Buying groceries every day, cooking together, eating together. How wonderful would that be, right? Lin Bingyi was lost in that dreamy vision, her voice growing much gentler. Feng Xiaoxian fell silent. To be honest, the scene Lin Bingyi described stirred her heart. If she were still a boy, having a girl like Lin Bingyi say such things to her would have made her overjoyed. But now, no matter how much she said, she and Lin Bingyi were just good friends, best friends. What's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian in confusion and asked. Nothing, I was just spacing out. But what you said, Bingyi, also appeals to me. It's really warm and cozy, ha. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Of course, this is the ordinary life that many people dream of. No worries, carefree. This is the real life. Lin Bingyi sighed emotionally. Yes. After lunch, Lin Bingyi put on her sneakers, looked at Feng Xiaoshuan, and asked, Xiao, you don't have class this afternoon? I was supposed to, but the teacher said something came up and couldn't make it. We'll make it up next time. I see, so you have the afternoon off, huh? Lin Bingyi raised an eyebrow and said, Yeah, why? Feng Xiaoxian asked. Hee, since that's the case, would you like to come to class with me, Xiao? Lin Bingyi sat down next to Feng Xiaoxian and said with a smile. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was about to agree, a system voice suddenly sounded in her mind. Congratulations, host. You have triggered a hidden mission. Accept Lin Bingyi's request and accompany her to class. Reward 1 leg attribute point. What if I refuse? Feng Xiaoxian asked curiously. You can try, the system said indifferently. All right, Bingyi. Since I have nothing to do, I can go to class with you. Feng Xiaoxian asked with a smile. Congratulations, host. Choice completed. Leg attribute point added. By the way, when does the class start? 20 minutes left, hee. Lin Bingyi laughed. What? 20 minutes? That's almost no time. I haven't even changed my clothes yet. Feng Xiaoxian quickly stood up, intending to go to her room to change. No need, Xiao. You're fine as you are. You look very pretty. Lin Bingyi quickly grabbed Feng Xiaoshuan, tapped her forehead, and said with a smile. Feng Xiaoxian looked down at her outfit. She was still wearing the oversized t-shirt her mother had sent earlier, which hung down to her thighs. Below she had on shorts, but they were hidden by the shirt, leaving her fair long legs exposed. See, I was right. Your legs are so beautiful, Xiao. How can you not show them off? Lin Bingyi said with a mischievous grin. All right then, let's go. Feng Xiaoxian smiled helplessly. Okay, let's go. Walking across campus with Lin Bingyi, Feng Xiaoxian could clearly feel many eyes on them. She immediately lowered her head, slightly afraid that an acquaintance might accidentally recognize her. Xiao, why are you so shy? Lin Bingyi leaned close and whispered. I'm not. Feng Xiaoxian defended herself. Hee, have you never been in a relationship with a boy? Lin Bingyi, arm in arm with her, suddenly asked. Well, I really haven't. She indeed had never dated a guy, but when she was still male she had been with Yilan. You're so beautiful with such a great figure. Don't any guys chase after you? Lin Bingyi asked with a gossipy well, there are some, but I just haven't met anyone I like. Feng Xiaoxian blushed, even more lying. I see. So that means you're still an innocent girl, Xiao. Ha. Lin Bingyi covered her mouth and giggled. Have you ever had a boyfriend, Bingyi? Feng Xiaoxian asked. Me? Lin Bingyi gave a sly smile. Tisk, and you're still talking about me. What right do you have to talk about me, humph? Feng Xiaoxian turned away and said discontentedly. Ha, Xiao, why are you so cute? Lin Bingyi couldn't help but burst out laughing. Humph. All right, look at you. I won't talk about you anymore, okay? Lin Bingyi coaxed her. That's more like it. Feng Xiaoxian rarely acted tsundere, and Lin Bingyi's gentle, soft coaxing gave her an indescribably soothing feeling. Entering the classroom, the two chose seats at the back. Feng Xiaoxian looked around and asked in a low voice, Bingyi, this doesn't look like your major course, does it? Yeah, it's not. It's a new elective I chose. Lin Bingyi smiled. The other people in the classroom immediately became excited when they saw Lin Bingyi. Look, that girl is Lin Bingyi, right? So beautiful. As expected of our school's campus beauty, her figure is beyond compare. Who's that girl next to her? I've never seen her before. She's also very pretty. As expected, pretty girls only hang out with pretty people. Whoa, I want to get close to Lin Bingyi too. Feng Xiaoxian felt the many gazes from the classroom and immediately became restless. She used her hand to shield her forehead, trying not to let others see her face clearly. After all, she was just auditing the class, so no one would pay much attention to her. With 2 minutes until class, Feng Xiaoxian idly scrolled through her phone, head bowed. Lin Bingyi occasionally leaned in to chat with her, their whispered conversations and laughter captivating countless admirers. Not bad, there are actually seats in the last row. I told you even if we come late we can still get back row seats. TCH fatty, you're just boasting. This time it's just luck, next time it won't be the same. Hey, you have to honor the bet glasses. You made this bet with me, are you trying to back out? Are you kidding? Do you think I'm that kind of person, eh? It's just a dinner I'll treat you. Ha, glasses, you're so generous. As the two familiar voices reached her ears, Feng Xiaoxian's eyes widened as she stared at her phone screen, her heart racing with panic. What the hell? How did glasses and fatty get here? Running into them here is too ridiculous. Lin Bingyi noticed Feng Xiaoxian's unease and asked with concern. Nothing, just a bit hot, haha. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand, making up an excuse. I see, that seems true. It's an elective course after all, so many people, it's bound to be hot. Hang in there, Xiao. Lin Bingyi shrugged helplessly. At that moment, Su Zhan and Ding Yun, sitting in the back row, also noticed the two girls in front. Ding Yun nudged Su Zhan's wrist with his elbow and whispered, Look at those two girls in front. Isn't the one on the left the campus beauty, Lin Bingyi? Su Zhan adjusted his glasses, took a look, while Lin Bingyi turned her face to talk to Feng Xiaoshuan, then nodded affirmatively. Yeah, it's definitely her. Once Ding Yun received Su Zhen's confirmation, he immediately became excited and said, Lin Bingy. Glasses, I've only seen her photos on the school forum or the Dianda Best News before. I never thought she'd be so beautiful in person. Su Zhen said helplessly. You haven't even seen her full face? How do you know she's beautiful? So what? Just looking at her back, I can tell she's definitely a beauty. But who is that girl beside her? That back looks somewhat familiar, Ding Yun muttered to himself, puzzled as he noticed Feng Xiaoxian sitting next to Lin Bingy. Lin Bingy also caught the faint voices of Ding Yun and Su Zhen behind her and roughly guessed what they were saying. She was used to it, so she didn't say anything, but when she heard Ding Yun mention that Feng Xiaoxian looked familiar, she leaned close to Feng Xiaoxian's ear and asked, Xiao, that little fatty behind seems to say he knows you. What's going on? Are you classmates? Feng Xiaoxian had heard every word Ding Yun said. Now questioned by Lin Bingy, she held her forehead and had to lie. I don't know either. Maybe I look like his friend. That makes sense. If he really knew you, he would have come to talk to you, Lin Bingy said, approvingly stroking her chin. After 40 minutes of nervous tension, class ended and Lin Bingy pulled Feng Xiaoxian out of the classroom. Bingy, maybe you could let go first. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingy's hand holding hers, her heart racing. Lin Bingy pouted and said, What's wrong? You don't even like me holding your hand. What's wrong with best friends holding hands? Or do you think I'm not your best friend? That's not what I meant. Forget it, Bingy, pretend I didn't say anything. Feng Xiaoxian reluctantly gave in, but to be honest, holding Lin Bingy's soft, boneless, jade-like hand was incredibly pleasant. Cool, smooth, and delicate. Xiao, it's so hot. Let me treat you to some milk tea as a reward for coming to class with me, Lin Bingy said with a smile, gently swaying their joined hands. I think you're the one who wants to drink it, Feng Xiaoxian teased. Oh, it's the same thing. Let's go. Lin Bingy laughed heartily, her little scheme exposed. Hey, slow down. A summer really is most comfortable with a cup of icy cold milk tea. Lin Bingy held a large cup of taro ball pudding milk tea and took a satisfying big sip. Haha, drinking too much milk tea might make you fat, Feng Xiaoxian teased. No way. I have a metabolism that doesn't gain weight. I can eat and drink as much as I want without getting fat. It's just too comfortable. Lin Bingy proudly puffed out her chest and laughed. Bingy, what a coincidence. Suddenly, a male voice came from behind. The two girls turned around and saw that it was He Xiao. Today, He Xiao had waited outside for nearly an hour before Lin Bingy came out. When he saw Feng Xiaoxian beside her, his eyes lit up slightly, and his gaze swept over her long legs with barely concealed intensity. He Xiao, why are you here again? Lin Bingy frowned slightly, her tone displeased. I'm just concerned about you. I heard you moved out. Why didn't you tell me? I could have driven to help you with your luggage. He Xiao deliberately put on a harmless bright smile and said, No need. Keep your car to chase after the girls at the University of Finance. Don't waste your time on me. Lin Bingy didn't spare his feelings and directly refused. Bingy, I know you have a problem with me, but we've grown up together since childhood. Your friends are my friends too. I still don't know who this young lady beside you is. He Xiao looked at the silent Feng Xiaoxian and said with a smile. Feng Xiaoxian was also confused. How did the conversation suddenly turn to her? In warning, you don't get any ideas about Xiao. She's my good friend. If you dare to harass her, I won't let you off. Lin Bingy shielded Feng Xiaoxian behind her and glared at He Xiao. Feng Xiaoxian blinked, still silent, but the meaning was clear. After all, being protected by a beautiful girl felt incredibly good. Bingy, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? He Xiao defended himself. You know the answer yourself. With that, Lin Bingy pulled Feng Xiaoxian away without looking back. He Xiao watched the two girls' departing figures, cast a meaningful glance at Feng Xiaoxian, and then left. Bingy, that He Xiao claimed to be your childhood friend you grew up with. There's no reason for your relationship to be so discordant. Feng Xiaoxian, holding Lin Bingy's hand, tilted her head and asked in bewilderment. Alas, that's true. Before, although our relationship was mediocre, we were at least polite. But ever since I learned about his philandering history at school, my entire view of him changed. Lin Bingy looked at Feng Xiaoxian and explained. In philandering history, what happened? Feng Xiaoxian blinked, asking curiously. After becoming a girl, she had become a bit more gossipy than before. He Xiao is a student at Kai University, right next to our Dian University. Not long after he started freshman year, I heard he was ambiguous with several girls, and eventually they found out and exposed him on Kai University's Wanshitong, the campus gossip board. Lin Bingy said slowly. I see. But thinking about it, it's normal. Such people exist in most schools. Moreover, He Xiao is quite handsome and wealthy compared to other boys, so it's no wonder they fell for it. Feng Xiaoxian analyzed quite logically. Turning her head, she noticed Lin Bingy staring at her expressionlessly. Then Feng Xiaoxian touched her face and asked doubtfully, Bingy, what are you looking at? Lin Bingy squinted her eyes and said discontentedly, Xiao, you think He Xiao is handsome. You're not going to be fooled by his gentlemanly facade of a few words, are you? Feng Xiaoxian quickly shook her head and explained, no, how could that be? I only looked at him from an objective perspective, absolutely, without any personal feelings. I have zero interest in him, Bingy, don't misunderstand. Lin Bingyi nodded, her expression softening, and said with a smile, that's right. That kind of rotten man is no good at all. The two of us sisters being together is the happiest, right? Right? Feng Xiaoxian laughed very happily. After becoming a girl, she met Lin Bingyi. They were originally from different worlds, yet now they had become good friends. Being with Lin Bingyi made her genuinely happy from the bottom of her heart. At 6:30 in the evening after dinner, the two girls returned home, took off their shoes directly, and walked barefoot into the living room. Lin Bingyi tugged at her collar, panting, and said, so hot. Xiao, do you want to shower first, or should I? Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi and teased, Bingyi, you go first. I think you're sweating much more than I am. Lin Bingyi stuck out her tongue, chuckled, and said, I can't help it, I'm afraid of heat. He'll go first then. Okay. Feng Xiaoxian was in the living room with the electric fan blowing, collapsed on the sofa, listening to the sound of water trickling in the bathroom. Her heart was restless. Although she was also a girl and saw her own body every day, hearing that alluring sound of water still made her somewhat uncomfortable. Xiao, can you come in for a moment? And suddenly Lin Bingyi's voice came from the bathroom. Nah. What's wrong? Feng Xiaoxian tiptoed to the bathroom door facing away from it and called out. Xiao, my back is a bit itchy. Can you come in and help me scrub my back? Lin Bingyi in the bathroom was clearly also asking someone to scrub her back for the first time, her tone a bit shy. No, that's not appropriate. Feng Xiaoxian refused. Although she was used to taking advantage, she knew what she should and shouldn't do. She couldn't openly do something improper just because she was a girl now. Oh, it's fine. We're both girls. What's wrong with it? Hurry up and come in. And Lin Bingyi urged, and the last ambiguous sentence made Feng Xiaoxian feel overwhelmed. All right, I'm coming in. Feng Xiaoxian took a deep breath, tremblingly pushed the door open, and as soon as the door opened, she saw a scene that made her blood boil. Lin Bingyi sat on a small stool, her back to Feng Xiaoxian. Her back curve was graceful and alluring, her waist slender enough to be held with one hand. Her skin, moistened by the hot water, was rosy and steaming. Her long hair was tied into a bun, and where it touched the stool, a faintly visible cleft was revealed. This scene was visually stunning. Feng Xiaoxian finally understood what a killer body meant. She had always known Lin Bingyi's figure was hot, but seeing her without clothes, she realized it was far beyond hot. She simply closed her eyes, not daring to look anymore. Lin Bingyi heard no movement behind her for a while, and asked doubtfully, Xiao, why aren't you moving? Feng Xiaoxian snapped out of it, opened her eyes, walked behind her without looking aside, scratched her head, and asked Bingyi, how should I scrub? Puff, just scrub casually. Xiao, you're so adorable. Lin Bingyi was amused by her silly words, laughing so hard her body shook. Feng Xiaoxian glanced and saw a flash of white before her eyes. She swallowed, wet her hands, squeezed out some body wash, and began to scrub back and forth on Lin Bingyi's smooth and delicate back skin. So comfortable. Xiao, you're pretty good at this. Lin Bingyi smiled contentedly. And haha, it's okay. Feng Xiaoxian laughed awkwardly. If Lin Bingyi had turned around at that moment, she would have seen Feng Xiaoxian's face as red as a ripe tomato. 5 minutes later, Feng Xiaoxian left the bathroom, plopped down on the sofa, her heart racing, panting heavily. She took a big gulp of water and took a long time to calm down. Lin Bingyi's actions tonight had set Feng Xiaoxian ablaze with desire. And click. And the bathroom door opened. Lin Bingyi came out in her pajamas, saw Feng Xiaoxian, and said with a smile, thanks for today, Xiao. Hee. And Feng Xiaoxian's cheeks flushed slightly, and she said, no need to thank me. We'll go take a shower first. And do you want me to scrub your back? Lin Bingyi wiggled both hands, fingers in the air, and grinned mischievously. And no, we'll go first. Feng Xiaoxian said, then grabbed her clothes and dashed into the bathroom. Ha. Xiao, are you sure you don't need me to help you scrub your back? Lin Bingyi called out cheerfully from the bathroom door. Oh dear, I really don't need it. Bingyi, how many times have you called out? Aren't you tired? Feng Xiaoxian replied helplessly. Having been forced to scrub Lin Bingyi's back just moments ago, it was now her turn to bathe. Lin Bingyi kept asking at intervals whether she needed help scrubbing her back, a peculiar gesture no matter how she looked at it. Feng Xiaoxian dared not let her unless she turned her back, and Lin Bingyi pulled some mischievous stunt. With a click, the bathroom door swung open. Before Feng Xiaoxian could step out, Lin Bingyi rushed over, clutching a bag of chips. The moment she saw Feng Xiaoxian fully dressed, her face instantly fell with disappointment. What? Xiao, you're already done with your bath? Feng Xiaoxian's forehead was lined with exasperation. Clenching her teeth, she said, Bingyi, what do you mean by that? I didn't mean anything. I just wanted to help out. Why aren't you happy, Xiao? Lin Bingyi played dumb and chuckled innocently. You pervert. Feng Xiaoxian spat and headed toward her own room. Xiao, you're going back to your rooms. Aren't you going to watch TV with me in the living room for a bit? Lin Bingyi called after her. Let's skip tonight. I'm a bit tired and want to sleep early. Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile. Oh, all right then. Good night. Late at night, a torrential downpour descended upon the city, accompanied by rumbling thunder. The crackling thunder and rain intertwined, the sound exceptionally loud. Crack. A bolt of lightning tore across the sky, jolting Lin Bingyi awake from her slumber. Surrounded by darkness, the thunder mixed with rain pounded against her eardrums. Terrified, she switched on the lamp, clutched her pillow, and without even donning slippers dashed toward Feng Xiaoxuan's room across the hall. Xiao Xiao, open the door. I'm scared. The knocking roused Feng Xiaoxian from deep sleep. Rubbing her eyes, she stumbled out of bed groggily, half-flitted, and opened the door. Bingyi, what's wrong? What was Xiao Xiao? I'm scared. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian open the door, Lin Bingyi tossed away her pillow and threw her arms around her. By now Feng Xiaoxian had sobered up considerably. Without pausing to savor the softness in her embrace, she patted Lin Bingyi's back and asked with concern, It's all right, Bingyi. I'm here. What's the matter? Don't cry. Watching Lin Bingyi's shoulders tremble gently from sobs, Feng Xiaoxuan's heart ached with pity. She had always known that a beautiful, affluent girl like Lin Bingyi could have anything she desired, but she never realized she also had her own fragile and helpless side. I've been afraid of thunder since I was little. Lin Bingyi hugged Feng Xiaoxian tightly, her voice choked with emotion. I see. It's okay. I'm here. They'll protect you, don't be afraid. Feng Xiaoxian gently patted Lin Bingyi to soothe her. After they embraced for a while, the thunder outside temporarily subsided. Xiao, what's wrong? Can I sleep with you tonight? Lin Bingyi released Feng Xiaoxuan, pursed her lips, her eyes rimmed with red, gazing at her pleadingly. This heart-rending, pitiful expression would stir anyone's protective instinct. Feng Xiaoxian said uncertainly, Bingyi, are you serious? Lin Bingyi nodded and said with a hint of a crying voice, What? You just said you'd protect me, and now you're going back on your word. No, I mean what I say. It's just that I've never shared a bed with anyone before, so I was stunned for a moment. Feng Xiaoxian scratched her head and laughed awkwardly. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and take me in. Lin Bingyi pouted and urged. Okay. Xiao, do I look frightening? Lin Bingyi frowned and said discontentedly, No, not at all. How could you? Feng Xiaoxian replied. Then why are you staying so far away from me? Oh well. Feng Xiaoxian was at a loss for words. Sleeping in the same bed as the school beauty was something she had never dared to imagine. Even sharing an apartment had taken her a while to get used to. Now to suddenly bed together so blatantly, she had absolutely no mental preparation. Cut the nonsense, come here. Get closer. We're both girls, what's wrong with sleeping together? Lin Bingyi slapped the bed forcefully and said. All right then. Reluctantly Feng Xiaoxian moved over. That's right, Xiao. Don't be so shy. Lin Bingyi saw Feng Xiaoxian cooperate and immediately beamed with joy. I'm not shy at all. Hey Bingyi, what are you doing? Feng Xiaoxian saw Lin Bingyi's face less than a centimeter from hers, still holding her hand. She swallowed and said, Nothing, let's just sleep. Lin Bingyi closed her eyes and smiled happily. Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and had to suppress the heat in her heart. Soon the two girls fell asleep cuddled together. In the morning after the rain, the clear sunlight streamed through the window onto the two graceful figures on the bed. Feng Xiaoxian rubbed her eyes, smacked her lips, and slowly woke up. When she opened her eyes, she saw Lin Bingyi smiling at her. You scare me to death, Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian quickly sat up, patted her chest, and scolded playfully. I just woke up 2 minutes ago. Xiao, you look so cute and beautiful when you sleep. I couldn't help but take a... Lin Bingyi stuck out her tongue and laughed. Feng Xiaoxian said nothing, but rolled her eyes, expressing her helplessness. Lin Bingyi didn't care about that. She reached out from behind and wrapped her arms around the neck of Feng Xiaoxuan, who had just stood up to get ready to wash up. She said softly in her ear, Xiao, thank you so much for last night. If I had been alone in my room, I would have been scared to tears all night. Feng Xiaoxian gently patted her jade-like hand and said with a smile, We're good friends, it's only right to look after each other. But seeing a teary-eyed Bingyi last night was really an eye-opener. Xiao, are you mocking this fairy? Lin Bingyi pretended to lightly choke Feng Xiaoxuan's neck, speaking in a cute, fierce tone. No, I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Feng Xiaoxian took advantage of her distraction to break free from Lin Bingyi. Stinky Xiao, stop right there. I warn you, don't tell anyone. I say, Xiaoxuan, could you stop flaunting those long, fair legs right in front of me? Lin Bingyi said, helplessly watching Feng Xiaoxian pass by her from time to time. Feng Xiaoxian looked down at her long legs. Since she had become used to living with Lin Bingyi in the past few days, she basically wore a large, oversized t-shirt as loungewear and shorts bought online for the bottom half. There was no way she could bear long pants in this scorching heat. As for skirts, she had only worn one on the day of her first mission, since then she hadn't touched any skirts. Lin Bingyi had once asked why she didn't wear skirts, but she just gave a vague excuse. Although she was now a girl for some reason, she still felt resistant to skirts. Unless absolutely necessary, she would. It's just that the preliminary round is tonight, and I'm a bit nervous. Feng Xiaoxian scratched her head and smiled sheepishly. Oh my Xiaoxuan, with your talents, what's there to be nervous about? You'll pass the preliminary round in no time. Lin Bingyi encouraged. In the past couple of days, she had taken time to bring Feng Xiaoxian to the music classroom and listen to her play the piano. Although not at a master level, her performance was very smooth and pleasant to the ear. Passing the university's little preliminary round would be a piece of cake. That's true, but I'm still a bit nervous inside. After all, this is my first time performing on stage, Feng Xiaoxian admitted. When she was still a boy, she had always studied painting and never had the chance to perform in public. Don't worry. I'm one of the hosts for the preliminary round, so they'll be backstage with you. Believe in yourself. Lin Bingyi pulled Feng Xiaoxian closer, held her hand, and gave a sweet smile. I will. Seeing Lin Bingyi's incredibly sweet smile, Feng Xiaoxian's pretty face flushed slightly, and she nodded gently. By the way, have you prepared your clothes for tonight's preliminary round? Lin Bingyi suddenly asked. No, it's just a preliminary round. Do I need to prepare that much? I was planning to wear some casual clothes. How can that be? Although it's the preliminaries, you still need to pay attention to your attire. This aspect is also taken into account for scoring. Didn't you read the rules clearly? Lin Bingyi held her forehead and said helplessly. Oh no, I didn't know. What should I do now? There are only 2 hours left. It's too late, isn't it? Feng Xiaoxian became anxious. The system had said she must get into the preliminary round or else it would be the end. Don't worry. I'm your bestie. How could I stand by and do nothing? Just wait. Lin Bingyi soothingly patted Feng Xiaoxian's jade-like hand, then got up and walked toward her own room. 2 minutes later, Lin Bingyi came out holding a beautifully wrapped gift bag and handed it to Feng Xiaoxian, tilting her head and smiling. Here, this is my gown. Xiaoxian, you can wear it. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian was slightly stunned and said, This doesn't seem right, Bingyi. What's wrong with it? We're besties, why can't we help each other? Or do you disdain me and don't want to wear clothes I've worn? Lin Bingyi squinted and said fiercely. No, Feng Xiaoxian defended herself. He then take it. Good luck tonight. I'm looking forward to your brilliant performance. Lin Bingyi laughed and winked at Feng Xiaoxian, making her heart race. I will. At 7 p.m., the preliminary round of the university's music competition officially kicked off. The venue had been temporarily changed to the gymnasium, but that didn't dampen the students' enthusiasm. The seats were almost entirely filled, though as far as the eye could see there were people everywhere. Dear teachers and students, good evening. On the stage, a man and a woman held microphones and delivered the opening remarks to the audience. Lin Bingyi wore a black strapless gown tonight, flaunting her sizzling figure, which made many people stare fixed. The male host was named Deng Lanchen, the vice president of the university's student council and the recognized campus heartthrob. Dressed in a white suit with handsome features and a tall, straight posture, he made many girls secretly offer their hearts. Wow. Look. Lin Bingyi is so beautiful. This evening gown suits her perfectly. I'm thinking if the dress might burst. Tisk pervert, what are you thinking about all day? Senior Deng Lanchen, I love. Senior Deng, so handsome. The students are very enthusiastic. Without further ado, let's welcome the first performer, Chin Chin from the mathematics department, who will play the Guzheng piece Little Rainbow Garment Melody. Lin Bingyi and Deng Lanchen successively entered the backstage. As soon as they appeared, they attracted the attention of the backstage staff. The male staff looked at Lin Bingyi, while the female staff looked at Deng Lanchen. Hey Xiaoxian, have you arrived? After nodding and smiling at each staff member, Lin Bingyi took out her phone and dialed Feng Xiaoxian. I'm here, I'm about to change clothes, just wait. Feng Xiaoxian answered. Oh good, I'm already backstage. After about a minute, the door of the women's changing room gently pushed open. Feng Xiaoxian's left hand hung naturally down, holding her phone, while her right hand grasped her left wrist. She lightly bit her red lips. Her delicate face was lightly made up. A light blue mermaid gown wrapped around her graceful, slender figure. A pair of snow-white long legs were straight and slender. The gown was adorned with exquisite star-shaped ornaments that shimmered under the lights. With clouds for garments and flowers for face, spring breeze brushes the railing, dew glistens in grace. When Lin Bingyi saw Feng Xiaoxian, at that moment this ancient poem came to her mind. Others were also stunned by the sight. Even Deng Lanchen, who had been quietly drinking water nearby, cast an admiring gaze over. Xiaoxian, you're too beautiful. Lin Bingyi walked over, circled around Feng Xiaoxian, and said in astonishment. Not really, haha. I think it's just okay. Feng Xiaoxian felt a little embarrassed being stared at by so many people. No, Xiaoxian, you're too modest. You're clearly so beautiful, it's okay to be proud for once. Lin Bingyi liked her more and more as she looked, and pulled Feng Xiaoxian to sit aside. Sister Bingyi, do you know this young lady? She's so beautiful, a student council staff member couldn't help asking. Of course I know her, we are besties, ha. Lin Bingyi laughed happily. Wow. Many nearby boys were restless, but unfortunately Lin Bingyi was sitting next to Feng Xiaoxian, otherwise they would have come over to ask for her contact. If they could pursue her as a girlfriend, they would make all the single guys around them extremely jealous. Xiaoxian, don't be so shy. Everyone also wants to get to know you. Lin Bingyi said with a smile. I'm not shy at all, Bingyi, don't talk nonsense. What nonsense? Look how red your face is, ha. Lin Bingyi poked Feng Xiaoxian's cheek and teased. I'm not. Feng Xiaoxian shook her head and pouted with a coquettish tone. Sister Bingyi, your bestie is. This scene happened to be witnessed by others. A girl covered her chest and exclaimed excitedly. Being caught acting cute, Feng Xiaoxian was extremely embarrassed. Xiaoxuan, you're the second to go on stage. Wait here for a moment. He'll go host, and when I come back you can go on stage. Don't be nervous, good luck. Glancing at the time, Lin Bingyi instructed Feng Xiaoxian. Go ahead, I'll do my best. Feng Xiaoxian gave. Lin Bingyi was slightly stunned, then smiled and patted her head before following Deng Langshan onto the stage. Qin Xin has graced us with the enchanting melody of the guzheng, and now the student named Xiao will present the elegance of the piano. Let us warmly welcome Xiao's performance, Summer Wind. As Lin Bingyi passed Feng Xiaoxuan, who stood in the backstage aisle, she clenched her right fist in an adorable gesture of encouragement, filling Feng Xiaoxian with confidence. As the applause faded, Feng Xiaoxian took a deep breath, stepped onto the stage with a light gait, and bowed to the audience with a hand over her heart. As expected, a wave of murmurs erupted from the crowd. Holy cow, since when did our university get a gorgeous girl on par with Lin Bingyi? She's so beautiful, like a celestial maiden descending to earth, shimmering with radiance. I'm so envious. Too stunning, I'm dying. Feng Xiaoxian sat before the piano, revealing a flawless profile. She gently placed her 10 fingers on the keys, took another deep breath, and with a delicate lift of her hand began her performance. The moment she started playing, the auditorium fell into absolute silence, everyone listening intently to her piano melody. As she played, many students began to sing along with her tune. The summer wind, you'll always remember clearly saying you love me. I see your cool smile, also shy at times. The summer wind blows warm through hair, through ears. The wind softly speaks of our summer. As the piece ended, Feng Xiaoxian stopped her dancing fingers, rose, bowed once more to the audience, and walked off the stage amid the cheers. Xiao, you were amazing. So beautiful. As soon as she entered the backstage, Lin Bingyi gave her a big bear hug, the softness of her chest pressing against her so comfortably that she couldn't speak. All right. Sister Bingyi, don't crush Sister Xiao. I want to hug the fairy sister too, a freshman girl said with a smile. Ahem, no way, Xiao is mine alone. Lin Bingyi released. Feng Xiaoxuan reached out to protect her and said in a playful, fierce tone. Oh, Sister Bingyi, why are you so stingy? Naya, I've always been like this, didn't you know? Lin Bingyi snorted, covering her mouth with a laugh. Bingyi, why aren't you up there hosting? Feng Xiaoxian asked. Oh, starting from the third act, Deng Langshan and I will take turns on stage. Lin Bingyi waved her hand nonchalantly. Oh, okay. We'll go change first. Can I wait for you backstage? Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi with pleading eyes. Of course. Lin Bingyi smiled. After Lin Bingyi went on stage, Feng Xiaoxian had already changed back into her clothes and sat in a corner playing. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian by herself, many boys began whispering among themselves. After all, with Lin Bingyi absent, this was a golden opportunity to get to know Feng Xiaoxian. Such a beautiful girl shouldn't be missed. Just as the boys hesitated, a tall, handsome figure approached her. Feng Xiaoxian caught a shadow in the corner of her. I looked up and saw Deng Langshan. She asked in confusion, hello, can I help you? Feng Xiaoxian wasn't very familiar with Deng Langshan and rarely heard about him, so she didn't know why he was coming over. Hello, can I add you on WeChat? Maybe we could be friends. Deng Langshan smiled. Deng Langshan was a sunny, handsome guy. His smile made a few nearby girls' eyes sparkle, but it had no effect on Feng Xiaoxian. Hearing his words, she roughly guessed his intention. However, unlike Du Jinhao, Deng Langshan at least had a decent reputation. Out of politeness, Feng Xiaoxian found it hard to refuse. She glanced at him and nodded slightly, saying, should I scan you? No need, I'll scan you. The girl didn't reject him, and Deng Langshan felt a surge of joy. He immediately took out his phone, scanned Feng Xiaoxian's WeChat, thanked her, and left. Feng Xiaoxian watched Deng Langshan's retreating figure and sighed helplessly. Another boy captivated by her. If Deng Langshan knew that she used to be a genuine guy like him, she wondered what he would think. My dear Xiao, I'm back. As soon as Lin Bingyi got off stage, she sat beside Feng Xiaoxuan holding her wrist and said with a beaming smile, Bingyi, why are you acting like a little kid? Feng Xiaoxian teased, poking Lin Bingyi's forehead with her finger. Lin Bingyi pouted, buried her face in Feng Xiaoxuan's hair, greedily breathing in her fragrance, and said coquettishly, what's wrong with being a kid? This shows how close we are. Ha you. Feng Xiaoxian smiled helplessly and let Lin Bingyi cuddle her. Xiao, I told you you'd definitely pass the preliminary round, right? You were worried for nothing. On the way home, Lin Bingyi held Feng Xiaoxuan's hand, gently swaying it, and said with a smile, Yes, Bingyi is always right. Feng Xiaoxian shook her head with a light laugh. To celebrate your success in the preliminaries, how about we grab some late-night snacks? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, blinking, and smiled. What? I think you're the one who wants to eat. The snack street is right next door. You can smell the aroma, can't you? Feng Xiaoxian exposed her without mercy. No. Come on. Lin Bingyi stomped her feet, acting like a spoiled little girl trying to get her way. All right, my treat. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand with a smile. Yay? Let's go. Bingyi, slow down, no one's competing with you. Feng Xiaoxian watched Lin Bingyi wolfing down her food, her mouth twitching slightly as she couldn't help teasing. I'm just too hungry, Don't laugh at me. Lin Bingyi ate a skewer of lamb and laughed. Haha, look at you eating like a little glutton. Feng Xiaoxian took a tissue and carefully wiped the corner of Lin Bingyi's mouth. Her pink tender lips, made even more enticing by the spiciness, seemed irresistible. Thanks Xiao Xiao. Lin Bingyi's eyes narrowed into slits with joy. Since meeting Feng Xiaoxuan, her smiles had become more and more frequent. Xiao Xiao, I want to drink the lamb soup in front of you. Lin Bingyi gestured with her mouth toward the bowl in front of Feng Xiaoxuan, looking at her with pleading eyes. What? Don't you have hands? Despite saying that, Feng Xiaoxian still scooped a spoonful of the lamb soup, gently blew on it, and brought it to Lin Bingyi's lips. Lin Bingyi was overjoyed and slurped it down. Xiao Xiao, you're so sweet. Hurry up and eat. It's already 11 p.m. We have early class tomorrow. Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes and said, Oh, that's you. I don't have class tomorrow morning. Lin Bingyi smirked slyly. Bingyi, are you messing with me? Haha, not at all. The laughter of the two girls echoed through the corner of the snack street, making that day one of their many cherished memories. Bang, bang, bang. Feng Xiaoxian had barely been lying in bed for a few minutes when a knock came at the bedroom door. The moment she opened the door, Feng Xiaoxian was astonished to see Lin Bingyi grinning while clutching a pillow and an air-conditioned quilt. Before she could react, Lin Bingyi bent down and slipped under her arm, holding the doorknob, then, with a thud, jumped onto Feng Xiaoxian's bed. Feng Xiaoxian was utterly bewildered. She closed the door, looked at Lin Bingyi with a blank expression, and asked, Bingyi, what do you mean by this? Lin Bingyi spread out the quilt, lay down, obediently blinked her big eyes at her, and said with a playful smile, Isn't it obvious? I want to sleep with Xiao Xiao. Feng Xiaoxian stared at her in disbelief. The last time she had slept with Lin Bingyi was purely out of concern for her, but now what was this? An open invitation to share a bed. Don't be so surprised. It's not like I'm going to sleep with you every night. I just wanted to chat with you tonight. Lin Bingyi flashed an innocent, sweet smile that made Feng Xiaoxian's heart race. Relieved, Feng Xiaoxian climbed onto the bed as well, but turned her back to Lin Bingyi. The moment she lay down, Lin Bingyi reached out and wrapped her arm around Feng Xiaoxian's slender waist, leaning close and saying with a smile, Xiao Xiao, why are you facing away from me? Feng Xiaoxian grabbed the little paw that was freely roaming over her belly and said helplessly, Bingyi, I have. Lin Bingyi pouted and pretended to be aggrieved. What's that supposed to mean? I just wanted to whisper something to you, and you're acting like I discussed you. I'm ignoring you. With that, Lin Bingyi withdrew her hand, turned around, and faced away from Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi's back, reached out, and gently pushed her, coaxing her in a tone one would use with a child. Bingyi, I don't dislike you really. Don't be angry, okay? Sleep. Lin Bingyi replied angrily and fell silent. Her tsundere demeanor when angry almost made Feng Xiaoxian burst out laughing. All right, Bingyi, don't be angry, okay? Getting angry gives you wrinkles, and if you get wrinkles, our beauty won't look so good. Feng Xiaoxian gently shook her shoulder. So what if I'm not good looking? You already dislike me anyway. Lin Bingyi wasn't buying it. Is that? Feng Xiaoxian blinked, then suddenly reached out and tickled her waist vigorously. Aha, stop it, Xiao Xiao. Lin Bingyi rolled over, laughing heartily while trying to fend off Feng Xiaoxian's attack. 2 minutes later, Lin Bingyi was exhausted, breathing lightly. With each breath, her chest rose and fell, making Feng Xiaoxian's mouth go dry. The sight and sound were a true test of willpower. Bingyi, are you still angry? Feng Xiaoxian asked with a smile. You cheated. You're unfair. Lin Bingyi pouted in dissatisfaction. Well, there's no helping it. Our sister Bingyi is too hard to coax. If soft words won't work, then I have to resort to force. Feng Xiaoxian shrugged and laughed. All right, I forgive you. I knew Bingyi was the best. The lights went out, plunging the room into darkness, leaving only the sound of the two girls breathing. Xiao Xiao, let me ask you something. Lin Bingyi turned sideways and looked at Feng Xiaoxian in the darkness. Just ask away. What kind of guy do you like? Lin Bingyi bit her lip, her gaze complex as she looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, though the room was dark and Feng Xiaoxian couldn't see her expression. Why are you suddenly asking me this? Feng Xiaoxian paused, then smiled helplessly. Oh, just answer me. Lin Bingyi urged. I really don't know. I have no plans to date for now, and probably won't for a long time. This was Feng Xiaoxuan's honest thought. Although she was now a girl, she simply couldn't accept dating a boy. The mere image made her shudder. It felt terribly strange. I see. Lin Bingyi's tone carried an imperceptible lightness. What about you, Bingyi? You're so pretty, your standards must be high. Feng Xiaoxian teased. Haha, same as you. I have no such plans. Lin Bingyi poked Feng Xiaoxuan's cheek and smiled. Why, oi? Feng Xiaoxian blurted out. No reason, just don't want. Boring, I thought I could get some gossip. Feng Xiaoxian closed her eyes in resignation. What kind of gossip do you want to know about me? Definitely about the love life of our school belle at the TV university. I told you I've never had a boyfriend, so where would I get a love life? Silly. That's true, but I'm just curious. You know, a lot of people at our school want to chase you. Too bad none succeeded. So what? I don't have any interest in that right now. They'd be lucky to succeed. Lin Bingyi laughed. Haha, you're right. The next day, Feng Xiaoxian put on a relatively neutral short-sleeved shirt and pants, bid Lin Bingyi farewell, and headed to school for class. At noon after class, Feng Xiaoxian packed 2 portions of food and took them home. As she ate, her phone buzzed with a... Picking up the phone, she saw it was from Deng Lanchen, whom she had added yesterday. Deng Lanchen. Hey Junior, I still don't know your name. Huh. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingyi, who was eating while watching a show, and replied briefly, Feng Xiaoxian. She wasn't worried about Deng Lanchen discovering anything. The school was big, and there were plenty of people with the same name. Besides, she usually didn't join any clubs or departments, and had little social circle, so she wasn't afraid he'd find out anything. Deng Lanchen. Nice name, Junior. Are you done with class? Feng Xiaoxuan. Yes, I'm eating now. Deng Lanchen. Are you at the cafeteria? I happen to be here too. Want to chat? Feng Xiaoxuan. No thanks, Senior. I took my food to go. Deng Lanchen. Oh, what a pity. As they chatted, Feng Xiaoxian felt a gaze fixed on her. She looked up to see Lin Bingyi staring at her with blinking eyes. Who are you chatting with, Xiao Xiao? It's that Senior who hosted with you last night, Deng Lanchen. Feng Xiaoxian answered honestly. Deng Lanchen. When did he add you? Lin Bingyi raised an eyebrow. While you were hosting, he came over and added me. I didn't have the face to refuse him in front of everyone, so I agreed. Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. I see. Lin Bingyi nodded, then suddenly asked, Xiao Xiao, do you like him? Cough, cough. Feng Xiaoxian nearly choked on her food. She patted her chest and said, Bingyi, what are you saying? How could I possibly like him? Haha, him just being nosy. Lin Bingyi propped her chin on her hand and laughed. You scared me. That almost sent me to the grave. Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at her. Hee, let's eat. In the afternoon, Feng Xiaoxian stayed alone in the room while Lin Bingyi had gone to class. Lying on the sofa, Feng Xiaoxian suddenly remembered something. System, get out here. I'm here. I completed the task. Where is my reward? Feng Xiaoxian questioned. Ahem, I forgot. What? You forgot? Feng Xiaoxian clenched her little pink fist, her forehead covered in black lines. Won't happen next time. Congratulations to the host for completing the task. Reward, intermediate singing skill. A warm, tingling current spread through her mind. Feng Xiaoxian closed her eyes, and after about 5 minutes slowly opened them again. Singing skill excellent. I've passed the preliminary round. For the next competition, I can play the piano while singing. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Buzz. Buzz. Feng Xiaoxian picked up her phone, her heart skipping a beat, for the 2 messages were from her mother, Xia Jingshan. Pressing her lips together nervously, she tapped to open it, and saw an address and a voice message. She tapped the voice message, and Xia Jingshan's familiar, gentle voice came through. Feng Xiaoxuan's mother was a kindergarten teacher, so she always spoke softly and warmly, bringing comfort to those who heard it. Xiao Xiao, your father and I have moved. Hey, race the new address. Next time you're free to come home, don't go to the wrong place. Feng Xiaoxian raised an eyebrow, puzzled. Why the sudden move? Feng Xiaoxian typed a reply. Mom, why the sudden move? Haven't we lived in that place for almost 20 years? Soon Xia Jingshan sent another voice message. Huh. Our house was demolished a couple of days ago. The town government is building a train station and our land was requisitioned. We received some compensation and your father and I decided to move to this new place. Although the old neighbors are gone, the new environment is quite nice. Come back and see it when you have time. It was easy to hear the joy in Xia Jingshan's voice. Feng Xiaoxian was dumbfounded. So that meant she had become a second-generation demolition beneficiary with compensation. So Mom, about my living expenses. What are you thinking, you little rascal? We didn't get millions in compensation, just a house and no extra cash. The rest isn't even enough for you to find a wife later. Study hard and stop daydreaming. Feng Xiaoxian barely opened the voice message when Feng Guangxiang's loud voice rang out, almost piercing her. Got it, Dad. Feng Xiaoxian pouted and tossed the phone aside. Finding a wife. Huh. As if someone like her could ever find a wife. If she went home and her parents saw their good son turned into a daughter, they'd probably faint on the spot. But the demolition and move were actually a good thing. At least the neighbors who had watched her grow up were scattered, which saved her a lot of trouble. She'd have to go back during winter break and let her parents accept reality sooner rather than later. The longer she delayed, the harder it would be. Forget the National Day holiday. She wasn't going back. She didn't want to die that young. Oh right, system. Now that I've turned into a girl, what about my documents and stuff? Feng Xiaoxian asked the question that worried her most. That's easy. As long as you say the word, I can change your gender in all files and records in no time. But the system paused, which drove Feng Xiaoxian crazy. But what? Tell me. But my abilities are limited. I can't influence people's minds, so for those who knew you before, you're still a boy. You'll have to explain things yourself. How can you be so useless? Feng Xiaoxuan's mouth twitched as she complained. Don't be so ungrateful. The system said scornfully. Feng Xiaoxian didn't bother arguing. She let out a sigh, lay back on the sofa, closed her eyes, and soon fell asleep. Feng Xiaoxian slept from 2 o'clock until 4:30, waking only when Lin Bingyi returned. Xiao Xiao, look what I bought. Lin Bingyi proudly lifted the bag in her hand and said with a smile. Feng Xiaoxian took a closer look and exclaimed in surprise, crayfish. You actually bought them? Last night, while chatting, Feng Xiaoxian casually mentioned she wanted to eat crayfish. She never thought Lin Bingyi would remember and actually go buy some. Of course, since my little Xiao Xiao wants them, I have to satisfy her. What flavor do you want? They'll cook them for you. Lin Bingyi carried the crayfish into the kitchen, popped her head out, and asked, I want garlic and spicy. Feng Xiaoxian laughed happily. Coming right up. Wait for me. Let me help. Xiao Xiao, here, I've peeled them for you. Eat up. Lin Bingyi handed a dozen freshly peeled crayfish to Feng Xiaoshuan, smiling. Bingyi, eat some yourself? You cooked for me and even peeled them. I'm so embarrassed. Feng Xiaoshuan's pretty face turned red as she smiled. Oh, we're best girlfriends. This little thing is nothing. Just eat. If you feel bad, you can peel some for me too. Lin Bingyi watched Feng Xiaoxian gobble up the crayfish meat she had peeled, her smile growing even brighter. All right, open wide. Feng Xiaoxian peeled one and held it to Lin Bingyi's lips. Haha, thanks for the feeding, Xiao Xiao. Lin Bingyi gobbled up the crayfish meat in Feng Xiaoshuan's hand, her tongue accidentally brushing against Feng Xiaoshuan's fingers. Feng Xiaoxian smiled and praised. Bingyi, your cooking is absolutely delicious. You even make crayfish so well. You're amazing. Lin Bingyi waved her hand modestly. It's nothing. I just fiddled around when I was bored. I found cooking quite interesting, so I kept at it. If you like, it'll cook for you often, haha. With your culinary skills, Bingyi, I'm afraid you'll gain weight after just a few days of eating. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Gaining weight is good. More meat. Ha ha ha. Eat slowly, there's oil on your lips. Lin Bingyi pulled out a napkin and gently wiped the corner of Feng Xiaoshuan's mouth. Her earnest expression left Feng Xiaoxian momentarily stunned. Thank you, Bingyi. All right, now eat. In the little room, the two girls laughed happily. This was their own unique, warm moment. Due to certain special circumstances, the university suddenly announced that the finals of the music competition would be held on the first evening after the National Day holiday. When Feng Xiaoxian learned of this news, she was initially surprised, but upon reflection, she realized that whether the competition was postponed or not had no impact on her. She would simply go about her business as usual. Feng Xiaoshuan, why did you suddenly decide to change your major? In an office of the Art Academy, Lu Mei, the counselor for the traditional Chinese painting program, looked at the application form Feng Xiaoxian had handed over and asked with curiosity. Counselor, it's hard to explain. I've studied traditional Chinese painting for several years, and it's perfectly normal to have a sudden inspiration or whim, isn't it? Huh. Feng Xiaoxian scratched her head and smiled. The first month and the last month of each semester are the periods when our university allows students to change majors. It's your freedom as a student. As long as you meet the requirements, you can switch. But still, Feng Xiaoshuan, I think you should consider this carefully. Changing majors is no small matter, Lu Mei said earnestly. I know, counselor. I've made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me, Feng Xiaoxian replied with firm determination. Well, all right then. I'll stamp this for you. Later, take this form to Teacher Li in the school archives, and that's it. Next week, after the National Day holiday, you can report to your new class, Lu Mei said, stamping the form and returning it to Feng Xiaoxian. Thank you, counselor. Feng Xiaoxian expressed her gratitude and left the office. After completing all the procedures, Feng Xiaoxian picked up her bag and headed out of the school. There was no need to attend the remaining classes. As for why she suddenly wanted to change her major, it wasn't truly a whim, as she had told Lu Mei. That was merely an excuse. She had made the decision after careful consideration. On one hand, her parents were not particularly open-minded and had never been supportive of him studying painting. They felt that a boy learning art would have no future after graduation, so they occasionally mentioned switching majors. On the other hand, the system had previously stated that it could not influence the thoughts of others. The truth of her being a girl would eventually be discovered by others, and changing majors would reduce unnecessary trouble. Besides, she had a low profile in her current class, always quiet and rarely speaking, so no one paid much attention to her. Just as she stepped out of the school gate, Feng Xiaoxian spotted a handsome figure leaving from the other side. That figure also noticed her and immediately jogged over. Feng Xiaoshuan, what a coincidence. Are you heading out too? Deng Langshan's smile was radiant as he saw Feng Xiaoxian. To be honest, a sunny, handsome boy like Deng Langshan was usually irresistible to most girls. But Feng Xiaoxian was different. She was completely immune. She pursed her lips and replied with a polite smile, Senior Deng, is there something you need? The girl's gentle, ethereal voice was like a spring of sweet water refreshing the soul. Deng Langshan's heart stirred slightly, but his expression remained unchanged as he smiled. I've got nothing to do, just bored and thinking of taking a stroll. Running into you, Junior, feels like fate. Feng Xiaoxian blinked her big eyes and gave a non-committal smile, but inside she had already figured out his little intentions. What coincidence? What guy would be bored enough to go shopping in the sweltering heat? That excuse was too weak. Haha, yeah. Feng Xiaoxian lowered her head and chuckled. Do you have time now, Junior? How about we go for a walk together? Deng Langshan looked at the girl in front of him, his voice tinged with nervousness. Maybe not. It's too hot, and I want to head home early, Feng Xiaoxian replied, not wanting to refuse too bluntly and using an excuse to decline. I see. Are you renting a place outside by yourself? Deng Langshan asked in surprise. No, I'm sharing with a friend, Feng Xiaoxian explained. A boyfriend? No, it's my best friend. I don't have a boyfriend, Feng Xiaoxian said, tucking a strand of hair that had fallen over her forehead behind her ear, smiling. There's a milk tea shop not far ahead. Let me buy you and your roommate a cup as a small gift for getting to know each other. How about that? Deng Langshan said. Seeing that he insisted, Feng Xiaoxian had no choice but to reluctantly agree. What else could she do? She was just too charming. All right then, thank you, senior. Bingy, I'm back. As soon as Feng Xiaoxian entered the door, she felt the cool air conditioning in the living room and shivered comfortably, calling out inside. With the sound of slippers dragging on the floor, Lin Bingy walked out wearing a short-sleeved shirt and shorts, smiling. Xiao, did you get the major change sorted? Looking at Lin Bingy's delicate collarbone, the curve beneath her shirt, and those beautiful legs, even after seeing her so many times, Feng Xiaoxian still marveled at how amazing Lin Bingy's figure was, something that would make any girl envious. I'm all done. After the National Day holiday next week, I can report to the new class directly. Oh, here's the milk tea I brought for you, Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile, handing the milk tea to Lin Bingy. Wow, Xiao, you're so sweet. Lin Bingy inserted the straw and took a satisfied sip. Xiao, I'll transfer the money to you. I can't keep letting you buy me milk tea, Lin Bingy said, pulling out her phone to make. No need. I didn't buy it. Feng Xiaoxian quickly stopped her. You didn't buy it. Then who did? Lin Bingy tilted her head and asked. It's. Feng Xiaoxian briefly recounted what had just happened to Lin Bingy. After hearing the story, Lin Bingy nodded in understanding. She looked at the milk tea in her hand and teased with a grin. So this is from one of my dear Xiao suitors. Lucky me, I get to enjoy the treat. Feng Xiaoxian knew she would be teased. What are you talking about, Bingy? You're always making things up. Haha, it's true. Xiao, you just won't admit it. Admit what? It's not like that. He insisted on buying it. What could I do? Besides, I'm not going to have anything with him just because of a cup of milk tea. Feng Xiaoxian shrugged innocently. Yes, whatever my Xiao says is right. Xiao belongs to me alone, right? Lin Bingy said with a sly smile. Wrong. Feng Xiaoxian shot her a sideways glance and said flatly. What? Xiao, what do you mean? You said it backwards. You should say you belong to me. Feng Xiaoxian turned the tables. After living together for so long, she was no longer the naive girl who would blush at Lin Bingy's teasing. This sudden flirtatious retort caught Lin Bingy off guard. Her cheeks flushed slightly as she pouted. Xiao, you're shameless. But I like it. Huh. As time passed, the National Day holiday drew nearer. At 8 o'clock that morning, Feng Xiaoxian woke up. Not naturally, but from pain. My stomach hurts so much. Feng Xiaoxian clutched her abdomen, lying sideways on the bed with her legs curled up, her delicate face pale, and her forehead beaded with sweat. I didn't eat anything strange yesterday, so why does it hurt this much? Feng Xiaoxian frowned deeply, her stomach aching intermittently, tormenting her relentlessly. Knock. Xiao, it's already 8 o'clock, time to get up for breakfast. I made your favorite scallion oil noodles. Lin Bingy's knock sounded at the door. Feng Xiaoxian was about to reply when a sharp pain struck her abdomen, forcing a cry from her lips. Xiao, what's wrong? Thinking Feng Xiaoxian was just sleeping and Lin Bingy was about to leave when she heard the anguished scream from the bedroom. Without a second thought, she pushed the door open and saw Feng Xiaoxian curled up in pain. Xiao, don't scare me. What happened? Lin Bingy rushed to her side and asked anxiously. Bingy, I don't know either. My stomach started hurting as soon as I woke up. It hurts so much. Feng Xiaoxian murmured weakly, her eyes half open. Seeing her pitiful, frail state, Lin Bingy's heart ached. She touched Feng Xiaoxian's forehead, then caught a glimpse of crimson out of the corner of her eye. With a closer look, she understood immediately. I get it now, Xiao. Your stomach pain is probably from period cramps. You started your period. Lin Bingy said quickly. What? Feng Xiaoxian stared at Lin Bingy in disbelief. She had never expected this. Her period had arrived, catching her completely off guard. Of all things, she had forgotten this. How could she? What should I do, Bingy? My stomach hurts so much. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't think straight and turned to Lin Bingy. Don't panic. He'll make you some brown sugar water. I think I have extra. Just hold on a little longer, Xiao. With that, Lin Bingy dashed out of the bedroom. Before long, Lin Bingy returned with a bowl of warm brown sugar water. She sat by Feng Xiaoxian's bed, helped her sit up, and let her lean on her shoulder. She scooped up a spoonful, gently blew on it to cool it, tested the temperature with her lips, and then fed it to Feng Xiaoxian spoon by spoon. Feng Xiaoxian felt a wave of warmth spread through her lower abdomen, easing the pain somewhat, making it more bearable than before. After finishing the brown sugar water, Lin Bingy gently helped Feng Xiaoxian lie back down and began to massage her lower belly with soft, soothing strokes. Feng Xiaoxian was too weak from the pain to resist, so she let Lin Bingy take care of her. Under her attentive care, the pain gradually subsided. Finally recovering some strength, Feng Xiaoxian whispered, "Thank you, Bingy." Lin Bingy rolled her eyes in exasperation and scolded, "You really don't know how to take care of yourself. You started your period today, and yesterday you were fighting me for ice cream. You deserve the pain." Being scolded by Lin Bingy, Feng Xiaoxian felt wronged and complained with a teary voice, "I forgot, okay. Why are you so mean, Bingy? You scared me." Hearing Feng Xiaoxian's pitiful tone, Lin Bingy's heart softened. She stroked her face and comforted her. Alright, I was just speaking in anger. How could you forget a day like this? Don't ever do this again, you hear me? As Lin Bingy continued massaging Feng Xiaoxuan's belly and chatting with her, the pain gradually faded away. Feeling better? Lin Bingy asked with concern. Much better. Thank you, Bingy. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. No problem. Do you have the strength to change? Should I help you to the bathroom to change your pants? Lin Bingy pointed at Feng Xiaoxuan's blood-stained pajama bottoms. Huh. No, I can manage. Feng Xiaoxian quickly shook her head. Alright, be careful then. He'll wait outside. Come out for breakfast when you're done. After giving her instructions, Lin Bingy left. Seeing her go, Feng Xiaoxian covered her forehead with her hand and smiled helplessly. In a corner of the cafeteria, Bingy, I'm so hot. I want milk tea. I want a cold drink. Feng Xiaoxian obediently let Lin Bingy hold her hand, but as soon as she sat down, she started acting spoiled. No way. Xiao, what are you thinking? You want milk tea or cold drinks? Dream on. Lin Bingy raised an eyebrow in displeasure. But I'm both hot and thirsty. What should I do? Feng Xiaoxian turned her head away, pouting as her hair fell loose. The sight made Lin Bingy pause, her heart softening, but she quickly regained her composure. What else can I do? We'll get you some soup. Just sit here and don't move. You're all grown up, yet you have no regard for your own health. Lin Bingy set down her bag and left. Sigh. Feng Xiaoxian rested her chin on her hands, gazing blankly at Lin Bingy's back as she fetched the soup. A smile crept across her face as she realized how good Lin Bingy was to her. Whenever she craved a dish, Lin Bingy would make it for her. Now that she was on her period, Lin Bingy was taking meticulous care of her. This feeling was wonderful. Here, drink this. Lin Bingy brought 2 bowls of seaweed egg drop soup and handed one to Feng Xiaoxian. Thanks, Bingy. Feng Xiaoxian smiled sweetly and was about to pick up her chopsticks when Lin Bingy stopped her. What's wrong, Bingy? Feng Xiaoxian blinked. No spicy food. Lin Bingy swapped the mild vegetable dishes on her own plate with the spicy ones Feng Xiaoxian had ordered, pointing at the stir-fried shrimp, sautéed cabbage, and tomato scrambled eggs in front of her. Eat these. Feng Xiaoxuan's face crumpled as she pleaded, Bingy, Xiao, are you going to be good? Lin Bingy looked at her like a parent scolding a child. He'll be good, okay. Feng Xiaoxian gave in, lowering her head and forcing herself to eat the bland dishes, swallowing each bite with difficulty. That's a good girl. Xiao needs to listen. Lin Bingy patted Feng Xiaoxuan's head, beaming. So if I'm this good, do I get a reward? Feng Xiaoxian smiled. Of course you do. Lin Bingy looked at her with a sly grin. What is it? A voucher for a night with me, darling. Lin Bingy covered her mouth and giggled. What? No way. Feng Xiaoxian pouted. Are you rejecting me? Lin Bingy narrowed her eyes dangerously at Feng Xiaoxian. How could I? I'm thrilled. I absolutely adore this reward. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Denying it would be a lie. Sleeping next to a soft, warm girl was a delightful prospect. If you know what's good for you. Time flowed gently, and soon the long-awaited National Day holiday arrived. A 7-day break that students naturally cherished. On the evening of September 30th, Feng Xiaoxian sat cross-legged on her bed in a duck-like posture, helplessly watching Lin Bingy, who had eagerly locked the door the moment she entered. She murmured, Bingy, why do you insist on sleeping in my room instead of your own? Lin Bingy skillfully arranged the pillow and blanket, nimbly climbed onto the bed, and gently patted Feng Xiaoxuan's head, her eyes twinkling as she chuckled. What do you mean? I remember you have a sleepover coupon from me. I'm just here to redeem it, so you don't forget. At the mention of the sleepover coupon, Feng Xiaoxian recalled it. She rubbed her forehead, too lazy to argue with Lin Bingy, leaned against the headboard and began scrolling through her phone. They fell into a brief silence. After a few minutes, Lin Bingy scooted closer, pressing against Feng Xiaoxuan, and poked her soft waist. Xiao, do you have any plans for the National Day holiday? Caught off guard by the question, Feng Xiaoxian was momentarily at a loss. She shrugged casually. I don't have any plans. We'll just stay home. I don't have anywhere special to go. I see. Lin Bingy nodded, her little mind racing with thoughts. After a moment, she smiled. How about us? A trip? Feng Xiaoxian looked at her in surprise. Yeah, just us. I was going to ask Xinyu, but she said she's going home. So why not just the two of us? Lin Bingy wrapped her arms around Feng Xiaoxuan's wrist and gently rubbed her cheek against it. But during the National Day holiday, you know how it is. Everyone has a long vacation. Tourist spots will be packed with people. We'd just be looking at crowds, not scenery. Feng Xiaoxian spoke truthfully, recalling how during high school, she would go out with her parents during the break only to find the scenic spots overflowing with people, crowded, hot, and uncomfortable. It's okay. We can go to another city, not necessarily stay in this one, Lin Bingy said. Wouldn't it be the same in another city? Feng Xiaoxian replied weakly. It's different. The place I have in mind is in city A, really close. Just a 2-hour high-speed train ride. And it won't be too crowded. It's a developing area, so the architecture might not compare to the city center, but it's still great for a trip. Lin Bingy shook Feng Xiaoxuan's arm, smiling. Feng Xiaoxian was starting to feel tempted. Staying home for 7 days would definitely be boring, though it would be better to go out and relax. Besides, having a beauty like Lin Bingy around was a treat in itself. Alright then. Shall we leave tomorrow? Feng Xiaoxian smiled. I'll set off tomorrow. He'll book the ticket. Lin Bingyi grinned happily and pulled out her phone to book the tickets. At 1030 m. On October 1st, Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi dragged their suitcases, locked the doors and windows, hailed a taxi to the high-speed rail station, and officially began their National Day trip. At the train station in City A, Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi stood at the entrance, gazing at the unfamiliar streets and the strange city, their hearts filled with a myriad of emotions. Xiaoxiao, this is our first time traveling together since we met. Come on, let's take a photo to commemorate. Lin Bingyi waved at Feng Xiaoxian, smiling. Sure. Feng Xiaoxian was also delighted. She came closer and made a peace sign in front of Lin Bingyi's raised phone. With a click, the two girls' joyful smiles were forever captured. Since City A was unfamiliar, Feng Xiaoxian didn't have to worry about being recognized by acquaintances. Her outfit was slightly more casual than usual. She swapped her loose trousers for denim shorts that accentuated her figure, paired with white sneakers exuding youthful vitality. Lin Bingyi, on the other hand, wore a white short dress, her hair tied up in a high ponytail. Standing beside Feng Xiaoxian, they attracted quite a bit of attention. Just their two fair long legs were enough to make people linger. Xiaoxiao, let's go to the hotel first, drop off our luggage, and then grab something to eat. I'm starving. Lin Bingyi rubbed her flat stomach, pouting pitifully. All right. You make it sound like I've been starving you, Feng Xiaoxian teased. Ha ha ha. Lin Bingyi had booked a twin room. After dropping off their luggage, the two girls walked hand in hand out of the hotel. Although the hotel lobby offered lunch, they still wanted to explore the local food street. Lin Bingyi was lively and energetic. One moment, she dragged Feng Xiaoxian to buy octopus balls, the next to get Schwanner snacks. Soon their hands were filled with street food. They found a stone table and benches provided for tourists, sat down, and ate with relish. Here, Xiaoxiao, try this. It's delicious. Lin Bingyi handed over a skewer of stinky tofu, smiling. No, I don't want it. Feng Xiaoxian quickly leaned back, resisting. What? How can you not eat something as delicious as stinky tofu? Lin Bingyi's eyes curved into crescents, laughing uncontrollably. I'm not as heavy taste as you, Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian pouted. Xiaoxiao, you're too picky. Eat more and gain some weight. Look at you, it's not quite. You know, Lin Bingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxian's chest, teasing. Feng Xiaoxian naturally knew what she meant. She rolled her eyes helplessly and retorted, they'll let it grow naturally. You can't force it. Too big isn't good either. Then, mimicking Lin Bingyi's playful gaze, she glanced at Lin Bingyi's chest. Ha ha, Xiaoxiao, are you jealous of me? Lin Bingyi wasn't upset. Instead, she rested her chin on her hand and said meaningfully. Are you kidding? Jealous of you? Not at all. Feng Xiaoxian raised an eyebrow. Really? Don't deny it, Xiaoxiao. You're just envious. I'm not. Besides, if we really took them off, no one knows whose would be bigger. Feng Xiaoxian insisted stubbornly. How about we compare tonight? I've never seen yours, Xiaoxiao. Lin Bingyi smiled, looking expectant. Feng Xiaoxian's face flushed. She couldn't handle Lin Bingyi's brazenness and was left speechless. Ha ha, Xiaoxiao, you're scared? Oh, leave me alone. Just eat your food. Ooh, getting all worked up. Lin Bingyi covered her mouth, giggling uncontrollably. Phew, I'm so full, Lin Bingyi said contentedly while rubbing her slightly bulging belly. Bingyi, how can you eat so much? I suspect you have two stomachs, and I have evidence. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingyi's belly and said, haha, my stomach can expand on its own to accommodate more food. Anyway, I don't gain weight, so I eat a little more. Eating is a blessing. Lin Bingyi laughed. Where shall we go next? Feng Xiaoxian asked. Xiaoxiao, where do you want to go? I want to go back and rest, take a nap. Getting up early to catch the bus this morning was so tiring. All right, then let's go back and rest. We can start having fun tomorrow. So comfortable. Feng Xiaoxian rubbed her eyes, stretched languidly on the bed, and couldn't help letting out a awake. Lin Bingyi was sitting on the bedside reading a magazine. She glanced at Feng Xiaoxian and smiled. I slept so well. What time is it? Feng Xiaoxian sat up and asked. It's 5:30, you little sleepyhead. Lin Bingyi chuckled. So late. I slept for 3 hours during my nap. Oh my god. Feng Xiaoxian held her forehead and said helplessly. It's okay, sleeping a bit longer is fine. After all, it's the first day of the holiday. We have plenty of time. Lin Bingyi comforted her. Then I'll lie down a little longer, hee. After saying that, Feng Xiaoxian lay back, down, turning sideways to look at it. It had to be said that Lin Bingyi's side profile was also so beautiful. The sight of her flipping through a magazine was serene and lovely, and Feng Xiaoxian was momentarily mesmerized. Silly, do I look good? Lin Bingyi noticed Feng Xiaoxian sneaking a look at her. Amazingly, this little fool was actually staring blankly. Really? You look great. Bingyi is so beautiful. Feng Xiaoxian smiled softly. You always know how to flatter. Lin Bingyi pursed her lips at her words, but her heart was sweet. I'm just telling the truth. No wonder you're the campus belle of our university. You are like a celestial maiden descended to earth, a fairy sister. Feng Xiaoxian continued. Stop. The more you talk, the more absurd it gets. Lin Bingyi quickly interrupted her lest she spout more nonsense. Huh? Bingyi, what are you reading? Feng Xiaoxian asked curiously. A magazine the hotel left on the table. I was bored, so I picked it up. Lin Bingyi waved the magazine in her hand and said with a smile, "Oh, okay." Feng Xiaoxian rolled over, idly lay on her back and stared blankly at the ceiling. After a while, Lin Bingyi closed the magazine and looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was still spacing out. She got up, walked over, pinched her cheek. It felt wonderfully soft, and laughed. "Come on, let's go eat." "Eat again? We came back to the hotel after lunch and slept. Now we wake up and go eat. I feel like a pig." Feng Xiaoxian said weakly. "Do you really describe yourself like that? It's past 6 now. Aren't you hungry?" Lin Bingyi looked at her with amusement in her eyes. I'm hungry. Let's go." Feng Xiaoxian blinked and smiled. The two girls left the hotel and strolled leisurely westward. By this time the sun was almost setting in a city, and all the streetlights were on, illuminating the roads as bright as day. Walking on such streets at night gave a strong sense of safety. "Xiao, how about we have barbecue? A city is by the sea, so there's plenty of seafood," Lin Bingyi suggested, looking at a busy barbecue joint not far away. "Sure, they'll eat anything." Feng Xiaoxian nodded. "Hello, I'll take these for now. Drinks. Ice Sprite, please." Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian sat at a table outside the restaurant, enjoying the evening breeze. It couldn't be more pleasant. After selecting their dishes, they handed the menu to the waiter. The waiter at this restaurant was a young girl, probably a middle school student, helping her family during the National Day holiday. "Okay." The girl glanced at Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxuan, a flash of admiration in her eyes. Two such beautiful big sisters. "Dad, this is the order from table 10. The girl walked inside and handed the menu to a middle-aged man. "Got it, honey. Are you tired? Take a break," the man said with a smile. "I'm not tired, Dad. Since there's nothing much to do, helping out is only right." The girl waved her hand and smiled. It didn't take long for the girl to bring the barbecue over. "Sisters, here are your dishes." "Okay, thank you, little sister." Feng Xiaoxian smiled. You're The girl saw the clear, rippling gaze in Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes and the crescent-like perfection of her smile. Her cheeks flushed slightly, and after speaking, she went to attend to other customers. Xiao, dig in. "I'm starving." Lin Bingyi picked up a skewer of grilled squid and laughed. "It smells so good. I can't wait." Feng Xiaoxian also took a skewer of grilled squid and ate it with great relish. The two girls chatted while enjoying the barbecue. Before long, their mouths were covered in grease, but they didn't care and continued talking happily. "Yo, little sisters, eating alone is boring. How about we 3 brothers join you?" Suddenly, an untimely, frivolous voice sounded beside them. Feng Xiaoxian frowned, looking toward the source. The speaker was a man about 40 years old, accompanied by 2 men of similar age. Their beer bellies were very prominent, and the 3 shared a common trait: they were all drunk, reeking of alcohol. "No thanks," Feng Xiaoxian said with a frown, her voice low. "I bet you're just being coy. Don't be so formal with us big brothers. We're gentle," one of the men said with a lecherous grin, his eyes sweeping over Feng Xiaoxuan's pretty face and shapely legs, then shifting to Lin Bingyi's chest. Clearly he was no good. "Can't you understand what others say? Please leave." Feng Xiaoxian frowned, feeling a little worried. After all, she and Lin Bingyi were only 2 girls facing 3 burly men. They could easily be at a disadvantage. Lin Bingyi said nothing, eyeing the 3 men coldly. "Don't be shy, little sister. We just want to chat and make friends. We'll treat you to this meal, how about it?" The man who had spoken first looked at Lin Bingyi with increasingly fiery eyes. He walked over to her and couldn't help reaching out to put his arm around her shoulder. "Bingyi." Before Feng Xiaoxian could finish, Lin Bingyi swiftly stood up, elbowed the man in the torso, knocked him to the ground, then stepped in front of Feng Xiaoxian to shield her. "Damn it, you looking for trouble?" The other 2 men, seeing their companion writhing in pain on the ground, charged forward, fueled by alcohol. Without a word, Lin Bingyi coldly sidestepped one man's attack, took advantage of his drunken sluggishness, kicked him down, and the remaining man fared no better. Half a minute later, he too lay on the ground wailing. Feng Xiaoxuan's mind went blank. Lin Bingyi had taken down 3 burly men so easily. That was amazing. Suddenly, the sound of a police siren snapped Feng Xiaoxian back to reality. 2 police officers approached. Seeing Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxuan along with the 3 drunken men lying in front of them, they immediately understood. Frowning, they walked over and asked, "Did you call the police?" Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian exchanged glances. Just then the young waitress ran over and said, "I called the police. These 3 men were trying to harass these 2 sisters and even made physical advances. I have surveillance footage as proof." The officer glanced at the girl and the 2 women, then nodded. One of them followed the owner into the shop, presumably to check the surveillance. "What happened to these 3? "I hit them," Lin Bingyi said, crossing her arms. "Officer, my friend was just acting in self-defense, right?" Feng Xiaoxian quickly explained. "Well, no, after watching the footage." 10 minutes later, the 2 officers understood the situation. They called for backup, loaded the 3 drunks into the police car, then cautioned Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxuan. "You 2 young ladies need to be more careful in the future. Stay safe." "Mom, we understand. Thank you, officers." Feng Xiaoxian smiled. "Thank you, little sister." Lin Bingyi looked at the girl and expressed her sincere gratitude. "It's nothing, big sisters. You're our guests, so we have to keep you safe." The little girl said with an innocent smile. Huh, Bingy, how are you so amazing? You were hiding your talents. Walking back to the hotel, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help asking. It never hurts for a girl to learn some self-defense. Besides, I've been practicing since I was a child. Guys like them. I can handle them with ease. Lin Bingy smiled. So impressive. I was totally stunned. Feng Xiaoxian praised sincerely. Huh. I have many more amazing skills. You'll find out later. Xiao Xiao. As soon as Feng Xiaoxian stepped out of the bath, she saw Lin Bingy's mischievous grin and sensed trouble. Instinctively stepping back, she asked, What's wrong? Have you forgotten what you said earlier today? Lin Bingy sat cross-legged on the bed, tilting her head and smiling at her with a hint of playful mockery. Huh. What did I say? Feng Xiaoxian rubbed her head and blinked, looking puzzled. Lin Bingy gazed at Feng Xiaoxian's adorable days, pointed to her own chest, and said with a meaningful laugh, Someone said earlier that we should take off our clothes and compare, didn't they? How could you forget so quickly? Suddenly reminded of this, Feng Xiaoxian's face flushed. She gave an awkward chuckle and said, Bingy, you can't take that seriously. I was just rambling. It's late, we should go to sleep. Lin Bingy said nothing, simply gazing at her with a beaming smile. Feng Xiaoxian dared not step forward. After the events of the evening, she was fully aware of the gap in strength between herself and Lin Bingy. If Lin Bingy wanted to do anything, she wouldn't have the slightest chance to resist. Alright, I'll stop teasing you. Why are you so silly, hee? Lin Bingy burst out laughing, waving her hand. Phew, you scared me. Feng Xiaoxian sighed with relief and sighed. How about we go to the seaside tomorrow? Lin Bingy lay on the bed staring at the dark room and asked. To the seaside? Sure. Feng Xiaoxian had no objections. Since they were both in City A and alone together, they would go wherever as a pair. It's settled then. Sleep. Good night, Xiao Xiao. Good night, Bingy. The next day, the two girls had come back too late the previous night and slept straight until 10 in the morning. Even the black curtains couldn't fend off the sunlight's advance. The room brightened considerably. Sensing this change, Feng Xiaoxian's body reacted instinctively, and she slowly opened her eyes. Ma. Lin Bingy stretched her limbs, rubbed her eyes, and after a moment of waking, turned her head to look at Feng. Feng Xiaoxian lay on her side, facing Lin Bingy, legs slightly bent, hands resting peacefully at her side. Her cherry-like lips parted and closed with each breath, and her lashes trembled faintly. The tranquil and beautiful sleeping posture made Lin Bingy unable to resist sneaking another glance. Silently slipping out of bed, Lin Bingy crouched before Feng Xiaoxian reached out and gently pinched her cheek. The touch was soft, delicate, and immensely pleasant. As if sensing someone touching her face, Feng Xiaoxian's eyes stirred. Lin Bingy gave a slight smile, then rose and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Wow, the sun is scorching. So hot. The moment Feng Xiaoxian stepped out of the hotel, leaving the air-conditioned zone, a wave of heat assaulted her, catching her off guard. I checked the weather forecast. City A is 35 degrees Celsius right now, but it'll be a bit better once we reach the seaside. The sea breeze will make it slightly more comfortable, Lin Bingy said with a comforting smile. The beach was not far from the hotel where the two girls were staying, about half a mile away. Sharing a parasol, they leisurely strolled toward their destination. Bingy, are you hungry? Should I go buy some food? Feng Xiaoxian spotted a convenience store about 10 yards ahead and looked at Lin Bingy, asking. I'm not very hungry. If you were just buy some for yourself, Lin Bingy replied with a smile. Okay then. Soon Feng Xiaoxian returned carrying a bag of Odin. Bingy, try this. The radish in this shop is really delicious. It's the soul of Odin. Feng Xiaoxian blew on the radish in her hand, picked up a piece, and brought it to Lin Bingy's lips. Lin Bingy's heart brimmed with sweetness. She took a bite, her face blooming into a breathtakingly beautiful smile. It's very tasty. Thank you for feeding me, Xiao Xiao. Haha, it's nothing. Feng Xiaoxian laughed happily. Soon the two arrived at the seaside. Gazing at the waves ebbing and flowing, both found their spirits inexplicably lifted. Xiao Xiao, they're selling swimsuits over there. Let's go buy a set. Lin Bingy pointed a short distance ahead and suggested. What? Swimsuits? Feng Xiaoxian was stunned. She had thought Lin Bingy's plan to come to the beach meant just wandering around and enjoying the sea breeze, not actually needing to wear swimwear. Of course. Look at the shallow water over there. There are at least a dozen men and women swimming. If we don't wear swimsuits, how can we go into the water? Lin Bingy laughed. Alright then. Stepping into the women's swimwear shop, Feng Xiaoxian's cheeks flushed as she looked at the various styles and colors. She pressed her lips together, unsure what to do. Lin Bingy, on the other hand, was completely at ease, glancing here and there at the different options. After much deliberation, Feng Xiaoxian finally chose a relatively conservative white one-piece swimsuit that only exposed her knees and calves. It also had lace trims and short sleeves that provided good coverage. After changing, Feng Xiaoxian sat on a small chair in the shop, her hands nervously twined together, looking down at her phone. After all, this was a place the former him had never dared to come. 2 minutes later, Lin Bingy emerged. Feng Xiaoxian glanced up and found herself unable to look away, her gaze drawn, as if spellbound. Lin Bingyi's swimsuit was not overly extravagant either, but compared to Feng Xiaoxuan's conservative choice, it was quite sultry. She wore a light purple bikini top with thin straps that looped around her back and tied at her nape. Feng Xiaoxian even doubted whether the straps could bear the magnificent weight of Lin Bingyi's chest, fearing they might snap accidentally. A dainty bow at her waist was adorable, and layers of lace embellishments adorned the microskirt, flaunting her perfect figure to the fullest. Her long, shapely legs were exposed to the air, catching the attention of many passers-by near the swimwear store. Little dummy, does big sister look good? Lin Bingyi walked over step by step, her chest bouncing with each stride, making Feng Xiaoxuan's mouth go dry. Cough. I'm not a little dummy. Feng Xiaoxian averted her gaze with difficulty, pouting. Huh. Xiao, you're so adorable. You blush so easily. Lin Bingyi bent over, hands behind her back, and smiled at her with glittering eyes. A deep, alluring cleavage appeared before her eyes. This deadly sight almost made Feng Xiaoxuan's nose bleed. She quickly shifted her gaze and said, "All right, let's go." Haha, let's go. With that, Lin Bingyi took Feng Xiaoxuan's hand, and the two walked toward the beach. It was noon, and more people had come to the beach. The appearance of Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian instantly electrified the atmosphere. Whoa, I've never seen those two girls before. Are they this gorgeous? That girl in the purple swimsuit has such an incredible body. I can't handle it. Good thing I'm wearing loose swim trunks, or it would be awkward. The girl in white is also very beautiful. One is pure, the other is sexy. Perfect. Bastard. Hey honey, I swear I wasn't looking at those two beauties. Bingyi, aren't we being too flashy? Feng Xiaoxian caught the faint fragrance emanating from Lin Bingyi and said, Haha, what's there to fear? We're whatever we want. Be confident, Xiao. Lin Bingyi said with a bright smile. Okay. Verdict confirmed, a social butterfly. Yahoo. The seawater is so cool and refreshing. Lin Bingyi plunged into the azure water, Lin Bingyi splashed the seawater with both hands, just like a child who loves playing in the water. Feng Xiaoxian followed her into the shallow water, watching Lin Bingyi's graceful figure as she laughed heartily. A slight smile curled at the corners of her mouth, and her heart was filled with joy. Although she had known Lin Bingyi for only a short time, as she slowly got along with her, Feng Xiaoxian increasingly felt that she was an extraordinary girl. Even in the sweltering summer heat that made one's heart restless, just seeing her chatting and laughing with her instantly lifted her spirits. Xiao, what are you spacing out for? Come and play. Lin Bingyi turned around and saw Feng Xiaoxian staring blankly at the seawater, so she called out. Oh, coming. Feng Xiaoxian took 2 steps forward, but before she could react, a splash of water hit her face, wetting a small patch of her hair. Haha, Xiao, you became a drowned rat. Lin Bingyi laughed loudly. Oh, stinky Bingyi. Just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Feng Xiaoxian scooped up some water with her hand and threw it at Lin Bingyi, while the latter naturally wouldn't let herself be bullied without a fight. Unwilling to be outdone, she also splashed water at Feng Xiaoxian. On the beach by the sea, the sound of the two girls splashing water mingled with their laughter, lingering over this beach in City A. Stinky Xiao, I never noticed you were so clever before. You splashed me all over, I'm soaking wet. Lin Bingyi pouted as she came out of the hotel bathroom, speaking aggrievely. Come on, stop pretending. I'm not falling for that. As if you splashed less than me, Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian retorted. Haha, anyway, today was so much fun. Lin Bingyi put her arm around Feng Xiaoxuan's waist and said with a smile. It's a pity that the happy moments pass so quickly. It's already past 5 o'clock. Feng Xiaoxian sighed. City A is coastal, so the temperature difference between day and night is quite large. The two of them didn't dare to play too long, lest they catch a chill from soaking in the water and being blown by the sea breeze. That would not be worth it. It's fine, there will be plenty of opportunities, haha. And most importantly, I discovered something. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a grin, purposely keeping her in suspense. What is it? Feng Xiaoxian asked curiously. Mine is bigger than yours. Lin Bingyi whispered into Feng Xiaoxuan's ear word by word. What? Stinky Bingyi. How can you be like this? Feng Xiaoxian stomped her foot and said petulantly, watching Lin Bingyi, who had immediately distanced herself after speaking. It's the truth. Xiao, don't struggle, just face reality. Lin Bingyi said triumphantly, hands on her hips. You. Feng Xiaoxian gritted her teeth in shame and anger, but finally said helplessly, fine. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian resign herself, Lin Bingyi was extremely happy, unable to suppress the smile on her lips. She came over, patted Feng Xiaoxuan's shoulder, and said with a smile, it's okay, Xiao, you're still young, surely in the future. Before Lin Bingyi could finish, Feng Xiaoxuan quickied and fast-handed stretched out her hands, pounced on her onto the bed, and tickled Lin Bingyi's slender and soft waist, making her breathless with laughter. Xiao, you cheated, you're a cheat. Caught off guard, Lin Bingyi was preempted by Feng Xiaoxian. She tried to defend herself while launching a counterattack, but it was to no avail. Not only could she not attack, she couldn't even defend against Feng Xiaoxian. After a while, Feng Xiaoxian finally released Lin Bingyi. Both girls had disheveled hair, flushed faces, and were panting slightly. Feng Xiaoxian put one hand on her hip and said proudly, how about that? Bingy, do you give in? Lin Bingy pouted and snorted, if you hadn't caught me off guard, how could you have succeeded? Bastard. Huh. After all that fuss, I'm hungry. Feng Xiaoxian held her stomach and looked at Lin Bingy with pitiful eyes. Lin Bingy tidied the hair on her forehead and said with a smile, all right, let's go eat. The buffet downstairs in the hotel seems pretty good. Okay, let's go. This shrimp is good, Xiao, try it. Lin Bingy, wearing disposable gloves, peeled a big shrimp and brought it to Feng Xiaoxuan's mouth. Feng Xiaoxuan, not being polite, gobbled it up in one bite. The taste is indeed good, delicious. Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes lit up as she smiled. So, is the shrimp delicious, or is the shrimp I peeled for Xiao delicious? Lin Bingy looked at her with smiling eyes. Without a second thought, Feng Xiaoxian replied, of course the one peeled by Bingy is delicious, do you even need to ask? Ha ha, you're so sweet-tongued. Here, have another one. Hee, thanks Bingy. Why say thanks between us? No need to be so polite. Lin Bingy laughed. He got it. As days passed, the National Day holiday was drawing to a close. Travelers from all over gradually returned to their places of residence, preparing for the upcoming work. Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingy also bought return tickets and boarded the high-speed train. Our little home, haven't been back for 5 days, how I miss it. Lin Bingy tossed her suitcase aside, flipped over, and threw herself onto the sofa, shouting happily. Bingy, why are you acting like a child? Seeing this, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help teasing. Hee, I am a child. Lin Bingy wiggled her legs and laughed. All right, you'll always be a child. By the way, Xiao, tomorrow when you go back to school, you'll have to report to your new major and new class. You chose international trade. Are you sure you can study it well? After all, you didn't study this at all during your entire freshman year. Lin Bingy suddenly remembered and asked. Well, Bingy, you don't need to worry. I know what I'm doing, rest assured. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand and smiled. Oh, all right. But then at least we'll be in the same college. Lin Bingy clapped her hands and laughed. The classrooms will be close too, and if we both have classes, we can go to the teaching building together. That's great. The National Day holiday had officially ended, and the 7-day mini break's joyous moments were temporarily put on hold as people plunged back into their relentless routines of work. On the first day back at school, Feng Xiaoxian bid farewell to Lin Bingy early in the morning and set off alone towards the relatively unfamiliar teaching building of the School of Business. Feng Xiaoxian had never been fond of roaming around aimlessly. So many corners of Dianda University remained a blur to her. After winding through the corridors, she finally arrived at her destination. Hello, you must be the new transfer student joining our class, as teacher Xia Mei mentioned. Feng Xiaoxian turned toward the voice. A male student was gazing at her with a smile in his eyes. Naturally, Feng Xiaoxian knew Xia Mei, the counselor responsible for the international trade major. Yes, I am. And you are? She asked politely with a gentle smile. Zheng Wei from International Trade Class 1. Teacher Xia Mei asked me to come down early to wait for a new... Zheng Wei looked at the slightly adorably dazed Feng Xiaoxuan, and his tone softened more than usual. After all, a pretty girl was always well received. Oh, I see. How did you know I was that new student? Feng Xiaoxian followed Zheng Wei toward the classroom, curiosity tinging her voice. Because teacher Xia roughly described your appearance, and with class about to start the moment I saw you, I just had a feeling it was you, Zheng Wei said kindly. Haha, you're quite sharp. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. It's nothing. Zheng Wei scratched his head, a little embarrassed by her compliment. They hadn't walked long before Zheng Wei stopped at the back door of a classroom and pushed it open. Hey Zheng Wei, where did you run off to? A male student asked, spotting the familiar figure entering from the back. As soon as the words left his mouth, he caught sight of Feng Xiaoxian following closely behind Zheng Wei, and the vulgar curse he was about to blurt out died in his throat. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at the boy, but said nothing, finding an empty desk to sit at. Zheng Wei, where did that pretty girl come from? Yeah, when did you get to know her? Confession leads to leniency, resistance leads to severity. Seeing the clamoring of a few good sons around him, Zheng Wei found it both amusing and exasperating. He explained, she's a transfer student joining our class. I only got the notice this morning to go pick her up. I see. So that means this girl doesn't know a single person in our class. Lu Wanfeng cast a distant glance at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was looking down at her phone, and muttered. It seems so, Zheng Wei replied honestly. Nice. Awesome. My spring is coming. Give it a rest, don't scare her off. How could I? I'm so handsome. How whatever. Soon the bell rang. Xia Mei entered, surveyed the quiet students, then looked toward Feng Xiaoxuan's seat with a smile. Today our class has a new student. Let's welcome her to introduce herself briefly. Hearing this, everyone followed Xia Mei's gaze to Feng Xiaoxian. Pursing her lips, she stood up and smiled. Hello everyone, my name is Feng Xiaoxian. I've transferred into our class. Please take care of me. Then she gave a slight bow. Clap, clap, clap. The classroom erupted in applause, the boys clapping the hardest. All right, let's start class now. Xia Mei nodded with a smile and began the lesson. Feng Xiaoxian listened intently, occasionally taking photos of key points from Xia Mei's PowerPoint slides on her phone and jotting down notes. After all, she was a latecomer to the major, and her foundation was inevitably thinner than that of her classmates who had studied for over a year. When the bell rang, Xia Mei glanced at the remaining slides, dragged on for 2 more minutes, then announced the end of class. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was packing her books to leave, a shadow fell before her. She looked up in puzzlement. "Can I help you?" Feng Xiaoxian smiled. The newcomer was naturally Lu Wanfeng, who had just boasted to Zheng Wei about his imminent spring. Up close, Lu Wanfeng gazed at her delicate fair face and listened to her gentle, tranquil voice. His heart raced. "Nothing much. Since we're classmates now, how about we add each other on WeChat?" "Sure," Feng Xiaoxian agreed without hesitation. After all, they were classmates, and she would need to add everyone sooner or later anyway. "Haha, great." Lu Wanfeng beamed joyfully. After successfully adding the friend, Feng Xiaoxian politely declined his invitation with an excuse and left the classroom. There was only one class in the morning, and Feng Xiaoxian had nowhere else to go. Naturally, she headed straight back to the cozy little place she shared with Lin Bingyi. After all, Lin Bingyi also had no classes that morning, and the thought of the campus bell waiting for her at home made her heart light. "Xiao, you're back." Lin Bingyi, lounging on the sofa in a nightie, smiled delightedly as she saw Feng Xiaoxian enter. "I'm home." Feng Xiaoxian's spirits lifted instantly at the familiar voice. But as soon as she looked up, her eyes landed on something she shouldn't have seen. Her cheeks flushed, and she quickly turned away. "Bingyi, your clothes." What? Following Feng Xiaoxian's finger to her left shoulder, Lin Bingyi laughed. "Xiao, we're at home. So what if the strap slipped off?" It turned out that the pink nightie Lin Bingyi wore had its left strap almost sliding down to her elbow, revealing a large expanse of fair skin. All right, I fixed it. Can you stop being so shy all the time?" Lin Bingyi teased with a helpless laugh. Feng Xiaoxian slowly raised her head, stole a glance, and only turned around after confirming that Lin Bingyi had indeed adjusted her clothes. "I'm not shy, it's a conditioned reflex," she argued. "Oh, right. You're not shy. Xiao could never be shy." Lin Bingyi mocked playfully. "How was class today?" Seeing Feng Xiaoxian sulking, she quickly changed the subject. "Not bad. Though my foundation is weak, I'll catch up gradually by studying hard in class." And after class, Feng Xiaoxian perked up at the topic. "I see. That's good. By the way, did any guy approach you? How did he look?" Lin Bingyi picked up a sliced apple and fed it to Feng Xiaoxian's lips. Feng Xiaoxian ate it without hesitation, chewing as she said, "There was one. He looked okay." "Why?" At that, Lin Bingyi's eyes instantly turned resentful. "My Xiao is so popular. With so many people wanting to know you, maybe one day they'll snatch you away from me." Feng Xiaoxian pinched Lin Bingyi's soft cheek and chuckled. "How could that happen? I'm impossible to take away. Besides, I'm worried someone might carry you off one day, ha." In that moment, Lin Bingyi's eyes reflected Feng Xiaoxian's figure. With a faux ferocious expression, she said, "How could anyone dare to carry me off?" "I dare," Feng Xiaoxian teased. "Then come on, I'm willing to let you carry me, ha." Ha. The first evening after returning from the National Day holiday was the final of the music competition at the TV University, scheduled for 7 o'clock that evening. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, "Xiao, are you ready for tonight's competition?" Lin Bingyi's tone was filled with astonishment and incredulity, considering that during the 7-day National Day holiday, she had been with Feng Xiaoxian every moment. Not to mention practice, Feng Xiaoxian hadn't even touched a piano. Now hearing that she was ready, it was no wonder Lin Bingyi was surprised. "Of course would I lie to you." Feng Xiaoxian laughed, rarely seeing Lin Bingyi show such a surprised expression. "But I've never seen you practice." Lin Bingyi couldn't help asking. "I haven't practiced, but that doesn't mean I have to practice to get good results, does it? Besides, I never aimed for first place. I only signed up on a whim. It's about participation, not the result." Feng Xiaoxian winked and smiled. That's true." Lin Bingyi thought about it and found Feng Xiaoxian's words reasonable. "What about your outfit for tonight?" That's where I need our all-powerful sister Bingyi's help. Lend me that dress from..." Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. "Huh. You're the one competing, not me. Why should I lend it to you just because you ask? Don't I need to save face?" Lin Bingyi lifted her head in a tsundere manner and snorted. "Then what do you want me to do?" Feng Xiaoxian laughed. "What do you mean by what do I want? Shouldn't you be asking yourself that?" Lin Bingyi glanced at her. Feng Xiaoxian tapped her chin with her index finger, pondering what this silly Lin Bingyi wanted. "Sister Bingyi, lend me the dress, and I'll give myself to you, okay?" Lin Bingyi was amused by her words and teased, "You're not a boy, what would I do with you?" Feng Xiaoxian pouted and said coquettishly, "So what? My body is fragrant and soft. I can do it too. Sister Bingyi, aren't you tempted?" Lin Bingyi blinked, seriously examined Feng Xiaoxian, and finally burst out laughing. All right, I'll lend it to you. I'm afraid if you keep talking, you'll die laughing. Bingyi is so nice." Soon it was 7 o'clock in the evening. Still the same familiar place and the same team. Lin Bingyi and Deng Langchen stood at the center of the stage. After the opening remarks, the performance officially began. Backstage, Feng Xiaoxian had already changed into her outfit and sat in a corner idly scrolling through her phone. This time the order of performance was determined by drawing lots. Feng Xiaoxian drew the third from last, so she estimated she wouldn't go on until around 8 o'clock. Cute Xiao Xiao, I'm back. After hosting, Lin Bingyi returned backstage, walked straight to Feng Xiaoxuan, sat beside her, and wrapped her arm around her neck, laughing. The unique fragrance on Lin Bingyi kept stimulating Feng Xiaoxuan's nose. Alright, Bingyi, let go. I'm being suffocated by you. Feng Xiaoxian patted Lin Bingyi's wrist and laughed. Huh, are you saying I'm fat? Lin Bingyi said with a displeased look. How could I? I feel like you're starting again, Bingyi. Just tell me what you want me to do, so you'll let me go. Having known each other for so long, Feng Xiaoxian naturally understood what Lin Bingyi's behavior meant and resigned herself. Haha, look at what you're saying. How could I be that kind of person? I'm just joking. Lin Bingyi laughed. The other backstage staff watched Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxuan, two beautiful girls, chatting and laughing intimately. They were incredibly envious, especially the boys, since most of the student staff were from the student council, and Lin Bingyi, with her beauty and figure, was naturally very popular among them. Time passed minute by minute. As contestants went on stage one after another, it soon became Feng Xiaoxuan's turn. Let's welcome classmate Xiao with a piano performance of Coward. Applause. After her previous performance of Summer Wind, many people became fans and were eagerly looking forward to her outstanding performance tonight. Now that it was finally her turn, how could they not be excited? Still following the familiar routine, Feng Xiaoxian pulled the microphone to her lips. When the audience quieted down, her slender jade-like fingers moved slightly, and she began her performance. I like watching you frown and call me coward. Your expression is more than friendly ambiguity. Lonely titles, sweet reproaches have a unique and exclusive specialness. I like watching you frown and call me coward. My mood is like bickering with a lover. Strange intuition, wrong positioning towards you. I'm a bit timid. The singing was gentle and melodious with a hint of playfulness. Everyone was immersed in Feng Xiaoxuan's singing. When she finished, thunderous applause erupted from the audience. Xiao, I love you. Amazing. So beautiful. I never knew our school had such a treasure girl. She's almost comparable to Lin Bingyi. I'm dying, I can't take it. Lin Bingyi walked on stage and continued hosting the next program as per the schedule. When she came off stage, she could still hear many people discussing Feng Xiaoxian. Backstage, unsurprisingly, many people were surrounding Feng Xiaoxuan, their eyes burning with admiration. Feng Xiaoxian felt a bit overwhelmed. After smiling and responding to each one, she went to the changing room to change clothes. Lin Bingyi watched the scene, her eyes flickering slightly, and looked towards the changing room with a complex expression, letting out a soft sigh. For some reason, watching Feng Xiaoxian being surrounded by others and seeing her liked by so many, Lin Bingyi felt a strange sensation in her heart, somewhat painful, somewhat angry, as if her precious treasure had been discovered by others and was being coveted, creating a sense of crisis. By then, Feng Xiaoxian had changed clothes and came out, politely responding to those who greeted her. She walked straight to Lin Bingyi and smiled. Bingyi, what are you daydreaming about? Hearing Feng Xiaoxuan's voice, Lin Bingyi snapped back to reality and turned to look at her. What's wrong? Is there something on my face? Feng Xiaoxian touched her own face and said oddly, Nothing, haha, I just think that after this competition, Xiao, you've become even more popular. Lin Bingyi teased. Haha, you're overthinking. The popular one is just Xiao, not Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian poked Lin Bingyi's cheek and looked into her eyes, laughing. Xiao, what do you mean by that? Lin Bingyi didn't catch on and asked blankly. Haha, it's literal. Rarely seeing Lin Bingyi in such an adorable daze, Feng Xiaoxian was overjoyed. She leaned close to her ear and said in a voice only they could hear, No matter what happens in the future, Bingyi and I will always be good friends. We won't be separated. Hearing this, Lin Bingyi was slightly stunned, then smiled gently and nodded, saying, we won't be separated. Xiao, tomorrow is Saturday. I have some family matters to attend to, so I need to go back home. At the dinner table, Lin Bingyi untied her apron, bit her chopsticks, looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, and said softly, No problem, go ahead then. Feng Xiaoxian didn't overthink it and continued eating the delicious food. Seeing her indifferent reaction, Lin Bingyi's brows furrowed slightly. She pouted and said discontentedly, Xiao, what kind of reaction is that? Shouldn't you at least pretend to beg me to stay for a moment? Feng Xiaoxian understood her intention upon hearing this. She put down her chopsticks, yawned, closed her eyes tightly with tears clinging to her eyelashes, sniffled exaggeratedly, and said with pitiful eyes, Boo-hoo, Bing, please don't go, okay? If you leave, I won't be able to sleep alone at night. Uff. Lin Bingyi had been somewhat upset, but seeing her like this, she couldn't help but burst out laughing. Satisfied now, miss? Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips, picked up her chopsticks, and continued eating. Ha, totally satisfied. Lin Bingyi looked at her with a beaming smile, her heart already bursting with joy. She wasn't sure when it had started, but Lin Bingyi had grown increasingly close to her. Perhaps it was that small promise she made after the performance. Anyway, Feng Xiaoxian didn't mind being closer to Lin Bingyi. Who would refuse a beautiful sister who harbors such goodwill toward one? The next morning, early, Lin Bingyi quietly left. Her reason was simple, she didn't want to disturb Feng Xiaoxuan. She took the high-speed rail home alone, though time was a bit tight. Lin Bingyi's home was a 4-hour train ride from school. After rushing, she finally arrived at her destination a little past noon. In the city center of Sea City, Lin Bingy dragged her suitcase wearing a pair of sunglasses dressed in a crisp white shirt and gray casual trousers. Her ample chest was barely contained, swaying gently with each step. At the entrance of an upscale residential complex, Lin Bingy swiped her owner's code and walked inside. Two security guards watched her retreating figure and exchanged glances. One praised, "That girl just now had an amazing figure. The rich sure know how to maintain themselves." "You can say that again." At the center of the complex stood a standalone villa, silent and imposing. Even an inexperienced eye could tell it was different. Its decoration style was distinctly unique compared to other villas. It wasn't flashy, but rather simple, exuding a classical beauty. Lin Bingy approached the familiar door and rang the bell. Shortly after, the door opened to reveal a middle-aged woman past her 50s. "Miss, you're back." Seeing the familiar face, Lin Bingy smiled warmly, stepped forward, and gently hugged her. "Yes, Wuma, I had some free time, so I came back. It's good that you're back. It's been 2 months since we last saw you, and you've grown even more beautiful." The woman called Wuma, seeing Lin Bingy, couldn't stop smiling, as if she were greeting her own daughter. "Come in quickly, come inside. It's so hot outside. They'll help you take your suitcase to the bedroom." Wuma enthusiastically pulled the suitcase toward the house. "Madam, Mrs. back." Passing the living room, Wuma smiled at the woman sitting on the sofa watching TV. "Bingy is back. Come to Mom, I've missed you so much." Su Yingming looked at Lin Bingy with eyes full of adoration and patted the sofa beside her, gesturing for her. Having given birth to a daughter like Lin Bingy, Su Yingming's own attributes were naturally exceptional. Even in her 40s, she showed no signs of aging, having maintained herself well. When sitting next to Lin Bingy, they looked less like mother and daughter and more like sisters with a noticeable age gap. "Mom, I've missed you too." Lin Bingy happily sat beside her, hugged Su Yingming's arm, rubbed her cheek against her mother's neck affectionately, and acted spoiled. "If you missed me, why didn't you come home? You didn't come back during the 7-day National Day holiday. Now you want to return on an ordinary weekend." Su Yingming gave her a mock glare. "I was busy then. I went out with friends to have fun. Besides, Mom, with your wide social circle, even if I came back, you wouldn't have time for me. You'd be out playing with your girlfriends every day," Lin Bingy said with a grin. "You little rascal." Su Yingming poked Lin Bingy's smooth, fair forehead with her index finger and scolded playfully. By the way, Mom, why did you call me back this time?" Lin Bingy recalled the WeChat message Su Yingming sent her yesterday and quickly asked. "Nothing special. I just wanted to see my precious daughter." Su Yingming smiled. "What? Nothing?" Lin Bingy said in surprise. "What kind of expression is that? Are you unhappy about coming home to see your mom?" Su Yingming pretended to be No, I'm really happy." Lin Bingy pursed her lips and smiled. While she had to admit there was a tiny bit of disappointment. If Su Yingming hadn't called her, she could have spent another 2 days inseparable from Feng Xiaoxian. "You're such a smooth talker. Your reaction just now is what you truly feel. Anyway, I won't hold it against you. Go upstairs and freshen up. Your father will be back soon, and we'll have a meal together." Su Yingming smiled. "Got it." At the dinner table, Lin Wenba had just finished work wearing a professional suit. In middle age, he had no so-called beer belly. On the contrary, he was very disciplined, rarely drank at banquets, and regularly exercised. With a pair of ordinary black-rimmed glasses, he exuded an intellectual aura. "Bingy, you're not getting any younger. When will you bring a son-in-law home for your mother and me to meet?" Lin Wenba looked helplessly at Lin Bingy, who was focused on devouring her food without saying a word. "Huh, Dad, what are you talking about? Not getting any younger. I'm only 21. Lin Bingy frowned. "It's all the same. Isn't he Xiao pretty good? He comes from a family of equal status and he likes you." Before Lin Wenba could finish, he noticed Su Yingming glaring at him with disapproval and quickly swallowed his words. Su Yingming looked annoyed. She slammed down her chopsticks with a slap and said, "Lin Wenba, do you really not know, or are you pretending? Do you know what kind of person that he Xiao is? If you let Bingy be with him, it would be like pushing her into a pit of fire." "I absolutely won't agree." Lin Bingy remained silent. Hearing Su Yingming defend her, a warm current surged in her heart. Her mother had always supported her, just like when she was a child, no matter what she did. "Why are you reacting so strongly? I just mentioned it casually. Oldie brought it up today, and I was simply asking." Lin Wenba sighed. Lin Bingy, as a daughter, perfectly inherited Su Yingming's temper. She meant what she said and was stubborn. Sometimes it gave him a headache, but when he thought about it afterward, wasn't he himself attracted to Su Yingming's stubbornness in the first place? "Don't ever mention that rascal he Xiao in front of me or Bingy again," Su Yingming warned. Fine, I get it. In this family, you mother and daughter are the bosses." Lin Wenba raised his hands in surrender. "Ha ha ha." Lin Bingy couldn't help but laugh. "But," Su Yingming then turned to Lin Bingy, her expression suddenly changing to a smiling one. "Your dad isn't wrong. When are you going to bring a son-in-law home for me to see?" Lin Bingy nearly spit out the soup in her mouth. After coughing twice, she said in a coquettish tone, "Mom, why are you so impatient? I have no plans to find a boyfriend for now." "Still no plans? When you first started college, you said you didn't have any, and I understood. After all, your dad and I were strict with you in high school, so you needed time to adjust. But now you're a junior with only 1 year left before graduation. Why aren't you in a hurry at all? Su Yingming couldn't help but complain. Anyway, I don't care. I just don't want to. You. Alright. Bingy has her own thoughts. Let it be. Lin Wenba comforted. Fine, let's eat. Let's not talk about this anymore. Bingy is finally home, so let's talk about something cheerful. Exactly, Mom. You should have said that from the start. Shut your mouth. Ah, Bingy. When did you get back? In the evening, as Lin Bingy, fresh from her bath, lounged on a massage recliner, watching TV, a surprised female voice suddenly came from beside her. Ah, Aunt Hu, how come you're here? Lin Bingy recognized the visitor, quickly rose to her feet, stood up straight, and said with a smile. Haha, your mom invited me yesterday afternoon, asking me to drop by tonight. I never expected to see you here. What a delightful surprise. The woman addressed, as Aunt Hu gazed at the graceful Lin Bingy before her, growing more fond with each look. In their social circle, Su Yingming's daughter Lin Bingy was undoubtedly the most beautiful, lively, mischievous, and an exceptional cook. She was so well-liked that several of the older women wished she would become their daughter-in-law, but Lin Bingy showed no interest in that. I see. Aunt Hu, please take a seat. They'll go call my mom. Lin Bingy smoothed her hair and smiled. Bingy, how have you been at school lately? After chatting with Su Yingming for a while, Aunt Hu turned the conversation, called upon Lin Bingy, blinked, and chuckled. Oh, same as always. Go to class on time, eat on time, sleep on time, ha. I see. With your looks, Bingy, many boys must be chasing you, right? Anyone caught your eye yet? Aunt Hu asked with a beaming smile. Actually, no. I don't have any plans for that yet. Lin Bingy pressed her lips together and smiled, but inwardly she felt helpless. Why do the elders always ask such questions? Can't they change the subject? No plans. What a pity. Aunt Hu sighed. As Su Yingming's close friend, she had watched Lin Bingy grow up and regarded her as half a daughter. She dearly wished Bingy would become her daughter-in-law, but unfortunately Bingy had no interest in her foolish son. Lin Bingy laughed and fell silent, returning her attention to chatting with Feng Xiaoxian, more accurately bombarding her with messages. Bao Bing, Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Xiao Xiao. Why aren't you replying to me? Bao Bing, hurry up and reply. I'm so bored. Bao Bing, boo-hoo, why haven't you answered me for so long? Has our bond faded? Bao Bing, sob. Xiao Xiao doesn't want me anymore, so sad. Just then Feng Xiaoshuan, who had gone to the living room to pour a glass of water and brought it to her bedroom, saw the barrage of messages from Lin Bingy and was momentarily speechless. Wei Feng, Bingy, why are you so dramatic? I just want to get a drink of water. Seeing Feng Xiaoshuan's message, Lin Bingy burst out laughing and replied, I just missed you. Wei Feng, it's only been a day and you already miss me. So tomorrow you'll be desperately pining for me. Ridiculous, Bao Bing, Xiao. What are you saying? Don't you wish I'd stay far away so you could have fun all by yourself? Wei Feng, I never said that. You said it yourself, Bao Bing, that's exactly what you meant. Just you wait. Wei Feng. Then Lin Bingy didn't reply anymore, leaving Feng Xiaoxian a bit puzzled. But Lin Bingy wasn't the petty type, so Xiaoxian didn't dwell on it. She lay comfortably on her bed and started scrolling through videos. Bingy, who are you chatting with so enthusiastically? Su Yingming noticed the occasional changes in Lin Bingy's expression from the corner of her eye and asked curiously. Nothing. Mom, Aunt Hu, I'm going to my room to sleep now. Chat on. Lin Bingy greeted them and went up. Aunt Hu and Su Yingming exchanged puzzled glances. The former glanced at the staircase and said meaningfully, Yingming, could it be that Bingy actually has someone she likes but just doesn't want to tell us? Su Yingming was taken aback and said slowly, that shouldn't be the case. Bingy isn't that kind of child. You never know. Kids secretly dating without telling their parents is common. Bingy might just have a crush but isn't in a relationship yet. That's also possible. Aunt Hu analyzed. When you put it that way, it does make some sense. Su Yingming pinched her chin thoughtfully. Let's end here for today. They'll be going now. Aunt Hu smiled. Alright, I'll see you out. As soon as Lin Bingy returned to her room, she sat on the bed, put on her earphones, and eagerly made a video call to Feng Xiaoxian. The ringing phone almost startled Feng Xiaoxian. She straightened her clothes and pressed the answer button. Hey Bingy, what's up? Feng Xiaoxian waved and smiled. Lin Bingy squinted slightly and said slowly, why did it take so long to answer? What were you up to? Feng Xiaoxian laughed amused. What else could I be doing? Lying in bed, of course. Really? Don't lie to me. Lin Bingy frowned, putting on a fierce expression. Ha, I'm not lying to you. Feng Xiaoxian was almost tickled by the silly girl on the other side of the screen. That's good. Lin Bingy's furrowed brows instantly relaxed as she smiled. Xiao, did you miss me? Let me tell you, I missed you so much. If my mom hadn't tricked me by saying there was something at home, I'd definitely be here with you right now. Lin Bingy lay on her stomach on the bed, phone propped in front of her, pouting with a tone of grievance. Su Yingming, standing outside the door, was shocked by Lin Bingy's words. What did she hear? Missed you so much. Wait, home. Are they living together? Why hasn't Bingy told her anything? Hearing Lin Bingy's complaint, Feng Xiaoxian comforted her. I miss you too. Your mom just missed you, that's why she tricked you. You haven't been home in so long, it's normal that she wanted to see you. That's true, but I want to be with you every moment. Eating and drinking with you is so fun. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian and said with a bright smile, "It's okay. You'll be back tomorrow afternoon anyway, and then we can hang out again. How about I treat you to dinner tomorrow when you come back?" Feng Xiaoxian rested her right hand behind her head, holding her phone in her left, and smiled. "Great, great. I'm going to make you pay dearly." Lin Bingyi pretended to be fierce. Maybe not. I'm broke. If you fleece me, how will I afford it? Ha ha ha, isn't that simple? You'll pay and then you'll belong to me. Deal. Lin Bingyi giggled endlessly over EW. Isn't that an indenture contract? Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Exactly. It's an indenture. Miss Lin will keep you, you won't lose out. Lin Bingyi's eyes sparkled as she playfully scrutinized Feng Xiaoxian's face. Deal then. I'm waiting for Sister Bingyi, the sugar mommy, to support me. Ha ha ha. Hearing Lin Bingyi's words from the room, Su Yingming pictured a shocking scene in her mind. She shook her head vigorously, took a deep look at Lin Bingyi's room, and quietly slipped away. On Sunday, after getting out of bed, Lin Bingyi noticed that Su Yingming seemed off, glancing at her from time to time, which left her quite puzzled. Finally, after being looked at by Su Yingming countless times, Lin Bingyi couldn't hold back any longer and asked, "Mom, is there something on my face? Why do you keep staring at me?" Su Yingming rested her chin on her hand and said slowly, "I was just wondering if you're hiding something from your father." Lin Bingyi became even more confused upon hearing this. "What am I hiding from you? I have no idea what you're talking about." "Are you sure?" Su Yingming stared at her, but Lin Bingyi didn't seem to be putting on an act which made her uncertain. "Really, I'm not." Lin Bingyi spread her hands and answered honestly. "All right then." Su Yingming looked at her, but didn't mention what she had overheard the night before. She knew her daughter's temperament well. She would need solid evidence before confronting her, otherwise Lin Bingyi would always have countless excuses to brush her off. "Xiao, my dear. I'm back." On Sunday at 5 in the afternoon, Lin Bingyi stood at the door of the cozy little house that belonged only to her, and Feng Xiaoxuan dragging her suitcase and calling out, Coming. You're back, Bingyi." Feng Xiaoxuan, wearing slippers, pattered out of the bedroom and smiled happily when she saw Lin Bingyi. Xiao, my darling. Did you miss me?" Lin Bingyi gave Feng Xiaoxian a big bear hug and blew warm breath into her ear. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't stand Lin Bingyi's playful teasing, but she gently pushed her away and said coquettishly, "Who's your darling? Don't call me that." Lin Bingyi's eyes widened slightly, and she said in disbelief, Xiao. I've only been gone for 2 days, and you're already turning your back on me. Come clean. Did you go out and flirt with someone else while I was away, find a new friend, and abandon me?" Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at her. "Bingyi, are you being silly? Don't you know whether I went out? Just check my step count on WeChat, and you'll see." Lin Bingyi suddenly remembered that was true. She chuckled, her eyes darting around. Xiao, I recall you said you'd treat me to something delicious tonight. I'm hungry now, what should I do?" Feng Xiaoxian laughed lightly. "What are we waiting for? Put your luggage away, and let's go." "Okay." "Bingyi, what would you like to eat? Just tell me." The two walked hand in hand down the street. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi and asked. Ever since they stepped out, a faint smile had lingered on Lin Bingyi's lips. It was clear that being with Feng Xiaoxian made her very happy. "I want to eat grilled meat." Lin Bingyi thought for a moment and said, "Sure, there's a place ahead. Shall we go there?" They arrived at the barbecue restaurant, ordered a bunch of things, and settled in a corner of the shop chatting while enjoying the air conditioning. The two girls' looks caught the attention of many patrons, but it only led to a few extra glances, and no one came over to strike up a conversation. Soon the food arrived. Lin Bingyi glanced at the plates in front of her, feeling something was missing. She called the waiter over and said, "Excuse me, would like 4 bottles of beer." "Sure, please wait a moment." The waiter turned and left, soon returning with 4 bottles. "Bingyi, you're drinking?" Feng Xiaoxian said in surprise. "Not just me, we are." Lin Bingyi opened 2 bottles, placed one in front of Feng Xiaoxuan, and smiled at her with narrowed eyes. I have a very low tolerance for alcohol. If I get drunk, it'll be a hassle." Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand, reluctant to drink. "It's fine, I'm here with you. Besides, who gets drunk after just a little beer?" Lin Bingyi laughed. "All right then." Half an hour later, Lin Bingyi stared thoughtfully at Feng Xiaoxuan, whose face was flushed red and consciousness was fading. "Well, apparently someone does. I underestimated. But a drunk Xiao is even cuter, Xiao. Let me help you back." After paying the bill, Lin Bingyi gently patted Feng Xiaoxian on the back. Oh no. Need to trouble. I can manage." Feng Xiaoxian spoke in fragments, trying to stand on her own, but failing. Without Lin Bingyi supporting her, she would have stumbled. Come to think of it, Lin Bingyi had never carried Feng Xiaoxian before. Now, helping her walk home, she unexpectedly discovered how light she was. Even lighter than herself, it seemed. 20 minutes later, Lin Bingyi gently leaned Feng Xiaoxian against the sofa, wiped the sweat from her forehead, went to the bathroom to fetch a wet towel, and knelt in front of her, carefully wiping her face while laughing. Xiao, how can you be so adorable? 2 beers, and you're out cold, babbling and throwing a fit. If I hadn't been holding you up and had a free hand, I'd have filmed it to tease you later." Feng Xiaoxian gently shook her head, letting out a coquettish hum. Xiao, you reek of barbecue." Let me wipe you down, you can't go to bed like this. Lin Bingyi said, looking at the drunken Feng Xiaoxian with a smile. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian remained silent, Lin Bingyi muttered to herself, if you don't say anything, you'll take it. Soon Lin Bingyi brought a basin of warm water, placed it at her feet, stepped forward, and slid her jade-like hand over Feng Xiaoxian's abdomen, pinching the hem of her shirt and lifting it up. In no time she had removed her blouse. A chest binder. Why is Xiao wearing this? Lin Bingyi looked at the chest binder on Feng Xiaoxian, puzzled, but didn't dwell on it. She reached behind her back and unfastened the binder. Who would have thought Xiao is quite well endowed? Not as much as me, but close. Lin Bingyi chuckled as she saw the white mounds spring free once the binder was undone. She picked up the wet towel and carefully began to wipe her body. The next morning at 8:30, Feng Xiaoxian woke up groggily, rubbing her aching head and opening her eyes. Looking around, Feng Xiaoxian noticed the pajamas she was wearing. Recalling what happened last night, she realized something and was greatly alarmed. Didn't I get drunk? How did my clothes change? Did Bingyi change them? Does that mean she saw everything? Suddenly the bedroom door opened. Lin Bingyi poked her head and saw that Feng Xiaoxian was awake, and said with a smile, Xiao, you're awake. Bingyi, last night. You have the nerve to bring that up. You got knocked out after just a little drink. I had to help you back, then wipe you down and change your clothes. I was completely worn out. Lin Bingyi walked and sat on the edge of her bed and said matter-of-factly, what? You wiped me down and changed my clothes. Feng Xiaoxian's eyes widened in shock. Of course. We're the only two in this house. Who else could it be? The conch girl. Lin Bingyi covered her mouth and giggled. Ah, well, thanks, Bingyi. Sorry for the trouble last night. Feng Xiaoxian expressed her gratitude. Oh well, if Bingyi saw everything, it's fine. We're both girls after all. There's no need for thanks between us. Why be so formal? Lin Bingyi ruffled Feng Xiaoxian's hair and smiled. Come on, let's have breakfast. I made preserved egg and lean meat congee. Okay. Xiaoxian, how is it? Is it delicious? Lin Bingyi rested her chin on her hand, smiling at Feng Xiaoxian. It's really delicious. I was feeling a bit unwell, but now I feel much better after having the porridge. Feng Xiaoxian gave a thumbs up and praised, hee, glad you like it. Lin Bingyi was very good at cooking, but after entering university, she lived on campus and rarely cooked. Now that she was sharing a rental with Feng Xiaoxian, the number of times she cooked in this period was almost as many as she used to cook in a whole year. Watching Feng Xiaoxian savoring her dishes and hearing her compliments, Lin Bingyi felt sweet in her heart. I'm full. Eating so much early in the morning, I feel like I'll get fat from your cooking sooner or later, Feng Xiaoxian said contentedly, patting her slightly bulging belly. Haha, isn't it good to gain a bit of weight? Put on some meat, Xiaoxian. You should gain some flesh in certain places. Being too thin isn't good, Lin Bingyi said meaningfully. What are you talking about? I don't understand what you mean, Bingyi, Feng Xiaoxian said, avoiding Lin Bingyi's teasing gaze and hee, really? I saw everything last night, so don't be shy. Lin Bingyi stood up, sat next to Feng Xiaoxian, leaned close to her ear, and breathed warmly. Are you being a pervert, Bingyi? Feng Xiaoxian's pretty face flushed red. Remembering the embarrassing scene last night, she felt mortified and wished she could dig a hole and hide. Me, a pervert? Where did I act like a pervert? Lin Bingyi looked at the embarrassed Feng Xiaoxian with a smile in her eyes. As if recalling something, she asked, but seriously, Xiaoxian, why do you wear a chest binder? This. The question left Feng Xiaoxian stunned. Her mind raced, and she finally came up with an excuse. I'm just trying to keep a low profile. Wearing a chest binder makes me look smaller, so I won't attract too much attention. What nonsense is that? Aren't you afraid it will harm your body? You should take good care of yourself. Wearing it for too long will definitely have negative effects, Lin Bingyi said with a frown, displeased. Besides, look at me. Do I wear something like that? Lin Bingyi puffed out her chest. Hearing Lin Bingyi care so much about her, a warm current surged in Feng Xiaoxian's heart. She smiled and comforted. I know, Bingyi. Thank you for caring so much about me. Don't change the subject. You have to promise me you won't wear a chest binder anymore. Lin Bingyi insisted with a frown. But what do I wear if not this? I'm used to it. Let's just forget it. Feng Xiaoxian blinked, trying to get away with a cute act. No, I'm doing this for your own good. Either you wear mine, or I'll take you to buy some. You choose. Lin Bingyi said sternly. What? Where? We're yours. Feng Xiaoxian was shocked. We're Lin Bingyi's bra. We're not the same size. Better not. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingyi's chest, conservatively estimating it was at least a D cup, while she herself was at most a C. How could she just wear that? In that case, after we tidy up, I'll take you to buy some. Lin Bingyi said with a look of complete control, smiling. Alas. Fine. Feng Xiaoxian resigned herself to fate, saying helplessly. That's a good girl. The two girls arrived at Fenghua Plaza near the Electric University, which was also where they first met. Whoa, it's been so long since I came here. It's really nice. Lin Bingyi laughed. Counting the time, it's been 2 weeks since we last came. Feng Xiaoxian agreed. Let's go. Clear goal takes Xiaoxian to buy bras. Lin Bingyi took Feng Xiaoxian's hand and walked inside. Chill. Bingyi, keep your voice down. Haha, I know. The two quickly arrived at the women's lingerie section. This was a complete blind spot for Feng Xiaoxian, who she had never been here before. Now looking at the various shops around, a blush instantly crept onto her cheeks. No way, Xiaoxuan, you're so sensitive. Just standing outside a shop looking at bras makes you blush. Lin, it's not that. It's just that you're taking me to buy this kind of intimate clothing, so it's a bit embarrassing. Feng Xiaoxian quickly found an excuse. Haha, it's fine. What's there to be embarrassed about? It's a common thing among us girls. Let's go pick one that. Lin Bingyi pulled Feng Xiaoxian into the shop. Welcome to beautiful ladies. How can I help you? The saleswoman wearing a professional skirt suit and black stockings walked over. Her eyes lit up at the sight of Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxuan, two rare beauties, and she greeted them with a smile. Xiaoxuan, do you want me to speak for you, or will you say it yourself? Lin Bingyi looked at the silent Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian was slightly stunned. How could she let Lin Bingyi say such a thing? That would be too embarrassing. Hello, I'd like to pick a set of suitable bras for me, Feng Xiaoxian said, lowering her head, not daring to meet the saleswoman's eyes. Haha, sure. Could you tell me your size so I can make a recommendation? The saleswoman smiled and sized up Feng Xiaoxian. This girl was too adorable, even shy about everyday items. I don't know exactly. Probably AC. Oh, I see. Then try this one first. If it's too big, you can try another. The saleswoman took a light blue bra and handed it to Feng Xiaoxian. Oh, Xiaoxuan, don't just stand there. Go to the fitting room and try it on. Lin Bingyi urged. Okay. Feng Xiaoxian steeled herself, picked up the bra, and walked into the fitting room. In this shop was quite spacious, accommodating two people. A full-length mirror was embedded in the wall, and the small space was cooled by the air conditioner. Pretty thoughtful service. Pretty lady, your friend is quite shy. After Feng Xiaoxian left, the saleswoman chatted with Lin Bingyi. Haha, yes, she often blushes easily. She's so adorable. Lin Bingyi laughed. After a few minutes, Feng Xiaoxian still hadn't come out. Lin Bingyi walked over, gently knocked on the door, and said, Xiaoxian, have you tried it? How does it feel? Hearing Lin Bingyi's voice, Feng Xiaoxian asked for help. Bingyi, could you come in and help me fasten it? I can't reach. Okay, open the door, Lin Bingyi said with a laugh. With a click, the door opened a crack. Lin Bingyi quickly slipped in and locked the door smoothly. Lin Bingyi turned and looked at Feng Xiaoxian. Her hair was a bit messy, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes were slightly moist from anxiety. The removed chest binder lay on a nearby stool, and her white t-shirt was spread over her chest to cover it. Any man would find the scene irresistible, so pitiful that it stirred a protective instinct. Xiaoxuan, who are you hiding from? I've seen it all already. Put the clothes down, turn around, and it'll help you fasten the hooks, Lin Bingyi said with a hint of exasperation. Okay. Feng Xiaoxian turned around, revealing her smooth, fair back to Lin Bingyi. Lin Bingyi, silently admired for a moment, stepped forward and patiently helped her fasten the bra hooks. In a few quick moves it was done. Lin Bingyi teased, Xiaoxuan, how can you be so clumsy? Feng Xiaoxian hummed, looking down at her body. The light blue bra showcased her good figure, and the cleavage it created was exceptionally alluring. Even Feng Xiaoxian herself was almost captivated. No wonder so many men love to look. How is it? Xiaoxuan, how does it feel? Lin Bingyi asked with a smile. It's good. The size fits perfectly. He'll take this one. After saying that, Feng Xiaoxian quickly took it off, put on her chest binder, and then her white t-shirt. Alright, let's buy this size. We'll get a few different colors. Lin Bingyi said. Fine. How about it, Xiao? Doesn't it feel much more comfortable than wearing that chest binder? Lin Bingyi said with a smile, holding Feng Xiaoxian's wrist as they walked through the mall. Feng Xiaoxian looked down at her chest, which was much more prominent than before, and smiled helplessly, saying, It's okay. Just now Lin Bingyi had picked out 4 bras for her in one go, and insisted she put one on right after paying. Forced into compliance, Feng Xiaoxian obediently followed suit, putting away the chest binder into the bag as well. Besides, how could a system-gifted item be defective? That chest binder was perfectly harmless, and even gave a cool, refreshing sensation when worn, quite comfortable. Now suddenly being asked by Lin Bingyi to change it under the pretext of health concerns, though not entirely willing, she understood it came from care, so either way was fine. That's more like it. The chest binder is fine for occasional wear, but mostly you shouldn't wear it. There are still some. Xiao, Lin Bingyi said seriously. I know. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. By the way, Bingyi, where are we going next? Looking around, Feng Xiaoxian noticed that Lin Bingyi didn't seem to want to leave. Let's just wander around. Staying cooped up at home isn't great. How about seeing a movie? Lin Bingyi's eyes twinkled as she smiled. Watch a movie now? Feng Xiaoxian asked. It's no big deal. It's almost 10 now, and the movie will end around 12, and it'll be time for lunch. How about it? Let's go. Lin Bingyi shook her arm in a coquettish voice. Alright, then I'll follow your lead. Great. Let's go. Lin Bingyi bought 2 adjacent movie tickets and carried a large bucket of popcorn, while Feng Xiaoxian carried 2 cups of soda. They leisurely made their way to the screening room. Sitting in their seats, she checked the time. 3 minutes until the movie started. Lin Bingyi grabbed a handful of popcorn and stuffed it into her mouth, munching crunch crunch then took a sip of her soda, wearing a very satisfied expression. Slow down, I'm not fighting you for it. Look at you. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help teasing. Haha, my bad. Lin Bingyi burst out laughing. Luckily, she had already swallowed the popcorn, or she would have sprayed Feng Xiaoxian. When the time came, the movie started on time. Perhaps because it was still early, the screening room only had Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi watching. Feng Xiaoxian remarked that they were lucky, getting a private screening for the price of 2 tickets. Xiao, can I borrow your shoulder to lean on? After about 10 minutes of watching, Lin Bingyi yawned and spoke softly. Sure, go ahead. Feng Xiaoxian nodded. Lin Bingyi gently rested her head on Feng Xiaoxian's shoulder, then suddenly said, Xiao, I want some popcorn. Here, grab some yourself. Feng Xiaoxian handed the popcorn bucket to Lin Bingyi, then fixed her eyes on the screen. She hadn't seen this movie before. I want you to feed me. Lin Bingyi pouted, speaking with dissatisfaction. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian said nothing, but reached out, pinched 2 popcorn pieces, and brought them to Lin Bingyi's lips. The latter slightly parted her red lips, enclosed the offered popcorn, and with a movement of her mouth ate them. Xiao, you're so sweet. Lin Bingyi said with a smile while chewing. Haha, it's only right to be good to you. Feng Xiaoxian patted Lin Bingyi's head, laughing. How dare you pat my head? You're getting bolder, Xiao. Lin Bingyi pouted, pretending to be fierce, but inwardly, she was overjoyed. You're leaning on my shoulder, what's wrong with patting your little doggy head, Feng Xiaoxian teased. What a... Xiao, you're so annoying. Lin Bingyi lightly pinched Feng Xiaoxian's waist, acting coy. You pinched me. So what if I did? Got a problem? Lin Bingyi raised an eyebrow, smiling. Of course I have a problem. I'm taking revenge. With that, Feng Xiaoxian quickly reached out to grab Lin Bingyi's waist, but Lin Bingyi was prepared. Soon 4 hands were tangled together, and the screening room echoed with the joyful laughter of the 2 girls. I'll open wide. Feng Xiaoxian, wearing disposable plastic gloves, picked up a small piece of cheese Orleans roasted chicken pizza, turned the filling rich side toward Lin Bingyi, and brought it to her lips. Naturally, Lin Bingyi did not refuse. Closing her eyes, she happily took a big bite. Watching Lin Bingyi bite off 3/4 in one go, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help teasing, as expected of Bingyi. What a big mouth. Upon hearing this, Lin Bingyi's eyes flew open. Pouting her lips, she pretended to be wronged, and said, Xiao, why do you keep bullying me today? Feng Xiaoxian looked at the coquettish and defiant Lin Bingyi with a smile, resting her cheek on her hand. Really? I haven't, have I? I've been treating you well, letting you lean on my shoulder to watch the movie, and feeding you. You still say that? I wonder who suddenly groped in the screening room, actually grabbing my... Lin Bingyi rolled her eyes at Feng Xiaoxian. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian gave an awkward laugh. She had no choice, at the time, to fend off Lin Bingyi's counterattack, and with the dim lighting in the theater, in her haste, she had touched something she shouldn't have, prompting a surprised yelp from Lin Bingyi. Haha, why bring that up? Let's eat. Feng Xiaoxian laughed, trying to change the subject. Lin Bingyi didn't take it too seriously either. After all, Feng Xiaoxian hadn't meant it. Besides, they were both girls. If Feng Xiaoxian touched her, so be it. She herself had already seen Feng Xiaoxian naked anyway, it was even. Here, Xiao, have one of these. Lin Bingyi picked up a piece of phoenix-tail shrimp and offered it to Feng Xiaoxian with a smile. Hee, then I want stand on ceremony. Feng Xiaoxian gobbled it down in one bite. The 2 girls fed each other back and forth like this, their deep friendship making the surrounding diners extremely envious. After eating, it was already past 1 o'clock. Checking the time, they picked up their things and headed home. After all, it was Monday, and both had 2 classes at 3 in the afternoon. They couldn't play too long. Whoa, what a great day. Another day full of happiness. After class, Lin Bingyi returned home, lay down on the sofa, and shouted happily. Feng Xiaoxian sat beside her, patted her thigh, and said, Bingyi, lower your voice. Your loud voice is piercing my eardrums. Huh, is it? Lin Bingyi laughed. Of course it is. Oh, then I'm so sorry. Bingyi. Ha. Why are you suddenly packing your luggage? As soon as he returned to the bedroom, Lin Wenbo saw Su Yingming placing neatly folded clothes into the suitcase on the floor. I've been behaving quite well these days, haven't I? I didn't offend you, did I? What's wrong? Su Yingming looked up speechless at the somewhat anxious Lin Wenbo, and said impatiently, You didn't offend me. I'm packing to go stay at Bingyi's place for a couple of days. What are you going to Bingyi's for? Lin Wenbo breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, and asked in confusion. Oh, I forgot to tell you last time. That day when Bingyi came home, I passed by her room at night, and heard her talking on the phone with someone, saying things like, I miss you so much, and I'll stay home with you. I suspect our daughter is secretly dating someone, and even living together. Su Yingming frowned, and said gravely. Lin Wenbo was shocked upon hearing this. His precious daughter, whom he had pampered since childhood, had reached the point of living together with another man. He found it hard to believe, as this was too shocking. It must be false, right? You know Bingyi's personality. I don't think she's that kind of child. Lin Wenbo still had deep faith in Lin Bingyi. She wouldn't do such a thing. I can't be 100% sure, but I can't rest easy. I have to go check it out, or I'll feel uneasy. Su Yingming didn't want to see that scene either. Alright, then do you want me to come with you? No need. They'll only be gone for 2 days. It's not good to have too many people and the company is busy lately. You focus on work. All right, then. Xiaoxian, sorry to keep you waiting. The teacher ran over time. At 1130 in the morning, Lin Bingyi and Li Xinyu came out of the teaching building with the crowd. As soon as she spotted Feng Xiaoxuan, Lin Bingyi couldn't wait to run over and give her a big bear hug. Feng Xiaoxian was used to Lin Bingyi's enthusiasm and said with a smile, "All right, Bingyi, we're in public. Mind your image." Sure enough, many passing students glanced their way since Lin Bingyi was known for being aloof at the university. Seeing her so enthusiastic now was somewhat surprising. "Haha, don't you know what kind of person I am? Aloofness? That doesn't exist. Right, Xinyu?" Lin Bingyi walked between the two, turned back, and smiled at Li Xinyu. "Yeah, absolutely right. Bingyi is practically the queen of the road, a veteran driver with 10 years of experience. What do you think, Xiaoxian?" Li Xinyu covered her mouth and giggled. "I think you're right." "Ha ha ha." Feng Xiaoxian chimed in. Seeing the two teasing her in unison, Lin Bingyi stamped her foot in anger and snorted. "What are you talking about? You two teamed up to make fun of me, didn't you? Our friendship is over." "Haha, not at all." Feng Xiaoxian laughed. "You're treating me like a child. Xiaoxuan, you've gone bad. Aren't you supposed to be on my side unconditionally?" Lin Bingyi pouted and said aggrievedly. "No, I haven't. Bingyi, be good, don't cry." Feng Xiaoxian patted Lin Bingyi on the head, laughter brimming in her eyes. Caught off guard by Feng Xiaoxuan's sudden head pat, Lin Bingyi froze for a moment, then slapped her hand away, grabbed Feng Xiaoxuan's cheek, and said fiercely, "Xiaoxian, I see you're getting bolder and bolder. How dare you pat my head? Don't you know I'm your older sister?" "Huh?" Feng Xiaoxian shook off Lin Bingyi's hand, pouted, and said, "Older sister? You're only 5 months older than me." 5 months is still older. Lin Bingyi huffed. "Yes, indeed, much older than me," Feng Xiaoxian said with a meaningful glance. Noticing the implication in Feng Xiaoxuan's words and seeing her smirk while glancing at her chest, Lin Bingyi couldn't help but shout, "Naughty Xiaoxuan, where are you looking?" "Ha ha ha." Li Xinyu watched the two bickering like a pair of happy rivals, laughing uncontrollably. At 9:30 in the evening, Feng Xiaoxian helplessly watched Lin Bingyi, who was holding her hand and walking ahead, and said, "Bingyi, what time is it? How can you still be hungry? Didn't you eat enough at dinner?" Lin Bingyi turned back, stuck out her tongue, and laughed. "Of course I'm hungry. I didn't eat much tonight." Feng Xiaoxuan's mouth twitched slightly. If she hadn't had dinner with her, she might have believed that lie. Feeling the soft touch in her palm, Feng Xiaoxian let Lin Bingyi pull her along. After all, she wasn't sitting at the barbecue stall. Lin Bingyi saw the large plate of skewers the owner brought over and almost drooled. She couldn't wait to grab a skewer of grilled gluten and shove it into her mouth. So delicious. Then she picked up the Sprite and took a big gulp. Burp. Feng Xiaoxuan, sitting across from her, watched Lin Bingyi, who seemed like a completely different person from school, and couldn't help but laugh. Although she had seen this contrasting side many times, it always made her want to laugh. But thinking about it, being able to enjoy ordinary life and be happy every day, this Lin Bingyi was the most attractive to her. "Xiaoxian, don't just laugh. Eat." Lin Bingyi said, her mouth full of a piece of rice cake, mumbling indistinctly. "I'm not hungry. You go ahead, it'll keep you company." Feng Xiaoxian had eaten a large bowl of beef noodles for dinner and was still a bit full, so she didn't want a late-night snack. "Oh, what a pity." Lin Bingyi picked up a skewer of grilled potato slices and said regretfully, "Just eat your barbecue and talk less." Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Half an hour later, Lin Bingyi had finished all the skewers while chatting. She closed her eyes and pursed her lips. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoxian immediately understood. With a soft laugh, she pulled out a tissue and carefully wiped Lin Bingyi's slightly red lips from the spicy food. "Thank you, Mom." Lin Bingyi opened her eyes and exclaimed, "No way, Bingyi, I just wiped your mouth. Do you have to give me such a big gift?" Feng Xiaoxian teased. "Bingyi, who is this?" Su Yingming walked over from behind Feng Xiaoxuan, pulled out a chair, sat down, and said with a smile. Seeing the beautiful woman who suddenly appeared and Lin Bingyi's expression, Feng Xiaoxian understood something and felt a bit awkward. "Haha, Mom, this is my best friend Xiaoxian." "Xiaoxuan, this is my mom." Though Lin Bingyi was puzzled about why her mother had suddenly appeared here, she enthusiastically introduced them. "I see. Hello there." Su Yingming smiled in greeting. "Hello, Auntie." Feng Xiaoxian smiled back. "Such a pretty girl with a lovely voice. Very nice, very nice." Su Yingming praised. "Aw, thank you, Auntie." "Mom, you haven't told me how you got here yet," Lin Bingyi asked. "I'm here on a business trip," Su Yingming made up an excuse. "And it's so late. You two girls out eating late-night snacks. You need to be careful." "Don't worry, Mom. The apartment we're renting is very close and the streets are well lit. It's very safe," Lin Bingyi said with a smile. "Wee oi." Su Yingming looked at the two girls in confusion. "Yeah, oh, I forgot to tell you. Xiaoxian is my roommate. We're really close." Lin Bingyi smiled as she looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was pretending to be shy and silent. "I see." Su Yingming understood. So Lin Bingyi had been on the phone with this girl named Xiaoxian back then. She had come all this way for nothing. This time she had been careless. "Mom, it's getting late. We should head back. Where are you staying?" "Want to crash at our place." Lin Bingyi asked. No, you only have 2 bedrooms. I want squeeze in with you 2 girls. They'll stay at a hotel. Su Yingming said helplessly. Then do you want to come over and hang out? No, I want to disturb you. They'll be heading back tomorrow afternoon. Ah, so soon. Can't be helped. Your mom is a hard-working soul. Oh, then bye, Mom. Xiaoshuan, let's go. With that, Lin Bingyi took Feng Xiaoxuan's hand and walked toward home, leaving Su Yingming alone watching them disappear into the distance. Xiao, why are you staring at me so seriously? It feels a bit weird. Is something wrong? Lin Bingyi, still in her pajamas, rubbed her eyes and walked out of the bedroom. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian sitting on the living room sofa with a blank expression, a sense of foreboding immediately gripped her heart, and she spoke weakly. I've decided to move out. Take care of yourself. Feng Xiaoxian said indifferently, her tone as casual, as if she were recounting something trivial and insignificant. What? Why? Hearing this first thing in the morning, Lin Bingyi's drowsiness vanished. She stared at Feng Xiaoxian with wide, incredulous eyes. No reason. I just don't want to live with you anymore. It's that simple. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at her, and then looked away as if unwilling to spare her another glance. Impossible. I don't believe you. You're lying to me, aren't you? Lin Bingyi rushed forward, grabbed Feng Xiaoxuan's hand, looked into her eyes, and demanded. Why would I lie to you? Is this amusing? Feng Xiaoxian shook off Lin Bingyi's hand and strode straight toward the front door. Xiao. Lin Bingyi sat up, breathing heavily. A strand of hair stuck to her forehead with sweat, and her disheveled hair cascaded over her shoulders. Gazing at the familiar surroundings, she realized that everything had just been a dream. Recalling the scenes from her dream, which felt as real as if they had actually happened, so terrifying. Lin Bingyi stared blankly at the wall before her, her eyes rimmed with red. What's wrong, Bingyi? I thought I heard you calling me. Feng Xiaoxian gently pushed open the door and saw Lin Bingyi sitting on the bed in a daze. She quickly stepped forward and asked. Hearing Feng Xiaoxuan's familiar voice, Lin Bingyi turned to look at her. Before Feng Xiaoxian could react, Lin Bingyi threw herself at her, tightly encircling her waist, pressing her face against Feng Xiaoxuan's stomach, and cried out, Xiao. Don't leave me, okay? Feng Xiaoxian detected a tremor in Lin Bingyi's voice and felt the girl trembling in her arms. She gently patted her back and soothed. I will never leave you, Bingyi. Stop overthinking, okay? How could I ever leave you? Really? Lin Bingyi lifted her head, crystal tears shimmering in her eyes as she gazed adoringly at Feng Xiaoxian. Of course it's true. Bingyi is so beautiful, so adorable, so soft and fragrant. Why would I ever leave you, right? Feng Xiaoxian laughed playfully, tapping her nose. If you said it. Lin Bingyi nuzzled against Feng Xiaoxuan's soft belly, inhaling the reassuring scent, closed her eyes, and silently savored the moment. Feng Xiaoxian tactfully remained silent, gently stroking Lin Bingyi's hair. After they held each other for a while, Feng Xiaoxian felt Lin Bingyi squirm in her arms. She let go and asked with a smile, Now can you tell me why Bingyi was crying her eyes out early in the morning? At this, Lin Bingyi's face flushed. She looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a hint of reproach, pouted, and said, It's all your fault. My fault? I didn't bully you, did I? Feng Xiaoxian asked. I just had a dream. Then Lin Bingyi spent 2 minutes briefly telling Feng Xiaoxian about her dream. After hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian blinked and looked at Lin Bingyi. Lin Bingyi felt a little embarrassed under her gaze. She turned her head away, pouted, and said aggrievedly, That's how it was. I was afraid my dream would come true, and in a moment of overwhelming emotion, I just... don't you dare laugh at me. Feng Xiaoxian felt a pang of tenderness seeing Lin Bingyi, so vulnerable and unguarded before her. She gently turned Lin Bingyi's face back, looked into her eyes, and said earnestly, word by word, Bingyi, rest assured. None of what happened in your dream will come true. I can't promise anything else, but I will never leave you. Never. Trust me, okay? I trust you. Lin Bingyi nodded solemnly. Then smiled. Bingyi looks really beautiful when she smiles. Feng Xiaoxian said with a grin. Lin Bingyi's face instantly bloomed into a stunning smile upon hearing that. Good girl. Since I'm so obedient, do I get a reward? Lin Bingyi blinked and said, How about I personally make you breakfast? Feng Xiaoxian suggested. That sounds good. Let's do that. Lin Bingyi smiled. Got it. With that, Feng Xiaoxian left her bedroom. Lin Bingyi watched her disappearing figure, her eyes flickering slightly. Xiao, I promise you too, I will never leave you, and I will never let you leave me. Xiao, what did you make? Lin Bingyi sat at the dining table, staring at the burnt fried egg and the clumped together rice noodles in the bowl before her, lost in thought. It's always like this the first time. It'll get better after a few tries. Why don't you just make do? Feng Xiaoxian said quietly. Let me try. After all, it was made by Feng Xiaoshuan, so Lin Bingyi definitely wouldn't spoil her mood. She picked up the fried egg and took a small bite. How is it? How does it taste? Feng Xiaoxian asked eagerly. A bit burnt, and there's no salt. Lin Bingyi commented seriously. So it's not good. Feng Xiaoxian lowered her head in disappointment. No, I didn't say it wasn't good. Lin Bingyi said with a smile. Really? You're willing to eat it? Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi in surprise. Of course, but next time you need to pay more attention, add a bit more water when cooking the noodles, and a little more salt, got it? Otherwise it'll still be bland and clumpy. Lin Bingyi explained patiently. I know Bingyi. Next time I'll definitely make you a proper meal. Feng Xiaoxian nodded. Then I'll look forward to Chef Feng cooking. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile, her eyes filled with nothing but her. Sure. Feng Xiaoxian had just finished showering, and upon entering the bedroom saw Lin Bingyi lying on her bed, only her head peeking out, looking adorable. But the weather is getting colder day by day. If we sleep together at night, we can keep each other warmer, can't we? Besides, I've already warmed up the bed for you. Where else can you find such a beautiful bed warmer like me? Lin Bingyi stuck out her tongue, looked at her with a smile, putting on a rascal expression. A bed warmer should leave after warming the bed. Feng Xiaoxian said with a laugh. Xiao, you wouldn't be so heartless, would you? Lin Bingyi looked at her with grievance, even burying her head a bit deeper into the blanket, looking so pitiful that she seemed truly convincing. Alright, I was just kidding. You can sleep if you want. Feng Xiaoxian smiled, took off her slippers, and climbed onto the bed. The moment she slipped into the covers, she felt Lin Bingyi's 2 paws wrap around her waist. Feng Xiaoxian, seeing this, didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but said nothing, obviously used to it. Xiao, turn around, okay? Lin Bingyi twisted her body, leaned close to Feng Xiaoxian, and whispered in her ear. What's wrong? Though she asked, Feng Xiaoxian still turned around to face Lin Bingyi. So close, Feng Xiaoxian gazed at Lin Bingyi's bare face. Though she had seen it many times, she was always captivated by her beauty, never tiring of the sight. Nothing much. I just wanted to see my Xiao's stunningly beautiful face, Lin Bingyi said with a smile, her eyes closed. How can you see with your eyes closed? I'm sleepy. I want to sleep, hee. Lin Bingyi laughed. I'm done with you. Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at her, then closed her eyes too, and they fell asleep, snuggled together. Time passed day by day, and the temperature dropped. People wrapped themselves in thick cotton-padded jackets to fend off the cold. Soon January arrived. Achu in class, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help sneezing. She sniffled and felt a bit helpless. It might be because her pajamas were too thin, plus she was too lazy to change into thicker ones. After showering, she always just rushed to the bedroom and jumped into bed, enduring the cold. Repeating this, she probably caught a cold. Are you okay? I have tissues. Lu Wanfeng, sitting in the row ahead, turned around while the teacher was fiddling with a new PowerPoint and asked Feng Xiaoxian with a concerned expression. It's fine. I have some. No need, thank you. Feng Xiaoxian smiled slightly, took out a tissue, and wiped her nose. Oh, okay then. Lu Wanfeng saw Feng Xiaoxian looking down at her textbook, so he had to turn back with a soft sigh. Wanfeng, why hasn't your spring come yet? It's already winter. Zheng Wei glanced at Feng Xiaoxian, who was seriously reading, and chuckled softly. Alas, it's tough. She treats me indifferently, just as an ordinary classmate. There's nothing I can do. Lu Wanfeng shrugged and said helplessly. Feng Xiaoxian naturally knew about Lu Wanfeng's little crush on her, but she had no such thoughts, so she always kept her distance. Her words and actions were merely out of politeness between classmates. Haha, so cold. I can't stand it. As soon as Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian got home, the former hurriedly turned on the heater and blew warm breath onto her frozen little hands. We're in the north, there's no helping it. Winters are this cold, Feng Xiaoxian comforted. Aren't you cold, Xiao? Lin Bingyi looked at her curiously. I am cold, just not as dramatic as you, ha. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. If that's the case. Lin Bingyi watched Feng Xiaoxian, who was looking down at her phone. Her eyes darted around, and she crept up to her, then taking advantage of her unpreparedness, directly slipped her hand inside Feng Xiaoxian's collar. SSSA. Bingyi, what are you doing? Let go. Feng Xiaoxian was caught off guard by the sudden attack. The cold nearly knocked her out. Ha. I'm dying of laughter. Was it fun, Xiao? Lin Bingyi released her hand, moved a safe distance away, and looked at her with a beaming smile. Bingyi, you're too wicked. Feng Xiaoxian had intended to retaliate, but seeing Lin Bingyi's wary demeanor, she dropped the idea. Buzz, I'm done talking to you. I need to answer a call. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at the caller ID, rolled her eyes at the grinning Lin Bingyi, and said with displeasure. Go ahead, he. Feng Xiaoxian walked back to the room, pressed the answer button, and said, Mom, what's wrong? As soon as she said that, Feng Xiaoxian realized she had made a slip. She hadn't lowered her voice as usual, but used her natural voice. Sure enough, hearing a girl's voice on the other end, Xia Jingshan was slightly startled, and said in surprise, Xiao Feng. Why is there a girl's voice? Feng Xiaoxian quickly lowered her voice, and explained, Mom, you misheard. That's not it. It's just me. Xia Jingshan sensed something wrong in Feng Xiaoxian's tone, and said, No, I heard it so clearly just now. How could I mishear? Tell me honestly, are you with a girl right now? Are you dating a girlfriend again? Feng Xiaoxian began to panic and explained, No, Mom, you're overthinking. You simply misheard. Impossible. Your mother isn't so old that my hearing has deteriorated. Don't lie to me. I called to ask when you're coming back. When you come back, remember to bring her along for me to see. Xia Jingshan laughed. He'll be back in 2 weeks. Wait, Mom, what do you mean by bringing her for you to see? I already told you there's nothing. Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. I don't care about that. It's settled. Bye. With that, Xia Jingshan hung up. Feng Xiaoxian listened to the beeping tone of the phone and felt a headache. How could she have been so careless? Sigh. He'll just have to deal with it when the time comes. That evening after his bath, Feng Xiaoxian gazed at his reflection in the mirror, pursed his lips, and felt some. With his fair, delicate skin and bright eyes and pearly teeth, he looked every bit like a girl now. How would he explain himself when he returned home in 2 weeks? The mere thought of his mother misinterpreting his voice gave Feng Xiaoxian a headache. He rubbed his temples, let out a soft sigh, and left the bathroom. Xiao, why are you still wearing such thin clothes today? Aren't you afraid of catching a cold again? Lin Bingyi, clad in a thick pajama set, sat cross-legged on the sofa watching TV. She glanced at Feng Xiaoxian and frowned. It's fine, don't worry. Feng Xiaoxian smiled softly. You should get some rest early. Since you just recovered from a cold, don't wander around in such thin clothes. Lin Bingyi reminded him. I know. The next day Feng Xiaoxian went to class as usual. Since childhood, Feng Xiaoxian had always detested sweating, so he especially loved winter. Though he wore many layers, his fondness for the season remained undiminished. Now, having become a girl, wrapping himself in a thick down jacket concealed his figure, allowing him to keep a lower profile. After class, Feng Xiaoxian opened his phone and received a message from Lin Bingyi. Thin Ice Xiao, I have some department stuff to handle. Go eat first. ITLL probably take about 20 minutes. Hee. Breeze, no worries, take your time. Putting away his phone and shouldering his bag, Feng Xiaoxian walked alone toward. When he was about 100 or 2 meters from the cafeteria, Feng Xiaoxian sensed hurried footsteps behind him. Before he could turn around, a hand tapped his shoulder. Yo, isn't this little Feng? What a coincidence. The familiar voice startled Feng Xiaoxian momentarily. He turned around and gazed at the 3 people before him with pleasant surprise. My sons, what a coincidence. Feng Xiaoxian deliberately lowered his voice and smiled. Get lost. How dare you talk to your father like that? Ding Yun laughed heartily. Ha ha ha. Xiao Feng, I feel like you're getting more and more delicate. Wang Hua said with a mischievous grin. That's a sign of good health, unlike you. You need to restrain yourself, kid. Feng Xiaoxian replied with a meaningful smile. Nonsense. I'm a decent person. Wang Hua retorted. Skinny, do you even believe yourself when you say that? None of us believe it. Su Jun mercilessly exposed him. The 4 chatted and laughed, clearly indicating that Ding Yun and the others shared a close bond with Feng Xiaoxian. Come on, let's go eat. I'm starving, Ding Yun said, looking toward the cafeteria. Xiao Feng, you don't know. Since you moved out, no one brings me food anymore. Now I have to run to the cafeteria every day myself. The small back gate of the dorm was closed because the wall is being renovated, so we can't pick up takeout from there. This life is too harsh. Ding Yun's words were filled with helplessness and bitterness. That's good for you, though. Walk more and lose some weight, Feng Xiaoxian teased. Alas, words can't describe my tears. These 2 stupid sons won't even bring me food. Sometimes I'm the one who brings theirs. Ding Yun vented his complaints to Feng Xiaoxian about Wang Hua and the other. TCH, we're doing this for your own good, Wang Hua said with a raised eyebrow and a grin. Exactly, Fatso, more exercise won't hurt. Su Jun said in a serious tone. Xiao Feng, see how these 2 treat their father. Isn't it unfilial? Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaoxian watched his 3 good friends teasing each other and smiled knowingly. Such carefree days with close buddies were truly wonderful. Xiao Feng, how come your appetite has shrunk so much? Eating so little. Ding Yun saw the small bowl of egg noodles Feng Xiaoxian had brought over, then glanced at his own rice, puzzled. Oh, this. I just recovered from a cold, so I don't have much appetite, Feng Xiaoxian explained with a smile. Having been a girl for so long, his appetite had unconsciously diminished. I see, that's too bad. Ding Yun nodded in understanding. Fatty, it's not that Xiao Feng's appetite is smaller. You're just too much of a glutton. Look at our portions, just a bit bigger than his. Su Jun adjusted his glasses and chuckled. Huh, glasses, you're too ruthless, stabbing right through the heart. Wang Hua couldn't help but laugh. Uff. Ding Yun spat, deciding to ignore the 2 who always undermined him, and silently focused on Xiao Feng. Now that you've switched majors, how are your classes going? Su Jun asked casually while eating duck meat. Not bad. I'm interested in it, otherwise I wouldn't have switched. Feng Xiaoxian took a bite of an egg and said softly. Are there any pretty girls in your class? Wang Hua asked with a sly smile. What do you want? Feng Xiaoxian shot him a glance. What else could I want? Just asking. Oh, by the way, back when you hadn't moved out, I remember a girl called you Xiao Xiao. How are things between you 2 now? Wang Hua's eyes shifted as if recalling something, and he smirked. At that mention, Ding Yun and Su Jun perked up immediately, setting down their chopsticks and staring curiously at Feng Xiaoxian. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian silently cursed Wang Hua in his mind, but maintained a calm demeanor. What do you mean, how are things? There's nothing between us. I'm not dating anyone right now. Really? Wang Hua squinted at Feng Xiaoxian. What else would it be? Feng Xiaoxian continued, eating his noodles, speaking indifferently. TCH, boring. Seeing no opening in Feng Xiaoxian, Wang Hua gave up, pursed his lips, and started eating his own rice. After the four had eaten their fill, Ding Yun and the others were in a hurry to return to the dorm for a triple gaming session, so they said their goodbyes at the entrance and parted ways. When Feng Xiaoxian returned home, he let out a long breath, the corner of his mouth lifting into a faint, almost imperceptible smile. It felt truly good to occasionally chat with a few close brothers. Hey Bingy, you're back so soon. Feng Xiaoxian walked into the living room and found Lin Bingy sitting cross-legged on the sofa, as she had last night, staring expressionlessly at her phone. Hearing Feng Xiaoxian's voice, Lin Bingy's delicate brows furrowed slightly as she looked at him and said slowly, Xiao, those three boys you had lunch with, are you close? Lin Bingy's question caught Feng Xiaoxian off guard. He hadn't expected her to witness them eating together. Feng Xiaoxian walked over, sat down beside her, and explained with a smile, I met them during freshman year. We've known each other for over a year. Why do you ask? His straightforward explanation slightly softened the expression on Lin Bingy's face. She gave him a long look before forcing a shallow smile. Nothing, I just saw and got a little curious. Hearing Lin Bingy's explanation, Feng Xiaoxian nodded slightly, but something felt off. That look from Bing Yi just now didn't seem like mere curiosity, it felt more like she was about to give him a beating. Yet something felt off. That look from Bing Yi just now didn't seem like mere curiosity, it felt more like she was about to give him a beating. Fatty, I'm again Fatty Wei Feng, what do you think, Xiao? Pretty slick, right? A pentakill. Skinny, if you hadn't stolen 2 of my kills, could you have gotten that pentakill? Glasses, come on, without my crowd control, could you guys have won? Fatty Glasses, where's your face? You were the first back to Fountain, how dare you say that? Glasses, bah. Watching the three of them bicker in the group chat, Feng Xiaoxuan leaning against the headboard under the covers couldn't help but laugh. Xiao, what are you looking at? You're laughing so happily, Lin Bingy said as she leaned in to peek at the screen, only to realize Feng Xiaoxian was chatting in a group. Here, it's my 3 friends. They're arguing now, ha. It's killing me. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. I see. Xiao, I've noticed you've been hanging out with them a lot lately. You barely have time to play with me. Lin Bingy pouted, casting a resentful gaze at Feng Xiaoxian. Huh, no way. I'm just casually chatting with them. Don't I spend every day with you? Feng Xiaoxian replied to the barrage of messages from the 3 guys before turning to Lin Bingy, who looked aggrieved and comforted her. You do? See, just now you ignored me and talked to those 3 boys first before talking to me. Humph. Lin Bingy bumped her head against Feng Xiaoxian's stomach and said discontentedly. And it's because they kept ing me. I just had to respond and say hi. Look. As she spoke, Feng Xiaoxian held up her phone screen and scrolled through it. Lin Bingy widened her eyes and looked closely, only to find that what Feng Xiaoxian said was true. She had really just popped in to say a word. I don't care. I'm angry, and it's going to take a lot to calm me down. Lin Bingy pouted, lying on Feng Xiaoxian's stomach with a pitiful expression. Come on, why get upset over this? If Bingy gets wrinkles from being angry, what will we do? Feng Xiaoxian gently pinched Lin Bingy's delicate little face and teased her with a smile. Don't touch me. Lin Bingy shook her head and said coquettishly. Fine, I won't touch you. He'll sleep. Feng Xiaoxian slid down with a whoosh, lay flat on the bed, closed her eyes, and pretended to sleep. Seeing her pull the same old trick again, Lin Bingy frowned. Watching Feng Xiaoxian close her eyes without any intention of speaking, she directly flipped over and pressed herself on a Feng Xiaoxian. Feeling the weight on her and a faint fragrance in the air, Feng Xiaoxian abruptly opened her eyes. The moment she did, Lin Bingy's face was right in front of hers. Bingy, what are you doing? Feng Xiaoxian twisted her body, but it was useless. Lin Bingy had straddled her, restricting her movement. What do you mean, what am I doing? Xiao, I find you getting bolder. Pulling this trick on me again, trying to fake sleep, huh? Lin Bingy leaned close to Feng Xiaoxuan, bent down, looked into her eyes, and spoke every word deliberately. Being so intimately pressed against by a beautiful woman, Feng Xiaoxuan's breathing quickened. She avoided eye contact and stammered, Did I? No. Right? I really am sleepy, really. Lin Bingy ignored her lies. She continued gazing at the Feng Xiaoxian beneath her, silent for a long while. Then, under Feng Xiaoxuan's astonished gaze, she released her, turned around, and lay on the bed, but sideways with her back to Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian blinked in confusion. She had thought Lin Bingy was going to do something to her, but in the end, nothing happened. Looking at Lin Bingy's back, Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips, moved closer, shook Lin Bingy's shoulder, and whispered, Bingy, I feel like you've been acting strange lately. Is there something on your mind? After a moment, Lin Bingy turned around to face Feng Xiaoxian. Their eyes met, and Lin Bingy's eyes were filled with Feng Xiaoxuan's face. I do have something bothering me, Lin Bingy said. And what is it? Can you tell me? Feng Xiaoxian asked. It's nothing, not a big deal. Maybe after a good night's sleep, I won't be troubled tomorrow. Lin Bingy smiled. I see. Feng Xiaoxian nodded and said, Xiao, you said before that you would never leave me and would always be with me, right? Lin Bingy asked. Yeah. Then what if you meet someone you like in the future and you grow distant from me because you want to be with that person? Lin Bingy's voice grew softer and softer, and by the end, there was even a slight tremor. And that won't happen. We're so close that how could I ever grow distant from you? Feng Xiaoxian promised with a smile. Bingy, you're way too sensitive, aren't you? In seeing the radiant smile on Feng Xiaoxian's face, Lin Bingy felt much more at ease and smiled along. Bingy, you should smile more. You look so beautiful when you smile. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't resist poking Lin Bingy's cheek and said with a grin. If you spend more time with me, I'll smile at you every day. Lin Bingy looked into her eyes and smiled. Are you sure? Of course I'm sure. There. You said it. No backing out. Of course not. I mean what I say. I'm just afraid that someone won't be willing to keep me company. Are you kidding? Do I look like that kind of person? Haha, whether you are or not, I'll have to see how you behave from now on. Lin Bingy snorted. Just watch me. Can we sleep now? I'm so sleepy, Bingy. Feng Xiaoxian yawned, rubbed her eyes and said, sure, let's sleep. And they both closed their eyes. After a few minutes, Feng Xiaoxian's breathing gradually became steady. Clearly she had fallen asleep. Lin Bingy then opened her eyes a slit. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian was asleep, she opened them fully. Gazing at Feng Xiaoxian, who was peacefully sleeping, Lin Bingy reached out and gently caressed her cheek, smiling softly. Xiao, you promised me, didn't you, that you wouldn't grow distant and would always be with me? Spoken words are like spilled water. They can't be taken back. If you break your promise, you'll have to accept the consequences. After saying that, Lin Bingy's jade-like fingers lightly traced Feng Xiaoxian's cheek, paused for a moment at her lips, then withdrew. She closed her eyes and snuggled up to Feng Xiaoxian as they fell asleep. Days passed one after another, drawing nearer to the winter break that countless students yearned for. Yet at the same time, the final exams loomed. Failing a course would be a troublesome affair. As a student who had just switched majors, Feng Xiaoxian often burned the midnight oil studying. Xiao, are you still reading? Do you have to push yourself this hard? Lin Bingy pushed the door open, placed a cup of warm milk on Feng Xiaoxian's desk, and frowned. Lately, Feng Xiaoxian had been spending more and more time on her books. Before, she would only study for about an hour each day, but now it had exceeded 3 hours, and judging by her determination, she seemed intent on breaking her own record every day. Seeing her toil so fiercely, Lin Bingy's heart ached. She often had to coax and cajole her, using soft persuasion and gentle persistence just to get her to put down the book and rest properly. The finals are coming soon. I don't want to end up with a poor score or even fail in my new major right after switching. Otherwise, this transfer would be meaningless. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingy, whose face was full of concern, and gave a slight smile to reassure her. But you always study after school, so surely you won't fail. Don't be so worried, okay? Lin Bingy pulled a chair over and sat beside her. That's true, but I'm already missing the foundation of my freshman year. I have to make up for it now. You go rest first. He'll come a bit later. Feng Xiaoxian patted her hand and said softly, What? No way. I don't want to. Without you, what fun is there for me? Lin Bingy pouted and looked at her with pitiful eyes. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingy's current appearance, then turned away and continued reading. The pitiful look almost broke her resolve, but she had to focus on the important task at hand. Seeing that her cute act had no effect, Lin Bingy sighed, helplessly slumped onto the desk, and stared motionlessly at Feng Xiaoxian, who was reading and taking notes. This earnest look, one had to admit, struck a chord in Lin Bingy's heart. The more she watched, the more she wanted to look. It was as if she were magnetized, unable to tear her gaze away. A faint smile curled at the corners of her lips, her eyes filled entirely with the image of Feng Xiaoxian. Bingy, could you please stop staring at me? Feng Xiaoxian exhaled, looking at Lin Bingy with some exasperation. Lin Bingy rested half her face on her palm, smiling at Feng Xiaoxian, and said, Why should I? My eyes are on my face. I look at whatever I want, wherever I want. You focus on your book, and I'll focus on you. It's not contradictory, is it? Feng Xiaoxian was momentarily rendered speechless. She glanced at the time, closed her book, and conceded, You win. I won't read anymore. Oh, read or not, it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect me watching you, he. Lin Bingy pouted and laughed. Huh, fine then. Feng Xiaoxian smiled, imitating Lin Bingy's posture, lying on the desk and gazing at her. The two girls stared at each other, their gazes intertwining in the air. The atmosphere grew increasingly strange, tinged with a hint of ambiguity. I can't hold it anymore. Xiao, how can you be so childish? Humph. Lin Bingy straightened up, crossed her arms, and looked down at her, half annoyed. Me childish? Isn't it you who's being childish? Now you're turning the tables on me, huh? Feng Xiaoxian pouted and rolled her eyes at her. I don't care. I say it's you, so it's you. TCH, time to sleep. Hey, wait for me. I want to sleep too. Go to your own room. Don't keep clinging to me. Xiao, are you disgusted with me? Yes, I am disgusted with you. What can you do about it? Feng Xiaoxian smiled playfully at Lin Bingy. I'm angry. Lin Bingy puffed out her cheeks, looking exactly like a little pufferfish. Oh, I'm not going to indulge you. Good night. Feng Xiaoxian blinked, lay down on the bed, pulled the covers over herself, and closed her eyes. You. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian truly intended to go straight to sleep, Lin Bingy clenched her small fists in anger. She walked to the bedside, and with a thump jumped onto the spot beside Feng Xiaoxian. Without a word, she lunged at her. Bingy, stop. I'm sorry. Please let go. Caught off guard, Feng Xiaoxian begged for mercy. He'll make you sleep. You heartless wicked thing. Lin Bingyi pinned Feng Xiaoxuan's hands with one hand and looked down at her. Lin Bingyi was naturally skilled in martial arts and Feng Xiaoxian was subdued after just a few attempts. Unable to break free, she could only smile and say, Bingyi, I was just joking. Can you let me go first? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian beneath her, who seemed like a lamb awaiting slaughter, and a playful urge arose in her. With her other hand, she pinched her chin and laughed. You think I'll let go just because you say so? Do I have no dignity? Then what do you want? Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. Give big sister a purr. Lin Bingyi looked at her with a mischievous grin. No. Feng Xiaoxuan's face flushed slightly as she turned her head away, avoiding Lin Bingyi's gaze. Big sister likes your stubborn streak, hee hee. With that, Lin Bingyi leaned down her face, drawing closer to Feng Xiaoxuan's. Feeling the warmth of breath on her cheek, Feng Xiaoxuan's heart began to race involuntarily. She closed her eyes completely, surrendering resistance. Lin Bingyi watched Feng Xiaoxuan's adorable look, gently breathed a warm sigh near her ear, and let out a charming laugh. I'm just teasing you, haha. After speaking, she released. Feng Xiaoxuan got up and lay down beside her. You always bully me. Feng Xiaoxian turned sideways and said huffily. Haha, who can resist teasing my adorable Xiao Xiao? It would be a shame not to. Lin Bingyi giggled. Days passed one after another, and finally the final exams were left behind, ushering in a brand new winter break. After the last exam, stepping out of the examination hall, Feng Xiaoxian felt an immense relief. Those 2 days of tests assured her that her hard work over the semester had not been in vain, lifting her spirits greatly. Feng Xiaoxuan, did you do well? I've noticed you've been working hard ever since you transferred to our class. Zheng Wei approached, offering a polite smile. It's all right. Since I'm new here and not fully familiar with things, I had to put in the effort. Feng Xiaoxian smiled modestly in reply. You're too humble. I felt like your pen never stopped during the exam, unlike me, haha. Lu Wanfeng scratched his head behind Zheng Wei, grinning at Feng Xiaoxian. Is that so? Huh. Feng Xiaoxian didn't know what else to say. Xiao Xiao. Lin Bingyi's voice came from not far away. Feng Xiaoxian turned around to see her waving. Sorry, my friend is here. We'll take off now. See you next semester. Feng Xiaoxian waved, smiling. Yes, see you next semester? Zheng Wei smiled back. Bye. Bye. Lu Wanfeng reluctantly gazed at Feng Xiaoxuan's retreating figure and sighed. Young man, there are plenty of fish in the sea. Why pine for a single flower? She doesn't have that kind of interest in you. Isn't unrequited love painful? Zheng Wei patted Lu Wanfeng's shoulder, offering a comforting smile. Lu Wanfeng said nothing, staring in the direction Feng Xiaoxian and the other girl had gone, letting out a helpless sigh. Xiao Xiao, I'm so envious of you. It only takes you 2 hours to get home, while I have to sit on the high-speed rail for 4 hours. Lin Bingyi grabbed her hair, crying out in distress. Haha, what can you do? Did you buy your ticket? Feng Xiaoxian smiled and asked. I bought it during the break after the morning exam. Lucky me, there was only one business class seat left, he. Lin Bingyi laughed. Well, a sugar mama. Feng Xiaoxian exaggeratedly acted shocked, making Lin Bingyi burst out laughing. So would you like to be a pendant hanging on my leg? Lin Bingyi teased. Yes. Sugar mama, I'm hungry, feed me. Feng Xiaoxian played along. Ha. The two burst into laughter, simultaneously doubled over. Time ticked by, and soon it was time to part. Feng Xiaoxian dragged her suitcase to the living room. Just as she was about to speak, Lin Bingyi walked over, took her hand, and pouted reluctantly. Xiao, I won't see you for a whole month. I can already imagine how hard the coming days will be. Feng Xiaoxian squeezed Lin Bingyi's palm and smiled. Even if we can't meet, we can still chat on our phones. What's so hard about that? Is that the same? I can't see you, can't touch you. Boring. Lin Bingyi pouted, aggrieved. Then, if you miss me, we can video call. How about that? Feng Xiaoxian thought for a moment and smiled. Sigh. I guess that's the only way. Finally, under Lin Bingyi's reluctant and reproachful gaze, thanks to the system's help, her documents had all been successfully changed to reflect her gender. From ticket checking to boarding the train, everything went smoothly without any hindrance. She arrived at her deliberately chosen window seat, 3E. Struggling to lift her suitcase, a pair of hands suddenly appeared from behind, gave it a firm push, and helped Feng Xiaoxian stow it in the overhead compartment. Thank you. Feng Xiaoxian looked at the person and expressed her gratitude. You're welcome. The person gave her a gentle smile and returned to their own seat. Sitting in her seat, Feng Xiaoxian mused, is this one of the perks of being a girl? People offer help willingly. Back when she was a boy, some people wouldn't assist her just because of her gender. Xiao Feng, where are you? Seeing her mother's message, Feng Xiaoxian replied, on the train, I'll be there soon. Alright, take care, okay? Don't worry, Mom. I need to tell you something. I've changed a bit. I hope you won't be too shocked when you see me later. What kind of change could you have? Gained 30 pounds or cut off that precious hair of yours? They'll tell you when I get home. Alright, then I'll be waiting. She turned off her phone. As the train passed station after station, drawing closer to home, Feng Xiaoxuan's heart grew more anxious. The reason was simple: with her current identity, returning home would surely shock her parents speechless. How would she explain it? Said she went to Thailand. No. First, she had never been there, and second, she didn't have the money. If she came up with such a ridiculous excuse, her father Feng Guanxiong would definitely pull out his leather belt and beat her senseless. Feng Xiaoxian racked her brains the whole way but couldn't think of a good explanation. She didn't have any medical reports or anything like that. The system didn't help either. In the end, Feng Xiaoxian had no choice but to go with the simplest and most brutal excuse. At worst, she'd die. Following the location her mother had sent earlier, she took a taxi to the neighborhood of her new home. Standing at the entrance of the residential community, Feng Xiaoxian raised an eyebrow. The environment was quite nice. After briefly stating her business at the guardhouse, she entered smoothly. Walking along the paths, Feng Xiaoxian admired the lush green vegetation and spotted several artificial lakes. The apartment buildings, at least from the outside, were well decorated and looked new. Many elderly people were sitting on stone benches chatting. Whose girl is that? She's so pretty. One elderly woman nudged another, signaling her to look in Feng Xiaoxian's direction. Oh, she really is. I've never seen her before. So beautiful. I wonder if she has a boyfriend. If not, she'd be perfect for my grandson. Come on, my grandson is better. Feng Xiaoxian didn't hear the elder's remarks. With a nervous heart, she arrived at the door of her new home. Swallowing nervously, she pressed the doorbell. Light footsteps approached, and with a click, the door that would lead to an unknown outcome swung open. The person who opened it was, as expected, her mother, Xia Jingshan, a kindergarten teacher. Oh, young lady, you must have the wrong door. Xia Jingshan looked at the strange girl, with her head down, puzzled. Mom, it's me, Xiao Feng. Hearing the word, young lady, Feng Xiaoxian found it both amusing and frustrating. She looked up, offering a smile. What? You're Xiao Feng? Xia Jingshan was clearly incredulous. She knew exactly what her child looked like. Even though he had grown his hair a little longer, he never looked as beautiful as the girl before her. It's really me. Let me in first, and I'll explain, okay? Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. Well, all right, come in first. Still doubting her eyes and ears, Xia Jingshan figured it wasn't good to talk at the doorstep, so she closed the door and followed Feng Xiaoxian inside. Looking around the new home, though it was much more spacious, many familiar items from the past remained, and a wave of nostalgia washed over her. Mama, Feng Xiaoxian sat on the sofa and was about to speak when Xia Jingshan raised a hand to stop her. Don't talk. Let me have a good look. Are you really Xiao Feng? How can a boy look so delicate? Xia Jingshan frowned, scrutinizing her closely. The more she looked, the more something felt off. Feng Xiaoxian said nothing, letting her mother observe, mentally prepared for an interrogation. Xia Jingshan raised an eyebrow and said slowly, it really is Xiao Feng. If I look carefully, I can still see some resemblance. Mom, I told you I'm Xiao Feng, but you didn't believe me. Did you go to Thailand? What? Feng Xiaoxian's eyes widened in disbelief that her mother would say such a thing. Ahem. You young people play around, it's not impossible. Those internet celebrities also had surgery, right? But aren't you afraid your dad will beat you to death? Xia Jingshan blinked, looking at Feng Xiaoxian. It's not like that, Mom. Let me explain. The thing is. Then Feng Xiaoxian spent a few minutes telling Xia Jingshan the whole story, naturally omitting the long absence system. After hearing this absurd yet true explanation, Xia Jingshan fell into deep thought. Feng Xiaoxian dared not speak further, and an eerie silence settled between them. So, Xiao Feng, you're a girl now. Xia Jingshan raised her head, fixing her gaze on Feng Xiaoxian, her tone unreadable. Yes, Feng Xiaoxian said firmly. Since it had already happened, and she had confessed, she stood her ground. Mom, I'm helpless too. Xia Jingshan blinked, then suddenly smiled. What's done is done, isn't it? Besides, with billions of people on Earth, stranger things have happened. Though I still think you secretly got surgery, but as your mother, the one who gave birth to you, no matter what you become, I am still your mother and will always love you. Mom. Feng Xiaoxian was moved to tears. Did your voice not change to a girl's? It sounds odd. I've wanted to mention it for a while. It did change, but I was afraid to let you find out. Now that she had Xia Jingshan's understanding, Feng Xiaoxian no longer had to lower her voice and used her original tone. Oh, wonderful. Your voice is really nice. Xia Jingshan stroked Feng Xiaoxian's cheek, smiling. Thank you, Mom. Feng Xiaoxian choked up. What's there to cry about, silly child? Xia Jingshan patted her head, consoling her. I'm not crying. Feng Xiaoxian rubbed her eyes and threw herself into Xia Jingshan's arms with a humph. Having a daughter is nice too, obedient and well-behaved. Xiao Feng, now that you've become a girl, have your habits and daily routines changed as well? Xia Jingshan gazed at her beautiful daughter with sparkling eyes, teeth like pearls and skin as white as snow, and couldn't help asking curiously. They have changed, but I've gotten used to it by now. It's nothing serious. Feng Xiaoxian lowered her head, cheeks slightly flushed, not daring to meet Xia Jingshan's smiling gaze. It was too embarrassing. Now that you've become a girl, you've learned to be shy. Too embarrassed to look at your mom. Xia Jingshan saw through Feng Xiaoxian's little thoughts at a glance and mercilessly exposed them. Mom, stop it. Feng Xiaoxian said, covering her increasingly hot face. Alright, I won't say anymore. Xia Jingshan looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile, feeling that her daughter was indeed more pleasing to the eye. Why hadn't she realized this before? By the way, what about Dad? Feng Xiaoxian raised her head. After talking for a while, she now realized there was another problem unsolved, and it seemed quite tricky. Oh, this. I was just focusing on you, Xiao Feng, and forgot about your dad. This is a bit tricky. You know your dad. His thinking is quite old-fashioned. I'm just not sure if he'll be shocked to see his annoying son turned into a sweet little cotton-padded jacket when he comes home. The thought of that scene made Xia Jingshan want to laugh, but out of consideration for Feng Xiaoxuan's tender heart, Mom, this is not the time for joking. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Xia Jingshan with reproach and said aggrieved, Haha, they'll explain everything to your dad. You go to your room for now and come out when I've done enough mental prep. Xia Jingshan pondered for a moment and said, I guess that's the only way. Feng Xiaoxian's side lowered her head and said helplessly, It's okay, Xiao Feng. Don't overthink it. No matter what, you are our child. Even if your dad can't wrap his head around it, he won't do anything to you. Rest assured. Xia Jingshan looked at the dejected Feng Xiaoxian and comforted her. Am I no mom? What? Xia Jingshan, you must be joking, right? How could something like this happen to Xiao Feng? In the evening, as soon as Feng Guangxiong got home and heard what Xia Jingshan said, he jumped up from the sofa in agitation, his eyes wide open, staring at Xia Jingshan in shock. Xia Jingshan had anticipated his reaction. With a firm gaze, she said slowly, This is the truth. It has happened and cannot be changed. Feng Guangxiong was stunned for a long moment, then plopped back down, rubbed his aching brow, and said in a deep voice, Where is Xiao Feng? I told her to go out for a stroll and asked her to come back later. Xia Jingshan blinked, looked at Feng Guangxiong, and said with a straight face, totally making it up. Late at night you let her. A girl go out. Are you comfortable with that? Feng Guangxiong frowned. What's there to worry about? She's 20. Besides, we've just moved here, and for Xiao Feng, it's a completely unfamiliar place. What's wrong with letting her go out and get familiar with the surroundings? Xia Jingshan took a sip of hot water, glanced at him, and observed his reaction. How can that be? You said it yourself, it's a strange place. I'm worried. I need to go look for her. Feng Guangxiong grabbed his coat and started toward the door. Hey, come back. Xiao Feng is staying home just fine. Why would she go out? Xia Jingshan laughed. In her room. Feng Guangxiong turned back to look at Xia Jingshan. She's at home. Xia Jingshan glanced at him and said with a smile. Call her out. I need to ask her properly. Feng Xiaoxian sat upright opposite Feng Guangxiong and Xia Jingshan. The atmosphere was somewhat oppressive for a moment. Dad, just say whatever you want to say. Could you stop staring at me? Feng Xiaoxian said softly. I've heard everything from your mother. I know the general course of events. Feng Guangxiong looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a complicated expression. How had his son of 20 years inexplicably turned into a daughter? Was it really that easy to have a child? Everything that needs to be said your mother has already told you. I won't waste words. No matter how hard it is to accept, we have to face reality. From now on, just take good care of yourself. Your mother and I will just treat it as raising a daughter. Feng Guangxiong exchanged a glance with Xia Jingshan and said helplessly, Thank you for understanding, Dad. Feng Xiaoxian felt relieved upon hearing Feng Guangxiong's words. She happily rushed over and hugged him. Hey, let go. Don't you know you should maintain some distance? Perhaps because he suddenly had a daughter, Feng Guangxiong's tone was gentler than usual. You're my dad. It's okay. Feng Xiaoxian let go and laughed. It's different. Still be mindful. Feng Guangxiong said that, but he was actually a little pleased inside. All right, time to eat. Let's talk while we eat. Xia Jingshan watched the two chatting and laughing, feeling quite joyful. Mom, your cooking is as delicious as ever. I haven't eaten it in half a year. Feng Xiaoxian chewed on a piece of sweet and sour pork, looking very satisfied. Of course, your mom's cooking skills are getting better and better. Feeding you well during winter break to make you plump is definitely no problem. Xia Jingshan looked at the handsome and delicate Feng Xiaoxuan, growing more fond the longer she looked. Getting fat is not good. How will you find a partner in the future? Feng Guangxiong suddenly said. Cough. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian choked and had to pat her chest to recover. Dad, what are you saying? What's wrong? Don't you want to find one? Feng Guangxiong looked at her in confusion. I don't have that plan for now. As soon as she heard Feng Guangxiong mention finding a partner, the image of her being with Lin Bingyi popped into Feng Xiaoxuan's mind, making her reject the idea from the bottom of her heart. No. Then when do you plan to have such plans? Enough. The child is finally on break and you're asking all these questions. Just eat your meal. Xia Jingshan gave Feng Guangxiong a glare and said irritably. I'm just considering Xiao Feng's future. Why are you blaming me? Don't you also wonder what Xiao Feng thinks about this now? Feng Guangxiong said slowly. That remark really hit the nail on the head. Xia Jingshan looked at Feng Xiaoxian and asked cautiously, what your dad said is also true. Xiao Feng, have your requirements for a partner remained the same as before, or have they changed? I don't know either. Let's talk about this later. Can we talk about something else? Feng Xiaoxian thought it was getting weirder and completely didn't want to answer. Fine, let's not talk about this. It's all your dad's fault. He just has to bring up the wrong topic. Xia Jingshan complained. Feng Guangxiong. Hello my precious Xiaoshuan, did you miss me? After finishing her bath and lying in bed not long ago, Feng Xiaoxian received a video call from Lin Bingyi. The moment she answered, Lin Bingyi's laughter rang out. It hasn't been that long, has it? Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. Huh, but it's been 6 hours since we last saw each other, right? That's a long time. I used to see you every single day. Lin Bingyi pouted, speaking with displeasure. Yes, I've missed Bingyi so much that I couldn't even eat. Burp. The moment he said this, Feng Xiaoxian accidentally let out a burp because Xia Jingshan had fed him too much. This scene made Lin Bingyi's eyes widen slightly on the screen. Her silver teeth clenched as she said angrily, You stinky Xiaoxian. Big liar, you're just brushing me off. Haha, Bingyi, let me justify myself. No, let me explain. I'm telling the truth, I'm not brushing you off. Feng Xiaoxian laughed while trying to explain herself. Lin Bingyi watched the comical Feng Xiaoxian and couldn't help but burst into laughter. She waved her hand and said with a smile, All right, I'll stop teasing you. So how does it feel to be back at your new home? It's really comfortable, hee, especially this big bed. No one's squeezing me now, it's absolutely fantastic. Feng Xiaoxian spoke while holding her phone, pointing the screen at herself and rolling around on the bed. Why do I feel like you're hinting at me? Is it because I'm not by your side that you're getting all cocky? Lin Bingyi snorted. No, how could that be? Let me tell you, this blanket is ice cold. Without you to warm the bed, I'm just not used to it. Ha. Sharing a bed with me is your blessing. Don't take it for granted. Lin Bingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxian with an air of pride. Yes, but sadly I won't be able to enjoy that blessing for a whole month. Feng Xiaoxian grinned mischievously. Arg, Xiaoxian, you're done for. Just wait till I get back and deal with you. Nay, I'm not afraid of you. Feng Xiaoxian stuck out her tongue and taunted. All right, Xiaoshuan, it's only the first day, and you're already like this. Just you wait. Lin Bingyi said in a cute yet fierce tone. Haha, I'll be waiting. The next day, Feng Xiaoxian unusually slept until 10:30. She stretched comfortably, straightened her clothes, and yawned as she walked out of the room. Oh, Xiao Feng's awake. Xia Jingshan and Feng Guangxiong were sitting on the sofa watching TV. When the former saw Feng Xiaoxian come out, she smiled. If you haven't had enough sleep, go back and rest. It's the holidays anyway. Feng Guangxiong glanced at her, and hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian's drowsiness vanished. She looked at Feng Guangxiong in mild surprise. In the past, if she slept this late, she would definitely have been scolded harshly by him. But now her dad was actually telling her to go back to sleep, and his tone was gentler than ever. So this is what it felt like to be a daughter. Who finally learning to care for your child? Why weren't you like this before? Xia Jingshan teased the double standard. How can the past be compared to now? Feng Guangxiong caught out, blushed, and said, Haha, see that, Xiao Feng? That's your dad for you. Better listen to your dad, and go catch some more sleep. Xia Jingshan clapped her hands and laughed. He'll pass him not sleepy anymore. Feng Xiaoxian sat down beside Xia Jingshan and obediently watched TV with them. By the way, Xiao Feng, you probably can't fit into your old clothes anymore, right? We'll go buy you some new ones later. Xia Jingshan took Feng Xiaoxian's delicate hand and said with a smile, Sure, I was just thinking this pajama is a bit long. Perfect, we can get a couple of well-fitting ones. Thanks, Mom. Feng Xiaoxian nuzzled against Xia Jingshan's neck and acted spoiled. Ahem. Don't forget who's footing the bill. Feng Guangxiong coughed, hinting. All right, almost forgot. Thanks, Dad. Feng Xiaoxian smiled sweetly. Although Feng Guangxiong's face showed nothing, he was overjoyed inside. Your dad is all tough talk, but a soft heart. In other words, an old tsundere. Xia Jingshan glanced at Feng Guangxiong and said with a grin. The kid is here. What are you saying? Feng Guangxiong said helplessly. Ha. After changing clothes, Feng Xiaoxian went out shopping with Feng Guangxiong and Xia Jingshan. Not long after leaving the apartment building, they ran into two middle-aged women. Oh, Sister Xia, is the whole family going grocery shopping? One of them greeted Xia Jingshan warmly. Yeah, the kid's back home. We're going to buy some good ingredients and get her some clothes too. Xia Jingshan explained with a smile. The kid, eh? The two women looked behind and noticed Feng Xiaoxian following Xia Jingshan. Feng Xiaoxian smiled slightly. Hello, aunties. Oh, so pretty. Sister Xia, your daughter is gorgeous. Her voice is sweet too. I'm so envious. How old is she this year? Does she have a boyfriend? Haha, don't ask all that. It's up to her. I can't decide for her. Xia Jingshan listened to her old friend's compliments and replied politely. Feng Xiaoxian stood behind, listening to their conversation and feeling a bit embarrassed. Was this the usual chat among people in their 40s and 50s? Dad, Mom still the same as always. Feng Xiaoxian sidled up to Feng Guangxiong and said, You'll get used to it. When we first moved here, your mom was an instant friend maker. She'd say hello to everyone. Before long, she knew tons of people. I can't do anything about it. Feng Guangxiong shrugged. Haha, I see. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but laugh. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian's smile, the two women's eyes lit up even more. One of them still persisted. Sister Xia, could you put in a word? Someday introduce my son to your daughter. Xia Jingshan naturally understood her intention and replied with a polite smile, Sure, I'll ask her about it. But whether she's willing to come, that's beyond my control. Haha, thanks Sister Xia. Mom, isn't this dress not really my style? In the women's clothing store, Feng Xiaoxian looked at the outfit Xia Jingshan had picked for her and asked weakly, Is it? Doesn't suit you. I think it looks great. Xia Jingshan held up a pink turtleneck sweater and compared it against Feng Xiaoxian. Mom, I don't like pink, Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. Then what color do you like? They'll swap it for you. Actually, I don't like wearing turtlenecks. They make my neck uncomfortable. Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips. I see. Alright then, pick whatever you like yourself. Xia Jingshan put the sweater back and smiled. Okay. After leaving the clothing store, the family of three went to the supermarket and bought a huge load of groceries. Naturally, the arduous task of carrying everything fell to Feng Guangxiong. Feng Xiaoxian watched her dad holding 3 bags and felt a pang of sympathy. She moved to take one bag herself. Seeing this, Feng Guangxiong sidestepped her hand and said with a smile, It's fine, your dad can handle this. Just walk with your mom. It's okay, Dad, I've got some strength too. Let me help with one bag. Feng Xiaoxian insisted. No need. Why so formal with your dad? Feng Guangxiong frowned. Come on, Xiao Feng, your dad is looking out for you. If you insist on helping, he'll feel bad. Xia Jingshan said. Alright then. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Feng Guangxiong touched. Thanks, Dad. Haha, it's nothing. On the way home, Feng Xiaoxian truly experienced Xia Jingshan's influence. Scarcely had they walked a few steps before someone greeted her, and whenever they encountered a close acquaintance, they would stop to chat and exchange pleasantries, invariably steering the conversation toward her, all expressing envy at Xia Jingshan having such a beautiful daughter. For this, Feng Xiaoxian could only stand by helplessly forcing a polite smile. Mom, don't you know far too many people? From the elderly in their 60s and 70s to young couples in their 20s and 30s. You're familiar with all of them. Just after seeing off an elderly couple, Feng Xiaoxian exclaimed in astonishment. Have you forgotten what my job? Xia Jingshan looked at the astonished Feng Xiaoxian and said with a beaming smile, clearly in an excellent mood. A kindergarten teacher. Feng Xiaoxian blurted out, then immediately understood. Having moved to a new home, her mother's workplace must have changed as well. Taking care of those children inevitably meant interacting with their parents, and over time, she had certainly gotten to know many people. Your mother is a chatterbox. She can strike up a conversation with anyone, so even if she didn't want to get familiar, she'd end up familiar anyway, Feng Guangxiong said with a laugh. Talking more is better than being taciturn. What do you know? Besides, those kids are so adorable. Xia Jingshan shot a glance at the unromantic Feng Guangxiong and said, I just love seeing them. Yes, you know everything. What does the kid's cuteness have to do with you? You're just envious. Feng Guangxiong pursed his lips and retorted. Ha ha ha. Watching her parents argue, as usual, Feng Xiaoxian smiled silently. This smile immediately diverted Xia Jingshan's attention. She looked at the sweetly smiling Feng Xiaoxian and said meaningfully, By the way, Xiao Feng, shouldn't you be able to have a child in a few years? What? I'm serious. Xia Jingshan said, and she didn't seem to be joking. Hearing Xia Jingshan's words, Feng Xiaoxian was so shocked her eyes nearly popped out. She took a step back, shook her head, and said firmly, No, I don't want to. Absolutely not. She refused to even consider having a child in a few years. What's wrong with that? Xia Jingshan was about to press further when Feng Guangxiong interrupted. Forget it. Such matters depend on the young people's own wishes. Why are you in such a hurry? Besides, don't you know Xiao Feng's situation? Suddenly bringing this up. Aren't you afraid of scaring her? Dad is so considerate. Hee. Feng Xiaoxian walked over to Feng Guangxiong and said playfully. Are you two forming a united front to take me down? Xia Jingshan said exasperatedly. I was just saying it casually. If you take it to heart, I'll be very happy, but if you don't want, Mom won't force you. Got it. Let's hurry home. I'm starving. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at the time on her phone and realized it was almost. Alright, once we're home, Dad will show off his skills and cook up some of your favorites. Feng Guangxiong laughed. Watching Feng Guangxiong busying himself in the kitchen, Feng Xiaoxian felt a momentary daze. In the past, she had never received such treatment. She ate whatever was available, never like now, when Feng Guangxiong had bought many of her favorite foods and was personally cooking them for her. Even the leftovers from last night, which Xia Jingshan had planned to heat up for lunch, Feng Guangxiong refused simply because he was afraid Feng Xiaoxian might get an upset stomach. See, Xiao Feng, this is the difference between how your dad treats a son and a daughter. The reason I didn't want to have another child was that I was afraid of giving you a little sister, which would drastically lower your status in the family. Xia Jingshan lounged on the sofa cracking sunflower seeds and said with mock seriousness, Mom, isn't the truth that you just found raising another child too troublesome? Feng Xiaoxian ruthlessly exposed her. Called out on the truth, Xia Jingshan laughed twice and said testily, You ungrateful child, don't you know that seeing through something is one thing, but calling it out is another? What good does it do you to expose your mother? It just slipped out. I didn't mean to. Feng Xiaoxian hugged Xia Jingshan's arm and gently shook it. Ha ha ha, daughter is truly better. She knows how to act cute. Xia Jingshan felt Feng Xiaoxian's soft demeanor and said with a beaming smile, So mom, does that mean when I was still a son I annoyed you? Feng Xiaoxian pouted, clearly displeased. Whether you annoyed me or not depends on your dad. Look at how he treats you now. It's a complete 180 turnaround, Xia Jingshan said with a laugh. What are you two chatting about? Time to eat. Feng Guangxiong, wearing an apron, came out of the kitchen. Dad, what did you make? It smells so good. Feng Xiaoshuan, her appetite piqued by the aroma, asked. Ha ha ha, all your favorites. They'll make you a proper feast tonight, but for now I just whipped up something simple so you wouldn't go hungry. Feng Guangxiong wiped his hands and said with a smile. Thanks, Dad. Feng Xiaoxian took her seat and looked at the 3 dishes and 1 soup laid out on the table, her smile growing even brighter. Dig in. Feng Guangxiong urged. You're acting very strange lately. What's up? Have you finally seen the light? After lunch in the master bedroom, Xia Jingshan lay on the bed and laughed. What's strange about me? Can't I be good to my child? Feng Guangxiong sat cross-legged nearby reading a historical novel and said offhandedly. Why weren't you this good to Xiao Feng before? Now you're like a completely different person, Xia Jingshan teased. Really? I don't think so. The reason I treat Xiao Feng differently now is that before she was still a son. Boys to some extent need to be raised freely. But now it's different. She's inexplicably become a girl, pretty and delicate. If I treat her better, she won't be easily deceived. Didn't you see? Just now at the supermarket I noticed several young men sneaking glances at her. I'm protecting her. I think your inner daughter slave has been awakened. Xia Jingshan pursed her lips and said. What daughter slave? I'm not that kind of person. Feng Guangxiong argued. Tisk, who are you trying to fool? I know you too well. I could tell from the way you stayed so close to Xiao Feng outside today. Feng Guangxiong had no retort this time, since everything Xia Jingshan said was true. How does it feel to have a daughter? Xia Jingshan leaned in and said with a sly smile. Go away, watch your TV, and stop disturbing my reading. Feng Guangxiong pushed Xia Jingshan away and turned his face to the other side. Feng Xiaoxuan's home was in the north. Winter arrived, bringing a sharp drop in temperature. At this time after lunch, washing her feet and snuggling into bed to play on her phone for a while before taking a delightful nap. How comfortable that was. Feng Xiaoxian did exactly that. When she woke up, it was already 4:30 in the afternoon. Rubbing her slightly drowsy head, Feng Xiaoxian sat up, half-closed her eyes, still in a daze, and let out a yawn. After clearing her mind a little, she threw off the covers, changed into her clothes, and walked out of the bedroom. Little Feng awake. Hearing the noise, Feng Guangxiong turned around and smiled upon seeing Feng Xiaoxian. Dad, why is it just you? Where did Mom go? Feng Xiaoxian shook her head, sat down, and asked. She went out to have fun with her good sisters, and won't be back for dinner. Feng Guangxiong looked at the still drowsy Feng Xiaoshuan, furrowed his brows slightly, and said softly, You still seem half asleep, listless. Go back and sleep a bit more. It's okay, Dad. Maybe I'm just not used to being home yet. I can't sleep anymore. If I do, we'll become a real sloth, ha. Feng Xiaoxian rubbed her eyes and forced a smile. All right then, suit yourself. Just let me know if you need anything, said Feng Guangxiong. Dad, there are only the 2 of us. You didn't have to make so many dishes, did you? Can we even finish all this? Feng Xiaoxian looked at the delicious spread on the table and exclaimed in surprise. Ha, I promised you I'd cook a proper nice dinner, so how could I go back on my word just because your mom isn't here? Feng Guangxiong said with a smile. Eat quickly. It's cold, don't let the food get cold. Okay. Seeing how well Feng Guangxiong treated her, Feng Xiaoxian was naturally delighted. She kept her chopsticks moving, eating with relish, which made Feng Guangxiong's heart bloom with joy. Slow down, no one's competing with you. Feng Guangxiong couldn't help laughing. Haha, it's all your fault, Dad. Who told you to cook so deliciously? I can't help it. Feng Xiaoxian chewed on a piece of braised pork, her eyes curving into crescents as she smiled. Little Feng, since your mom isn't here, I want to have a talk with you. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian had almost finished eating, Feng Guangxiong put down his chopsticks and said with utmost seriousness. What do you want to talk about? Having rarely seen such a solemn expression from Feng Guangxiong these past 2 days, Feng Xiaoxian also put down her chopsticks and sat up straight. It's been almost half a year since you said that inexplicably turned into a girl. When your mom was around, I never felt comfortable asking much. It seems she's probably forgotten about this matter too. At school, you're not still living in the boys' dormitory, are you? Feng Guangxiong looked at Feng Xiaoshuan, his voice low. Oh, of course not. I moved out after just a few days. Feng Xiaoxian answered truthfully upon hearing his question. I see. Are you living alone? How much rent do you pay? Upon learning that Feng Xiaoxian had moved out long ago, Feng Guangxiong breathed a sigh of relief inside. I'm sharing a rental with someone. The rent is okay, 1,000 a month. That explains it. I was wondering why you suddenly needed 2,000 for living expenses these past 2 months. Feng Guangxiong nodded in sudden understanding. Feng Xiaoxian scratched her head, feeling a bit embarrassed. After all, she used to ask for only a little money from home, and she had part-time jobs to earn some pocket money. Later, she sold the things the system had given her, which covered 3 months' rent, but she couldn't hold out for the last 2 months, so she asked Feng Guangxiong and the other for a bit more money. Don't feel embarrassed. Just ask us directly if you're short on money in the future. Feng Guangxiong saw her awkwardness, patted her shoulder, and smiled. Thanks, Dad. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian smiled happily. There's another thing. At school there must be quite a few boys chasing you, right? Feng Guangxiong posed the second question. But judging by his somewhat nervous expression, this issue seemed to be the most important. Well, yes, there are indeed boys pursuing me, but I didn't agree. Feng Xiaoxian thought of those people and said, Then, what do you feel about them chasing you? Feelings? I can't really say. At first it felt weird, but after gradually accepting the fact that I've become a girl, I don't think much of their actions. It's quite normal after all. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Feng Guangxiong, then at the dishes on the table, and said, Now that you've grown up and have your own thoughts, Dad doesn't have much to say. But as someone who's been through it, you're a girl now. Different from before. You need to learn to protect yourself, understand? Try to stay home late at night as much as possible, and don't go to parties with too many strangers. Feng Guangxiong said, I understand all that, Dad. Just be at ease. Feng Xiaoxian nodded and smiled. Good. Are you? Feng Guangxiong smiled with relief. Mum full can't eat anymore. Go and rest. He'll take care of. Hey, no, I have to help too. I can't just come home for a vacation and enjoy myself. I need to do some work. Feng Xiaoxian immediately got up and started clearing the dishes, not allowing Feng Guangxiong to refuse. Haha, fine. You clear the table and I'll wash the dishes. Deal. Feng Guangxiong laughed. Xiao, what are you doing? Lying in bed, Feng Xiaoxian was watching videos for a while when she received a voice message from Lin Bingyi. Listening to Lin Bingyi's voice, Feng Xiaoxian felt a soothing sensation wash over her heart. So comfortable. Not doing much, just lying in bed and playing with my phone. What about you? Feng Xiaoxian quickly sent a voice message back. I just finished dinner. I spent the whole day shopping with my mom today. I'm exhausted. Lin Bingyi's wailing sound came through the phone, making Feng Xiaoxian unable to suppress a laugh. Today I also went out with my parents for a bit. The new neighbors were incredibly enthusiastic. A few aunties even directly asked if I had a boyfriend. Seems like they wanted to set me up. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. After sending this voice message, Lin Bingyi didn't reply. Only after 5 or 6 minutes did she send a response. And what did you say? Her tone was somewhat displeased. Of course I told the truth. But don't worry. Later I directly said I had no intention of dating, so they didn't press further. That's more like it. Lin Bingyi said huffily. What's wrong? Is Sister Bingyi upset? Feng Xiaoxian replied teasingly. Angry? Why would I be angry? What's there to be angry about? Lin Bingyi gave it sunder a hum. Oh, you heard wrong. Haha, that's not for you to decide, Xiao. Naya. Feng Xiaoxian chatted with Lin Bingyi on the phone for another half hour. They exchanged goodnights, then she put down her phone and turned off the light. With her hands behind her head staring at the pitch-black ceiling, scenes from the past 2 days began flashing through Feng Xiaoxian's mind. To be honest, she had never expected that Xia Jingshan and that other person would accept the fact that she had turned into a girl so quickly. She had already prepared for the worst, but unexpectedly the outcome seemed quite good. I won't overthink it. Since it's already happened, I'll stop worrying and just focus on living the days ahead well. Are you two really such big eaters? You've polished off 4 dishes clean. Just as Feng Xiaoxian and Feng Guangxiong finished their chat and were about to clear the table, Xia Jingshan returned. She glanced at the plates on the dining table, twitched her lips, and said speechlessly, Ahem, well, Dad's cooking is just too good. I couldn't help but eat a little more. Feng Xiaoxian scratched his head and said with a grin, Is that so? Then how come when your mom is at the stove, I never see you eat this much? Are you saying your mom's cooking isn't as good as your dad's? Xia Jingshan sat on the sofa, crossing her legs, her tone flat, but Feng Xiaoxian could still sense the underlying meaning. It really isn't as good. That's a fact. Feng Guangxiong muttered softly while clearing the dishes nearby. What did you say? Go wash your dishes. Oh, come on, you both are excellent cooks. I just got back a couple of days ago, and my appetite wasn't great then. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoxian ran over to sit beside Xia Jingshan, hugged her arm, and said affectionately, You ungrateful little thing. Xia Jingshan shot a glance at the grinning Feng Xiaoxian and said crossly, By the way, seeing you reminds me of... Xia Jingshan looked at Feng Xiaoxian and said, What is it? Today I had a gathering with my friends who live nearby. The news that I have a beautiful daughter has already spread among them. Several people want to introduce their sons to you. Xiaoxuan, do you have any thoughts on that? Xia Jingshan said with a smile, looking at Feng Xiaoxian. Huh? What? Feng Xiaoxian and Feng Guangxiong both exclaimed in surprise upon hearing this. Why all the fuss? Isn't that perfectly normal? It's only human nature. Xia Jingshan said, puzzled, looking at the stunned father and daughter. How old is Xiaoxian? You want her to go on blind dates already? Feng Guangxiong put down the dishcloth, frowning. What blind date? It's not even close to that. It's just young people getting to know each other. At most making friends, expanding their social circle. Xia Jingshan explained. Well, Feng Guangxiong didn't know what else to say, so he looked at the silent Feng Xiaoxuan, waiting for her. I don't want to. Feng Xiaoxian directly shook her head in refusal. Why not? Isn't it good to make more friends? Xia Jingshan asked. Let's forget it. Mom, you know what I'm like. Apart from going out shopping with you these past 2 days, I haven't stepped out at all. I'm simply not one for socializing. Feng Xiaoxian cited the fact that Xia Jingshan already knew about her personality. But, aren't you quite lively? Xia Jingshan said suspiciously. How can you compare? Of course I have to be warm to you and Dad, but with others it's different. I don't want to be considered. Feng Xiaoxian pouted. Well, alright, it's up to you anyway. Since you don't have that idea, I won't bother with it. Xia Jingshan said with a smile. Thanks for understanding, Mom. Feng Xiaoxian hugged Xia Jingshan and acted spoiled. Hearing Feng Xiaoxian's answer, Feng Guangxiong breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he hadn't had the chance to spoil his daughter for long, and if she were to be taken away so soon, he would be the first to object. Bingy, I haven't seen you for a long time. You've become even more beautiful. Lin Bingy was sitting on the sofa when she suddenly heard footsteps behind her. Turning around, she saw a middle-aged couple followed by a young man. The speaker was the middle-aged woman. Hello, Aunt Wang. Hello, Uncle He. Lin Bingy quickly stood up and greeted them with a smile. Don't be so polite. Where's old Lin? Why isn't he here? He Fangjun said with a smile. Well, Uncle and Aunt, please have a seat. My dad is busy working in his study upstairs. He'll go call him for you. Lin Bingy said as she walked upstairs, never once giving the young man, He Xiao, a proper look. See, Bingy doesn't even bother with you. Look at the mess you've made. And we're even family friends. He Fangjun glared at the silent He Xiao, speaking with disappointment. Dad, can you blame me? Back when I pursued Bingy, she had no feelings for me. What else could I do but give up and chase? He Xiao didn't dare breathe a word in front of He Fangjun. Alright, stop scolding him. Wang Lan tried to meet and you. You knew full well that Bingy doesn't like this kid, yet you still had me bring it up in front of old Lin last time. What was the point of that? I've watched Bingy grow up since she was little. I'm very fond of her, and I still have some lingering hopes. Wang Lan said with a wry smile. But you have to see if this kid is worthy. He Fangjun said, glaring at He Xiao again. He Xiao felt like crying, but dared not speak. Oh, old He, I'm so sorry. I invited you myself, but I got so busy I forgot. Lin Wenba, wearing casual home clothes, came down from the second floor and greeted them with a smile. That's really not right of you. You'll have to drink 3 glasses as a penalty tonight. He Fangjun was delighted to see his old friend and said with a laugh. Haha, alright, I'll drink, okay. Lin Wenba laughed. Where's Yingming? Why isn't she here? Wang Lan, she's gone grocery shopping. Since the new year is almost here, Wu Ma has also gone home on leave, so we have to handle everything ourselves. Lin Wenba explained with a smile. Bingy, hurry up and pour tea. Okay. Lin Bingy brought 2 teacups, put in some premium tea leaves specially reserved for guests, brewed 2 cups of hot tea, and carefully placed them in front of He Fangjun and Wang Lan, smiling. Uncle Aunt, please have some tea. Ah, sure. What about mine, Bingy? He Xiao, seeing that Lin Bingy had completely ignored him, couldn't help asking. Oh, hey, race yours. Lin Bingy took out a disposable paper cup, poured a cup of hot water, and casually placed it in front of He Xiao. Seeing this, He Xiao's mouth twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, Bingy, why is mine just plain water? In the dead of winter, drinking plenty of hot water is good for your health. Lin Bingy glanced at him and said indifferently, besides, aren't you not a tea drinker? He Xiao was left speechless. After all, he had once mentioned in front of the parents that he didn't like tea, so Lin Bingy's remark was perfectly valid. Lin Wenba didn't say much. After all, He Xiao's behavior as a young man had indeed been somewhat improper, and it was only natural that his daughter didn't like him. He Fangjun and Wang Lan were filled with helplessness. As the saying goes, a waterside pavilion gets the moonlight first. Such a beautiful and wonderful daughter-in-law candidate was coveted by many in their circle, but unfortunately their He family had no chance. All because of this brat. He Fangjun now found He Xiao more and more irritating. Ever since he started university, he had let himself go flirting with girls everywhere. He Xiao also noticed the disgusted look He Fangjun gave him. He really had no way to vent his bitterness. Yingming, you're finally back. Su Yingming had just entered the house with 2 bags of groceries when she heard a familiar voice. Ha ha, Xiaolin, you're here. Su Yingming laughed and greeted. Why didn't you tell me you were going grocery shopping? Wang Lan quickly walked over and helped Su Yingming carry one of the heavy bags. You're a guest today. How could I trouble you? Su Yingming smiled. Clearly she and Wang Lan were very close. Listen to yourself. Don't you consider me your good sister anymore? Wang Lan rolled her eyes and chided playfully. Alright. When we cook later, you're not allowed to run off. You have to help me. Su Yingming laughed. That's more like it. Wang Lan joined in laughter. Lin Wenba and the other man watched the 2 women's cheerful exchange, smiled, and continued their own conversation. Thin Ice, silly Xiao, what are you doing? Lin Bingy sat aside, head down, playing on her phone, about to bombard Feng Xiaoxian with messages, but Feng Xiaoxian replied instantly. Breeze, just woke up, what's up? Lin Bingy raised an eyebrow, checked the time on her phone, and sent a string of questions. Thin Ice, you're still sleeping at this hour. Just woke up. Feng Xiaoxian lay in bed, stretched comfortably, and replied, Can I? I'm so comfy at home. I eat when I want, sleep when I want. Thin Ice, your parents are raising a little pig, aren't they? Breeze, I'm not a pig. I have morning temper. I'm mad. Although Feng Xiaoxian sent a voice message, Lin Bingyi could still sense her adorable silliness from the text. Thin ice, oh you're mad. What should I do? Want big sister to coax you? Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi's teasing message, thought for a moment, and replied, no need, someone's already coaxing me. Naya. Thin ice who? Not telling you. He begged me, and he'll tell you. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help laughing as she sent her a voice message. Lin Bingyi glanced at Lin Wenbo, and he Feng Juan still chatting cheerfully, then at He Xiao who was idle and staring at his phone. Confirming no one was watching, she turned the volume to minimum and pressed play. Hearing Feng Xiaoxuan's playful tone through the phone, Lin Bingyi's eyes curved with joy. This scene happened to be caught by Lin Wenbo's peripheral vision. He smiled and said, who are you chatting with, Bingyi? You look so happy. Hearing Lin Wenbo's words, He Fengjun and his son, He Xiao, both looked at Lin Bingyi. Lin Bingyi shook her head and said calmly, nothing, just saw something amusing. Oh. Neither parent gave it much thought and resumed their previous conversation. He Xiao gave Lin Bingyi a meaningful glance, but with the elders present, he couldn't say anything, so he continued looking down at his phone. Thin ice, I think you're getting more and more cheeky, Xiao. Now that I'm not by your side, you're growing quite bold, huh? Breeze, am I? I don't think so, I've always been very good, haven't I? Thin ice, do you even believe that when you say it? Thin ice. Breeze, ha. Thin ice, very well, Xiao. This is the second time. I'm noting it down. Breeze, I'm so scared. Evening at the dining table. Come, Bingyi, have some of this. Auntie made it myself. It's delicious. Wang Lan picked up a piece of braised fish with few bones and placed it in Lin Bingyi's bowl. Thank you, Aunt Wang. Lin Bingyi smiled sweetly. Oh, don't be so polite with Auntie. Wang Lan genuinely liked Lin Bingyi, serving her dishes and pouring drinks almost as if she were feeding her herself. Xiaolan let Bingyi help herself. It's not good to keep troubling you. Su Yingming said with a smile. Haha, it's rare we meet. I'm just happy. Wang Lan said cheerfully and added another piece of fish to Lin Bingyi's bowl. Auntie, really, I don't need any more. You've given me so much. I can't finish it. Lin Bingyi wiped her greasy mouth and laughed. Haha, alright, eat first. At the table for 6, Lin Wenbo and He Fengjun chatted about business matters. Lin Bingyi, Wang Lan, and Su Yingming talked about daily life. Oh, only He Xiao ate his meal in silent despair, the atmosphere growing rather awkward. Dad, it smells so good. What delicious food are you making? Feng Xiaoxian stepped out of her room and caught a familiar aroma. She sniffed lightly, walked to the kitchen, and saw Feng Guangxiong and Xia Jingshan busily working. Curiously, she asked, this? All your favorite braised dishes. Chicken feet, chicken wings, pig ears, eggs. Smells good, doesn't it? Want to try one? Feng Guangxiong said with a grin, scooping out a large bowl of braised eggs, wings, and feet for Feng Xiaoxuan, making her mouth water. What are you doing? We made less this year than last, and you're giving Xiao Feng such a big bowl. Spoiling her too much. Xia Jingshan said with exasperation. I saw Xiao Feng was hungry. What's wrong with giving her some? In the end, it all goes into our stomachs anyway. Feng Guangxiong laughed. Thanks, Dad. Feng Xiaoxian immediately took the bowl from Feng Guangxiong, grabbed chopsticks, and ran out, afraid Xia Jingshan would change her mind and not let her eat. See, she's only been spoiled a few days, and she's already like this. You'll ruin her. Xia Jingshan glared at Feng Guangxiong. Back when Xiao Feng was still a boy, every time I wanted to scold him, who was it that jumped out to stop me? Back then you never criticized yourself, Feng Guangxiong retorted. Oh, I see you're getting bolder, daring to talk back. Xia Jingshan rolled up her sleeves, as if to... Feng Guangxiong quickly put on an apologetic smile. Ahem. Just kidding. Look at you, always ready to fight. We're old married couples. No need for that. Humph. Next time you talk back, watch out for your ears. Xia Jingshan snorted and urged, hurry up and braise the rest. Got it. Feng Xiaoxian sat outside the kitchen listening to her parents' playful bickering and couldn't help but smile. The braised treats in her bowl tasted exactly like the ones from her childhood, evoking many fond memories. The winter break days passed one by one, and before long the new year was only a few days away. Burp. Feng Xiaoxian put down his chopsticks, leaned back in his chair, and patted his little belly with satisfaction. Look at you, not ladylike at all, eating like that. Xia Jingshan gave Feng Xiaoxian a disdainful glare. Mom, I've only been back a few days. And you're already using that look and that tone with me. Why do I need to be so ladylike at home? No one else will see it. Feng Xiaoxian pouted and said coquettishly. You think you're the one in the right. Xia Jingshan glared at Feng Xiaoxian and said impatiently. Dad, look, Mom is scolding me again. Feng Xiaoxian turned to look at Feng Guangxiong, acting spoiled, trying to get him to speak up for her. Feng Guangxiong was about to say something, but upon hearing a cough from Xia Jingshan, he gave Feng Xiaoxian a look of helplessness. You've gotten bold trying to team up with your dad. Don't you know who's in charge of this house? Xia Jingshan looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile. Humph. Feng Xiaoxian pouted and said nothing, afraid of being scolded again. Sure enough, everything online was true. Before coming home, parents expressed all kinds of longing. The first day or two at home, they were very polite, but after a few days their true colors showed, and they found every reason to be annoyed. Since Feng Guangxiong had tried to challenge Xia Jingshan's authority in the house, the glorious task of clearing the table naturally fell to him. Xia Jingshan watched Feng Xiaoshuan, who was resting her chin on her hand and looking down at her phone, and suddenly asked Xiaofeng, "When is your period due?" Feng Xiaoshuan's finger paused on the screen, and she said casually, "End of the month, wife." "Then how did you handle it the first time?" Xia Jingshan asked curiously. "Huh, Mom, why are you interested?" Feng Xiaoxian looked at Xia Jingshan warily. "I'm your mother. What's wrong with me caring about you?" "What kind of look?" Xia Jingshan raised an eyebrow and said, "Oh, you mind your own business. I won't tell you." Feng Xiaoxian stuck out her tongue and said playfully, "You've gotten bold, even daring to make fun of your mother." Xia Jingshan said as she reached out and grabbed Feng Xiaoxuan's ear, pulling hard. "Oh, Mom, it hurts, let go." Feng Xiaoxuan's face scrunched up as she cried out in grievance. "If you dare do that again, see how I'll deal with you." Xia Jingshan rolled her eyes and let go. "You're so cruel. Am I even your biological daughter?" Feng Xiaoxian rubbed her reddened ear and muttered softly, "What are you muttering about? Want another one?" Xia Jingshan said, "No, Mom, will take my leave. I'm getting my clothes to take a shower." Feng Xiaoxian quickly got up and rushed to her room. Staying by Xia Jingshan's side was pure torture. Thinking about how she treated her the first 2 days back compared to now, it was completely different. Boo-hoo. "Xiao Xiao, miss me?" As soon as the video call connected, Lin Bingji's loud voice almost shattered Feng Xiaoxuan's eardrums. Fortunately, she had put on her earphones and quickly turned down the volume. "Sigh." Feng Xiaoxian placed her phone upright in front of her, lay on the bed, and let out a soft sigh. "What's wrong? Why the sudden sighing?" Lin Bingyi saw Feng Xiaoxian looking so downcast and asked with concern. "It's nothing, just a bit tired." Feng Xiaoxian tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. "Aren't you on break? A few days ago you were bragging about eating and sleeping all day, and now you're complaining about being tired. I suspect you're showing off, and I have proof." Lin Bingyi pouted and said, "My mom has had a complete personality change these past 2 days. She drags me out of bed right on time every day and makes me do all sorts of housework. I feel like I've fallen out of favor." Feng Xiaoxian pressed her face against her hands and said softly, "Huh, I never thought you'd have your day." Lin Bingyi burst out laughing. "Humph, I don't want to talk to you." Feng Xiaoxian buried her face in the pillow, leaving only the top of her head visible to Lin Bingyi. Unable to see Feng Xiaoxuan's face, Lin Bingyi immediately became anxious and said reproachfully, "Xiao Xiao, turn your face around." "No. If I turn around just because you said so, wouldn't I have no dignity left?" Feng Xiaoxian refused to comply and moved her face even further out of the camera frame. "Ha ha ha, then what do you want?" Lin Bingyi said with a laugh. "I can pat your head, okay? To comfort you." Lin Bingyi looked at her with a smile. "How can you pat my head? You can't reach it." Feng Xiaoxian lifted her head, revealing the part above her nose, and said softly. Looking at the adorable Feng Xiaoxian on the screen, Lin Bingyi took a deep breath and said with a smile, "I can do it through the air. And Xiao Xiao, you look so cute like this." "Humph, through the air? That's no fun. Since Xiao Xiao wants. How about I get to pat you plenty when I get back?" Lin Bingyi laughed. "Haha, great." Feng Xiaoxian lay still for a moment, then suddenly said, "It's the new year in a couple of days. Time flies so fast. Yeah, right, I almost forgot. Xiao Xiao, I prepared a New Year gift for you. Send me your home address, and I'll mail it to you." Lin Bingyi slapped her forehead and said, "A New Year gift? What is it?" As soon as Feng Xiaoxian heard about a gift, she became interested and asked curiously, "Hehe, it's a very special gift, not like those things you can buy online. It's very meaningful, but I can't tell you yet." Lin Bingyi teased mysteriously with a light laugh. "Yeah, great, I'll be waiting." This year's New Year's Eve comes a bit later than usual, yet it doesn't diminish people's anticipation in the slightest. "Why are you taking so long to put up the couplets? You're dawdling so much that even the flowers have withered waiting, and you still haven't come inside." Xia Jingshan walked out looking at Feng Guangxiong and spoke helplessly. "It's just that Xiaofeng used to help me out, and I got used to bossing her around. Now she's gone to the supermarket to buy food, and no one's here to help. I'm afraid it'll stick it crooked." Feng Guangxiong scratched his head, looking embarrassed. All right, I'll help you." Xia Jingshan rolled her eyes at him and said grumpily. Feng Xiaoshuan, clad in a thick down jacket, pushed a supermarket cart and ambled forward slowly. "What should I buy? If I buy too many snacks, Mom will nag me again, and we're not short of vegetables at home." "Hey, then why am I here? Isn't a warm bed nice enough?" Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes widened. She suddenly realized the truth and muttered to herself in frustration. "Oh well, since I'm here, I might as well buy some more snacks. Let her scold me. Eating is the most important thing." With that thought, Feng Xiaoxian pushed the cart straight to the snack aisle. After sweeping through the entire section, the cart was stuffed with snacks enough to fill 2 large bags. Satisfied, she headed to the checkout counter. Queuing, paying, and leaving, done in one smooth flow. I'm so tired. I used to carry this much stuff before, and it felt fine back then. Now that I'm a girl, my strength has diminished so much. I'm so troublesome." Feng Xiaoxian walked and stopped along the way. The 20-minute journey from home had taken her nearly half an hour to reach the neighborhood entrance. I'm exhausted. Let me rest a while. Feng Xiaoxian set down the 2 large bags of snacks at the entrance, stood there, and shook her hands. Oh, isn't this Xia Jingshan's daughter Xiaofeng? What are you doing here all alone? Feng Xiaoxian turned around and saw a woman in her 40s followed by a young man who looked barely into adult. Aunt Li, what a coincidence. Feng Xiaoxian naturally recognized her. She had come to their home a few days ago to chat with Xia Jingshan. I bought some things, they're a bit heavy, so I set them down to rest. Feng Xiaoxian said with a polite smile. That's a lot. A girl like you would indeed struggle to carry them. How about I let my son help you take them home? Your apartment is still on the 3rd floor, right? Aunt Li said hastily. No. I can manage by myself. You go ahead with your own business. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hands and quickly declined. If Xia Jingshan saw that she had let Aunt Li's son help carry these snacks, she would definitely get a severe scolding. There was no way she could agree to that. Why be so polite? We're neighbors and good friends. Helping each other is only right. Lu Hao, why are you just standing there? Aunt Li took Feng Xiaoxian's hand and said to the young man. Okay, Mom. The young man named Lu Hao was momentarily startled, then snapped out of it. He had been distracted thinking about something else. Hey, put it down. Seeing this, Feng Xiaoxian quickly reached out to stop Lu Hao. Xiaofeng, don't, but Aunt Li wasn't about to give her that chance as she blocked her directly. Only after Lu Hao had lifted the bags did Aunt Li release Feng Xiaoxian. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian had no choice but to give in and said, then thank you, Auntie. And thank you, little brother. Feng Xiaoxian's voice was like a sweet spring, refreshing and pleasant, causing Lu Hao's heart to race involuntarily. Looking at her jade-like cheeks, he smiled shyly and said, no problem, sis'll carry them for you. All right, Xiao, how you take Xiaofeng back first. He'll wait for you here. Aunt Li watched their receding figures with a happy. Along the way, Feng Xiaoxian offered to carry one bag, but Lu Hao adamantly refused. Seeing this, she had to give up. Lu Hao, how old are you this year? Feng Xiaoxian walked beside Lu Hao and asked. Almost 20. Why? Lu Hao said with a smile. Oh, nothing, just curious. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. When they passed the parcel locker in the neighborhood, she looked at him and said, wait for me here for a moment. Oh, I need to pick up a package. Okay. After fetching the package, Feng Xiaoxian did not open it right away. Since Lin Bingyi had said it was a special gift of great sentimental value, she naturally wouldn't open it so hastily. She would wait until she got home to unpack it slowly. Thank you so much, Lu Hao. I'm really sorry for the trouble. Feng Xiaoxian stood at her doorstep and expressed her gratitude to Lu Hao. Lu Hao smiled gently and shook his head. It's nothing, don't be so polite. We'll be going now, sis. Feng Xiaoxian breathed a sigh of relief. Oh, fortunately Lu Hao hadn't offered to carry the bags inside. If Xia Jingshan had discovered them, she would be in big trouble. Why did you buy so many snacks again? Aren't there enough at home? Sure enough, as soon as Feng Xiaoxian walked in with the 2 large bags, Xia Jingshan launched into her lecturing mode. Those are almost finished. I just thought I'd buy a little more. Feng Xiaoxian lowered her head and said a bit pitifully. A little more. Looks to me like you want to stock up. Xia Jingshan glanced at the 2 big bags in Feng Xiaoxian's hands and said speechlessly. You caught me. With that, Feng Xiaoxian carried the bags to her room. After all, the package inside was waiting to be opened. She was too curious about what Lin Bingyi had sent. You girl, eat fewer of these snacks in the future. Xia Jingshan advised. I know, Mom. Back in her room, Feng Xiaoxian tore open the package impatiently. The package was relatively small, seemingly containing some small item. In a few seconds, she had opened it. A brand new exquisite little photo album lay quietly in Feng Xiaoxian's palm. She hadn't expected Lin Bingyi to give her this, but she was still pleasantly surprised. Turning it open, the first photo was an embarrassing candid shot that Lin Bingyi had taken of her while she was eating during their first meal out together. Feng Xiaoxian still had some memory of that scene. She had been too absorbed in chatting with Lin Bingyi and hadn't paid attention as she had shoved a freshly picked beef ball straight into her mouth, scalding her face until it nearly twisted, and she had closed her eyes at the time. She never expected that heartless Lin Bingyi had captured the moment. How could her fingers be so fast? Looking at the photos one after another brought back many happy memories for Feng Xiaoxian. Roughly counting, there were about 20-odd photos, each one perfectly captured. There were pictures of Feng Xiaoxian, group shots of the 2, and of course selfies of Lin Bingyi. However, what annoyed her was that all her individual photos were goofy, silly, embarrassing shots, while Lin Bingyi's were all beautiful selfies. Buzz. Feng Xiaoxian opened her phone and saw that it was a voice call from Lin Bingyi. Obviously, she had received the notification that the package had been signed for. Xiao, have you opened the package? You. Why did you make me look so ugly and yourself so beautiful? Feng Xiaoxian said angrily. Ha, that's not the point. Lin Bingyi could already imagine Feng Xiaoxian's cheeks puffed up in anger and laughed heartily. All right. Isn't this gift special? It's full of our wonderful memories since we met. Lin Bingyi laughed. Mom, I can see that. Thank you, Bingyi. I'm really happy to have met you. Feng Xiaoxian flipped through the photo album and said seriously. I'm really happy too to have met Xiao. Lin Bingyi, unusually not joking around, spoke to her in a very serious. But what? Xiao, I haven't printed all the photos yet. You still have a lot of embarrassing shots in my... Lin Bingyi burst out laughing. What? Bingyi, you're too much. You're dead. Naya, try and hit me. Just wait. I won't let you off when school starts. Feng Xiaoxian said in a fierce cute voice. Oh, I'm so scared of you. You can't beat me anyway. Lin Bingyi, unfazed by Feng Xiaoxian's threat, said with a grin. Xiao, what are you doing in your room? Why aren't you coming out to help? Coming. They'll be right there. Feng Xiaoxian heard Xia Jingshan calling her. After saying a word to Lin Bingyi, she put away the photo album, opened the door, and walked out. Hurry up and come help wash the vegetables. Xia Jingshan, wearing an apron and holding a spatula, looked every bit the housewife. Okay. Feng Xiaoxian dared not disobey Xia Jingshan's orders lest she be subjected to another round of scolding. She had already learned her lesson over these days. Mom, aren't we going to Grandpa's place this year? Asked Feng Xiaoxian while washing the celery. No, your grandpa has been taken abroad by your uncle to enjoy a comfortable life. This new year it's just the three of us. We'll have a nice meal together at home, said Xia Jingshan carelessly while flipping the carp in the pan with her spatula. I see. Besides, if we went to your grandpa's this year, how would you explain your current situation to him? Give him a surprise. Grandson turned into granddaughter. Feng Guangxiong walked in laughing heartily. Seems about right. Feng Xiaoxian gave an embarrassed smile. Feng Xiaoxian's family had few relatives. Her maternal grandmother had passed away 2 years ago, and her paternal grandparents had died when she was very young. Thus, every new year their family was not as lively as others, but despite the small number, there was still a warm familial atmosphere, no less than any other family. Perfect timing. You cook this fish. I'm going to rest for a while. I'm exhausted. Xia Jingshan untied her apron and handed it to a bewildered Feng Guangxiong. Ha, Dad, you're so pitiful. Feng Xiaoxian laughed gloatingly from the side. Alas, I'm getting old and useless. Now your mother has started bullying me. Feng Guangxiong sighed. Dad, can you stop bragging? Ahem. Actually, when you're not home, your mother still listens to me. Feng Guangxiong tied on the apron and began to simmer the braised carp in the pot. Look at you, do you even believe yourself when you say that? Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and said speechless. See through, but don't call it out. We're still a good Feng Guangxiong laughed heartily, looked at Feng Xiaoshuan, and said, Xiaofeng, you go out too. Stop washing the vegetables. The tap water is so cold it's not good for your hands. But, okay. Feng Xiaoxian finished washing the vegetables, put them aside, wiped her hands, and smiled. It's fine, Dad. They'll dry my hands and warm them up soon. Well, okay. Bang, bang, bang. At 8 o'clock in the evening, the sound of firecrackers outside never stopped crackling and popping, making one's scalp tingle. Closing the window blocked out much of the noise. Feng Xiaoxian's family of 3 sat around the dining table, watching the New Year's program on TV, chatting and laughing while eating. Mom, there are only 3 of us. How can we finish so many dishes? Feng Xiaoshuan, completely full, looked at the remaining food and said, What's to worry? It's so cold that the food won't spoil easily. We'll just put it in the fridge when we're done, said Xia Jingshan. True that. Her phone vibrated repeatedly. Feng Xiaoxian opened it and saw New Year's greetings from old friends. After replying to each one, she looked at Lin Bingyi's WeChat pinned at the top and opened the chat. Bingyi, Happy New Year. Xiaofeng, I didn't expect you to be so popular. Are there many boys sending you New Year's wishes? Feng Guangxiong, gnawing on a braised chicken foot, said with a grin. No, Dad, you're overthinking. Even though it was true, Feng Xiaoxian would never admit it. Really? Xia Jingshan looked at Feng Xiaoxian meaningfully. Of course it's true. With a daughter as beautiful as mine, how could no boy have taken a fancy to you? Ha, laughed Xia Jingshan. None means none. Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips. All right, none. Xia Jingshan, with a smile in her eyes, looked at the stubborn Feng Xiaoshuan, obviously not believing her words. Before long, Lin Bingyi replied. Bo Bing, Happy New Year, baby Xiao. Bo Bing, am so bored. A bunch of relatives at home, their polite small talk is so dull, and they keep asking if I have a boyfriend or what kind of boy I like, and they even want to set me up. I don't need that at all. Reading Lin Bingyi's long string of complaints, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but smile. She glanced at Xia Jingshan and Feng Guangxiong, who were chatting and laughing, and replied, In that case, my family is actually quite good. This new year it's just me and my parents, 3 people. Fewer people, but it's quite cozy, haha. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian's family would only have 3 people for the new year, Lin Bingyi's eyes twinkled, and she, Bo Bing, I see. Fewer people has its benefits, and many people has its own. A big group at home, all noisy and lively. Though a bit loud, it's still quite festive. Wei Feng, yeah, I'd like to have a lively crowd too, but there aren't many relatives here. Bo Bing, by the way. Xiao, since school starts on the 16th of the first lunar month, how about we go out and play in a couple of days? Feng Xiaoxian was taken aback by this message. Wei Feng, wouldn't it be too troublesome to go out? We're not even in the same city. It's such a hassle, right? Bo Bing, oh, how could it be? We can take the high-speed rail. Transportation is so convenient now. It's just a few hours. I can come to you, I miss you so much. You can also take me out to have fun. Don't you miss me? Wei Feng, I do, but how many days will you stay? Will you stay? Wouldn't it be too wasteful? On the other end of the screen, Lin Bingyi's lips curled slightly. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian had taken the bait, she quickly pretended to be pitiful. That is a problem though. How about I stay at your place? How about it? Wei Feng, what? Bo Bing, what's wrong? You just said you missed me and wanted to hang out, but now that I say you'll stay at your place for a couple of days, you're unwilling. Boo hoo hoo. Wei Feng, that's not what I meant. It's just that I have to ask my parents about this kind of thing. Bo Bing obediently then asked them. If uncle and aunt agree, you'll buy the tickets and come over. Wei Feng then will ask. Feng Xiaoxian put away her phone, pursed her lips, and looked at Xia Jingshan, and Feng Guangxiong momentarily unsure how to start. Taking advantage of the commercial break, Feng Xiaoxian finally mustered the courage to speak. Mom, Dad, I have a friend who wants to come visit me. She usually takes good care of me, but if she comes, she might need to stay at our place for a few days. Boy or girl? Xia Jingshan blinked and asked. Of course a girl. Feng Xiaoxian quickly said. Anyway, there's an extra room. She can come if she wants. Xiaofeng, this is the first time you've brought a friend home. Feng Guangxiong laughed. Mom has no objection either. Since she's been good to you, let her come, without worry. It's a good chance to thank her for her. Xia Jingshan, cracking sunflower seeds, said. Okay then. Feng Xiaoxian smiled happily. Wei Feng, my parents agreed. When are you coming? Lin Bingyi was still a bit nervous. After all, she didn't know what Feng Xiaoxuan's parents were like. If they didn't agree, there was nothing she could do. After waiting anxiously for Feng Xiaoxuan's reply, seeing that her parents had agreed, Lin Bingyi breathed a sigh of relief, extremely happy. She replied, then it's settled. They'll come over in about 3 days. You'll have to show me around well. Wei Feng, don't worry. They'll take you to have plenty of fun. Xiaofeng, when will your friend arrive? Xia Jingshan asked casually while watching a comedy skit on TV and cracking sunflower seeds. She said it'll be 3 days from now. What's up, Mom? Feng Xiaoxian put down his phone and replied. Nothing much, just asking. By the way, I'm a bit curious. You used to be a boy and now you've turned into a girl with a very caring female friend. You wouldn't have, you know. Xia Jingshan seemed to have thought of something and looked at Feng Xiaoxian. Mom, what are you thinking? I don't have that kind of idea. Feng Xiaoxuan's heart tightened as he quickly defended himself. Really not. If you did, I wouldn't be unable to understand. Xia Jingshan said earnestly. It's not like that, Mom. Please stop overthinking, okay? Feng Xiaoxian said with a wry smile. Oh, all right then. When she comes, let me and your dad know in advance so we can prepare some good dishes to welcome her. Xia Jingshan said. Well, I will, Mom. Feng Xiaoxian nodded. What? You're going to visit your friend? Su Yingming was a bit surprised upon hearing Lin Bingyi's words. Yes, Mom, and you've already met that friend, haven't you? Lin Bingyi crossed her long legs and smiled. That's true, but D City is still a bit far, and we don't have any acquaintances there. I'm just worried about you. Su Yingming took Lin Bingyi's hand and spoke with concern. What's there to worry about? That friend of mine is really nice. It's so boring at home eating rich food every day. If I keep eating like this, I'll definitely gain weight. Mom, please let me go, okay? Lin Bingyi pouted and acted cute. Lin Wenba listened to the mother-daughter conversation and said, just let Bingyi go. She's an adult now, and she knows some kung fu. She can take care of herself. Mom, see, Dad is so reasonable. Lin Bingyi laughed. Oh, come on, it's like him, some stubborn old woman. Su Yingming said in a huff. Hee, how could that be? Mom, you're beautiful and kind. How could you be that kind of person, right, Dad? Lin Bingyi looked at Lin Wenba with a grin. Yes, yes. Lin Wenba replied helplessly. All right, since your dad says so, I won't stop you. You're not one to stay put anyway. If you want to go, go ahead, but be careful. Su Yingming said. Yay, thanks, Mom. Lin Bingyi was overjoyed and kissed Su Yingming on the cheek. Go away, disgusting. You're not a child anymore. Su Yingming looked at Lin Bingyi with disdain. Haha, not disgusting. Time passed quickly, and soon it was the day Lin Bingyi arrived in D City. As soon as she stepped out of the high-speed rail station, Lin Bingyi, dragging her suitcase, immediately spotted Feng Xiaoxian among the crowd, the one she had longed for days. Dressed in a black down jacket and black thermal pants wrapped up thickly with hands in pockets, he was looking around, presumably searching for her. Lin Bingyi smiled and slowly followed the crowd, moving toward Feng Xiaoxuan's position. Soon when she reached 3 steps away, he finally noticed her, walked over, and exclaimed in surprise, Bingyi. Lin Bingyi looked helpless, reached out her finger, and tapped his forehead, saying in a huff, You know, I spotted you ages ago, but you only just noticed me. Feng Xiaoxian smiled sheepishly, trying to argue. That's not true. I spotted you long ago. I was just pretending, waiting for you to come over. Lin Bingyi pursed her lips and rolled her eyes. Ask yourself, do you even believe that? I do. I believe in myself the most. Feng Xiaoxian patted his chest and laughed. Let's go to your place first. Are your parents waiting for me? Lin Bingyi smiled. Yeah, when I told them you were coming today, they started cooking at home. By the time we get back, it should be ready to eat. Feng Xiaoxian said as he walked. By the way, is there a supermarket near your house? Lin Bingyi asked. Yes, but don't buy anything. My parents specifically told me you can't bring gifts or you'll be in trouble. Feng Xiaoxian said with a serious little face. What will happen to you? Lin Bingyi covered her mouth and chuckled. They'll scold me, of course. Feng Xiaoxian shrugged. Oh, is that so? Then I absolutely have to buy something. What? Bingyi, you can't do that. Why can't I? Meeting uncle and aunt for the first time, showing up empty-handed with just my suitcase, eating and staying for free without a gift. Is that appropriate? Lin Bingy intentionally teased Feng Xiaoxian. It's perfect, absolutely perfect. Feng Xiaoxian quickly grabbed Lin Bingy's other hand. Haha, I won't listen to you. I'm definitely bringing something. Lin Bingy shook off Feng Xiaoxian's hand and snorted. How dare you? Feng Xiaoxian changed tactics and spoke fiercely. Watch me. Lin Bingy retorted without backing down, her eyes full of laughter. Oh Bingy, you're so annoying. I'm ignoring you. Feng Xiaoxian pouted, quickened his pace, and walked ahead in a huff. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian a little angry, Lin Bingy gave up the teasing and caught up laughing. Alright, I won't buy anything. I was just joking. How could you take it seriously? Be good. She even patted his head. Oomph. Feng Xiaoxian was subjected to a head pat attack from Lin Bingy, but didn't resist letting her do. Hello, uncle and aunt. I'm Lin Bingy. Lin Bingy followed Feng Xiaoxian inside, and as soon as she entered, saw Xia Jingshan and the others looking at her. She quickly greeted them and introduced herself. Oh, what a beautiful girl. Come and sit down. Xia Jingshan's eyes lit up at the sight of the well-behaved Lin Bingy, and she said with a smile. Come have a seat. The food will be ready soon. Take a rest. Feng Guangxiong invited. Thank you, uncle. Lin Bingy smiled. She felt that Xiao Xiao's little home was quite warm, and she was starting to like this feeling. Bingy, stay here with Xiao Xiao for a while. He'll go help in the kitchen. We'll eat soon. Xia Jingshan looked at Lin Bingy, liking her more and more. Okay. Thank you, aunt. Lin Bingy's eyes curved into crescents as she gave a sweet smile. Bingy, I think my mom really likes you, Feng Xiaoxian said, glancing at the busy figure in the kitchen, and then turning to, of course. Drop the I think. I feel like you're about to lose your favored status. Lin Bingy covered her mouth and giggled. Impossible. Come Bingy, try this. This is your uncle's specialty, potato beef brisket. It's delicious. Xia Jingshan picked up a piece of beef and placed it in Lin Bingy's bowl, smiling. Thank you, aunt. You should eat too. Don't keep serving me. You've done it several times already. Lin Bingy deliberately emphasized the last sentence in front of Feng Xiaoxian, smiling. Feng Xiaoxian pouted and remained silent. This Bingy was too arrogant. Whoa, don't be shy with aunt. If there's anything you want to eat, just tell me. He'll make it for you. Later let Xiao Xiao take you out to have some fun. Hee, thank you, aunt. Bingy, you're renting a place outside with Xiaoxian. I hope she hasn't been causing you any trouble. After lunch, Xia Jingshan, Lin Bingy, and Feng Xiaoxian sat on the sofa watching TV and chatting while Feng Guangxiong was forced to wash the dishes. Mom, what do you mean by that? What do you mean causing trouble? Do I look like someone who gives others trouble? Feng Xiaoxian protested, displeased upon hearing Xia Jingshan's words. I was just asking casually what's wrong. Are you feeling guilty? Xia Jingshan glanced at her. Guilty? Are you kidding me? Then let Bingy say it. If she says you haven't caused trouble, he'll believe you. Xia Jingshan smiled and looked at Lin Bingy, smiled, and from the corner of her eye she caught a glimpse of Feng Xiaoxian's confident expression. A playful impulse stirred within her, and she sighed softly. Auntie, since you want to hear the truth, he'll tell it like it is. Xiaoxian, I'm usually the one who wakes her up in the morning and makes her breakfast. When she craves something to eat, I go buy the ingredients and cook it for her. And also she. Seeing Xia Jingshan's gaze growing increasingly sharp, Feng Xiaoxian hastily stopped Lin Bingy. Bingy, what do you mean by this? Am I really that childish? What's wrong? Isn't everything I said the truth? Is there a single lie in there? Lin Bingy turned to Feng Xiaoxian and gave her a playful wink, her face the very picture of a little girl gleefully tattling. For a moment Feng Xiaoxian had no retort, because every word Lin Bingy had just spoken was true. Most mornings it was indeed Lin Bingy who prepared breakfast and called her out of bed. Whenever she fancied a particular dish, Lin Bingy would buy the ingredients and cook it for her. After all, having a beautiful and skilled cook at home was an absolute delight. Yet what Feng Xiaoxian never expected was that Lin Bingy would actually tattle to Xia Jingshan, and with nothing but the plain truth. What's the matter, Xiaoxian? Can't explain yourself anymore. You said you weren't causing trouble. A grown-up like you still needs someone to take care of you. Xia Jingshan shot a glare at Feng Xiaoxian, who was speechless with frustration. Auntie, please stop scolding Xiaoxian. We're good friends, and it's only natural for me to look after her in daily life. Lin Bingy said with an obedient smile. Bingy is so understanding. Look at yourself. Feng Xiaoxian was almost in tears. How could Lin Bingy have changed so much just over the new year? This was too cruel. Xiaoxian, which room should I sleep in tonight? After taking a shower, Lin Bingy was drying her hair with a towel as she spoke to Feng Xiaoxian, who was sitting on the sofa. Sleep wherever you like. Feng Xiaoxian refused to even look at her, huffing. Still pouting. No way, no way. When did Xiaoxian become so petty? Lin Bingy gazed at Feng Xiaoxian with a teasing smile. How dare you say that? How could you tattle to my mom? Feng Xiaoxian pouted as she looked at Lin Bingy. Just out of a hot shower, Lin Bingy's collar was slightly open, her fair rosy skin particularly eye-catching. I just thought it was fun at the time. Besides, you were so cocky online before. Can't I get a little revenge? Lin Bingy sat down beside Feng Xiaoxian and said with a grin. But you can't just. Feng Xiaoxian started to turn her head, but before she could finish, Lin Bingyi's face was suddenly right in front of her. Lin Bingyi watched Feng Xiaoxuan, who was slightly stunned, then curled her lips into a smile, and said in a sweet, coquettish voice, "Then I can't do what? Since Xiaoxian is still angry, how about I make it up to you?" "How will you make it up?" Feng Xiaoxuan's cheeks reddened as she spoke weakly. "However you want. I don't mind at all, hee." Lin Bingyi's eyes sparkled with amusement as she gazed at Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian was frozen for a long moment, then she pouted, turned her head away, and muttered, "Forget it, I can't handle that kind of favor." "Huh? How could that be? Whatever you say you'll do. Isn't that good?" Lin Bingyi asked, puzzled. "Really? Whatever I say you'll do." Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi curiously. "Mom's sister will never resist." Lin Bingyi laughed. Feng Xiaoxian blinked, stood up, and under Lin Bingyi's astonished gaze picked up the pajamas and towel that had been prepared nearby. Walking to the bathroom door, she turned back and said, "You can sleep in the room with the closed door. Also, I want you to stay far away from me." Ha ha ha. With that, she seized the moment while Lin Bingyi was dazed and swiftly closed the bathroom door. Lin Bingyi angrily shook her little fist at the bathroom door, then finally gathered her things and headed into the room Feng Xiaoxian had indicated. "That girl. She's getting more and more mischievous. I only said a few words about her." Humph. Dong dong. Half an hour later, someone knocked on Lin Bingyi's door. "Come in." "Hello, Bingyi, want some fruit?" Feng Xiaoxian poked her head in, holding a plate of cut fruit. "Humph, none of your business whether I eat or not." Lin Bingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxuan, turned away, and said with feigned arrogance, "Then I'll leave it on the nightstand. My mom told me to bring it for you. Remember to eat it later." Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips, barely suppressing a laugh, because Lin Bingyi, when she was acting tsundere, was just too adorable. "I want to eat it. Take it back to auntie." Lin Bingyi said. "That won't do. If I do that, my mom will scold me. Can you bear to see me get told off?" Feng Xiaoxian said in a pitiful tone. With her back to Feng Xiaoxian and hearing the grievance in her voice, Lin Bingyi's heart softened. She turned around, looked at the fruit plate, opened her mouth, and said, "Then you feed me." All right. Now it's my turn to take care of Miss Lin." Feng Xiaoxian smiled without refusing, picked up a piece of apple with a toothpick, and fed it to Lin Bingyi. Hee. So sweet. Lin Bingyi received Feng Xiaoxian's feeding, her eyes narrowing into crescents with joy. "How about some dragon fruit?" "Sure, I'm not picky." Yes. I'm the picky one. I knew you were throwing shade at me." "Huh. No way, Xiaoxuan, how could you twist that?" "Huh. Just teasing you. I'll hit you, you know." "Go ahead and hit me, I can't fight back anyway. I'm completely defenseless. If you hurt me, just see if your heart doesn't ache." Oomph. At 10:30 in the evening, Feng Xiaoxian lay in the bed, her calves curled up together, comfortably scrolling through her phone, when suddenly a familiar voice echoed in her mind. "Ding dong, host, have you missed me?" "Huh. You haven't shown up for so long, I've already forgotten you exist." Feng Xiaoxian said bluntly. "Oh, this. How sad. Now you suddenly pop out, what do you want again?" Feng Xiaoxian asked warily. Nothing much." "Don't use that tone, okay? You make me sound like a bad system," the system said helplessly. "Aren't you?" "Ahem, I'm not. I'm here to tell you your third task has arrived." The system suddenly said in a serious tone. "Third task. Let's hear it." Feng Xiaoxian said puzzledly. "Tisk, let's hear it. The tasks I assign you have to do whether you want to or not." Feng Xiaoxian was quite speechless. Well, after so long, she had indeed forgotten its existence, so with or without it, it didn't matter. The third task: make Lin Bingyi take the initiative to propose sleeping together. "What a..." Feng Xiaoxian shouted out instinctively, then quickly covered her mouth with her hand, glanced at the door, and only released her hand after confirming no one had heard. "System, do you have some incurable disease?" Feng Xiaoxian said euphemistically. "What are you trying to say, eh? If I remember correctly, you initially said you wanted to train me to become a goddess. Then what does this task have to do with the goal you told me before?" Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. "A goddess also needs a social circle. Building a good relationship with Lin Bingyi is an important step. Friendly tip, she's not an ordinary person. Tisk, she's a rich woman. You think I don't know?" Feng Xiaoxian pouted and retorted. "Haha. Anyway, I don't care. This is the third task. You have to do it whether you like it or not. Now that all the people who matter to me know I'm a girl, what do you have left to threaten me with?" Feng Xiaoxian said with a "Oh, in that case, you wouldn't want Lin Bingyi to know you used to be a boy, would you?" the system said coolly. "You?" Feng Xiaoxian had forgotten this matter. After all, Lin Bingyi was so good to her. If she ever found out that she used to be a boy, things would definitely go wrong, and if the system was the one to tell her, the consequences would be even more disastrous. "Fine. He'll go. He'll go right now," Feng Xiaoxian replied through gritted teeth. "That's the task. Reward random body attribute, .1, keep it up." The system then vanished, and no matter how Feng Xiaoxian roared, it refused to come out. Looking at the task on the panel, Feng Xiaoxian fell into contemplation. Make Lin Bingyi take the initiative. That was a bit tricky. She couldn't possibly force her to make such a request, could she? Although Lin Bingyi indeed liked to sleep together, now that they were at her own home, she would surely hold back. Forget it. They'll just go and try. With that, Feng Xiaoxian lifted the blanket, slipped on her slippers, and walked out. Knock, knock, knock. To avoid alerting Xia Jingshan and Feng Guangxiong, Feng Xiaoxian deliberately knocked on the door very lightly. Click. The door opened, and Lin Bingyi saw it was Feng Xiaoxian. Before she could process it, Feng Xiaoxian slipped right in. Although puzzled, Lin Bingyi still closed the door, looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, and tilted her head, asking, Xiao, what are you? Feng Xiaoxian sat on the edge of Lin Bingyi's bed, looked at her, chuckled, and prepared to hint indirectly. Bingyi, you see, you've just come to my house. For you, this is a new environment, right? Yes, so what? Lin Bingyi became even more puzzled. A strange environment still affects sleep a little. Look, doesn't your room lack a bit of warmth? Feng Xiaoxian gave an awkward laugh. Huh. Lin Bingyi watched Feng Xiaoxuan, who kept laughing awkwardly and seemed distracted, as if she had figured something out. She said meaningfully, it seems so. What should we do? Right, what to do? You think about it. Feng Xiaoxian prompted. Hearing Feng Xiaoxuan's blatantly obvious hint, Lin Bingyi completely understood. However, she wasn't going to let Feng Xiaoxian have her way. The corners of her lips lifted slightly, and she sat down beside Feng Xiaoxuan, hands propping on the bed, swinging her long legs, and said with a smile, I don't know either. But it should be fine. Just close your eyes, and you'll fall asleep quickly. No big deal. What do you think, Xiao? No, you should say Xiao, then will you sleep with me? Of course, that was Feng Xiaoxuan's inner thought. She would never. I think you're wrong. On such a cold day, it's uncomfortable for you to be alone under the covers. As soon as you move your feet, they turn ice cold. At this moment, if there's a heat source beside you to warm the bed, wouldn't it be much better? Feng Xiaoxian blinked her wise eyes and asked, I can't stand it. Xiao, can you stop using such a flimsy excuse? It's so cringy to hear. Lin Bingyi burst out laughing, holding her stomach and giggling uncontrollably. Feng Xiaoxian didn't know what to say. Even she found her own words awkward. She didn't know how she had the face to say them. Lin Bingyi, you. Xiao, have you gotten used to sleeping with me? Lin Bingyi said with a grin. I haven't. Feng Xiaoxian wouldn't admit it. After all, during school, it was always Lin Bingyi who found excuses to sleep with her. I see. Then it seems I was being presumptuous. You should go back. I'm going to sleep. Lin Bingyi smiled, playing hard to get deliberately saying this to her. Okay, I am used to it. For the sake of the task, what harm is there in swallowing her pride? Ha. Then why didn't you admit it just now, Lin Bingyi lay on the bed, resting her chin on her hand, looking at her with a smile. I was afraid you wouldn't say yes. Feng Xiaoxian made up a random excuse. Do you think I wouldn't agree? I'm overjoyed. My Xiao has grown up and knows how to be clingy. I'm so happy. Lin Bingyi laughed. I'm not a child. Feng Xiaoxian pouted. Too proud for your own good. So Xiao, would you be willing to sleep with me? Sure. Ding dong. Congratulations, host, you have completed the task. You have obtained back attribute point 1, and due to the fast completion speed, an extra 1. When Lin Bingyi finished saying that, the system's voice also sounded in Feng Xiaoxuan's mind. Xiao, what are you spacing out for? Get up here. Lin Bingyi patted the space beside her and said with a smile. Coming. With a pretty sweet-smelling girl by her side, there's no way she'd sleep alone. At 9:30 in the morning of the next day, the sky was already bright. Sunlight filtered through the gaps in the curtains, casting a hazy glow over the two figures lying on the bed, adding a touch of dreamlike beauty. The sunlight stung Feng Xiaoxuan's eyelids, causing them to flutter. After a dozen seconds, she slowly opened her eyes and yawned. Feeling the weight on her body, she knew, without looking, that Lin Bingyi was clinging to her like an octopus again. She shifted slightly, intending to free herself from Lin Bingyi, but Lin Bingyi instinctively tightened her grip, mumbling something unintelligible while smacking her lips. Perhaps because the sunlight was too bright, Lin Bingyi turned her head and buried her face in Feng Xiaoxuan's neck, the warm breath tickling her skin. Sigh, another day of being messed with. Feng Xiaoxian sighed lightly. Clearly this wasn't the first time, as she had gotten used. Half an hour later, Lin Bingyi reluctantly released Feng Xiaoxian as she slowly woke up. Xiao, good morning. Lin Bingyi rubbed her sleepy eyes, half closed, and greeted Feng Xiaoxuan, who was lying beside her, with a helpless expression. Good morning, Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. Looking at Lin Bingyi at this moment, she was completely different from the lively and energetic girl during the day. In the morning, she was a soft and adorable little sister, but after waking up fully, she became a mature woman. The contrast was striking. Bingyi, are you up? A soft knock came from the door, followed by Xia Jingshan's voice. I'm up, Annie. The door is unlocked, you can come in. Lin Bingyi replied without a second thought. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was stunned, Xia Jingshan, having received Lin Bingyi's permission, directly opened the door. Did you sleep well last night? Xiao Feng, what are you doing here? Xia Jingshan pushed the door open and saw Feng Xiaoxian lying next to Lin Bingyi, covering her face in embarrassment. Mom, I can explain. Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. It's like this, Auntie. Xiao and I are used to sleeping together at school, so last night, I asked her to stay with me. Sorry, Annie, for making you laugh. Lin Bingyi scratched her head apologetically. Hearing Lin Bingyi take all the blame on herself, Feng Xiaoxian, it's nothing, no problem. If you want, I'll have Xiao Feng accompany you every day. Xia Jingshan was briefly stunned. Thank you, Auntie. Lin Bingyi said sweetly with a charming smile. You're welcome. Get yourselves ready and come eat. With that, Xia Jingshan closed the door and left the room, casting a meaningful glance at the door. Bingyi, you actually took all the blame on yourself, boo-hoo. Feng Xiaoxian hugged Lin Bingyi's waist, burying her face on her shoulder, saying tearfully, Haha, it's nothing. Relax, relax. I just didn't want Annie to scold you again, you poor thing. Lin Bingyi patted her hand and laughed. Let's go get something to eat, then we'll go out and play. You promised you'd take me out. Phew, it's been a long time since I went out to play. This is my first time in D-City, it feels great. Lin Bingyi pulled Feng Xiaoxian along, strolling leisurely down the street, looking around. Of course, D-City has plenty of fun things and delicious food, but since it's the new year, many shops aren't open. They'll take you for a proper tour when we have time, Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile. Great. Lin Bingyi turned around and looked at Feng Xiaoxian. The two girls exchanged a smile. By the way, Xiao, I saw on the navigation that there's a scenic spot near your home. Maybe we can go hiking. Want to check it out? Lin Bingyi suggested, looking at her phone. Sure, I haven't been there in a long time either. It's a big park. Go. 15 minutes later they arrived at, wow, so beautiful. Lin Bingyi couldn't help but exclaim as she looked at the scenery. This park is quite famous in D-City. Usually many people come here for picnics. The environment is impeccable and the air is fresh, perfect for a family outing. However, due to the new year there weren't many people, but still quite a few. Hey Bingyi, look. In this lake, when I used to come, I could see many small fish fry, and even big fish. Unfortunately, it's frozen now, so we can't see them. Feng Xiaoxian pointed at the artificial lake and smiled. And I even fell into it when I was in elementary school. Ah, really? How did that happen? Lin Bingyi asked curiously. At that time I didn't live here. I came with a few childhood friends and our parents. We were chasing each other around the lake. You see, the edge of the wall wasn't very steep back then. When we saw the small fish in the lake, I bravely sat on the slope and tried to dip my feet in, but I slipped and fell in. Luckily the lake had just been built, so the water wasn't deep. Since I was at the edge, the water only reached my legs. I still remember shouting, help me, over and over. Feng Xiaoxian covered her face, recalling the embarrassing childhood memory. Buffed. Lin Bingyi couldn't help but laugh at the story. You were young, so it's normal to be scared. Ha ha. Lin Bingyi tried to suppress her laughter, but couldn't. Go ahead and laugh, ha. They're just embarrassing stories. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand, laughing. Everyone has embarrassing moments when they're young. It's normal. I have them too. Lin Bingyi laughed. Really? Tell me one. Feng Xiaoxian looked at her expectantly. No way, just because you ask doesn't mean I have to tell you. I have my pride. Lin Bingyi pouted playfully. Huh, Bingyi, you can't do this. I told you my embarrassing stories, why can't you share yours? Why should I share mine? I didn't ask you to tell me, you told me yourself. Lin Bingyi grinned mischievously. You're mean. Stinky Bingyi. Ha ha ha. Lin Bingyi had stayed at Feng Xiaoxian's home for 3 or 4 days before being urged to return by Su Yingming. Before leaving, Lin Bingyi reluctantly embraced Feng Xiaoxian for a long while. Xiao, see you back at school. Take care on the road. On the way back in the car, Xia Jingshan watched Feng Xiaoxuan, who was absent-minded and lost in thought, wanting to speak, but hesitating. Eventually she held back, due to Feng Guangxiang's presence, and said nothing. Xiao Feng, come over here, sit. Xia Jingshan beckoned to Feng Xiaoxuan, patted the spot beside her, and said, What's wrong, Mom? Feng Xiaoxian obediently sat beside her, and asked with confusion. Xiao Feng, I feel like you and Bingyi have an unusual relationship. Xia Jingshan glanced at Feng Guangxiang, who had gone straight into the study to work. Upon returning home, took Feng Xiaoxuan's hand and said, Our relationship is indeed quite good, just like close friends or besties. There's nothing wrong with that, is there? Feng Xiaoxuan's heart skipped a beat, her eyes flickering slightly, as she dared not look at Xia Jingshan. As someone who had been through it, Xia Jingshan could see right through Feng Xiaoxuan's little thoughts at a glance. She said softly, I have a guess about what's on your mind. You're grown up now, and you need to learn to make judgments on your own. Just remember these words from me. With that, she patted Feng Xiaoxuan's hand, rose, and left, leaving Feng Xiaoxian sitting there at a loss. Time passed day by day, and the lingering warmth of the new year gradually faded. As the start dates for various jobs approached, people once again immersed themselves in their work. Phew, finally back. Xiao, are you here? Lin Bingyi dragged in a mountain of luggage and called out toward the inner room. I'm here. I was just hanging up clothes. Feng Xiaoxian heard the familiar voice trotted out, and upon seeing the familiar face, smiled happily. It was so tough. School just started and the station was almost bursting at the seams. So many people. Lin Bingyi set her luggage aside, collapsed directly onto the sofa, her head resting on the cushion, groaning weakly. Feng Xiaoxian just smiled and said nothing. She silently walked behind Lin Bingyi, looked at the fatigue and exhaustion on the latter's cheeks, felt a pang of pity, reached out to place her hands on Lin Bingyi's delicate shoulders, and began to knead gently, with a steady pressure. Feng Xiaoxuan's sudden movement caught Lin Bingyi slightly off guard. Feeling the warmth of Feng Xiaoxuan's hands massaging her neck and shoulders, her body gradually relaxed. Feng Xiaoxuan's technique was indeed quite good. Lin Bingyi's lips curled up slightly, clearly finding it rather comfortable. The two tacitly refrained from speaking, not wanting to break this beautiful moment. After a long while, sensing it was enough, Lin Bingyi extended her slender jade-like finger and gently poked the back of Feng Xiaoxuan's hand. The latter then withdrew her hands and said with a smile, "How does it feel? Comfortable?" Lin Bingyi looked at her with a smile, then suddenly changed her expression and asked seriously, "Xiao Xiao, confess honestly, where did you learn this technique? And who else have you massaged? Spill it." Feng Xiaoxian was both amused and exasperated by her. She spread her hands innocently and said, "I taught myself. As for who else I've massaged." She paused, glanced at Lin Bingyi, and fell silent, not continuing. "Why did you stop? Go on." Lin Bingyi raised an eyebrow and pouted. "I've only massaged my parents and you. Is that answer satisfactory?" Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Very satisfactory." Lin Bingyi beamed at that. Watching Lin Bingyi's smiling face directed at her, Feng Xiaoxian felt a subtle stir in her heart, an indescribable feeling filling her inside. "By the way, Xiao Xiao, school starts tomorrow. What do you want for dinner tonight? They'll cook for you." Lin Bingyi stretched lazily, her graceful curves fully displayed, and smiled. Anything is fine. I don't have any particular cravings." Feng Xiaoxian put on a thoughtful expression and said slowly, "In that case, let's go out to eat." "Sure." The next day, Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi stepped shoulder to shoulder onto the campus they hadn't visited in a month. Looking at the students coming and going, that familiar feeling returned. "Xiao Xiao will head off first. Something came up with my department." Lin Bingyi let go of Feng Xiaoxuan's hand. Bye. Bye. Buzz. Latest notice: all students are requested to gather at the tennis court by 1:00. Feng Xiaoxian opened her phone and saw a message from the class group. Without much thought, she headed toward the playground. At 1030. "Originally, I planned to let you have free time for these 2 PE classes, but I've received a notice from the school. Our on-semester physical fitness test has to be completed today." The PE teacher looked at the lined-up international trade class, cleared his throat, and said, "What? No way. The first class back at school, and it's the fitness test. This is literally going to kill me. Help. My period's here." This sudden bad news threw Feng Xiaoxian completely off. She had been eating and sleeping all day. How could she possibly handle the fitness test? She'd be counting her blessings if she didn't collapse from exhaustion. "Enough talk. Everyone attention. Jog 1 lap to warm up. Go." The PE teacher blew his whistle, and the students slowly jogged off. "Whoa, I don't want to do the fitness test. It's so painful." A girl running ahead of Feng Xiaoxian complained to the girl, "Sai, even if you don't want to, you have to. If you don't finish today, they'll make you catch up later. There's no escape." The other girl comforted her. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at them, then shifted her gaze elsewhere. Having transferred in midterm, and with university classes being far less rigid than high school, she tended to keep to herself, rarely interacting with others. It was just her nature, and it wouldn't change overnight. After the warm-up, everyone came back panting and out of breath. "Get ready for the stretching." Seated forward, bin one by one according to student number. First. Buffed 3 centimeters. "That's so short. How dare you laugh at me? What was yours just now?" "4 centimeters. Still better than you." Buffed. Next, Feng Xiaoxian. When she heard her name, Feng Xiaoxian walked over, took off her shoes, revealing a pair of delicate feet, wrapped in warm stockings, instantly drawing quite a bit of attention. Such beautiful feet. She's already beautiful and has a great figure, but now she's sealed up by winter. If she showed off those long legs, that would be really something. Begin. Shoo. Feng Xiaoxian pushed hard, and the pointer slid to 29. 3 centimeters. Holy crap, 29. So long. Amazing. That's incredible. Look at me, I don't even have a fraction of that. This shows she's very flexible. Her leg stretch range is long. Feng Xiaoxian smiled slightly, put on her shoes, stepped aside, and looked down at her phone again. Soon all the events except the dreaded 1,000-meter and 800-meter runs were completed, and the bell for the end of the first class rang. The PE teacher very considerately postponed the long-distance run to the next class, giving the students a 10-minute buffer. How humane. Soon, amidst the students' groans, the long-distance run began anyway. This time the girls ran first. Ready, go. As soon as the whistle blew, 18 girls dashed out. Feng Xiaoxian ran in the middle of the pack. Right after finishing the first lap, she was so exhausted she could barely catch her breath, panting heavily. Finally, Feng Xiaoxian crossed the finish line as the 9th runner. She fought hard against the urge to plop down on the ground, instead propping her hands on her hips and walking step by step to alleviate the overwhelming fatigue. "Feng Xiaoxian, are you okay? I brought you some water. Drink it after you've caught your breath." Lu Wanfeng walked over with a bottle of mineral water, a look of concern on his face. I am fine, thank you. You drink it yourself. I'm not thirsty." Feng Xiaoxuan's face was pale, her throat felt a sweet metallic taste, and she forced a faint smile. "It's okay, I already bought it, so just take it. I'm off to run." Lu Wanfeng smiled slightly, placed the water next to Feng Xiaoxuan, and walked straight onto the track. Hey you! Seeing Lu Wanfeng go far, Feng Xiaoxian had no choice but to accept the water head brought. 10 minutes later, she finally recovered and no longer felt as terrible as before. Feng Xiaoxian unscrewed the cap, took a small sip, looked at the bottle in her hand, then glanced at Lu Wanfeng, who was playfully roughhousing with his friends in the distance. Here, Lu Wanfeng, this is for you. Feng Xiaoxian walked up to Lu Wanfeng and his friends holding up a drink. Wow, the beauty Feng is giving water to Fengzi. What a lucky guy. The friends teased. Quit it. Stop talking nonsense. Lu Wanfeng rolled his eyes at them helplessly, but he was secretly pleased. Thank you, we'll take it then. Lu Wanfeng wouldn't stand on ceremony with Feng Xiaoxian. No matter what reason she had for giving him the drink, he would gladly accept it. No problem. Feng Xiaoxian smiled slightly and turned away. Watching Feng Xiaoxuan's retreating figure, Lu Wanfeng unconsciously tightened his grip on the drink in his hand. Xiao, what's wrong? Why do you look so pale? At noon, in a corner of the cafeteria, Lin Bingyi carefully examined Feng Xiaoxuan's pretty face, her voice anxious. I'm fine, it's just because I had the fitness test this morning. You know I don't usually exercise and prefer staying at home. It's only natural that I can't handle it all of a sudden. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand and smiled. Well, but seeing you like this really breaks my heart. Lin Bingyi, having you say that is enough. Let's eat. Feng Xiaoxian felt warm inside knowing that Lin Bingyi truly cared about her. Alright, tonight I'll make you something delicious to help you recover. Thanks, Bingyi. This afternoon marked the official start of the first professional course of this semester. Feng Xiaoxian naturally dared not be careless. She listened attentively throughout, afraid of missing any crucial points. Ring ring. After much anticipation from the students, the bell for the end of class finally rang. Alright, let's stop here for today. Class dismissed. The lecturer, hearing the bell and seeing the restless students, said. Feng Xiaoxian let out a long sigh, rubbing her eyes. She had not concentrated so intensely for nearly a month during the winter break. Suddenly being so focused inevitably made her feel a bit uncomfortable. She closed her eyes and shook her head, trying to give her eyes a little rest, when suddenly a familiar voice sounded in her ear. Feng Xiaoxuan, are you feeling unwell? She opened her eyes and looked up towards the source of the voice, seeing Lu Wanfeng looking at her with concern. Feng Xiaoxian smiled faintly, shook her head, and said, It's nothing. Is there something you need? It's like this. Lu Wanfeng pulled out the chair in front of Feng Xiaoxian and sat down. This Saturday is my birthday. I'd like to invite you to come. I've invited quite a few people from class. Can you make it? Looking closely at the girl who made his heart race, Lu Wanfeng, after saying these words, kept silently praying that Feng Xiaoxian would agree, yet simultaneously felt anxious, afraid she would not want to come. After hearing Lu Wanfeng's words, Feng Xiaoxian was slightly taken aback. After all, it was her classmate's birthday, and she had been invited. Refusing would be somewhat awkward. Feng Xiaoxian thought for a moment, then smiled, and said, Sure, just send me the specific time and place later. You agreed? Lu Wanfeng was pleasantly surprised. What? Did you think I was the kind of person who wouldn't come? Feng Xiaoxian squinted her eyes and smiled. No, I'm just too happy, haha. Lu Wanfeng scratched his head and laughed. Haha, then it's settled. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. I think you look beautiful when you smile. It's a pity I don't get to see it often. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian was willing to come to his birthday party, Lu Wanfeng grew a bit bolder. He sat in front of her and started chatting. Is that so? Well, thanks for the compliment, haha. Nowadays after class, everyone just scatters. It's not like middle school or high school where everyone stays in the same classroom after the bell rings. It's normal not to see it. Feng Xiaoxian had nothing else to do anyway, so she followed Lu Wanfeng's conversational lead and smiled. That's such a pity. If you could smile every day, you'd definitely charm a lot of people. Really? Then have you been charmed? Haha, take a guess. The scene of them laughing and talking was precisely witnessed by Lin Bingyi, who had just finished class and came to pick up Feng Xiaoxian. Suddenly feeling a chill down her back, Feng Xiaoxian inexplicably found it strange, but did not dwell on it, attributing it to an illusion caused by the still cold weather. After chatting idly with Lu Wanfeng for a few more minutes, they ended their conversation when students from other departments came in for the next class. As soon as she stepped out of the classroom, Feng Xiaoxian saw Lin Bingyi sitting on a nearby rest chair looking at her. Without a second thought, she skipped over cheerfully. Hello, Bingyi, are you waiting for me? Lin Bingyi gave Feng Xiaoxian a deep look and nodded. Should we Feng Xiaoxian did not notice Lin Bingyi's unusual demeanor. She sat beside her and said with a smile, No hurry. Class ended 5 minutes ago. Why did you only come out now? Lin Bingyi looked into Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes and asked in a calm tone. At this moment, even Feng Xiaoxuan, with her long reaction time, sensed something amiss in the air. She quickly explained, After class a classmate came to talk with me for a bit, so I was a little late. After saying this, she pursed her lips, placed her hands on her lap, and looked at Lin Bingyi with an obedient expression. A boy or a girl? Lin Bingyi deliberately asked. A boy, Feng Xiaoxian said weakly. You're honest, didn't lie to me. If you lied, you'd be done for. Lin Bingyi nodded, raised her right hand, placed it on Feng Xiaoxuan's right cheek, gently stroking it, as if talking to herself. Xiao Xiao, do you remember what you told me before? You said you would never leave me, right? Feng Xiaoxian blinked, her throat moved, and she nodded, saying yes. And what if you lied to me? Lin Bingyi smiled. I won't lie to you. Look, we've known each other so long, when have I ever lied to you? Feng Xiaoxian said seriously. That's good. You said it. You won't lie to me. But, Bingyi, I feel like your tone is a bit strange right now. I'm a little scared. Feng Xiaoxian dared not meet Lin Bingyi's eyes, her gaze dodging, stammering. Hee, what are you afraid of? It's not like I'm going to eat you. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile, and tapped. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingyi, who was now smiling cheerfully, and had an illusion that the Lin Bingyi just now and the one now were not the same person. Let's go. What do you want to eat? I promised I'd make a good meal for you tonight to nourish you properly. Lin Bingyi stood up, looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, and smiled. Anything is fine, Bingyi, just make whatever you want. Feng Xiaoxian smiled, and said, Then how about I make dumplings for you? How about that? Lin Bingyi tilted her head, thought for a moment, her eyes lit up, and said, Dumplings? Isn't that too troublesome? And you'd have to roll the dough yourself. It's not troublesome, just buy ready-made dumpling wrappers. That works. Xiao Xiao, do you know how to wrap dumplings? Don't cause any trouble, okay? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was rubbing her hands together eagerly, and couldn't help questioning. Bingyi, what are you saying? Am I that kind of person? Feng Xiaoxian heard Lin Bingyi's words, and immediately pouted. Then tell me, what is that thing you're wrapping? Lin Bingyi pointed at the blob of unidentified substance in her hand, the corner of her mouth twitching slightly. Feng Xiaoxian was at a loss. After all, she had ruined it right from the start, she really couldn't find an excuse. All right, just watch from the side. Lin Bingyi burst out laughing, sat down, and began wrapping dumplings. Wow, so beautiful. I think your dumplings look even prettier than my mom's. Feng Xiaoxian picked up a dumpling wrapped by Lin Bingyi, examined it carefully, and praised. Haha, not bad. First go wash the flour off your hands, then boil some water for me. Lin Bingyi continued wrapping dumplings, instructing. Oh, okay. Feng Xiaoxian stood up, but instead of heading to the kitchen, she sneaked behind Lin Bingyi, and taking advantage of her not paying attention, suddenly reached out her index finger and swiped it across Lin Bingyi's face, leaving a flour mark. The ambushed Lin Bingyi turned around and watched Feng Xiaoxian dashing toward the kitchen, scolding with a laugh. Xiao Xiao, are you bored or what? I'm not bored, it's so fun. Ha. You're so annoying. Although she said, annoying, Lin Bingyi still lowered her head and smiled, her face brimming with happiness. Is it delicious, Xiao Xiao? Delicious, tender and juicy, full of water in one bite. This is just an ordinary steamed bun. I feel like you're describing soup dumplings. Haha, that's the only word I could think of. Is this the result of your nightly reading? I seriously suspect you're pretending to read just to avoid warming my bed. Lin Bingyi said indignantly. I read very seriously, alright. In the morning at the dining table, Feng Xiaoxian held a bowl of porridge and chuckled foolishly. Alright, go eat your buns, you're such a fool. Hey Xiao Xiao, seriously, I'm seeing you more and more like a fool. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian paused her movements and said softly, Bingyi, do you have to be so mean to me? And so seriously mean? I was just kidding, Xiao Xiao, don't take it to heart. Lin Bingyi covered her mouth and giggled. Oh, right, I almost forgot, Xiao Xiao, you talked in your sleep last night. What did I say? Last night in the bedroom. Xiao Xiao, stop reading, it's only the first day of school. Do you have to be so competitive? Your classmates will be crushed by your competitiveness sooner or later. Lin Bingyi lay in the cozy blanket, only her little head showing, looking at Feng Xiaoxian speechlessly. Alright, I'll stop reading, okay? You always scold me. Feng Xiaoxian closed the book and turned off the desk lamp. That's more like it. Hurry up, I've already warmed the bed for you, get in. Lin Bingyi wiggled her body and urged with a smile. Feng Xiaoxian responded, sat on the edge of the bed, lifted the blanket, and crawled in. Is it warm? It's warm, but Bingyi, can you take your forehooves off me? You want to hang on me again, don't you? Feng Xiaoxian pouted and snorted in dissatisfaction. Reflex. Lin Bingyi released Feng Xiaoxuan, and instantly the soft feeling in her arms disappeared, leaving an empty sensation in her heart. It's 10 o'clock, let's sleep, Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian murmured with closed eyes. So early, are you already sleepy? Lin Bingyi turned her head to look at her. I had a physical fitness test today, I'm so tired, sleepiness is coming over me, now I'll sleep first, good night, Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxuan's eyelids were heavy, and after muttering, she fell silent. You. Lin Bingyi looked helplessly at the gradually sleeping Feng Xiaoxuan, pulled the blanket over her, and then went back to her phone. After about half an hour, the room could faintly hear the steady breathing of Feng Xiaoxian. Lin Bingyi yawned, checked the time, turned off her phone, and was about to turn off the light to sleep, when suddenly Feng Xiaoxian, beside her, said, Bingyi. I'm here, what's wrong, Xiao Xiao? Lin Bingyi turned to look at Feng Xiaoxuan, but when she got no response for a while, she realized the silly girl was talking in her sleep, and she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Bingyi, don't go. You're not allowed to go. Hearing Feng Xiaoxuan's fragmented sleep talk, Lin Bingyi became curious, wondering what the silly girl had dreamed about to make her say not to leave. Could it be that she dreamed I was leaving her? What a little fool. I'm not going. I'm right here beside you. Don't worry. Lin Bingyi gently stroked Feng Xiaoxuan's head and said softly, I know I was wrong. I won't lie to you anymore. Please forgive me. Okay. Feng Xiaoxian smacked her lips, and Lin Bingyi even detected a tremor in her voice. What the hell? Lin Bingyi grew more and more curious, but unfortunately, she couldn't enter Feng Xiaoxuan's dream. Otherwise, she would love to know what dream she had and how she lied to her in the dream. After waiting for a long time, Feng Xiaoxian didn't say another word. Seeing this, Lin Bingyi had no choice but to turn off the light and go to sleep as well. What? Feng Xiaoxian exclaimed in shock after listening to Lin Bingyi's description. I actually talk in my sleep. I had no idea. If you knew, that would be a miracle. Okay. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a look as if she were looking at a fool and rubbed her forehead speechlessly. Ahem, slip of the tongue. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled awkwardly, trying to ease the embarrassment. But Xiao, do you remember what you dreamed about last night? I'm very curious, what exactly did you lie to me about in the dream? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian meaningful. Dreams are like that. Sometimes you remember clearly, sometimes you have a faint impression when you wake up, but then forget completely. I have no memory of it now. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand and said truthfully. All right. Lin Bingyi smiled and didn't dwell on the topic. After the meal, Lin Bingyi said goodbye to Feng Xiaoxuan as she had classes in the morning. Feng Xiaoxian watched Lin Bingyi close the door and leave, then let out a long sigh. Actually, she had just lied to Lin Bingyi again. She did remember some of last night's dream, but only fragmentary bits of most of it was still beyond recollection. In the dream, Feng Xiaoxian saw Lin Bingyi looking at her angrily, saying she had deceived her. But the specifics Feng Xiaoxian couldn't remember, only that in the dream she felt very distressed and frightened, and then nothing else. Feng Xiaoxian sighed to the sky, extremely frustrated. She stared out the window alone, lost in thought. Half a year had passed without her noticing. In these 6 months many things had happened, but most of the time was still joyful. After all, she had a beauty like Lin Bingyi by her side. However, what her feelings for her were, Feng Xiaoxian was not sure, vague and indescribable. Yo, host, feeling emo. In her mind, the system's cheeky voice rang out inopportunely. System, what do you think I should do in the future? Feng Xiaoxian asked. I don't know about your future, host, but if you don't complete my task soon, I'll know what to do with you. TCHU unromantic thing. Feng Xiaoxian pouted and complained. Fourth task, cook a meal for Lin Bingyi and make her proactively praise that it's delicious. Note, the food must not be wasted, it must be fully eaten in one meal. Reward advanced culinary skill. Looking at the task on the panel, Feng Xiaoxian twitched the corner of her mouth and couldn't help complaining, isn't this just literally asking for my life? Oh no, asking for both our lives. I don't care, do it, or not, you know the punishment anyway. You. Feng Xiaoxian angrily vented against the system in her mind for 5 minutes, but unfortunately the system seemed to have blocked her, showing no response at all. Alas, no choice, I have to do it even if I don't wanna. Such a hard life. Bobing Xiao, what do you want for lunch? He'll buy it and cook it for you. Seeing the message Lin Bingyi sent during the break, Feng Xiaoxian blinked and replied with a guilty conscience, he'll go buy groceries later. You can cook when you get back. Buying groceries is such a trivial matter. No need to trouble you. After a moment, Lin Bingyi sent a cartoon sticker, saying, They chatted a little longer before Lin Bingyi went to class. Putting down her phone, Feng Xiaoxian let out a groan and flopped weakly onto the desk, staring blankly ahead, while racking her brain for what to cook that would earn Lin Bingyi's praise. After thinking for ages without coming up with anything, Feng Xiaoxian glanced at the time, decided to stop overthinking, grabbed her phone, and headed out. At the supermarket near the community gate, she entered the vegetable and meat section. Gazing at the array of ingredients on display, she felt utterly overwhelmed. For someone who had never cooked before, grocery shopping was a headache. She stood there clueless, at a loss where to start. What should I buy? If I buy too much and mess it up, it'll be a waste. If I buy too little, I don't even know what to get. So conflicted. Helpless, Feng Xiaoxian pushed her cart aimlessly. Little sister, what are you looking for? This is all fresh pork and chicken, called a middle-aged woman in her 50s, smiling as she noticed Feng Xiaoxian passing by. Glancing at the meat on the stall, Feng Xiaoxian blinked, her eyes lighting up. Half an hour later, she walked out triumphantly with a bag full of ingredients. Back home, it was already 10 o'clock with about an hour and a half left until Lin Bingyi returned. Letting out a long sigh, Feng Xiaoxian took out a bag of chicken wings, and eggplant, and a Chinese cabbage. She marinated the chicken wings with seasonings and set them aside. Then she waited until 11 o'clock to start the prep. First came washing. That was simple. Whenever Lin Bingyi cooked at home, Feng Xiaoxian always helped by washing. After cleaning the remaining 2 ingredients, Feng Xiaoxian decided to follow online steps and make vinegar cabbage, braised eggplant, and fried chicken wings. With the instructions on her phone, she tied on an apron and began cooking. After cleaning the knife and chopping board, she sliced the cabbage diagonally into thin strips, prepared some other seasonings, then heated the wok with oil. Oh no, The recipe says to put the white stems in first, then the leaves. I did it backward. It should be fine, she muttered. Done. My hand slipped, and I added too much vinegar. After a flurry of frantic effort, the vinegar cabbage finally made it out of the wok. Looking at the plate of cabbage, lacking color, aroma, and taste, Feng Xiaoxian pressed her lips together in frustration. Whatever next. The braised eggplant turned out passable. She had followed the steps, so it shouldn't be too bad. For the last dish, fried chicken wings, she took out the marinated wings, mixed them with some cornstarch, poured oil into the wok, and started frying. Darling Xiaoxiao, I'm home. Lin Bingyi called out eagerly as soon as she stepped through the door. Her expression shifted as she sniffed the air. A faint, pleasant aroma lingered. Bingyi, you're back. Wash your hands and let's eat. Feng Xiaoxian came out smiling. Eat? I thought I was supposed to cook when I got home. Did you order takeout? Lin Bingyi asked, puzzled. No, just go wash your hands. You'll see in a minute. 2 minutes later, Lin Bingyi looked at the 3 dishes on the table and turned to ask, Xiaoxiao, did you make all this? Yes. It's my first time cooking, so it might not taste good. Bingyi, don't mind. Feng Xiaoxian leaned forward slightly, eyes wide and hands clasped, looking as obedient as possible. Since it's your gesture, Xiaoxiao, I'm really happy, ha. Lin Bingyi laughed, picked up her chopsticks, and took a bite of cabbage stem. After chewing for a moment, she looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a complicated expression. Xiaoxiao, did you put the stems in the wok first, and then the leaves? How did you know? Feng Xiaoxian asked, astonished. Because it's not cooked, silly. Lin Bingyi rolled her eyes. And it's way too sour. How much vinegar did you put in? I don't know. Feng Xiaoxian hung her head, not daring to meet Lin Bingyi's gaze. It's fine, I'm not mad, Lin Bingyi said with a smile. The eggplant is okay, standard. The chicken wings are a bit overfried and slightly burnt, but still edible. Not bad. After giving her review, Lin Bingyi put down her chopsticks, propped her chin in her hands, and smiled at Feng Xiaoxian. Really? Feng Xiaoxian looked up delighted. Mom, I think it's delicious. Everything you cook is tasty. Lin Bingyi giggled. Hee, if you like it, eat more. Feng Xiaoxian picked up a chicken wing and placed it in Lin Bingyi's bowl. Just as she was about to pull her hand back, Lin Bingyi, quick as lightning, grabbed her hand. What happened to your hand? Why are there so many red spots? Caught off guard, Feng Xiaoxian tried to pull away, but Lin Bingyi tightened her grip, her gaze growing serious. Feng Xiaoxian had to confess, it's nothing really. When I was frying the chicken wings, I put them in too fast, and the oil splattered onto my hand. It's not serious. No blisters, just red marks. I've already treated it. Don't worry. You're such a klutz. Lin Bingyi scolded. I am pretty dumb. Can't cook well, and ended up with a mess on my hands, Feng Xiaoxian admitted with a pout. That's not what I meant. Promise me you won't cook again, okay? What if you get hurt again? Lin Bingyi looked at her tenderly, her voice soft. Besides, I'm here for you. Would I ever let you go hungry? Silly. With that, Lin Bingyi reached out and tapped Feng Xiaoxian's forehead affectionately. I know. Feng Xiaoxian beamed at Lin Bingyi's warm words. Did you put on ointment? Here and there. All red, how ugly. Lin Bingyi said with concern. Yes, I did. Don't worry, Bingyi. All right then, since that's the case. Eat up. Since you made all this, you have to finish that cabbage. No wasting. Lin Bingyi pointed at the vinegar cabbage with it. What? It's so sour. How can I finish it all? Feng Xiaoxian immediately protested. So you know it's sour? I thought you little heartless one had no idea. Lin Bingyi pursed her lips and laughed. Hee, Bingyi, we're best friends. We share joy and hardship, right? Who's best friends with you? Are we even close? Huh. Bingyi, you can't do this. Why are you denying me? Huh. I'm just kidding. Let's eat it together and finish it. Xiaoxiao, could you please not cook next time? If I keep eating like this, you'll literally salt me to death, Lin Bingyi complained while washing the dishes. But didn't you say before you ate that as long as I made it, you'd like it? Feng Xiaoxian took the wash bowl from Lin Bingyi, rinsed it clean, and put it into the cupboard. At that time, I just couldn't bear to see your confidence shattered, so I said that. What did you think? Lin Bingyi pursed her lips and snorted. What the heck? Bingyi, you're too much. You showed your true colors after eating. Feng Xiaoxian put her hands on her hips and said indignantly. Naya, that's just how I am. What are you going to do about it? Lin Bingyi didn't even bother to turn her head, just wriggled her body. To Feng Xiaoxian, this was a blatant provocation. Feng Xiaoxian said nothing, slowly approaching Lin Bingyi. Just when the latter thought she had been rendered speechless and let down her guard, Feng Xiaoxian reached out, both hands aiming straight for Lin Bingyi's soft waist. Up. Startled by the sneak attack, Lin Bingyi cried out. Before she could react further, Feng Xiaoxian gave her a quick pinch and then dashed out like a whirlwind. Ow, Xiaoxiao. Stop right there. Lin Bingyi, both embarrassed and annoyed, chased after her and arrived at Feng Xiaoxian's closed door, scolding with a laugh. Xiaoxiao. Why are you acting like a little kid? Pinch and run. Come out. No way do you think I'm stupid. If I come out and Feng Xiaoxian's voice came from inside the room. The reason Feng Xiaoxian only pinched Lin Bingyi this time was that once before, when she had tried to sneak attack Lin Bingyi by tickling her to make her surrender obediently, she never expected Lin Bingyi to be so strong. She instantly turned the tables, pinning Feng Xiaoxian down with no chance to fight back. That memory was still fresh. Lin Bingy had tickled her until tears of laughter streamed down her face. Fine, then stay in there forever. Let me see when you'll come out. Lin Bingy snorted and then fell silent. Feng Xiaoxian waited for a while. Hearing no sound from outside, she guessed Lin Bingy had gone back to the kitchen to continue washing dishes. So she lowered her guard, quietly cracked the door open to peek. The hallway was empty, as she must have left. Letting out a breath, she was about to close the door when suddenly she heard a familiar voice like a ghost's whisper. Xiao Xiao, out so soon. Miss me? Thinking quickly that something was wrong, Feng Xiaoxian hurriedly tried to push the door shut, but suddenly a force much greater than hers shoved back, catching her completely off guard. Well, Bingy, let's talk nicely. We're good friends, so please don't bully me, okay? Realizing she couldn't escape, Feng Xiaoxian quickly put on a pitiful expression, trying to adorably weasel her way out. Lin Bingy blinked and smiled. Xiao Xiao, I've noticed you've been getting more and more mischievous lately. What's up with? Lin Bingy slowly stepped inside, kicked the door shut with her foot, and under Feng Xiaoxian's desperate gaze, the door clicked closed with a snap. I didn't. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't take it anymore. Rather than submit without a fight, she might as well resist. Xiao Xiao, why aren't you fighting back? Weren't you just full of energy? Lin Bingy bound Feng Xiaoxian's hands. With one hand sat on top of her, and with the other hand pinched her chin, smiling playfully. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. Feng Xiaoxian bit her lip, uttering her final heroic words. Huh, you're already caught. Whether I kill you or humiliate you depends on my mood. If you behave well, I won't bully you. How about that? Lin Bingy laughed. What do you want? Say big sister no, and I'll let you go? How about that? It's a pretty good deal. Lin Bingy raised an eyebrow, her breath like orchid, and smiled. Big sister no. Feng Xiaoxian spat out these 4 words stiffly. Don't play dumb. Is that the tone I asked for? Don't force me to use my hands. Lin Bingy narrowed her eyes, a hint of danger in her gaze. Woo Bingy, let me go, okay? This is too embarrassing. Feng Xiaoxian shook her head, strands of hair falling messily over her face, adding a touch of allure to her at that moment. Lin Bingy looked at Feng Xiaoxian before her swallowed, but didn't fall for it. She laughed. Hurry up. Seeing that Lin Bingy wouldn't relent, Feng Xiaoxian helplessly gave up struggling. After all, the two of them were not on the same level at all. Big sister no. After saying this, Feng Xiaoxian turned her head away, not daring to meet Lin Bingy's eyes. Good girl. Lin Bingy reached out to tidy Feng Xiaoxian's disheveled hair, released her, jumped off the bed, clapped her hands, and laughed. Welcome to come again. Next time, little sister. Xiao Xiao, big sister, is happy to oblige. Bingy, get out. Feng Xiaoxian blushed bright red at her words, grabbed a pillow from the bed, and threw it at her. Bye-bye, I'm going to wash the dishes. Lin Bingy easily caught the pillow, put it back on the bed, and walked out of Feng Xiaoxian's bedroom with cheerful steps. Sigh. When will I ever turn the tables? Every time I'm the one being bullied. It's so hard. Feng Xiaoxian collapsed onto the bed, staring at the ceiling, and said helplessly, Ding dong, congratulations to the host for successfully completing the task. Reward advanced cooking skill. The system appeared at this moment. Hey, by the way, system, is there a task that can give me better physical fitness? I want to turn the tables, I want to push. Defeat Bingy. I can't let her keep bullying me. Feng Xiaoxian, yes, and this task will come very soon. Just wait 2 more days. Alright. Xiao Xiao, you have class this afternoon, right? Don't forget. Lin Bingy finished washing the dishes, walked into the room, and said, I remember. There are essentially this many knowledge points in this lesson with about 3 minutes left until class ends. If you have nothing else to do, just review your textbooks. In the classroom, the lecturer adjusted his thick-framed glasses as he looked at the students who were beginning to grow restless and reminded them. Feng Xiaoxuan, I've already sent you the time and place. Make sure to check it. Lu Wanfeng, sitting 2 seats to Feng Xiaoxuan's left with only an empty seat between them, whispered to her. The desks and chairs in the small classroom of the Open University were arranged in a conventional manner, 4 large sections, each with 5 rows and 2 seats per row. However, the second and third sections had adjoining desks, effectively creating 4-person study groups. Alright, I'll be there on time, don't worry. Feng Xiaoxian nodded and continued reading. The 3 minutes passed in a flash, and as soon as the bell rang, everyone packed up and left the classroom. My dear son, you've had your eye on her for a whole semester, haven't you? When are you going to confess? One of Lu Wanfeng's roommates put his arm around his shoulder, casting a meaningful glance at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was walking a little ahead with her head down. I think tomorrow is perfect, an auspicious day for a confession. And with so many friends backing you up, if you make it romantic enough, she might just say yes. Another roommate chimed in with a smile. No, don't give me bad advice. I can tell she's not interested in me, Lu Wanfeng said with a wry smile. Then why can't you get Feng Xiaoxian out of your mind? Don't tell me that girl who confessed to you a while ago. You didn't reject her because of her. Lu Wanfeng let out a resigned laugh, nodded, and admitted openly, partly it was because of her. Watching Feng Xiaoxuan's retreating figure, Lu Wanfeng couldn't shake the image of her from his mind. It's your call in the end, but if you don't make a move, someone else will snatch her away soon enough. The roommate who had his arm around him nodded towards the front. Lu Wanfeng followed his gaze and saw Lin Bingyi walking away with Feng Xiaoshuan chatting and laughing. See, she's so close with Lin Bingyi. And you know who Lin Bingyi is. The campus belle of our open university, a famous rich beauty. She's surrounded by outstanding men, setting her up with someone would be a piece of cake. Lu Wanfeng fell silent, seemingly pondering his roommate's words. Bingyi, where are you taking me? Feng Xiaoshuan, pulled along by an excited Lin Bingyi, looked bewildered. I'm taking you to a very meaningful place. Lin Bingyi winked, keeping it a mystery. Utterly confused, Feng Xiaoxian followed Lin Bingyi through twists and turns. Isn't this Fenghua Plaza? Why did you bring me here? Are you planning to go on a shopping spree? Feng Xiaoxian looked at the bustling mall, perplexed. Hiitada. Does this place look familiar, Miss Feng? Lin Bingyi pointed to the cosmetics store ahead, laughing. It does seem familiar. Isn't this where we first met? Feng Xiaoxian recalled. It was here the place of her first mission, and quite unexpectedly she had stumbled into an acquaintance with Lin Bingyi. Then do you remember the exact date? Lin Bingyi clasped her hands behind her back, bending forward with a light laugh. September 3rd. Feng Xiaoxian blurted out. Wow, I thought you'd already forgotten. You actually remember. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian in surprise. Huh. Haha, how could I ever forget? Feng Xiaoxian smiled. After all, it was the first time since becoming a girl that she had dressed so boldly in public. Such an unforgettable memory was etched into her very bones. Do you know what day it is today? Lin Bingyi looked at her expectantly, her eyes seemingly urging, come on, say. Feng Xiaoxian thought for a moment, calculating what special occasion it could be. Bingyi's birthday. No, that's in August, still far off. Wait, she specifically asked when we first met, and today is March 3rd. Got it. Is today our half-year anniversary of knowing each other? Feng Xiaoxian tentatively offered what she thought was the most plausible answer. Bingo. It's our half-year anniversary today. Lin Bingyi smiled happily, clearly thrilled that Feng Xiaoxian remembered. I brought you here to celebrate. Bingyi, shouldn't we only celebrate milestones like 1 year or 3 years? Feng Xiaoxian said, rather cluelessly voicing her thoughts. Well, that's others. How can we be the same? From now on we'll celebrate every anniversary. 1 year, 1.5 years, even 10 years. Lin Bingyi pouted. Haha, sounds great. He'll go along with you. Feng Xiaoxian had no objections. But this area is all clothing and daily necessities. How do we celebrate here? Feng Xiaoxian asked. Haha, pick whatever you want and I'll pay. Lin Bingyi waved her hand with a gesture of left. So this is how we celebrate. Why don't we just have a nice meal instead? Besides, Bingyi, do I look like a girl who likes to dress up? Feng Xiaoxian shrugged, smiling. Hey, you're right. Now that you mention it, you never really dress up, and you rarely, practically never, wear makeup. Lin Bingyi frowned, realizing it was indeed true. Exactly. Besides, buying things that aren't really useful is just a waste of money. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. All right then, but we still need to get clothes. How about buying matching outfits? Sure. Soon the two of them had browsed through the entire section and bought 6 sets of matching outfits, mostly summer, wear with only 2 winter pieces. Didn't we agree on just 2 or 3 sets? How did you end up buying 6 in one go, Bingyi? Feng Xiaoxian sighed, carrying 4 shopping bags. Hee, they were all so pretty. I wanted them all. If you hadn't stopped me, I'd have bought 5 more. Lin Bingyi laughed. Let's go home. I've already ordered a bunch of good ingredients online. Tonight you'll eat your fill. Lin Bingyi waved her phone, smiling. Bingyi, how much did it cost? Let me transfer my share. You shouldn't have to pay for everything. Feng Xiaoxian took out her phone, intending to transfer money to Lin Bingyi. Because she had become a girl, when she came back this semester, Feng Guangxiong generously offered to cover her monthly rent and gave her 2,500 yuan for living expenses, a much better deal than before. Hey, no way. Don't you dare send it, or he'll get mad. Lin Bingyi said indignantly. But, no buts. Just listen to me. Lin Bingyi insisted. All right, but tonight he'll cook. Consider it my compensation to you. Feng Xiaoxian patted her chest. No way. He'll cook. Lin Bingyi, hearing that Feng Xiaoxian wanted to cook again, immediately became anxious. Oh, Bingyi, trust me, okay? I promise you'll be satisfied this time. Otherwise I'll eat all the mess-ups myself. Feng Xiaoshuan, emboldened by her advanced culinary skill, boasted confidently. Well, Lin Bingyi saw how enthusiastic Feng Xiaoxian was and didn't want to discourage her. All right, you cook then. Hee, just watch, Bingyi. Xiao, did you make all these? Really? You didn't order takeout while I was showering, did you? Lin Bingyi took a bite of the sweet and sour pork on the plate, her eyes lighting up. It was exactly to her taste. Hee, try this too. Feng Xiaoxian smiled, pointing to another dish of braised beef brisket with potatoes. Not bad, you did well. It's delicious. Lin Bingyi picked up a piece of potato, soft and sticky, just right. Confess honestly, did you secretly order takeout behind my back? Lin Bingyi clearly didn't believe that Feng Xiaoxian had made all these. How is that possible? You only took a shower for over 20 minutes. How could ordering takeout be that fast? Feng Xiaoxian pouted, saying, who knows? Maybe you placed the order in advance. Just to show off in front of me. Lin Bingyi said with a grin. Believe it or not, I made this myself. You must be jealous that my cooking is better than you. You're just saying that on purpose. Xiao, do you have any shame? Lin Bingyi was successfully amused by her shameless words. Mind your own business. Eat it if you want or don't. Feng Xiaoxian snorted, picked up her bowl, and started eating on her own. I'll eat. But seriously, Xiao, how did your cooking improve so fast? Lin Bingyi said while eating. I'm a genius. Feng Xiaoxian shrugged and laughed. How could she reveal the system? Even if she told her, Lin Bingyi would definitely look at her, as if she were a fool. TCH, in that case, you should cook for me more often from now on. I've been cooking for you for half a year. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian and said with a smile. Sure. Ha. Feng Xiaoxian naturally had no objection, since when this advanced cooking skill was given to her, her first thought was to use it for Lin Bingyi. By the way, Xiao, tomorrow is the weekend. How about we go out and have some fun? While eating, Lin Bingyi suddenly said, well, I'm afraid that won't work. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi apologetically. Huh? Why? Lin Bingyi blinked, looking at Feng Xiaoxian with confusion. A few days ago, I promised a classmate in our class. Tomorrow is his birthday, so I have to go to his birthday party. Feng Xiaoxian said. I see. Lin Bingyi nodded. Male or female? Male. Feng Xiaoxian answered truthfully. Male. Upon hearing this, Lin Bingyi frowned, looked at Feng Xiaoxian as if she wanted to say something, but stopped, and ultimately didn't voice her thoughts. After all, it was an invitation from Feng Xiaoxian's classmate. By reason and emotion, she had no appropriate reason to refuse, and she couldn't force herself to tag along, as that would be too impolite. Mom, but don't worry. We're just ordinary friends, and we're in the same class. Since he invited me, I can't refuse. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. How long will you be gone? Lin Bingyi sighed deeply, lay on the table, and looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a plaintive expression, asking. He'll be home alone, left to suffer in boredom. He'll die of loneliness. It won't take long. Probably just 2 or 3 hours. He'll be back soon to keep you company. Feng Xiaoxian patted Lin Bingyi's head and laughed. Keep going, don't stop. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was about to withdraw her hand, Lin Bingyi looked into her eyes and said, why did Bingyi let me touch your head today? Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile, placing her hand back and gently stroking Lin Bingyi's hair. Just in a bad mood. Lin Bingyi pouted. Oh my, no way. I never thought our sister Bingyi would be such a clingy person. Ha ha ha. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help laughing. You only realize that now. Lin Bingyi snorted. Bingyi, it's almost 10 o'clock. Can you let go of me? In the bedroom on the bed. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi, who was clinging tightly to her, and said helplessly. What's wrong? Isn't the gathering at 11? It's still early. Why are you in such a hurry? Lin Bingyi ignored Feng Xiaoxian's urging and said to herself. But it takes me half an hour to get there. Plus the preparation time, shouldn't I leave an hour early? Be good, okay? Feng Xiaoxian quickly coaxed Lin Bingyi in her arms gently. Alright, fine. Since you're being so polite, I'll let you go. Lin Bingyi cooperatively let go and looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile. Feng Xiaoxian touched her face and asked puzzledly, is there something on my face? Why are you always laughing? Nothing, ha. Lin Bingyi quickly turned away, holding back laughter, her body trembling slightly. This made Feng Xiaoxian even more confused. Without thinking much, she got up and walked to the bathroom. Soon a scream came from the bathroom. Bingyi, tell me, did you do this? Feng Xiaoxian walked in with shame and anger, pointing at a very conspicuous red mark on her neck, and demanded. I don't know. It definitely wasn't me. Lin Bingyi shook her head, barely holding back laughter. Nonsense. There are only the two of us in this house. Could it be that I did it myself? Feng Xiaoxian put her hands on her hips and glared at Lin Bingyi. I really don't know, but maybe I did it in my dream last night. I dreamed I was holding a jelly, and when I opened the package I couldn't suck it out no matter how hard I tried, so I sucked really hard. I don't remember what happened after that. Lin Bingyi spread her hands and said innocently. Seeing Lin Bingyi's earnest expression, Feng Xiaoxian had to let it go, since Lin Bingyi hadn't done it intentionally. Then what should I do? This is too conspicuous. It'll definitely be misunderstood. Feng Xiaoxian stomped her foot in anxiety and said helplessly. You can just wear a scarf. Lin Bingyi laughed. Who wears a scarf outside these days? And even if I do, I'll have to take it off when eating. It's over, will be mortified on the spot. Feng Xiaoxian was completely out of ideas. Seeing Lin Bingyi rolling on the bed with laughter, she gritted her teeth and said, fine. I don't care anymore. I'll just wear the scarf. If I'm found out, so be it. Xiao, go for it. I believe in you. Lin Bingyi pulled the blanket up to her nose, only showing half her face with her eyes curved in a smile. It's all your fault. I'm leaving. Feng Xiaoxian tied her scarf around her neck, gave Lin Bingyi a scornful look, and went out. Hearing the door close, Lin Bingyi smiled meaningfully. Wow, our beautiful Feng is here. In the private room, several boys saw Feng Xiaoxian push the door open and immediately started cheering. Sorry I was a bit slow on the way. Lu Wanfeng, this is a gift for you. Feng Xiaoxian smiled awkwardly and handed it to Lu Wanfeng, who had been staring at her since she appeared. Thank you. Just coming is enough, you didn't have to bring a gift. Lu Wanfeng was naturally overjoyed and laughed. Feng Xiaoxian deliberately found a seat in a relatively corner area next to a few girls from the class. After exchanging greetings, she sat down. Lu Wanfeng didn't invite many people, 5 men and 5 women in total. He was quite popular. Feng Xiaoxuan, aren't you uncomfortable wearing a scarf? Maybe you should take it off. A girl named Wang Yumling beside her, noticing from the corner of her eye that Feng Xiaoxian was still wearing a scarf, kindly reminded her. Okay. I almost forgot if you hadn't mentioned it, ha. Actually, it's not uncomfortable to wear. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at the boys who were bragging to each other and said quietly, I think it's better to take it off since it's inconvenient to pick up food. Another girl laughed. Okay. Seeing that both were commenting on her scarf, Feng Xiaoxian had no choice but to take it off. The moment she took off the scarf, Feng Xiaoxian politely raised her hand to block, but she underestimated Wang Yuming's observation. In just that brief moment, sharp-eyed Wang Yuming noticed something. Taking a look at the others, Wang Yuming leaned in and whispered with a smile, I didn't expect your boyfriend to be so clingy, Feng Xiaoxian. I'm so envious. Seen through at a glance, Feng Xiaoxian smiled awkwardly, her cheeks slightly red, and said embarrassedly, No, don't misunderstand. Actually, oh, I get it. Don't explain. I don't want to be stuffed with dog food before I even finish my meal, Huh. Feng Xiaoxian didn't know what to say, so she just gave a dry laugh. Fortunately, Lu Wanfeng and the other boys were chatting excitedly and didn't notice Feng Xiaoxuan's abnormality. Time passed minute by minute. As the party was drawing to a close, everyone was getting more cheerful. Lu Wanfeng picked up his drink and walked over to Feng Xiaoxuan, saying with a smile, Feng Xiaoxuan, how about a toast? Sure. Feng Xiaoxian picked up her drink and gently clinked it with his. However, what she didn't notice was that her subconscious movement exposed the mark on her neck to Lu Wanfeng, who saw it clearly. Lu Wanfeng was so shocked that he couldn't speak, but he forced himself to exchange a few polite words with her before leaving. Returning to his seat, he watched Feng Xiaoxuan, who was looking down at her phone as if chatting, and gave a bitter smile. Bao Bing Xiaoxiao, when are you coming back? Wei Feng, you still ask? It's all your fault. I was discovered. Bao Bing, oh, I didn't mean to. I was dreaming. How was I supposed to know I was holding your neck? Wei Feng, don't say that. Aren't you ashamed? Bao Bing, ha. Fine, I won't say it. Then may I ask, precious Xiaoxiao, when will you be back? Wei Feng, in a little while, it's almost over. Bao Bing, got it'll wait for you. Hey Wanfeng, why do you seem so down in this? Feng Xiaoxian came, didn't she? She even brought you a gift. A roommate asked. Sai, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Let's head back first. Lu Wanfeng waved his hand and laughed. Xiaoxiao, my darling, you're finally back. As soon as Feng Xiaoxian entered the house, Lin Bingyi ran over in her slippers, making a pata-pata sound, and performed a 90-degree bow, saying with a smile, How childish, Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help laughing. Not childish. This is my welcome ceremony for you. Lin Bingyi made a gesture of invitation. Where are you inviting me to go? To the kitchen. Why the kitchen? To cook for this lady. Xiaoxuan, why aren't you saying anything? Lin Bingyi asked, slurping noodles, while watching Feng Xiaoxuan, who was propping her chin with a melancholic expression. It's all your fault. The mark on my neck was seen. Feng Xiaoxian shot a resentful glare at Lin Bingyi and sighed. So what? It's just a mark, what's the big deal? Lin Bingyi suppressed a smile and tried to comfort her. You're really one to talk. You were just sitting there without a care in the world. It's not you who's being misunderstood. Feng Xiaoxian threw her a sharp, annoyed look. Haha, I'm sitting now and my waist just fine. Come here, let your big sister pat your puppy head to comfort you. With that, Lin Bingyi took the chance to mess up Feng Xiaoxuan's hair, giggling as she saw the disheveled mess. Are you bored? Eat your noodles. Feng Xiaoxian slapped away her salty pig's hoof and rolled her eyes. If you ask me, this little strawberry is adorable, isn't it? I wish I had one. Lin Bingyi laughed teasingly. You want one? I'll give you one. Great. I'd love that. Come on. Lin Bingyi laughed happily, leaned her face close, tilted her head, and pointed at her neck with a look of eager anticipation. Go away. I don't want to touch you. Feng Xiaoxuan's face flushed slightly as she pushed her face away with a disgusted expression. Disgust was far from the truth. Whenever she got close to Lin Bingyi, she could catch a faint, pleasant fragrance, and her skin was well maintained, fair and delicate. Humph. If you don't want to, then don't. There are plenty of people outside who'd love a kiss. You're wasting your chance. Lin Bingyi pursed her lips and snorted. Oh, I'm happy to give this chance to someone else. Do I need to make myself scarce tonight, so as not to disturb Sister Binji's wonderful time? Xiaoxian, you're asking for trouble. What are you saying? Lin Bingyi rolled her eyes. Haha, I was just following. Soon the weekend passed, and it was back to the monotonous routine of daily life. What slightly surprised Feng Xiaoxian was that when she walked into the classroom, she noticed Lu Wanfeng looking at her with a strange expression. She couldn't quite describe it. It felt like a mix of reluctance and resignation. She didn't dwell on it and attended class as usual, but when class ended, Feng Xiaoxuan got a minute. I'd like to talk to you. Feng Xiaoxian was about to pack her bag and leave when Lu Wanfeng walked over looking conflicted. Behind him, his roommates were smirking and whispering among themselves. Sure, what's up? Feng Xiaoxian looked up at him with confusion. How about we walk and talk? Sure. The two walked side by side along the path on the Dian University campus. People came and went, but few paid them any attention, A boy and a girl walking together was too ordinary. What's on your mind? Why haven't you said anything? Feng Xiaoxian blinked. Since leaving the classroom, Lu Wanfeng had been silent, leaving her baffled. Lu Wanfeng looked at the girl beside him whom he had longed for over half a year and found himself at a loss. I just want to know, how do you feel about me, eh? After hesitating a moment, Lu Wanfeng finally blurted it out. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian was slightly taken aback. As someone who could always read between the lines, she naturally understood the meaning behind Lu Wanfeng's words. Over the past semester since he transferred into her major, he had been deliberately getting close to her, always trying to strike up a conversation. She wasn't stupid. She knew what his actions signified. But she had no interest, so she pretended not to notice and remained polite. Well, we're classmates, and you even invited me to your birthday party. I think we have a pretty good friendship. Feng Xiaoxian smiled, not wanting to hide anything, and spoke honestly. Friends. Lu Wanfeng pursed his lips and gave a bitter smile. I know what you're thinking, and I can see it. But I don't want to be in a relationship right now. I think we should just be friends. Feng Xiaoxian said softly. Lu Wanfeng caught a key detail and quickly asked, You don't want to be in a relationship? Then what about that mark on your neck the day before yesterday at the party? You saw it. When Lu Wanfeng nodded, Feng Xiaoxian wished she could find a hole to crawl into. That was a prank by my friend. She's my roommate. Please don't misunderstand. Feng Xiaoxian quickly explained, afraid that Lu Wanfeng might accidentally spread it, ruining her reputation. At first I really did misunderstand. I thought I'd lost my chance. Now that Lu Wanfeng understood the situation, he felt much more at ease. Even the bitterness from Feng Xiaoxian's polite rejection had somewhat dissipated. Since it's a misunderstanding, that means you're still single. Do I still have a chance? Lu Wanfeng said with a smile. What? Didn't you hear me? I don't want to be in a relationship right now. Feng Xiaoxian said seriously. I know. Right now doesn't mean forever, right? Lu Wanfeng seized the loophole in her words and grinned. Feng Xiaoxian was momentarily tongue-tied. How could she possibly know about the future? See, you're speechless, which means I still have a chance in the future. I won't give up. Don't. Look at how many girls there are at Dian University. Why hang yourself on a crooked tree like me? Feng Xiaoxian, upon hearing that Lu Wanfeng was still persisting, quickly said, None of them can compare to you. I only like you. But I don't like you. Feng Xiaoxian stopped walking, looked at him, and said seriously, It'll make you like me. Lu Wanfeng also stopped gazing at the helpless Feng Xiaoxian with a grin. Xiaoxian. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was about to say something more, she heard Lin Bingyi's voice not far away. Feeling as if she had been granted a reprieve, she looked over. Xiaoxian, what are you doing here? I even went to your classroom looking for you. Lin Bingyi ran over, smoothing the stray strands of hair from her forehead, smiling. A classmate needed to talk to me, so we walked and chatted. We're done now, let's go. Feng Xiaoxian didn't dare look at Lu Wanfeng and pulled Lin Bingyi away. Watching Feng Xiaoxian flee, Lu Wanfeng smiled and turned to walk the other way. Lin Bingyi turned her head, glancing expressionlessly at the receding figure of Lu Wanfeng, then turned back to Feng Xiaoxian and said, Xiao, who was that boy just now? Feng Xiaoxian quickly stopped Lin Bingyi, otherwise she would surely go crazy if she continued asking. Stop. Cut it out. Bingyi, why are you chattering like a machine gun? So many questions, my head is about to explode. Feng Xiaoxian hastily stopped Lin Bingyi, or she would have gone mad if she kept asking. But I want to know, what if he has ill intentions and deceives you? I'm just concerned about you. Lin Bingyi puffed out her chest and said with righteous indignation. I'm so smart, who could fool me? Really? Don't overthink it, okay? Feng Xiaoxian smiled helplessly. I don't care, you have to tell me. Lin Bingyi frowned, her gaze toward Feng Xiaoxian shifting slightly as she spoke. Alright, I'll tell you. Feng Xiaoxian walked and talked, and after 2 minutes briefly recounted their relationship in full detail to Lin Bingyi. After hearing Feng Xiaoxian's words, Lin Bingyi's slightly darkened expression eased somewhat. Under Feng Xiaoxian's astonished gaze in broad daylight, Lin Bingyi reached out and caressed her face, saying slowly and deliberately, Xiao, I'm doing this for your own good. I don't want you to be deceived by sweet talk. I'm the one who treats you the best. Right. Feng Xiaoxian felt the warmth of Lin Bingyi's palm and nodded gently. Good that you know such a good girl, then I won't punish you. Lin Bingyi withdrew her hand and said with a smile. Punishment? What punishment? This time it was Feng Xiaoxian's turn to be confused. He won't tell you. Lin Bingyi gave a mischievous smile. Alright then. Feng Xiaoxian didn't think much of it. If she knew Lin Bingyi's method of punishment, she would probably run as far away as possible at the first opportunity. In the evening, still in Feng Xiaoxian's bedroom, on Feng Xiaoxian's bed, Lin Bingyi hugged Feng Xiaoxian, who had just slipped into the covers, and said with a smile, starting tomorrow, if I don't have class, I'll go to class with you. Just audit your class. After hugging Feng Xiaoxian tightly, Lin Bingyi buried her face in her freshly dried hair, greedily breathing in her scent. Why did you suddenly think of accompanying me to class? Feng Xiaoxian let her hold her and asked with a smile. A righteous knight must protect the princess, of course. Lin Bingyi said with her eyes closed. But don't princesses all end up marrying princes? My female knight, Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Go away, you just know how to ruin the mood. Lin Bingyi tapped Feng Xiaoxian's back of the head and said speechlessly, That's just how it is. You can't argue with me, so you resort to physical bullying. So annoying. Feng Xiaoxian turned over facing away from Lin Bingyi and grunted twice. Are you talking bad about me again? Lin Bingyi said fiercely. Bingyi, we're roommates, why do you come to my bedroom every day? Don't you use your own? Feng Xiaoxian complained. Hee on such a cold day it's warmer to hold my darling. Lin Bingyi smiled, shifted her body, and moved a little closer to Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian was truly speechless this time. Every night she could fall asleep holding a soft, fragrant, beautiful girl. What a wonderful thing. But every morning she woke up she was entangled like an octopus, unable to move. It could be said to be a bittersweet pleasure. The next morning in the classroom, seeing Lin Bingyi sitting beside the calm-faced Feng Xiaoxian, the others in the international trade class, especially the boys, were far from calm. Hey, look, isn't that your goddess Lin Bingyi? Why would she come to audit our class? She must be here to see me. He looks hopeless next. Do you even need to ask? She's definitely here with Feng Xiaoxian. They're really close. As expected, pretty girls only hang out with pretty girls. No. She's here to see me, just shy, because there are so many people. Assessment complete, completely hopeless. Xiao, I didn't expect there are so few girls in your class. Lin Bingyi looked around, then leaned close to Feng Xiaoxian and said in a low voice. Few. I think it's okay. Feng Xiaoxian shrugged. I think it's quite few. In that case, with your looks, aren't you very popular? Lin Bingyi said half-jokingly. Not really. I don't feel that way. Everyone just comes for class and leaves after. Nothing special. I don't believe it. Believe it or not. Soon class ended. Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi were about to leave when a boy walked over. Under Feng Xiaoxian's amused gaze, he said to Lin Bingyi, what do you want to say? Lin Bingyi's demeanor changed completely. She looked at the boy, her words extremely cold, embodying the aloof goddess persona. Can I have your contact info? No, I don't add strangers. Lin Bingyi refused without any hesitation. Oh, alright then. Watching the boy's dejected back, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help saying, Bingyi, why are you so heartless? You could have politely declined. Was direct refusal really necessary? Lin Bingyi turned around, looked at Feng Xiaoxian seriously, and said, Xiao, you need to learn to say no to know how to refuse. Polite refusal is only for certain situations, other times, just be direct. Cutting off his hopes directly is much better than leading him on with vague words. Feng Xiaoxian nodded in realization, gave a thumbs up, and praised, Bingyi, you're right. Good that you know. No. I'm applying what I just learned. Feng Xiaoxian stuck out her tongue and said with a laugh, You need to know one thing, you can't say no to me. Lin Bingyi stood up, looking down at Feng Xiaoxian. Why should I? Feng Xiaoxian immediately felt indignant. Because you can't beat me. Lin Bingyi teased. You? Feng Xiaoxian, it's been over half a year since you transferred to this major, hasn't it? I've been observing you for quite some time. You've been performing consistently well with excellent results in last semester's final exams and a high ranking in your grade. I see you've also submitted an entry for this professional competition. Several teachers and I have reviewed your work and found it quite impressive. We're wondering if you'd be interested in representing our school at the provincial level. In the office, Ya Mei looked at Feng Xiaoxian, who was sitting properly before her, and smiled warmly. Me. Feng Xiaoxian said in surprise. Right after class, Ya Mei had sent her a message asking her to come to the office. As soon as she sat down, she heard that, I've only been studying for a week, and there's so much I'm not familiar with. Besides, many classmates are really talented. Why choose me? Feng Xiaoxian bit her lip, speaking hesitantly. Without a solid foundation in your first year, scoring above 90 on last semester's final would be impossible. Feng Xiaoxian, don't you think you're being a bit too modest? Xiao Mei saw through her little thoughts and spoke with a knowing smile. Sorry, teacher. Feng Xiaoxian scratched her head and smiled sheepishly. Have a little faith in yourself, okay? I think you have great potential. There are still a few days left, so go home and think it over. Give me your answer tonight. Xiao Mei looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a gentle expression. After all, she had witnessed Feng Xiaoxian's hard work, and her results spoke for themselves. Alright, I understand, teacher. We'll get back to you soon. Feng Xiaoxian stood up, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Not long after stepping out of the teaching building, Feng Xiaoxian spotted Lu Wanfeng standing not far away. Whoosh! Feng Xiaoxian averted her gaze and turned to walk in another direction, silently praying that Lu Wanfeng wouldn't notice her. For the past few days he had been coming to find her almost daily. She had made herself clear, but he refused to listen and insisted on pursuing her. Feng Xiaoxian felt utterly helpless. Soon hurried footsteps sounded behind her. Feng Xiaoxian. Hearing his voice, Feng Xiaoxian quickened her pace as if thinking, if I can't beat him, at least I can outrun him. Why are you running? Lu Wanfeng sped up and caught up to her, laughing. Feng Xiaoxian stopped, looking helplessly at the grinning Lu Wanfeng, trying to keep her tone calm. Is there something you need? I was wondering if you're free to grab dinner together. Lu Wanfeng smiled, his grin radiant, but to Feng Xiaoxian its impact was zero. No need, I already have plans. Feng Xiaoxian declined outright. She still had to head home early to cook. There was a silly little one still in class expecting a hot meal as soon as she got back. I see. That's too bad. Lu Wanfeng nodded, looking a bit disappointed. What about tomorrow then? She had thought he would give up, but instead he asked about tomorrow. Not free. I'm really busy lately. Then, Lu Wanfeng started to ask something else. Stop with the then. Haven't I made it clear enough? We're not right for each other. Aren't there other girls who like you? Why do you have to go after me? Feng Xiaoxian recalled Lin Bingyi's advice and spoke to him directly. I've said it clearly too. You're different from them. Lu Wanfeng declared firmly. How am I different? Don't we all have 2 arms and 2 legs? I have things to do. I'm off. Feng Xiaoxian didn't give him a chance to reply and walked straight past him toward the school gate. Sigh. Watching her leave without a trace of hesitation, Lu Wanfeng let out a helpless sigh. You want to compete? That's great news. My Xiao becomes more outstanding by the day. How could I not adore her? Ha ha. At the dinner table, Lin Bingyi sipped her porridge and laughed. The competition is in B City, and he'll be away for 3 days. Feng Xiaoxian took a small sip of porridge looking at Lin Bingyi. Lin Bingyi paused, spoon in hand, then smiled. Oh, then go ahead without worry. He'll always support you. But if I leave, what will you do if you can't sleep at night? Feng Xiaoxian thought of something and covered her mouth with What are you laughing at? Do I look like someone who depends on you that much? Without you will still sleep soundly and eat well. Lin Bingyi put down her bowl, pursed her lips, and said indignantly. I remember someone said something to me a few nights ago. Xiao, I have to hold you to sleep. Ooh, I can't fall asleep without you. Feng Xiaoxian mimicked Lin Bingyi's tone and expression, exaggeratingly performing. You're asking for it. Was I that sickening? Lin Bingyi glared at her, her voice fierce, but cute. Yes you were. So cheesy. Xiao, how dare you call me cheesy? Are you tired of living? In the small room, the 2 girls wrestled and laughed together, occasional shrieks adding to the lively atmosphere. 5 minutes later, Feng Xiaoxian smoothed her tangled hair and looked at the glimpse of skin exposed by Lin Bingyi's collar, smiling. Bingyi, are you losing your touch? Lin Bingyi pursed her lips, too lazy to fix her collar, and snorted. I was just holding back. If I always pinned you down, that'd be boring. Teacher, I've decided. He'll give it a try. Feng Xiaoxian sat on the bed under the covers, edited a message, and sent it to Xiaomei. Soon she received a reply. All right, come to my office after class tomorrow morning. He'll go over the details with you. Okay, teacher. Feng Xiaoxian turned off her phone and noticed on the screen that Lin Bingyi lying beside her was staring at the display with wide eyes. Bingyi, you look so adorably dazed and cute. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi's blinking, expressionless face on the phone screen and couldn't help laughing. Tisk, your sense of humor is so low every single day. Aren't you bored? Lin Bingyi pouted and complained. Seriously, you look so dazed. I just want to ruffle your hair. Feng Xiaoxian turned sideways, looked down at Lin Bingyi lying on the pillow, and said with a mischievous grin, How about letting me ruffle your hair, Bingyi? Get away. If you dare, I'll make sure you don't sleep at all tonight. Lin Bingyi bared her teeth in a threatening gesture, but the fierce expression was completely powerless in Feng Xiaoxian's eyes. Just once, please. Feng Xiaoxian begged. No. Lin Bingyi closed her eyes and shook her head. Without a word, Feng Xiaoxian reached out and touched Lin Bingyi's cheek. It was cool to the touch, surprisingly soft and smooth, very pleasant. Wow, that's great. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't resist gently pinching her. Seeing no reaction, she grew bolder, poking and pinching without any intention of stopping until Lin Bingyi opened her eyes and swatted away Feng Xiaoxian's wandering hand, saying irritably, All right, you've touched enough. Time to sleep. Hee, okay. Xiao, are you getting used to it over there? How's the environment? Lin Bingyi asked with concern during their evening video. Don't worry. I'm doing great. The school has plenty of funding and each of us gets our own room. Feng Xiaoxian picked up her phone, panned it around the room, then placed it back on the table stand. That's good. Have you checked the hotel room? Any hidden cameras? Relax, absolutely none. This hotel was specially chosen by the school. Its main business is serving teachers and students from various institutions. They wouldn't ruin their reputation. It's very safe. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. That's good. Since I'm not by your side, you need to take good care of yourself. Remember to miss me, got it? Lin Bingyi lay on the bed pouting as she urged. And if any stranger tries to chat you up, you must not respond. Just tell them you have a boyfriend. Lin Bingyi said this last sentence with an extremely serious tone. I know. Am I that kind of person? My heart only belongs to Sister Bingyi, right? Feng Xiaoxian joked half earnestly. Fles Blarney. Though she said that hearing Feng Xiaoxian utter such words genuinely delighted Lin Bingyi. That statement felt like a promise, stirring her heartstrings. See, there you go again. I'm being sincere, and you don't believe me. Bingyi, you're so hard to please. Feng Xiao. Lin Bingyi let out a grunt, then asked with concern, Xiao, what time is your match tomorrow? Maybe you should rest early tonight. It starts at 9:30 tomorrow morning. It's still early. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand, laughing. Besides, I want to keep looking at you. Ew, why are you suddenly talking like that? I'm not used to it yet. Lin Bingyi covered her mouth and giggled. What's up? Seeing a pretty girl before sleep helps with rest. That's something I used to. Mid-sentence Feng Xiaoxian realized something was off and quickly stopped. Used to what? Feng Xiaoxuan, you'd better explain clearly. Lin Bingyi squinted, speaking slowly word by word, her tone full of menace. In nothing. Huh. Feng Xiaoxian quickly waved her hand, forcing a laugh. Oh, so that's it. I was wondering why you used to wear earphones behind my back and wouldn't let me see the screen. Tell me, were you secretly watching girls? You have a real person lying next to you, but you look at others. You heartless flirt. Lin Bingyi grumpily accused. I know I was wrong. Besides, that was an old habit. I won't do it from now on. I swear. Feng Xiaoxian raised 4 fingers and said with a smile. If I don't believe your nonsense, just wait till I get back. They'll teach you a lesson. Ah, no, Bingyi, have mercy. Then your punishment is to cook for me for a week and wash the dishes for a week. Whoa, fine. If I don't teach you a lesson, you'll think I'm easy to deal with. Dear judges and teachers, hello. I'm contestant number 26, Feng Xiaoxian. The topic of my research is standing on stage without a hint of stage fright. Feng Xiaoxian introduced her work with passion. 10 minutes later. Not bad, Feng Xiaoxian. Excellent presentation, and your answers to the judges were confident and clear. Great job. Xia Mei didn't hold back her praise. Thank you, teacher. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. The final results will be announced tomorrow a bit later. Since you've finished your presentation, you can go out and relax, but don't wander too far. Xia Mei advised. Okay, sure. Click, click. Feng Xiaoxian snapped photos of the scenery along the way, organized them, and sent them all to Lin Bingyi. Wei Feng, beautiful, right? Lin Bingyi, who was bored, replied almost instantly. Bo Bing, beautiful. But it's a pity. Wei Feng, what a pity. Bo Bing, it's a pity you don't have a beauty like me by your side. Wei Feng, you sure are full of yourself. Bo Bing, what? Am I not pretty? Image. Feng Xiaoxian opened it. It was a selfie of Lin Bingyi winking while pouting at the phone. Sweet and elegant, stunningly beautiful. Wei Feng, absolutely gorgeous. The dream girl of thousands of guys. Bo Bing, prettier than the girls in the video you watched last night. Wei Feng, of course you're prettier. They all use beauty filters. Seen too many, they're nothing special. Wei Feng recalled a message. Bo Bing smiled. Feng Xiaoxian felt like crying. How did she fall into the trap again? This time she was doomed. Buzz. Feng Xiaoxian saw it was a voice call from Lin Bingyi. Hoping she answered. Hello? Xiaoxiao, what did you tell me last night? How could you forget so quickly? Lin Bingyi's voice on the phone was very gentle, but Feng Xiaoxuan, who knew her well, understood this was only the calm before the storm. Feng Xiaoxian still tried to put up a fight. Bingyi, actually, I can explain. But Lin Bingyi didn't want to hear Feng Xiaoxuan's excuses. That girl was getting bolder by the day. Clearly she had been too lenient. Xiao needed to have eyes and heart only for her. 1 month. Whoa, Bingyi. Alright, I agree. In the end, Feng Xiaoxian reluctantly accepted Lin Bingyi's unfair terms. After all, she couldn't beat her in a fight. In this house, Lin Bingyi had the final say. After hanging up, Lin Bingyi opened her photo album. Most of the pictures were of herself and Feng Xiaoxuan, but more were of Feng Xiaoxian alone. Looking at these familiar photos, she smiled softly, sweetness flooding her heart. Xiao, you can't escape. Hey Feng Xiaoxuan, you won an award, but why do you still look a bit unhappy? On the high-speed train, Xia Mei sat beside Feng Xiaoxuan, noticing her slightly drooping eyes and somewhat sullen expression. Called out by the teacher, Feng Xiaoxian snapped back from her chaotic thoughts and offered a faint smile. It's nothing, just a bit tired. Maybe I didn't rest well last night, haha. I see, but still congratulations. To achieve such great results in your first competition like this. If you had started this major from your freshman year with all this training, I believe you could have won the grand prize. Xia Mei didn't hold back her praise, speaking with a smile. Thank you, teacher. You'll work hard. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled softly. She had indeed been feeling a bit down earlier, or to be precise, somewhat restless. It all started last night. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing the knock at the door, Feng Xiaoxian got up and opened it, only to find Xia Mei standing there. Teacher Xia, is there something you need? Feng Xiaoxuan, want to go out for a stroll. It's our first time in City B. It'd be a shame not to have some fun. Xia Mei stepped into Feng Xiaoxuan's room, looking at her with a beaming smile. Right now, Feng Xiaoxian asked in surprise. Of course. Don't look at me like that. I'm only about 7 or 8 years older than you, not even 30 yet. I'm a bit of a free spirit in private, so no need to be as formal as you are at school. Sure, Feng Xiaoxian replied readily. I've heard the night market in City B is famous. Seeing it today, it truly lives up to its reputation. Walking shoulder to shoulder with Feng Xiaoxuan, Xia Mei couldn't help but sigh as she gazed at the endless line of stalls stretching down the street before them. Indeed, it smells amazing. So full of life. Feng Xiaoxian nodded with a smile. The two of them drew quite a bit of attention as they walked. One mature and dignified, the other pure and sweet, their pairing creating a striking visual impact. By the way, teacher, you're so beautiful. Do you have a partner? As they chatted and strolled, Feng Xiaoxian found Xia Mei's easygoing and friendly nature very appealing and couldn't resist a bit of gossip. All that. Of course I do. We're almost getting married. Speaking of the one she deeply loved, Xia Mei's face was filled with joyful contentment. Cough, I shouldn't have asked. I'm just feeding myself dog food. Feng Xiaoxian said with a resigned laugh. You asked for it. I'm just answering your question, so don't blame me. Xia Mei covered her mouth with a light laugh. But Feng Xiaoxuan, you must have quite a few suitors, right? Xia Mei's eyes twinkled with a meaningful smile. Well, not really. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand dismissively. So have you met anyone who makes your heart skip a beat? At your age, it's the perfect time for love. No heavy burdens, just enjoy the sweetness. Unlike me, who went through all the bitterness of love before finding the right one. Xia Mei chuckled. I don't think about it too much. They'll just let it happen naturally. Though Feng Xiaoxian said this when she heard Xia Mei's question, a familiar figure naturally surfaced in her mind, etched deeply in her heart, and unforgettable. Thinking of how they were now in different places, Feng Xiaoxian longed to chat with Lin Bingyi, to hear her laughter, to feel the sensation of gazing into her eyes as they used to exchanging a smile with each other. Look, those girls over there, dressed so thinly, aren't they cold? Xia Mei's sudden remark interrupted Feng Xiaoxuan's wandering thoughts. Following Xia Mei's gaze, Feng Xiaoxian indeed saw 3 girls simply wearing a hoodie paired with short skirts and stockings, drawing a lot of attention. It's already April, so it's not that bad. Feng Xiaoxian didn't find it particularly strange, even though she herself was wrapped in far more layers. Sigh. I guess I'm getting old, can't keep up with you young ones. It's time for me to soak goji berries in my thermos. Xia Mei looked up to the heavens and sighed. Isn't it a bit early for that, teacher? Ha ha ha. Xiao, why didn't you reply to my message last night? Back in the hotel room, Feng Xiaoxian took a shower and lay on the bed. Opening her phone, she saw a dozen voice messages from Lin Bingyi and played them one by one. Bingyi, sorry. I went shopping with my advisor tonight. She was so enthusiastic that I didn't have time to check my phone. Shortly after sending the voice message, Lin Bingyi called. Hello, you naughty Xiao. I was so worried. Before she could speak, Lin Bingyi's anxious voice came through. Sorry, Bingyi. I won't let it happen again. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but smile. Hearing Lin Bingyi's voice lifted her spirits, especially knowing how much Lin Bingyi cared about her. No more next time. Where did you go tonight? After warning Feng Xiaoxuan, Lin Bingyi didn't dwell on it, seemingly searching for a topic to ask casually. We went to the night market nearby. No wonder it's City B. The night market near the university is so lively. Feng Xiaoxian chattered on endlessly about her evening experience. Lin Bingyi didn't interrupt her, quietly listening on the other end of the line, occasionally letting out a chuckle. Is it cold over there? I saw in the weather forecast that it's only around 10 degrees there. Lin Bingyi quickly asked once Feng Xiaoxian finished. It's fine, don't worry. I'm wearing plenty, so I won't freeze. Feng Xiaoxian smiled, then, as if struck by a thought, continued. And teacher Xia and I saw a lot of girls dressed really lightly. I was worried they might get cold. They don't seem to fear the chill. Lin Bingyi immediately latched onto the key point, squinting as she asked, You were worried about them? Sensing something was off, Feng Xiaoxian quickly corrected herself with a dry laugh. No. I mean, they were wearing so little that even I felt cold. Lin Bingyi let out a deep breath, the sound of her inhale clear to Feng Xiaoxian. I'm sleepy. We'll talk when you get back tomorrow. Her flat tone caught Feng Xiaoxian off guard. Before she could react, the line went dead with a series of beeps. Feng Xiaoxian remained frozen, still holding her phone to her ear, momentarily at a loss. Bingyi, what's wrong? Why did you suddenly do that? Feng Xiaoxian immediately sent a voice message to Lin Bingyi, but to her dismay, Lin Bingyi didn't reply, as if she had truly gone to sleep. Bingyi, talk to me. Sister Bingyi, pretty sister. And so it went until Feng Xiaoxian boarded the high-speed train with Xia Mei. Lin Bingyi hadn't responded to any messages. This was an extremely dangerous sign. At best, Lin Bingyi would be angry and ignore her. At worst, she'd be in mortal danger when she got home. Hence the scene at the beginning. Feng Xiaoxian just wanted to get home quickly and see Lin Bingyi as soon as possible. Finally, after wishing upon stars, she managed to rush back home. As soon as she entered and reached the living room, she saw Lin Bingyi sitting on the sofa in her usual gray bear-patterned pajamas. She stared expressionlessly at the returning Feng Xiaoxuan, silent. Feng Xiaoxian bit her lip and broke the silence first. Bingyi, don't stare at me like that. Okay. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian and parted her red lips slightly. Come here. Feng Xiaoxian dared not resist, obediently setting down her suitcase and walking over. Sit here. Lin Bingyi patted the cushion beside her. Bingyi, you. Feng Xiaoxian sat down as told, unable to meet Lin Bingyi's eyes. When there was no response for a long time, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but look up at Lin Bingyi. In an instant, a shadow flashed, and Feng Xiaoxian felt her body fall backward. Lin Bingyi looked down at the nervous Feng Xiaoxuan, whose eyes were tightly shut, and curled her lips slightly. In a calm tone, she asked, How did you feel when I ignored you for so long? Feng Xiaoxian kept her eyes closed and weakly uttered 2 words. It hurt. How much? It hurt a lot. I can't describe it. Very anxious. Open your eyes. Lin Bingyi didn't continue that topic. Oh. Feng Xiaoxian slowly opened her eyes to find Lin Bingyi looking at her with a knowing smile. Bingyi, Before Feng Xiaoxian could finish, Lin Bingyi placed her index finger on her lips. Xiao Xiao, some things are clear in our hearts. There's no need to say them out loud, right? Feng Xiaoxian bit her lip, slightly surprised as she looked at Lin Bingyi. After a long pause, she finally said softly, right? Good girl, then I'll take that as your agreement. Lin Bingyi smiled, gently caressing Feng Xiaoxian's cheek with tenderness. Bingyi. Moi. Isn't our current position a bit indecent? Could you? Fine. Feng Xiaoxian seemed resigned, letting Lin Bingyi sit on him and touch his face. What is Xiao Xiao shy? Let me see. Lin Bingyi's eyes shimmered with amusement as she leaned down her face, drawing closer to Feng Xiaoxian's. Feng Xiaoxian's throat moved as he watched the delicate face slowly magnify in his vision. His cheeks flushed and his heart raced, pounding thump 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 without cease. At that moment the room was utterly silent save for the faint rustle of the sofa as Lin Bingyi leaned over. I heard someone's heartbeat. Are you nervous, Xiao Xiao? Lin Bingyi gazed at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile, their faces very close. The warm breath she exhaled brushed against Feng Xiaoxian's cheeks, tickling like a little cat, stirring an itch in his heart. I'm not nervous. Feng Xiaoxian turned his face away, closed his eyes, and retorted stubbornly. Stubborn little one. I won't tease you anymore. Get up. Lin Bingyi rose and sat aside, smiling. Feng Xiaoxian's mind was a tangled mess, and his body felt weak. But to avoid Lin Bingyi's teasing, he forced himself to sit up, looking away without a word. Lin Bingyi's eyes sparkled with amusement, but she said nothing more. She simply cupped her delicate cheeks in her hands and quietly watched Feng Xiaoxian. Time ticked by minute. Soon Feng Xiaoxian snapped out of the earlier moment. He looked at Lin Bingyi hesitating and said, Bingyi, just now. Lin Bingyi smiled and said, didn't I say? Some things are best left unspoken. Why put them into words? It's exactly as you think now. Meeting Lin Bingyi's eyes, Feng Xiaoxian smiled knowingly and nodded. Xiao Xiao, are you full? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile. Full. Feng Xiaoxian patted his belly and chuckled. Since you're full, go wash the dishes. Huh? Why? Feng Xiaoxian immediately pouted. You said it yourself, 1 month. You'll do the cooking and washing. What? Going back on your word? Lin Bingyi raised her little pink fist and said menacingly. Boo-hoo. I know. They'll go all right. Feng Xiaoxian looked aggrieved with tears in his eyes and began to gather the dishes. Forget it. Don't move. He'll do it. Lin Bingyi suddenly stood up and stopped Feng Xiaoxian. He'll let it slide this time. What can I say? I'm too soft-hearted. But don't let it happen again, got it? Lin Bingyi shot a glance at the grinning Feng Xiaoxian. Bingyi is the best. Feng Xiaoxian cheered with a raised arm and scurried to the sofa to lie down. I just can't with you. Lin Bingyi shook her head and began clearing the dishes. Sleeping while holding my Xiao Xiao feels so much better. I'm completely relaxed. Lin Bingyi as usual wrapped her arms around Feng Xiaoxian, closed her eyes, and said with a blissful expression. I feel like I'm just your human body pillow now. I have no status at all. Feng Xiaoxian, feeling the warmth of Lin Bingyi's body, muttered weakly. Who says you have no status? In my heart you're irreplaceable, haha. Lin Bingyi nuzzled Feng Xiaoxian's neck and laughed. I love hearing that. Feng Xiaoxian smiled happily. They'll tell you that every day from now on, okay? I'm open to all. Open to all. Who else do you want to say that to? Hearing this, Lin Bingyi pinched Feng Xiaoxian's soft side and threatened. Oh Bingyi, can you stop overthinking? Your imagination is way too wild. Feng Xiaoxian said helplessly. You're so popular. If I don't keep a close eye on you, someone might steal you away. Lin Bingyi pouted, rubbed Feng Xiaoxian's waist, and snorted. Don't worry, I won't run away. No one is as good as Bingyi. Sister Bingyi is the best. Feng Xiaoxian's eyes curved into crescents as he flattered. Good boy, let's go to sleep. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Feng Xiaoxian's mood lifted. The sky was so blue, the air so fresh. It was simply delightful. Feng Xiaoxian thought of many things, most of them about the future. Neither he nor Lin Bingyi had ever brought up the topic, perhaps out of mutual understanding, or perhaps they didn't want to overthink it. Just living in the present was enough. But no matter what, the future still had to be faced. However, thinking about what lay ahead gave Feng Xiaoxian a headache. He shook his head and decided not to worry about it, taking things one step at a time. Finally, enduring until the class ended. As soon as the bell rang, a thunderous noise erupted from the teaching building as a flood of students rushed out, their joyful chatter filling the corridors. Putting away her textbooks, Feng Xiaoxian had just stepped out of the classroom with her backpack when she spotted a familiar, elegant figure leaning against the pillar ahead. Ignoring the occasional admiring glances from passers-by, Lin Bingyi simply gazed at her with a smile, as if she were the only one in her sight. Why are you here? Feng Xiaoxian approached, surprised. I remember you still have another class later. Why did you come here? Of course, because I miss my little treasure. Here, this is for you, still warm. You can drink it straight away. The two walked and chatted, soon arriving at a less frequented corridor. Lin Bingyi ruffled Feng Xiaoxian's hair and handed her the warm milk. Thanks. Feng Xiaoxian reveled in the head pat, beaming with joy, inserted the straw, and drank noisily. Why say thanks between us? If you really want to thank me, you can warm my bed tonight. Lin Bingyi leaned close to Feng Xiaoshuan, smiling mischievously, reaching out to touch her face. No way. I have to study and read. You can handle that yourself. Feng Xiaoxian sidestepped to avoid Lin Bingyi's hand, a sly grin on her face. Come here. Lin Bingyi's brows furrowed slightly as she kept her hand suspended in the air, gazing quietly at Feng Xiaoxian. Fine. I'm just being nice. It's not because I'm afraid of you. Feng Xiaoxian pouted but obediently approached, pressing her cheek against Lin Bingyi's hand and rubbing it symbolically. Hee, that's a good girl. Lin Bingyi tapped Feng Xiaoxian's nose, a smile never leaving her lips. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingyi, then at the warm milk in her hand, and offered it to Lin Bingyi with a grin. Bingyi, want a sip? Lin Bingyi blinked and smiled, leaning in to take the straw, but Feng Xiaoxian quickly withdrew the milk, sticking out her tongue playfully. Not for you for scolding me just now. Lin Bingyi wasn't annoyed as she looked amusingly at Feng Xiaoshuan, who was acting like a child, and said innocently, when did I scold you? Don't accuse me wrongly. You say you didn't, but you were so fierce just now, almost hitting me. Feng Xiaoxian pouted, stared ahead, and sipped her milk noisily. This adorable sight made Lin Bingyi burst into laughter. She poked Feng Xiaoxuan's forehead and said with mock exasperation, what are you thinking? When have I ever hit you? Besides, do you think I have the heart to? Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. No, Then stop. Quick, let me have. No, I'll buy you another one. This one is mine. What's yours? It's ours. I don't care, I'm not sharing. Xiao. Nah, 1 minute left. Bingyi, you're about to be late for class. They'll find you after it's over. By Feng Xiaoxian shook off Lin Bingyi's hand, stood up, and said with a smile, remember to wait for me. I want to see you as soon as class ends. Lin Bingyi rolled her eyes and reluctantly headed toward the classroom. Got it. Walking along, a long unheard voice suddenly echoed in her mind. Host, be more proactive. What do you mean by being proactive? Feng Xiaoxian instinctively stopped and asked. The 5th task is triggered. Proactively do 3 things for Lin Bingyi that surprise her with no repetition allowed. Reward advanced investment skills and 200,000 investment reserve funds. Hearing the task, Feng Xiaoxuan's lips twitched, slightly wondering if the system was sent by Lin Bingyi. But when she heard the reward, she opened her mouth in shock and said uncertainly, System, are you serious? Didn't you say you wouldn't give me money? Right, this money is only for you to invest and earn more. It's not a gift. Once you make enough profit, you have to. Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes inwardly, thinking the system had finally come to its senses. You have 3 days. The system went silent. The task itself is quite simple, making Bingyi surprised. It seems easy, but it's actually a bit challenging. Feng Xiaoxian walked and pondered, unknowingly reaching the school gate. Lin Bingyi's next class was a long one, lasting an hour. During this time, Feng Xiaoxian decided to go out and see if she could complete 1/3 of the task. As she walked, her attention was drawn to a newly opened clothing store. She vaguely remembered it from a conversation with some female classmates who said the quality and designs were good and suitable for young people. Pushing open the door and stepping inside, the decor was indeed quite nice, and most of the customers were young students. Blinking just as she was about to walk further in, a saleswoman stopped her and said with a smile, Miss, can I help you? Feng Xiaoxuan's purity was striking, her clear eyes devoid of any worldly taint. Though not breathtakingly beautiful, her innocence was captivating, making the saleswoman's eyes light up. I want to see if there are clothes suitable for 2 people like. Feng Xiaoxian hesitated. I understand, come with me, the saleslady said with a knowing smile. Okay. Feng Xiaoxian smiled shyly and nodded. The two walked a short distance, and Feng Xiaoxian was immediately drawn to the dazzling array of clothing before her. Since it was still spring and the temperature was a bit low, the saleslady recommended mostly sweatshirts. I think this one is nice. What do you think, miss? The saleslady brought 2 new sweatshirts and said with a smile. One was light pink, the other light blue. The pink one had a small cat embroidered on the right chest, while the blue one featured a little dog. The other details were similarly styled and very attractive. They look great. They'll take these. Feng Xiaoxian picked the sizes for herself, and Lin Bingyi had them wrapped and left the store. Xiao, what's in your hand? Clothes. Lin Bingyi spotted Feng Xiaoxian sitting nearby waiting for her as soon as she exited the classroom. She rushed over excitedly, and seeing the bag in Feng Xiaoxuan's hand, asked curiously, I'll tell you later. Feng Xiaoxian nodded, deliberately keeping it a mystery. All right. Though she was eager to know what Feng Xiaoxian had bought, Lin Bingyi didn't press further. Wow, it's so pretty. Lin Bingyi picked up the light pink sweatshirt, couldn't put it down, and praised it. Nice, right? I bought 2. We can wear them together when we go out. Feng Xiaoxian took out the light blue one from another bag and said cheerfully, not bad. I want this one. Lin Bingyi put down the pink one and snatched the blue one from Feng Xiaoxian. Hey Bingyi, that's mine. Feng Xiaoxian exclaimed. Yours? It's mine. I want to wear blue. Lin Bingyi didn't care and said, but pink is your size and blue is mine. Feng Xiaoxian explained. We have similar figures. Your clothes fit me, and mine fit you too, except yours are a bit smaller. Lin Bingy glanced meaningfully at Feng Xiaoxuan's chest and said with a smirk, Bingy, you're teasing me again. Feng Xiaoxian said indignantly. What's wrong? Isn't it the truth? If you're not convinced we can compare, I'd be more than happy. Lin Bingy leaned closer to Feng Xiaoxian with a seductive smile. Feng Xiaoxian was left speechless. Giggle. See, if you behave, big sister will reward you, okay? Lin Bingy laughed. Umph. Bingy, can you stop touching me? Feng Xiaoxian put down her phone, grabbed Lin Bingy's hand, turned around, and looked at her smiling face with resignation. What's wrong? Lin Bingy pouted. I really want to tie your naughty hands with a rope, then you'd behave. Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes. Rope. Tie my hands. Xiaoxian is so naughty, knows quite a bit, huh? Lin Bingy covered her face with both hands, pretending to be shy. Feng Xiaoxian was a bit confused at first, but seeing the faint smile in Lin Bingy's eyes through her fingers, she quickly understood what Lin Bingy meant. You're so dirty. Go away, go away. Feng Xiaoxian laughed, while pushing Lin Bingy away, trying to keep her at a distance. Ha ha ha. Calling me dirty. You know plenty too, or you wouldn't have understood me. Lin Bingy burst out laughing. Sleep. We still have class tomorrow. Feng Xiaoxuan, too lazy to deal with this queen of dirt, adjusted her sleeping position, closed her eyes, and said nothing more. Seeing this, Lin Bingy didn't dare to disturb her anymore, since it was indeed a bit late. She reached out to wrap her arm around Feng Xiaoxuan's neck, moved her head closer, a happy smile on her lips, and closed her eyes to sleep as well. In recent days, Lin Bingy had become increasingly clingy to Feng Xiaoxuan, almost inseparable, except when their classes were different. They spent every other moment together, and Feng Xiaoxian didn't dislike it. On the contrary, she was very happy. Another weekend. Xiaoxuan, you don't have anything to do tomorrow, do you? Feng Xiaoxian sat on the sofa, while Lin Bingy lay on her lap with her hair spread out, looking up at her with a smile. Do you even need to ask? You've become my little shadow these past few days. Feng Xiaoxian looked down into Lin Bingy's eyes and pinched her cheek. So what if I'm a shadow? If I weren't a grade above you, I'd transfer to your class, so I could be with you every day. Lin Bingy thoroughly enjoyed Feng Xiaoxuan's little gestures, letting her rub and pinch her face. All right, you reminded me you're actually one grade above me, ha ha ha. That means you're a year older than me, Bingy. Feng Xiaoxian said with a grin. Huh, what do you mean by that, Xiaoxian? Lin Bingy grabbed Feng Xiaoxuan's hand and narrowed her eyes slowly. I absolutely don't mean to dislike you, Bingy. Don't be so sensitive, okay? Feng Xiaoxian smiled helplessly. Isn't being sensitive a good thing? That way, if you have any unusual little moves, you'll know. Lin Bingy looked into Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes and said seriously. All right, enough about that. What do you want to do? Why did you suddenly ask if I'm free tomorrow? I want to go to the amusement park with you. I haven't been in a long time. Lin Bingy laughed. Sure, I'll go wherever you want. Feng Xiaoxian nodded. Xiaoxian is so nice. The next day at the amusement park. So many people. The crowd is insane. Feng Xiaoxian exclaimed as she looked at the visitors. Can't help it. There's a promotion today, free for kids, half price for adults, so naturally there are more people. Lin Bingy shrugged, then looked at Feng Xiaoxian with interest, and said with a smile, I have to say your pink hoodie matches mine perfectly. So beautiful. Of course, look who picked it out. Feng Xiaoxian tossed her head proudly. Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingy were naturally wearing the two hoodies the former had bought a few days ago, one blue, one pink, one with a cat, one with a dog. They matched perfectly. Passers-by who saw the two girls' attire assumed they were very close friends. Yes, my Xiaoxian has the best taste. Lin Bingy went along with Feng Xiaoxuan's wish and praised her. Let's go ride the roller coaster first. Lin Bingy looked around, noticed the roller coaster line was shorter, and pulled Feng Xiaoxian in that direction. Maybe not. I'm scared. Feng Xiaoxian said weakly. Don't worry, Xiaoxian. I'm here, I'll protect you. Hearing that Feng Xiaoxian was afraid of roller coasters, Lin Bingy became even more excited, pulling her harder and quickening her pace. When the roller coaster slowly started moving, Feng Xiaoxian knew she was doomed. Aunt! Screams rose and fell without pause. A few minutes later, when the roller coaster stopped, Feng Xiaoxian was helped off by Lin Bingy the whole way. Seeing Feng Xiaoxuan's trembling legs, Lin Bingy couldn't help laughing. Xiaoxuan, why are you so scared? Isn't that an overreaction? Feng Xiaoxuan's lips were pale as she said weakly, You're talking without feeling the pain. Boo-hoo, I'm never riding this again. It's so painful and torturous. Seeing Feng Xiaoxuan's mournful face, Lin Bingy felt a pang of sympathy and quickly comforted her. All right, don't cry. We won't do this again. They sat on a bench for about 10 minutes before Feng Xiaoxian felt better. By then, Lin Bingy had bought a cotton candy. Here's Xiaoxuan for you. Lin Bingy handed her a pink cotton candy with a smile. Aren't you having any, Bingy? Feng Xiaoxian took the cotton candy and licked a bit. I don't really like it. You go ahead. Lin Bingy smiled and sat beside her quietly, watching Feng Xiaoxian. It's really sweet, Bingy. Won't you try some? Just one bite. Feng Xiaoxian held out the cotton candy, now only a third left, and coaxed Lin Bingy to taste it. All right, I'll have one bite. Can't help it. Lin Bingyi leaned in and took a small bite, only to see Feng Xiaoxuan's face rapidly approaching. As Lin Bingyi was stunned, Feng Xiaoxian also took a bite of the cotton candy and said with squinting eyes, With Bingyi's blessing, this cotton candy seems even sweeter. Where did you learn those flirting tricks? Lin Bingyi snapped out of it and said delightedly, I'm a natural. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. Looking at the system panel visible only to her, the mission progress had changed from 13 to 23. She felt a great relief. Looks like the mission will be done soon. Once I finish the mission and get the reward, I'll have some money to give Bingyi better things. Feng Xiaoxian strengthened her resolve and cheered herself on. All rested. Let's go play something else. Lin Bingyi took out a tissue to wipe Feng Xiaoxuan's mouth, sweetly smiling. Clearly Feng Xiaoxuan's sudden move had surprised and delighted her. Let's go. The two girls played until 5 in the afternoon, then dragged their tired bodies home. Today was so awesome. Lin Bingyi lay on the sofa laughing. It was really fun. I wish every day could be this happy. Needless to say, we'll be happy every day from now on. In the dead of night, the two lay on the bed nestled together. As the gentle and steady breathing of the person beside him filled the air, Feng Xiaoxian slowly opened his eyes. Lin Bingyi's eyelashes fluttered lightly with each breath, and she occasionally smacked her lips. Her adorable and sweet sleeping face left Feng Xiaoxian staring in a daze for quite a while. Looking at Lin Bingyi, Feng Xiaoxuan's mind wandered. It was almost a year since he had turned into a girl, and so much had happened in that time. He knew deep down that without this absurd experience he and Lin Bingyi would never have crossed paths. But fate was indeed a mysterious thing. When it came, there was no stopping it. Feng Xiaoxian let out a soft sigh, stirring a strand of hair that had fallen across Lin Bingyi's nose, and smiled gently. The next evening, Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was holding her hand and leading her out, and asked with confusion, but she still let herself be pulled along, not caring where he was taking her. Xiao, where are you taking me? It wasn't until they were sitting in the ride-hailing car Feng Xiaoxian had called and had been driving for a while that Lin Bingyi finally couldn't contain her curiosity. Watching the unfamiliar scenery speeding by outside the window, she asked softly, I'm taking you to a nice place, of course. You'll see when we get there. I'll give you a little surprise. Feng Xiaoxian winked deliberately, keeping it a secret. All right. Lin Bingyi nodded. Gazing at Feng Xiaoxuan's profile as he looked out the window, ripples stirred in her heart. Feng Xiaoxian looked so captivating like this. About 40 minutes later, the driver dropped them off at their destination. Lin Bingyi looked up at the towering peak and the endless stone steps and couldn't help but say, Xiao, you're not taking me mountain climbing, are you? What kind of surprise is that? Feng Xiaoxian pinched Lin Bingyi's chubby cheeks. Though chubby was only how Feng Xiaoxian described them, in reality the flesh on her face was just right, and pinching them felt wonderful. Without a little physical effort, how can there be a surprise, eh? Are you sure this is a little? An effort? Lin Bingyi looked at the staircase stretching to the horizon, her mouth twitching slightly, as she couldn't help but tease. Oh, after hardship comes sweetness. Quit talking and hurry up, or the surprise will be gone. Feng Xiaoxian checked the time and urged. All right. Huff. Bingyi, wait for me. Don't walk so fast. Feng Xiaoxian lagged 2 steps behind, panting heavily. Seriously, Xiao, you were just rushing me, and now you're telling me to wait for you. How can your stamina be so poor? Lin Bingyi turned around, her brows furrowed slightly. I don't like exercise, you know that. And you're still blaming me. Feng Xiaoxian poked his 2 index fingers together and muttered to himself with a pout. Fine, here, take my hand. He'll lead you up. Lin Bingyi extended her hand, smiling sweetly. I knew Bingyi would always be so considerate. Feng Xiaoxian grabbed Lin Bingyi's jade-like hand, which felt soft and cool in his grasp, smooth as the finest suet jade. Tisk, smooth talker. Lin Bingyi rolled her eyes at him, but the slight upturn of her lips betrayed her inner joy. Feng Xiaoxian didn't care about that, he just chuckled foolishly. Few exhausted, we finally made it up. As soon as they reached the summit, both of them eagerly found a resting spot and slumped down side by side. Xiao, what's the surprise you mentioned? Lin Bingyi asked, looking at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was still gasping for breath with his chest heaving. Huff. Let me see. Feng Xiaoxian took out his phone, glanced around, then took Lin Bingyi's hand and led her toward the other side. After circling around, they saw a few scattered passers-by nearby and stopped. Feng Xiaoxian pointed to the distant sky, smiled, and said nothing. Lin Bingyi followed his gaze, and once she saw it, she couldn't look away. In the distance, the sun had softened its blinding rays, turning into a round, rosy face. The sunset painted the drifting white clouds in the blue sky, creating a magnificent scene. So, Bingyi, I just wanted to bring you to watch the sunset. Surprised? I'm not capable enough now, so I can only bring you to see this. But in the future, it'll definitely give you better. Feng Xiaoxian pointed at the setting sun and made a promise. Lin Bingyi blinked, listening to Feng Xiaoxuan's grand-sounding promise. She smiled softly, her eyes slightly moist. She turned to look at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was beaming with joy, and in his surprised gaze stepped forward and hugged him tightly. Are you an idiot? Do I look like someone who chases after material things? Who asked you to give me better things? Her tsundere whisper lingered in Feng Xiaoxuan's ears. Inhaling the faint fragrance from the girl in his arms, Feng Xiaoxian curved his lips and wrapped his arms around Lin Bingyi's slender waist. For a long time neither of them spoke. After an unknown amount of time, Feng Xiaoxian tried to gently break free from Lin Bingyi's hold, but she clearly noticed and tightened her arms, mumbling, "A little longer. I haven't held you enough yet." "Okay." For Lin Bingyi's small request, Feng Xiaoxian naturally obliged. But as time passed, he sensed something off. Lin Bingyi's hands began to roam, becoming increasingly restless. After a while, Feng Xiaoxian pushed Lin Bingyi away, looking at her with a mix of shyness and annoyance. Lin Bingyi, feigning confusion, asked, Xiao, what are you doing?" Feng Xiaoxian pointed at her hand and said, "Bingyi, stop pretending. Don't you know what you did?" Lin Bingyi glanced around, saw no one, and grinned. She stepped forward, closing in on Feng Xiaoxuan, and laughed. "I don't know. Please, Xiao, tell me what I just did to you." Seeing her acting like a rogue, Feng Xiaoxian knew he couldn't outmatch her and sighed helplessly. "You're starting that again, aren't you?" "What do you mean? You can't say it yet. You're accusing me of doing something bad. Besides," Lin Bingyi stepped forward again, now so close to Feng Xiaoxian that they were almost touching. "Given our relationship, it's only natural for me to do something to you, don't you think? My little sweetheart." Hearing the seductive words from the enchantress before him, Feng Xiaoxuan's heart started pounding wildly. He gritted his teeth, deciding he couldn't always be passive. So he reached out, wrapped his arms around Lin Bingyi's waist, pulled her closer, and breathed hotly into her ear. "Sister Bingyi, if you keep this up, I might fight back." The sudden move caught Lin Bingyi off guard. "Fine then. Sister is waiting for you. I'm afraid you won't dare." "Well, see. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission. 2,000 yuan in reserve funds has been credited to your account with a 1-year repayment deadline. Shall I issue the advanced investment skill now?" Sitting in the taxi, the system's voice suddenly echoed in his mind. "Huh. Why are you asking if I want it issued? Just give it to me directly. You never asked before when giving rewards, did you?" Feng Xiaoxian asked in confusion. "Oh, you said it yourself? Starting now." The system chuckled meaningfully. Then Feng Xiaoxian felt a torrent of information flood into his mind in an instant, and a wave of dizziness struck him directly. Feng Xiaoxian pressed his hand to his forehead and shook it gently, but still felt dizzy and light-headed, accompanied by drowsiness. Lin Bingyi noticed his unusual state and asked with concern, "Xiao, feeling sleepy?" "Yeah, a little." Feng Xiaoxian nodded weakly. "Lean on my shoulder and take a nap. We still have over half an hour before we get home." Lin Bingyi said, reaching out to support Feng Xiaoxuan's head gently against her shoulder, patting it lightly and whispering, "Sleep now." "Okay." Feng Xiaoxian barely squeezed out a word, his eyelids fighting desperately, and he finally succumbed, falling into a deep sleep. The female taxi driver glanced at the two in the rearview mirror and smiled. "Young lady, you two have a great relationship." Lin Bingyi smiled, looking at Feng Xiaoxuan's sleeping profile, her eyes filled with endless tenderness. She chuckled softly, "Yeah, we've always been close. Indivisible." "Haha, I see." When Feng Xiaoxian came to, he groggily opened his eyes and saw Lin Bingyi smiling at him. Poking Feng Xiaoxuan's soft cheek, Lin Bingyi teased, "Oh, our little cutie is awake." Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian shook his head, gently stretched, and let out a lazy "Inum." "Bingyi, I thought we were in the car." Feng Xiaoxian said in confusion. "Yeah, we were in the car. But when the driver dropped us off, a certain little sleepyhead had no intention of waking up, and I couldn't just leave you on the street. So I had no choice but to carry you back on my back." Lin Bingyi pursed her lips, looking aggrieved. "What? Really? Then, did a lot of people see us on the way?" Feng Xiaoxian asked in shock. "Yeah. And some auntie even pointed fingers, saying that young girls nowadays have no sense of propriety, getting dead drunk and needing a friend to carry them. How embarrassing." Lin Bingyi giggled. "Huh. Thighs." Feng Xiaoxian covered his face with both hands, not daring to look at Lin Bingyi. "But someone's actually blushing. That's hilarious. Oh, this is so awkward. But what's going on now? How come I'm still lying on your lap?" Feng Xiaoxian sat up, only then realizing that Lin Bingyi had been leaning against the bed and he had been resting his head on her lap. "It's all because of you. As soon as I put you on the bed, you started thrashing and complaining that the pillow wasn't good enough, demanding a different one. Finally, I put you on my lap and you settled down. You've been on my lap for 40 minutes. You're such a pig." Lin Bingyi rolled her eyes at him with a helpless smile. "Heh, you've really worked hard, Bingyi. I'm so sorry." Feng Xiaoxian smiled apologetically. "Oh, it's nothing. Why be so polite between us? But if you really feel bad, how about thinking of a way to make it up to me?" Lin Bingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxian and said with a grin, "You? How do you want me to make it up?" Feng Xiaoxian lowered his head and spoke weakly. After all, he had indeed done wrong. It was all that stupid system's fault for not telling him earlier about this side effect. "Don't always blame me, okay? It's your own brain capacity that's too low to handle so much information. I warned you, but you didn't read it. That's on me." The system said indifferently. "What warning? Where did you warn me?" Feng Xiaoxian fumed. "Here." The system directly pulled up the original mission details. Feng Xiaoxian looked closely and was utterly speechless. A tiny line of deep blue font at the bottom read detected that if the host completes this mission, receiving the investment skill may cause side effects such as dizziness. Please choose an appropriate time to receive it. Oh my god, did you do that on purpose? Deep blue tiny font against a light blue panel. That's just ridiculous. Anyway, I don't care. You didn't see it yourself. A compensation. I think offering yourself up would be nice, don't you think? Lin Bingyi said mischievously. Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes widened at the words. Seeing Lin Bingyi's half-smile, he rolled his eyes, crossed his arms, and pouted, I don't think so. Huh, wanna back out? You said you'd compensate me, and now I'm making my request, and you won't agree. Lin Bingyi squinted, her tone a bit displeased. That's not what I meant. Feng Xiaoxian hurriedly said. So you agree? Lin Bingyi asked excitedly. Can we talk about it later? Feng Xiaoxian bit his lip, unable to meet Lin Bingyi's fiery gaze, and spoke with some difficulty. No rush, just having your promise is enough. Lin Bingyi winked and smiled. I need to go to the... Feng Xiaoxian scrambled off the bed, put on his shoes, and dashed to the bathroom. Lin Bingyi watched his retreating figure, then laid back on the bed, a victorious smile curling at the corner of her mouth. What to choose? This investment skill is advanced, and I have to pay it back within a year. I definitely need to make enough money first. They'll go with stocks. In the evening, Feng Xiaoxian used the excuse of feeling unwell to coax Lin Bingyi back to her own room. Lying in bed, he scrolled through information on his phone. After downloading the latest stock trading app, he looked at the colorful array of stocks. In the past, Feng Xiaoxian would have been overwhelmed, but now with the system's boost, he analyzed data insightfully. Selecting a few promising stocks expected to rise significantly in the future, Feng Xiaoxian bought them all. Letting out a long breath, Feng Xiaoxian put down his phone, closed his eyes, and soon fell asleep. I will gloss over investment plots that deviate from the main story. They won't be too many, rest assured. Bingyi, what are you doing? Why are you looking at me like that? Early in the morning, Feng Xiaoxian brought over 2 bowls of scallion oil noodles she had made. The moment she sat down, she saw Lin Bingyi staring at her intently with a look of resentment. I didn't get to hold my darling Xiao Xiao last night, and I'm unhappy. Lin Bingyi turned her head away with a huff. Didn't I tell you? I'm feeling a bit unwell, maybe a slight cold. I was afraid of passing it to you, that's all. I'm doing this for your own good. Feng Xiaoxian lied, without a blush, speaking with feigned seriousness. If you're not feeling well, I could still sleep beside you and take care of you, couldn't I? I couldn't sleep last night. Look, I even have dark circles. Lin Bingyi pointed at her eyes, her voice full of... Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian quickly leaned and scrutinized her face for a moment and frowned slightly. No, there aren't any. Your skin is fair and smooth. Where are the dark circles? Lin Bingyi pouted stubbornly. I don't care. I say there are, so there are. Then what do you want me to do? Feng Xiaoxian smiled, though she had already guessed what Lin Bingyi was after. Feed me. Sure enough, Lin Bingyi's little request was for Feng Xiaoxian to feed her the noodles. Alright, I'll feed you. Feng Xiaoxian picked up a strand of noodles from Lin Bingyi's bowl, blew on it gently, and fed it into Lin Bingyi. He's so delicious. Lin Bingyi squinted in satisfaction. Silly girl. I'm not silly. I'm cute. Don't you get it? I don't think the cute style suits you. Feng Xiaoxian studied Lin Bingyi seriously. Then what suits me? Lin Bingyi asked with a smile. A mature, elegant style, of course. Haha, that's for others. When I'm with you, I naturally want to be cute. If you're that cute, one punch from me would make you cry for a long time, right? Feng Xiaoxian laughed. If you're laughing, that hard one punch from me would put you down for a long time, right? Lin Bingyi shot back playfully. Ha ha ha. Around noon, after class ended, Lin Bingyi had matters to attend to with her school department, so she didn't go with Feng Xiaoxian and told her to eat alone first. Leaving the teaching building, Feng Xiaoxian headed straight out of the school. Although the cafeteria food was cheap, eating at a restaurant outside once in a while was a nice change. Feng Xiaoxuan's destination was clear, a beef noodle soup shop in the nearby residential area. She had discovered it by chance when she first came to the university, wandering around idly with her 3 roommates. The food was delicious and affordable, truly exceptional. Walking along the familiar path, since it was lunchtime, there weren't many people around. Most were dining in the various restaurants lining the street. When she was about 100 meters from the noodle shop, Feng Xiaoxian thought she heard a cry for help behind her. Help! Catch the thief! The footsteps behind her grew more urgent. Without a second thought, Feng Xiaoxian stuck out her leg, tripping a young figure. The thief, completely caught off guard by Feng Xiaoxuan's sudden move, fell flat on his face, scraping his knees on the scattered stones. People from the nearby restaurants heard the cry and rushed out quickly, surrounding the disoriented thief. A breathless, youthful voice approached from afar. Feng Xiaoxian turned around and saw a girl with twin ponytails about 1.5 meters tall, wearing a light yellow Pikachu hoodie. Her delicate porcelain-like face perfectly embodied the phrase, adorably cute. She was panting with her hands on her hips, clearly out of shape, and couldn't stop coughing. Little girl, is this your bag? An auntie took the bag from the thief, who was being held by 2 men, and handed it to her. Thank you, everyone. The girl bowed repeatedly, expressing her gratitude. Don't thank us, Thank that young lady over there. She tripped the thief. The auntie pointed at Feng Xiaoxuan's receding figure now dozens of meters away. Oh, thank you all for your help. The girl bowed again and hurriedly ran toward Feng Xiaoxian. Sister, sister, wait up. Feng Xiaoxian heard a voice behind her seemingly calling her. She turned around to see the little girl running over. What's wrong? Is there something you need? Feng Xiaoxian smiled gently. Yin Mingyao was momentarily stunned by Feng Xiaoxuan's voice, then blinked excitedly. Such a beautiful voice. For someone as obsessed with voices as she was, this was like celestial music. And this big sister was so pretty too. I heard from an auntie that it was you who tripped the thief. I just wanted to come and thank you personally. Yin Mingyao blushed as she looked at Feng Xiaoxian. Oh, that. It was just a reflex, a simple act of putting out my foot. No need to thank me. Don't be so polite. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand laughing. No, my brother says that when you're out and about, if someone kind helps you, you must show your gratitude properly. Yin Mingyao looked at Feng Xiaoxian seriously, though Feng Xiaoxian found the girl's gaze a bit strange. It's okay. You go about your business. I still need to eat. Feng Xiaoxian was about to leave when she felt her sleeve being tugged. Let me treat you to a meal, just one meal. This bag has a lot of important things in it, and I really must thank you. Yin Mingyao pursed her lips, speaking earnestly. Feng Xiaoxuan's heart softened. Those big blinking eyes were just too adorable. Well, all right. Sister, my name is Yin Mingyao. What's yours? On the way, Yin Mingyao chattered endlessly until they sat down in the restaurant, when she remembered she hadn't introduced herself. My name is Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. She found Yin Mingyao incredibly amusing and talkative. Sister, can we exchange WeChat? Yin Mingyao blinked her big eyes, looking obedient. Sure. With that, they added each other as friends. Soon the noodles arrived. Feng Xiaoxuan, having not eaten there in a long time, ordered a large bowl of beef noodles and savored every bite. Yin Mingyao, on the other hand, couldn't finish her small bowl, leaving a third of it untouched and claiming she was full. Sister, where do you live? After the meal, Yin Mingyao walked beside Feng Xiaoxuan, grinning. Why so many questions? Are you doing a background check? Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but laugh. I'm just curious. Yin Mingyao stuck out her tongue. Are you out having fun? Feng Xiaoxian avoided the question and asked instead. Sort of. I haven't been out in a long time. My brother is so strict with me. He forces me to study all day. Sigh. Yin Mingyao felt a headache just thinking about the days dominated by books. Studying is good. Judging by your look, you must be in middle school, right? Feng Xiaoxian looked at Yin Mingyao curiously. What? I'm already a senior in high school. I'm not a middle schooler. Yin Mingyao stomped her foot in annoyance, but to Feng Xiaoxuan it was incredibly cute. Senior in high school? But it's not a holiday. Why aren't you in class? Feng Xiaoxian said in surprise. I don't go to school. My brother hired tutors for me to study at home. I'm just registered at a school and will take the exams directly. Yin Mingyao told the truth. I see. That explains it. Your family must be well off. Feng Xiaoxian remarked. Of course. Yin Mingyao puffed out her flat chest proudly. Haha. All right, we've eaten and talked enough. I should head back. Take good care of your bag. Don't let it get stolen again. Bye. Feng Xiaoxian reached an intersection and waved. Okay, goodbye, sister. Yin Mingyao waved her little hand and walked off in the other direction. But before she had gone far, as if she had seen some terrifying demon, she quickly changed direction and ran the other way. She didn't get far before her hoodie was grabbed by a tall, handsome man. Yin Mingyao, where do you think you're going now? Yin Jiza looked at his sister, who was hanging her head in silence, and spoke calmly. Brother, I was wrong. I won't run off again. Yin Mingyao sensed the growing tension and whispered. Come back with me. Oh. Inside a luxury van whose value was known only to connoisseurs, Yin Jiza sat beside his silent sister and suddenly asked, Who was that girl with you earlier? She was a kind sister who helped me. Yin Mingyao quickly said. Helped you? Yin Jiza raised an eyebrow. It was like this. A few minutes later, Yin Jiza nodded slightly and patted Yin Mingyao's head. Be more careful next time. You won't always be lucky enough to have someone help you. I know, brother. Yin Mingyao pouted, staring silently at the fleeting scenery outside the window. Once you finish the college entrance exam, I won't be so strict with you. You can go out and play freely. Yin Jiza smiled gently, seeing her low spirits. If I don't believe you. You always say that, but you've never kept your promise. Yin Mingyao hugged her bag and turned away. This time for sure, okay. Yin Jiza said softly. Oomph. The chauffeur-driven car slowly rolled into a private estate and came to a halt at the grand entrance. Yin Mingyao pushed open the car door, clutching her bag, and leaped out. Without a word, she dashed toward the villa's entrance in a flash. Yao Yao slowed down. Don't fall. At the doorway, an elderly woman leaning on a cane sat in an armchair. Seeing Yin Mingyao running toward her, she smiled and called out in warning. Grandma, brother bullied me again. You have to take my side. Whimpering, Yin Mingyao reached the old woman, set down her bag, and hid behind her. Pointing at Yin Jiza, who was slowly approaching, she tearfully recounted how he had treated her during the journey, naturally embellishing the story with exaggeration. Haha. The old woman merely listened quietly, occasionally chuckling at her precious granddaughter's antics. She knew her granddaughter's temperament all too well. She must have made a mistake and been caught by Yenjiza. Yenjiza walked up to the old woman, offering a gentle smile. Grandma, Xiao Zhe Yao Yao says you bullied her. What happened? Even though she knew Yan Mingyao was fanning the flames, Nen Ingyue still pretended to interrogate him. Don't listen to her nonsense. Yao Yao skipped her classes at home, sneaked out to play, and almost had her bag snatched by someone. Yenjiza shot a glare at Yan Mingyao, who was making faces behind his back, and told the truth. What do you mean by almost? Nan Ingyue asked with a cheerful smile. She said a kind-hearted person helped her, Yenjiza replied. A beautiful sister with an incredibly lovely voice helped me. She was so nice and I even added her on WeChat. Yan Mingyao said with a grin. Oh, is that so? Did you thank her properly? Nan Ingyue looked at Yan Mingyao and asked. Of course. How could I forget such an important thing? That's good. Let's go. The dishes have been ready for a while. Let's head inside for dinner. Nan Ingyue stood up and walked inside. Still eating. I'm already full, Grandma. Yan Mingyao pouted, speaking with a hint of grievance. If you're full, just don't eat. Can I force you, Grandma? Nan Ingyue said with mild exasperation. Hee, I guess so. What a fool. Yenjiza walked past Yan Mingyao, throwing out a casual insult. Yenjiza, you're the fool. You big pig head. Yan Mingyao hurled insults at his retreating figure from behind. Childish. Yenjiza merely responded with those two dismissive words. At the dining table, Yan Mingyao sat idly on her chair, swinging her legs while Nan Ingyue and Yenjiza ate in silence. Nan Ingyue glanced at Yan Mingyao, then turned to Yenjiza and suddenly said, Xiaozhe, you're 25 this year, aren't you? When will you bring me a granddaughter-in-law? Yan Mingyao couldn't help but laugh at that remark. Yenjiza sighed helplessly. Grandma, it's still early. The company is swamped with work. I don't have time for such matters. Early? Is it really early? In 5 years you'll be 30. I think it's time. Nan Ingyue put down her chopsticks and spoke with a beaming smile. He'll think about it later. Yenjiza once again resorted to his all-purpose excuse. Oh, you. So that's how it was. No wonder you came back so late. On the living room sofa, Lin Bingyi nodded in understanding after listening to Feng Xiaoxuan's explanation. I was helping someone in need, doing a good deed, and the first thing you do when I return is interrogate me. How unfair. It breaks my heart. Feng Xiaoxian clutched her chest, putting on an exaggerated performance. Enough. Stop your terrible acting. Should I have a banner of honor made for you? Lin Bingyi shot her a glare. Hee, no need. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. But Xiao, next time you encounter such a situation, you must prioritize protecting yourself. You were lucky this time. What if that person had reacted quickly, gotten up, and retaliated against you? Lin Bingyi suddenly spoke with a look of deep concern. I understand. Don't worry. He'll be careful from now on. Feng Xiaoxian replied with a smile. As long as you know. If anything happened to you, what would I do? Lin Bingyi held Feng Xiaoxuan's hand and spoke earnestly. Don't worry. Feng Xiaoxian patted Lin Bingyi's hand to reassure her. That evening, as Feng Xiaoxian lay in bed scrolling through her phone, she suddenly received a message from Yan Mingyao. Never grow up, Yao Yao. Sister phone, what are you up to? Gentle breeze, just looking at my phone. What's up? Never grow up, Yao Yao. Nothing much, just missing you, hee. Gentle breeze, focus on your studies. You're a senior in high school. The college entrance exam is just around the corner. Spend less time on your phone. Never grow up, Yao Yao. My grades are excellent. A little relaxation is necessary. I'm so bored right now. Gentle breeze, then go play on your phone. I'm going to sleep. Never grow up, Yao Yao. No, sister, it's so early. Why are you sleeping? Gentle breeze, it's 11 p.m. Gentle breeze, good night. With that, Feng Xiaoxian turned up. Lin Bingyi spoke quietly from beside her. Xiao, you two seem to be having a great chat. Feng Xiaoxian gave an awkward laugh. No. I'm here with you now. Lin Bingyi snorted. Who said I want you with me? Go hang out with your new little sister. Why bother with an old... Oh, how can you call yourself an old aunt? You're the super beautiful sister Bingyi. It's my honor to be with you, okay? Feng Xiaoxian wrapped her arms around Lin Bingyi's slender soft waist and said with a smile. Humph, your lips are so sweet. Who taught you that? Lin Bingyi's lips curled up as she gazed into Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes. I taught myself just to win Sister Bingyi's favor. Ha. Such a smooth talker, but I like it. Days slipped by, and before long, it was the latter part of June, the weather gradually growing hotter. That afternoon, Feng Xiaoxian finished the last final exam of the semester at the Open University and hurried home under the scorching sun as fast as she could. Upon entering the door, a wave of cool air rushed over her, dispelling much of the heat from her body. She let out a long, contented sigh of relief. Oh, the top student is back. Bet you're roasted like a dog, huh? Lin Bingyi, wearing a light yellow short-sleeved shirt, her long fair legs draped over the armrest of the sofa, lay sideways and grinned at Feng Xiaoxuan, who had just come home. Though long accustomed to Lin Bingyi's enviable figure, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but admire it anew each time. Without a word, she walked straight over to Lin Bingyi and gently pinched her thigh twice. Oh, don't you be annoying. That tickles. Lin Bingyi quickly drew her legs back, pouting. Why didn't you make room when you saw me coming? Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingyi's curled legs, savoring the delightful sensation from moments ago and rubbing her fingers unconsciously. Lin Bingyi caught this inadvertent gesture, her eyes sparkling with mischief as a sly smile curled on her lips. Who knew what new trick she was plotting? The sofa's huge, just sit down already, why fuss? Lin Bingyi grumbled, puffing her cheeks. I'm afraid of crushing your legs, you dummy. Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes. How could Lin Bingyi be so sharp sometimes, yet so clueless at others? I don't care, you pinched me, and it hurt. You have to rub it. Without waiting for a reply, Lin Bingyi plopped her legs onto Feng Xiaoxian's lap as she sat on the sofa. Why are you just sitting there? Get on with it. Lin Bingyi nudged her leg when Feng Xiaoxian stayed frozen. Feng Xiaoxian kept a straight face, but inwardly she was already overjoyed. This was a windfall she couldn't let slip by. Where does it hurt? Here. Lin Bingyi pointed to her thigh, watching Feng Xiaoxian's solemn expression, her eyes crinkling with amusement as she silently mocked her. Oh, stop pretending, Xiao Xiao. You're secretly thrilled, aren't you, you little pervert, you little rogue? If you want to touch, just touch. It's not like I'm saying no, really. How could I refuse your request? Such a blockhead. Feng Xiaoxian shifted her body, placed her hands on Lin Bingyi's thigh, and gently massaged it. Wow, Xiao Xiao, you've got some skills. It actually feels pretty good. Of course I've practiced. A few minutes later, Feng Xiaoxian reluctantly let go and looked at Lin Bingyi, who was smiling at her mischievously. Clearing her throat, she said, all better now, Bingyi. Lin Bingyi bit her lip, tilted her head, and cooed, Xiao Xiao, was that nice? Nice? Oh wait, no. Why ask that? Feng Xiaoxian had blurted out the truth and quickly corrected herself. I saw you didn't want to stop earlier. Want a few more minutes? Lin Bingyi propped her chin up, teasing. No, I must know when to stop. Can't be too greedy. Having been caught, Feng Xiaoxian laughed sheepishly. Hey, why so reserved? With our relationship, I'd agree to any little request. What are you hesitating for? Lin Bingyi leaned close to Feng Xiaoxian, her warm breath tickling her ear, smiling. The sudden flirtation made Feng Xiaoxian, already cooled down, feel a flush of heat. She turned away, mumbling, let's talk later. No hurry now, right? You always say later. How many laters do you have? If you're not in a rush, I am. Lin Bingyi forcibly turned Feng Xiaoxian's face to meet her gaze. Forced to look into Lin Bingyi's eyes, Feng Xiaoxian smiled helplessly. Let's drop this for now, okay? No. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian evade, Lin Bingyi turned away in anger. Do you know what day it is today? Feng Xiaoxian nudged her shoulder, trying to change the subject. I don't know, and I don't want to know. Lin Bingyi grunted. It's my birthday, don't you know? Feng Xiaoxian bit her lip, exasperated. Lin Bingyi was startled. She had almost forgotten in her anger. She quickly turned back, only to find Feng Xiaoxian had dropped her head hair, falling over her face. I know, Xiao Xiao, how could I forget? Lin Bingyi forced a smile. You said you didn't know, and you didn't want to know. Fine, pretend I said nothing. I'm going to my room. Feng Xiaoxian shook off Bingyi's hand, stood up, and turned her back to her, heading for her room. No, Xiao Xiao, don't go, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have said that. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian was serious, Lin Bingyi quickly wrapped her arms around her waist, holding tightly to keep her from leaving. You? I was just angry. How could I ever forget something so important? I'm not mad now, truly. Really? Feng Xiaoxian suppressed a smile and asked tentatively. Yes, I'll listen to you. Lin Bingyi promised. Why didn't you say so earlier? Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help laughing. What a... Feng Xiaoxian. You played me. Lin Bingyi's eyes widened as she shouted. I was forced to, and... Feng Xiaoxian bit her lip, looking earnestly at Lin Bingyi. And your birthday is in mid-August, right? That day you'll do whatever you say. Anything you want, I'll agree. Okay. Lin Bingyi, still a bit angry of being fooled, was now half doubtful. Are you serious? You're not lying to me, I'm not. Feng Xiaoxian's cheeks flushed as she smiled. That's a promise. No backing out. But today you have to listen to me. Fine, I'll do whatever you want. With Feng Xiaoxian's promise, Lin Bingyi was clearly in high spirits. Since the end of the college entrance exam in early June, Yin Mingyao found that Yin Jiza had indeed kept his promise and no longer monitored her as before. He would only occasionally remind her at home not to go wild, but otherwise nothing else. At first, Yin Mingyao thoroughly enjoyed this carefree life, but after playing for so long, she found it boring and even somewhat tedious. That evening, Yin Mingyao was lying in bed, idly scrolling through her phone, when she suddenly noticed that Feng Xiaoxian had posted a new update on Moments. Upon opening it, the content was simple and everyday. A few photos of food, fun, and a group photo with Lin Bingyi captioned, "It's wonderful to have you with me on my birthday. Wow, Sister Feng's friend is also very pretty." Yin Mingyao looked at the group photo of Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi and couldn't help exclaiming, "I can't believe today is Sister Feng's birthday." Yin Mingyao opened her chat with Feng Xiaoxian and sent a message, "Happy birthday, Sister Feng." Feng Xiaoxian, who had just returned home not long ago, dragged her tired body and collapsed onto the sofa, saying weakly, "Bingyi, I can't take it anymore. I'm so tired, but thinking about it, I'm really happy." Lin Bingyi sat beside her and laughed. "Of course, just look at the place I took you to. He'll go take a shower first. Meng. Feng Xiaoxian picked up her phone and noticed that among the many congratulatory messages, Yin Mingyao, who she hadn't contacted for a long time, had also sent a message. Ah, little Lolita is alive again. I thought you had disappeared. Not long after Feng Xiaoxian and Yin Mingyao became acquainted one evening, Yin Mingyao sent Feng Xiaoxian a selfie of herself in front of a full-length mirror wearing a cartoon pajama dress. From then on, Feng Xiaoxian affectionately called her Little Lolita. Never growing Yao Yao and not a little lowly. Don't call me Little Lowly. From the phone came Yin Mingyio's exasperated voice, but to Feng Xiaoxian's ears the tone was utterly harmless, even carrying a hint of childishness. It would be a disservice not to call her Little Lowly. Breeze, haha. Alright, how did the exam go? Never growing Yao Yao, easy peasy. Breeze, then Yao Yao, little sister, have you filled out your college preferences? Are you going to another city? Never growing Yao Yao, no, I want to go to your school, sister. Breeze, Electric University. Feng Xiaoxian was a bit surprised. Although Electric University was also a key university, she was really taken aback when she heard that Yin Mingyao was going to attend Electric University. Never growing Yao Yao. Yes, I'm going to Electric University to hang out with you. Breeze, are you going to college? Never growing Yao Yao, of course not. But I also want to appear in your moments. I don't have many friends, boo-hoo. Breeze, when you come, I'll personally take you around for a good tour. How about that? Never growing Yao Yao, hee hee, awesome. As for Yin Mingyao, Feng Xiaoxian had some guesses. Her family must be wealthy, otherwise they wouldn't have hired a private tutor. As for having few friends, Feng Xiaoxian could figure it out. She wasn't sick, just studied at home, so her social skills were probably poor, and it was normal to have no friends. Feng Xiaoxian was very willing to befriend this cute little girl, Yin Mingyao. After all, who would refuse a little lowly who is both fierce and adorable? Huh. Click. The bathroom door clicked. Feng Xiaoxian looked over, covered her face, and through the gaps between her fingers teased with a laugh. Wow, what is this? Is this something a child like me should be seeing? Is this the legendary wet dress seduction? Lin Bingyi, wearing a thin, light-colored pajama, the collar wet from the dripping water of her hair, was drying her hair and gave her a disdainful look. Drama queen. Lin Bingyi, wearing a thin, light-colored pajama, the collar wet from the dripping water of her hair, was drying her hair and gave her a disdainful look. Drama queen. I'm just complimenting you. Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Go take your shower, little piggy. Lin Bingyi sat beside Feng Xiaoxian and pinched her cheek. At your command. Feng Xiaoxian saluted and got up to walk to the bathroom. After Lin Bingyi finished drying her hair, her eyes inadvertently glanced at Feng Xiaoxian's phone on the coffee table. She picked it up. Feng Xiaoxian could unlock her phone, and naturally, she could easily unlock Feng Xiaoxian's phone as well. Listening to the sound of water splashing in the bathroom, Lin Bingyi unlocked Feng Xiaoxian's phone and naturally saw the chat history between her and Yin Mingyao. After reading the chat history without any change in expression, Lin Bingyi put down the phone, narrowed her eyes, and looked toward the bathroom, wondering what was on her mind. Feng Xiaoxian's original plan was to play here for a few days during the summer break, and then go home. As for part-time summer jobs, she hadn't even considered them since she had used all the system's reserve funds to buy stocks, and had already sold them at the peak profit, earning about 100,000. However, she wasn't in a hurry to repay the system. The larger the principal, the more she could earn. Anyway, there was still plenty of time, no rush. By the way, Xiao, there's something I want to tell you. That evening, as the two girls lay in bed, Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian and said softly, "What is it? Just say it." Feng Xiaoxian smiled. "You're not in a hurry to go home for the summer, are you?" Lin Bingyi bit her lip and asked. "Not in a hurry, why? Then can you come to my house first?" "Huh? Why did you suddenly think of inviting me to your—" Feng Xiaoxian was a bit puzzled. "My mom wants to meet you. After all, during the winter break, I went to your place to play, and she came here before too. She thought you were great then, but she didn't have time to get to know you." Lin Bingyi explained with a smile. "So Xiao, are you willing to come back with me?" "Of course. What are we to each other? I can satisfy this little request in a minute." Feng Xiaoxian laughed. Last time you came to my house and tattled to my mom, I haven't taken revenge yet. This time watch me bully you." Feng Xiaoxian smirked. "Huh. Xiao, you dare to say anything reckless." "Ha ha ha, I'm just kidding, how could I bear to bully you?" Feng Xiaoxian comforted her on the surface, but in her heart, she had already planned how to exaggerate the story later. "Hello, these are complimentary drinks and snacks." On the high-speed train, a female attendant handed a bottle of water and a small bag of snacks to Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi, who were seated at the farthest end, before leaving with a faint smile. Casually placing the water aside and shoving the snacks into Feng Xiaoxian's arms, Lin Bingyi grumbled, "How annoying. It's this time of day and tickets are still so hard to come by. Even the business class seats are sold out. Damn it. We only managed to snag 2 first-class seats." Feng Xiaoxian tore open a small bag of snacks, picked up one, and fed it to Lin Bingyi, laughing comfortingly. "Oh, why be so picky? When I go home, I always take second-class seats. Sometimes when I can't get a ticket, I buy a standing ticket and travel back on my feet." Munching on the snack fed by Feng Xiaoxian, Lin Bingyi said earnestly, "How can that be? I have to give you I think the driver's cabin is the best. Bingyi, can you? Look at my eyes, haha, what a beautiful eye roll." Feng Xiaoxian giggled. Go eat your snacks. I want to sleep. Xiao Xiao. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoshuan, her big. Here, it's yours whenever you need it. Feng Xiaoxian patted her shoulder, smiling. Lin Bingyi chuckled, gently resting her head on Feng Xiaoshuan's fragrant shoulder, and closed her eyes. After a while, hearing Lin Bingyi's steady breathing, Feng Xiaoxian knew she had fallen into a deep sleep. She gently set down the snack bag, doing her best to keep still so as not to wake the silly one. Several hours later, near 5 in the afternoon, Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian walked out of the high-speed train station dragging a suitcase. Feng Xiaoxian looked around, peering at this and that like a curious child. Xiao, what are you looking at? Lin Bingyi couldn't help asking. It's my first time in City C. I'm just curious. The station here seems so crowded. Feng Xiaoxian stuck out her tongue, grinning. City C has several 5-ARAT scenic spots, so during holidays many tourists come here, Lin Bingyi explained. So that's why? No wonder I've seen so many beautiful girls with great figures along the way. I feel like there are way more girls here than back home. Feng Xiaoxian blurted out while still looking around. Oh, girls with great figures. How great. Suddenly feeling a chill down her spine, Feng Xiaoxian realized she had misspoken. Seeing Lin Bingyi's darkening expression, she forced a laugh. Not that great, just average. If anyone is great, it's my Bingyi, right? She's got everything. You ungrateful wretch. Lin Bingyi glared at her, annoyed. I won't look anymore. Let's go, Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian took Lin Bingyi's reluctant hand, laughing. Feeling the pressure from Feng Xiaoshuan's hand, Lin Bingyi's expression softened. Let's wait a bit. My dad will come to pick us up. Her tone still carried a hint of displeasure. Feng Xiaoxian nodded, but her hand didn't stop, gently tickling Lin Bingyi's palm. Are you bored? Lin Bingyi shook off Feng Xiaoshuan's hand, laughing despite herself. Not at all. Your hand is cool. Let me hold it again. With that, Feng Xiaoxian took Lin Bingyi's hand again. This time Lin Bingyi didn't pull away, watching with a smile as Feng Xiaoxian examined her hand closely. Silly, what are you looking at? Your hand is so beautiful, Bingyi, so fair and tender-like. Feng Xiaoxian swallowed the rest of her words, knowing better than to say them in such a crowded place. Why stop? Want me to finish for you? Like my legs, isn't that right? Lin Bingyi leaned in close, whispering lazily with a hint of allure. This little minx. Feng Xiaoxian cursed inwardly, keeping a straight face. I don't know what you're talking about. Lying isn't a good girl's habit. Lin Bingyi smiled at her. Soon a familiar figure approached. Lin Wenbo, dressed in a suit, came before the two girls with a slight smile. Bingyi, is this your friend? Yeah, Dad, let me introduce you. Her name is Feng Xiaoxian. Lin Bingyi took Feng Xiaoshuan's arm, laughing. Hello, uncle. Feng Xiaoshuan, unlike Lin Bingyi's casual demeanor with Lin Wenbo, was polite and proper. Hello? Let's go. Lin Wenbo smiled, taking the suitcase from Lin Bingyi, puzzled. Why do you two only have one suitcase? Dad, we don't have much. This suitcase is big enough for both our clothes. All right. The two girls followed unhurriedly behind Lin Wenbo. Feng Xiaoxian looked at his back and whispered, Bingyi, why does your dad seem so serious? Lin Bingyi glanced at Lin Wenbo, patted Feng Xiaoshuan's hand, and reassured her, don't worry, that's just how he is. He's been in the company too long and brings his work attitude into daily life. Ignore him. In my house, my mom calls the shots. Oh, I see. Feng Xiaoxian nodded. Lin Wenbo, overhearing Lin Bingyi's whisper, sighed helplessly. Was his little cotton-padded jacket already letting in the wind? For some reason, Feng Xiaoxian barely spoke during the ride, frustrating Lin Bingyi. It was all her dad's fault for being so serious. He scared her little darling. She'd definitely tell her mom about it. As the car entered the neighborhood, and she saw the luxurious villa before her, Feng Xiaoxian was stunned despite knowing Lin Bingyi's family was wealthy. Poverty truly limited one's imagination. What are you spacing out for? Come on, silly. Lin Bingyi grabbed Feng Xiaoshuan's hand and led her toward the villa, leaving Lin Wenbo far behind. Oh, Miss is back. And you've brought a friend. That's a first. Wu Ma exclaimed upon hearing the door open, surprised. Yes. Well, trouble you tonight, Wu Ma, Lin Bingyi said with a smile. Oh, no trouble at all. It's my duty. With that, Wu Ma returned to the kitchen. Mom, miss me? Seeing Su Yingming, Lin Bingyi rushed over and hugged. Of course I do. I've been waiting day and night to have my precious daughter back. Su Yingming stroked Lin Bingyi's head, her face full of tenderness. Then she looked at Feng Xiaoshuan, who stood quietly to the side, and warmly invited her. Come, don't be shy. Sit down. I only caught a glimpse of you last time. Let me have a good look at you. Xiaoshuan, right. Sit beside Andy. Okay. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingyi, received an encouraging nod, and obediently sat next to Su Yingming. Su Yingming looked closely at Feng Xiaoshuan, nodding repeatedly, and smiled. Not bad, not bad. Truly beautiful. Thank you, Auntie. Feng Xiaoxian smiled shyly, a bit embarrassed. Xiaoshuan, don't be so formal. Make yourself at home. My mom is really nice, Lin Bingyi said, moving around Su Yingming to sit beside Feng Xiaoshuan, comforting her. Exactly, don't be so polite. This is the first time Bingyi has brought a friend home, so you must be very special to her, Su Yingming said with a smile. Okay. Come, Xiao, try this. This braised chicken wing is Aunt Wa's specialty. I've loved it since I was a child. At the dining table, Lin Bingyi deliberately pulled her chair as close to Feng Xiaoxian as possible. The two almost pressed together. She picked up a chicken wing and placed it in Feng Xiaoxuan's bowl, saying with a smile, "All right." Feng Xiaoxian nodded with a smile. Su Yingming watched her daughter's behavior with a hint of astonishment. As a mother, she knew Lin Bingyi's temperament well. Never since childhood had she seen her being so warm to anyone her age. Su Yingming exchanged a glance with Lin Wenbo, both seeing disbelief in each other's eyes. Suppressing her surprise, Su Yingming said cheerfully, "How is it, Xiao Xiao? Does it taste good? I think it's delicious." Feng Xiaoxian smiled radiantly. "If it's good, eat more. Look how thin you are. Does Bingyi always bully you over at school?" Hearing Su Yingming's words, Feng Xiaoxian paused her chopsticks, darting a glance at Lin Bingyi. Lin Bingyi was watching her with a smile, her left hand already resting on Feng Xiaoxuan's waist, the gentle, stroking motion warning her that if she dared say one wrong word, she would mercilessly pinch her. Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips, resolved to speak her mind. "Auntie Bingyi is usually good to me. Whenever I had nothing to do after meals, she would have me wash the dishes, and I was the one who cooked." Then one time a sudden heavy rainstorm hit while we were watching TV in the living room. Her clothes were drying on the balcony, but she refused to fetch them. She forced me to go. And this Chinese New Year, Bingyi came to my place. She tattled to my mom, saying all sorts of things about how I usually behave, but I never acted like that at all. And also, under Lin Bingyi's shocked gaze, Feng Xiaoxian rattled off a long list of complaints. Auntie C. Bingyi even has her hand on my waist, trying to threaten me not to talk. Feng Xiaoxian sniffled, putting on a pitiful look, pointing at Lin Bingyi's hand that was frozen in shock, never having pinched her. Hearing this, Lin Bingyi quickly withdrew her hand, but Su Yingming caught the small movement. Squinting at Lin Bingyi, she scolded, "Bingyi, is this how you treat your good friend? I always knew you were a bit sloppy, and I thought to myself, at home you can be casual. I never expected you to be like this when living together." Lin Bingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxuan, who was lowering her head and secretly sticking out her tongue at her. Taking a deep breath, she clenched her small fist and explained, "Mom, how can you only listen to her side? I'm your daughter. What's wrong with hearing one side? Then let me ask you, when you went to her house, how did you complain to Xiaoxiao's mother? Now that Xiao Xiao is complaining to me, of course I have to support her." Su Yingming glared at the aggrieved Lin Bingyi and said irritably. For one thing, Su Yingming absolutely believed that her daughter had complained to Feng Xiaoxuan's mother. Given how close Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian were, pulling a mischievous stunt like false accusations was completely within character. Lin Bingyi looked at Su Yingming, then at Feng Xiaoxian, who was bowing her head and snickering and had no choice but to relent. Fine, I admit it. That's more like it. You're both girls. If something's on your mind, just talk it out. That's how relationships get better." Su Yingming nodded, speaking earnestly. Exactly. Auntie speaks so well," Feng Xiaoxian chimed in. "Xiao Xiao, you were quite cheeky at dinner, weren't you? Had a lot to say, didn't you? Now why don't you dare to speak?" Late at night, taking advantage of Su Yingming and Lin Wenbo retiring to their room, Lin Bingyi took out the key, easily unlocked Feng Xiaoxuan's door, then swiftly locked it from the inside, tossed the key aside, and subdued Feng Xiaoxian in no time. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi, sitting on top of her like a little demon, her heart racing uncontrollably. She forced a smile and said, I was just so happy to see you, Bingyi. I got a bit excited." "Really? Why do I feel like you're scared?" Lin Bingyi pinned both of Feng Xiaoxuan's hands, with one hand stretching them above her head onto the bed, while her other hand gently caressed Feng Xiaoxuan's soft cheek. "Scared? How could I be? Why would I be afraid of you?" Feng Xiaoxian felt the sensation of fingers tracing her face and braced herself. "Really not afraid." Lin Bingyi looked down at her with a sly grin. "Xiao Xiao, do you know? Every time I look down at you like this, I just want to." Lin Bingyi paused, then smiled and continued, "I want to devour you." "Huh? No way." Feng Xiaoxian exclaimed in surprise. "Of course I do. Why would I lie to you? But you little rascal won't let me, and you keep teasing me. I'm so mad." Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a resentful gaze, let go of her hands, sat on her body, pouted her lips, and looked extremely aggrieved. "Bingyi, be good, don't be upset, okay? I've already made you a promise. Just wait a bit longer." Feng Xiaoxian reached out and gently patted Lin Bingyi's thigh, saying with a smile, "I really don't get why you're making me wait. Don't you want to?" "It's not that I don't want to. It's just too early." Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips. In the end, she still couldn't get over this hurdle in her heart. Giving Lin Bingyi a deadline was also giving herself some buffer time. At least during this period, she could properly prepare herself mentally so that when the day finally came, she would be fully ready. "Fine, what else can I do when I'm stuck with a fool like you?" Lin Bingyi got up, ready to leave the bed. "Bingyi, aren't you going to?" Feng Xiaoxian asked quickly. "Do you want big sister to sleep with you?" Lin Bingyi didn't answer, but asked back with a giggle. "Yes." Feng Xiaoxian nodded obediently. "How much?" Lin Bingyi tilted her head, looking at her. Very much." "Oh, then sleep by yourself. I'm going back. This is your little punishment. Good night." With that, Lin Bingyi closed the door and left without looking back. A dreamless night, yet Feng Xiaoxian hadn't slept well. It wasn't because she was sensitive to unfamiliar beds, but because she felt something, or rather someone, missing. She was unaccustomed to the absence, and the night was a fragmented cycle of falling asleep and waking up leaving her somewhat fatigued. At 9:30 in the morning, Feng Xiaoxian was still in a daze. In her half-asleep state, she felt something on her face, sometimes stroking, sometimes pinching, sometimes rubbing. Frowning, she slowly opened her eyes as the contours before her gradually sharpened. Huh, Bingy, why are you messing with me so early in the morning instead of sleeping? Feng Xiaoxian slapped away her naughty hand and said testily. Lin Bingy gazed at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile and wasn't bothered by the way she had slapped her hand away. After all, it had been almost a year, and she was well aware that Feng Xiaoxian had a bit of morning grumpiness. It's already 9:30, how is that early? I came to call you for breakfast, Lin Bingy laughed. 9? I slept so late, I feel so rude, Feng Xiaoxian said, clutching her head in chagrin. Her flustered appearance made Lin Bingy chuckle. You're the one I brought home. There's no need to feel rude. Don't worry, my parents are at work, it's just us and Wu Ma. Lin Bingy chuckled. Phew, that's good. At least I didn't make a bad impression on Uncle and Auntie. Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian paused in the middle of putting on her clothes and let out a long sigh of relief. Little fool. Hey Xiao, when did you buy these panties? I've never seen them before. Suddenly, as if spotting something remarkable, Lin Bingy pointed at Feng Xiaoxian's panties and asked, Oh Bingy, why are you asking so many questions? Aren't you annoying? Seeing Lin Bingy's curious expression, Feng Xiaoxian quickly grabbed her trousers and pulled them on in a jiffy, blocking Lin Bingy's probing gaze. I want to know everything about you. Come on, confess. When did you buy them behind my back? Lin Bingy crossed her arms. The slightly open collar of her white shirt revealed a glimpse of milky white skin and the deep cleavage which at this angle was perfectly clear to Feng Xiaoxian. Seeing such a tantalizing sight right after waking up, Feng Xiaoxian felt her heart race. She swallowed almost imperceptibly and quickly averted her gaze, walking to the mirror to comb her hair. Such a small gesture couldn't escape Lin Bingy's eyes. She lowered her head to glance at her own fullness, and a smirk curled at the corners of her lips. Little rascal, I don't believe you can hold out. If you insist on waiting, then don't blame me. I don't believe you can resist. At the dining table, Feng Xiaoxian sat on a chair, took a bite of the fried dough stick, chewed slowly, drank some porridge, and gently swung her legs. Xiao, be careful when you eat, you've got oil all over your mouth. Lin Bingy, sitting opposite, pulled out a tissue, stood up, leaned over to Feng Xiaoxian, and gently wiped her mouth. I can't help it, Wu Ma's fried dough sticks are as big as two outside. While enjoying Lin Bingy's close-up mouth-wiping service, Feng Xiaoxian stopped mid-sentence, because in her line of sight Lin Bingy's collar seemed even more open than in the bedroom. The expanse of white skin made the fried dough stick in her hand suddenly lose its appeal. Feng Xiaoxian's dazed expression had already been caught by Lin Bingy, who smiled faintly, a hint of mischief flashing in her eyes. All right, hurry up and eat, don't starve. After wiping, Lin Bingy sat back down and continued scrolling on her phone. Stunned for a while, Feng Xiaoxian wiped her nose, lowered her head, and continued eating, afraid to look at Lin Bingy again. She felt that Lin Bingy was doing it on purpose, deliberately tempting her. Little rascal's self-control is not bad, but this is only the beginning. Lin Bingy secretly calculated how to deal with Feng Xiaoxian next. Around noon, close to mealtime, Su Yingming and Lin Wenbo drove home. As soon as they opened the door, they were greeted by the aroma of food. So fragrant. What dish is Wu Ma making today? Su Yingming couldn't help exclaiming at the aroma. Mom, don't shout. I gave Wu Ma the day off today. It's Xiao cooking in the kitchen now. Lin Bingy got up from the sofa and called out to Su Yingming and the others. Oh, Xiao is cooking. Smells great. Su Yingming walked into the kitchen and saw Feng Xiaoxian wearing an apron making braised pork. Yes, Annie, you and Uncle go wash your hands first. The braised pork will be ready soon and we can eat. Feng Xiaoxian turned around and smiled sweetly. All right. Su Yingming came out and saw Lin Bingy lounging leisurely on the sofa. She immediately became irritated and pointed at her, saying, Look at you and look at Xiao. She's cooking in the kitchen while you're here playing. Is this what you call a good relationship? Lin Bingy, inexplicably criticized again by Su Yingming, said helplessly, Mom, can you stop always judging things by appearances? Xiao said she didn't need my help and wanted to cook alone. Since she has that intention, of course I should let her. I think you're just lazy. Su Yingming rolled her eyes at her. Mom, can you stop always picking on me? I feel like Xiao is your real daughter. Am I the one you adopted? Lin Bingy said pitifully. We're saying this for your own good. Lin Wenbo walked over and said with a smile. Exactly. Xiao's cooking is really good. At the dining table, Lin Wenbo praised without reservation. Indeed. Su Yingming nodded with a smile. Thank you, Uncle and Auntie. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. You're so cute and pretty, and you cook well. Xiao, do you need a boyfriend? Want me to introduce one to you? Your auntie knows many young men. If you're interested, I'll arrange a meeting with one of my old friends and introduce her son to you. How about that? These words from Su Yingming truly shocked both Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingy. Before Feng Xiaoxian could speak, Lin Bingy anxiously said, Mom, what nonsense are you talking about? How is that nonsense? Am I not telling the truth? Su Yingming rolled her eyes at her. It's not allowed anyway. You can't introduce those men to her. Lin Bingyi frowned and said angrily. You can't just decide that. Xiao Xiao hasn't even expressed her opinion. Xiao Xiao, what do you think? At this moment, both Su Yingming and Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoshuan, and even Lin Wenba, who had been silently playing the role of a bystander, also turned to look at her. I actually don't have that intention, but thank you for your kindness, Annie. Feng Xiaoxian smiled shyly and politely declined Su Yingming. I see. What a pity. Actually, that old friend of mine wanted to set up her son with Bingyi, but Bingyi didn't have the idea. Su Yingming said to herself. Feng Xiaoxian blinked and looked at Lin Bingyi, her eyes carrying a hint of interrogation, as if asking, What do you mean by setting you up with him? Lin Bingyi covered her mouth and chuckled. She naturally noticed Feng Xiaoxuan's displeasure, but with the two parents present, it wasn't convenient to explain. Nevertheless, she somehow felt inexplicably happy about Feng Xiaoxuan's little sulk. Bingyi, what did Annie mean at noon? What does it mean to set you up with her sister's son? After dinner, Lin Bingyi dragged Feng Xiaoxian outside for a stroll. Before long, Feng Xiaoxian voiced the question that had been weighing on her mind all afternoon. Since Su Yingming had been home, and they had been together all day, Feng Xiaoxian hadn't had a chance to ask. Now that they were alone, she naturally wanted to ask Lin Bingyi immediately. You've been listless and down all afternoon. You haven't been worrying about that, have you? Lin Bingyi didn't answer right away, covering her mouth with a giggle. Yes, I am worrying about it. Can you be serious and answer me? Feng Xiaoxian frowned, speaking with some This Bingyi. She knew full well that she was in a bad mood, yet she deliberately teased her. Didn't my mom already say it? I don't mean anything by it, so let's just drop it. Lin Bingyi squeezed Feng Xiaoxuan's soft palm and smiled. Then why didn't you tell me? What's there to say? Would it just upset you? How could such a small matter affect my darling's mood? Don't you think so? Lin Bingyi tapped Feng Xiaoxuan's nose and said with a smile. But Feng Xiaoxian hesitated at a loss for words. No, but rest assured. Don't you know me by now? Besides, a certain little piggy is so sweet and soft. How could I ever abandon her, right? Lin Bingyi wrapped one arm around Feng Xiaoxuan's slender waist, a mischievous grin on her face. Shoo shoo. Who's a little piggy? Don't talk nonsense. Feng Xiaoxian said that, but inwardly she was overjoyed, feeling a sweet sensation. Let's not think about that anymore. We'll take you somewhere really fun. Lin Bingyi said with a grin. Where are we going? The city's first Starry Night City is opening tonight at Auto Town. It's spectacular. Lin Bingyi's face was full of anticipation. Oh, why say so much? Let's go, let's go. When you get there, I guarantee you'll be blown away. Feng Xiaoxian blinked, and before she could react, Lin Bingyi pulled her into the taxi they had just hailed. As expected, the road to Auto Town was congested. Thankfully, there were still 2 hours until the opening, and there weren't many people at this hour, otherwise they would have been stuck in traffic until they questioned life itself. After an hour and a half of twists and turns, the two finally arrived at their destination. After buying tickets and entering, there were only a few minutes left until the opening. The venue was also extremely crowded. Shortly after they started walking, suddenly all the streetlights went out. The crowd, realizing the show was about to begin, gradually stopped talking and took out their phones or cameras, wanting to capture the stunning scene. The whole place fell silent, only the occasional footsteps and the sound of the fountain could be heard. As the vast and mysterious background music began to play, Feng Xiaoxian saw patches of starry rivers spreading across the open space before her. On the ground, comets traced regular patterns along the cables. The familiar planets, Sun, Earth, Mars, Mercury, appeared perfectly in their positions in space. There were also astronauts, manned rockets, and the boundless galaxy, all stunning Feng Xiaoxuan's vision. Xiao Xiao, is it beautiful? Lin Bingyi whispered softly beside her. Beautiful. So breathtaking. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't find words to describe the scene. Children were exclaiming one after another, and even many adults gasped, all taking photos to record this wonderful moment. A dozen minutes later, Feng Xiaoxian followed Lin Bingyi to another place. The venue here looked even bigger than before, but it wasn't as dazzling as the starry sky, though instead green glowing dots flickered everywhere. Is this fireflies? Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi in surprise. These are all projections, but they look very real. The organizers call it Firefly Midsummer Night. Come, let's go over. Lin Bingyi took Feng Xiaoxuan's hand and slowly walked onto the grass. The twinkling green dots danced in the wind. Magically, when the little lights encountered Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi's bodies, they would flee elsewhere like real fireflies, as if afraid of bumping into these two big creatures. So beautiful. Feng Xiaoxian covered her mouth, her eyes full of wonder. I hope they can bless us to be happy. Haha, they will. Lin Bingyi laughed happily. Xiao Xiao, look behind you. Lin Bingyi pointed at the sky and smiled sweetly. Feng Xiaoxian turned around and looked at the sky Lin Bingyi was pointing to. Before her eyes was a slowly flowing, dazzling river of light, extremely captivating. Aurora, Feng Xiaoxian exclaimed. With aurora above and fireflies below, such a romantic scene. Are you sure you don't want to do something, Xiao Xiao? Lin Bingyi stood in front of Feng Xiaoshuan, extending her hand, smiling as she hinted clearly. Do I even need you to remind me? Feng Xiaoxian smiled and threw herself into Lin Bingyi's arms, wrapping her arms tightly around Lin Bingyi's waist. Lin Bingyi felt the warmth in her embrace, a happy smile spreading across her lips. Under the starry sky, the two girls hugged each other tightly, not separating for a long time. Oh my god, Xiao Xiao, are you a cow? How can you eat so much? Lin Bingyi couldn't help teasing the Feng Xiaoxian in front of her. Huh, what do you mean? Feng Xiaoxian put down the skewer and asked blankly. Because cows have 4 stomachs, silly. Ha ha ha, I see. I thought it was something else. I'm just tired from walking and too hungry. Feng Xiaoxian pouted and whined. Ha ha, it's not like I'm stopping you. Eat more. Lin Bingyi grilled a skewer of pork belly and placed it on Feng Xiaoxian's plate. Exactly how could I waste good food? The sizzling sound of oil is simply the most wonderful sound. Feng Xiaoxian took a bite of the big squid and said contentedly. Actually there's one sound even more wonderful. You'll know later, Xiao Xiao. These were Lin Bingyi's inner thoughts, but she wouldn't say them out loud. She would let this little fool discover what true happiness really is later. Thank you, Bingyi. In the middle of eating, Feng Xiaoxian suddenly blurted this out. Didn't we agree there's no need to say thank you between us? Why did you suddenly say that? Lin Bingyi took a sip of sour plum soup and asked. Of course it's to thank you for bringing me to such a fun place today. Tonight, I'm really happy. Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingyi seriously and said softly. Every day with you I'm happy too. Lin Bingyi tilted her head and smiled, her smile as beautiful as ever. Around 10 in the evening, Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi returned home chatting and laughing all the way. As soon as the two girls entered, they saw Lin Wenbao and Su Yingming sitting on the sofa chatting. Hearing the door open, Su Yingming glanced at Lin Bingyi, and the other smiled slightly and said back, Did you have fun? Very much. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. Mom, what are you saying? Would the place I took Xiao Xiao be boring? Lin Bingyi, while pushing Feng Xiaoxian upstairs with her hand, said to Lin Wenbao and the other, Dad, Mom, we're going upstairs now. You two get some rest early. Slow down. Don't hurt Xiao Xiao. Su Yingming admonished. Bingyi, why don't you go to your own room? What are you doing at Xiaoxiao's door? Just after taking a shower, Lin Bingyi came out of the bathroom and headed straight for Feng Xiaoxian's room. Just as she was about to open the door, Su Yingming's voice came from behind. I want to sleep with Xiao Xiao, what's wrong? Lin Bingyi turned back and said, You're this old, and you still want to squeeze? Go back to your own room. Su Yingming gave Lin Bingyi an annoyed look. No, I want to whisper secrets with Xiao Xiao. Mom, you don't understand, this is sisterly affection. Lin Bingyi blinked and said glibly, Go on now, you're lecturing me. Fine, do as you like. Go to bed early and don't make Xiao Xiao stay up late like you. After that admonishment, Su Yingming left. I feel like Bingyi really likes being with Xiao Xiao. Back in the room, lying on the bed, Su Yingming patted Lin Wenbao, who was looking at his phone, and voiced her doubt. What's so strange about that? Girls have close friends and besties, that's normal. Besides, weren't you the same when you were young? You took your best friend. Lin Wenbao glanced at her and said casually. That's true, but I still feel something is off, a kind of indescribable. Su Yingming frowned and thought for a moment. Why think so much? You should be happy that Bingyi has such a good friend. Lin Wenbao felt Su Yingming was overthinking and comforted her. That's true. On the other side, Feng Xiaoxian watched Lin Bingyi open the door and walk in looking puzzled. Bingyi, why are you here? Of course I'm here to find my little cutie. Lin Bingyi climbed onto the bed with practiced ease, said with a smile. Didn't you say you weren't sleeping with me? Why are you here? Feng Xiaoxian smacked away Lin Bingyi's hand that was reaching for her belly and said Sundra-like. Oh, I was just teasing you then. Now I only want to sleep with my little sister Xiao Xiao. Just this tiny request, won't you satisfy your big sister? Lin Bingyi bit her lip, looked at Feng Xiaoxian with pitiful eyes, and gently shook her shoulder. I surrender. Bingyi, do whatever you want, okay? Feng Xiaoxian couldn't stand Lin Bingyi's coaxing. Even someone else couldn't bear it. Little sister Xiao Xiao is the best. Lin Bingyi happily hugged Feng Xiaoxian from behind. Suddenly Feng Xiaoxian felt the soft pressure of 2 mounds against her back, and her body instinctively tensed up. All of this was within Lin Bingyi's expectations, a proud smile curling at the corner of her mouth. Xiao Xiao, let's see how long you can endure. The two chatted desultorily. At this moment for Feng Xiaoshuan, it was sheer blissful torture. Because Lin Bingyi kept making subtle little movements, shifting her body every few sentences. It was Finally Feng Xiaoxian couldn't take it anymore. She turned around, looked into Lin Bingyi's smiling eyes, and said, Bingyi, let's sleep, I'm sleepy. Lin Bingyi naturally knew what Feng Xiaoxian was trying to do. Just making an excuse, because she couldn't stand it. But you don't look sleepy at all. And, why do I feel your breathing has gotten heavier? Are you okay, Xiao Xiao? Watching Lin Bingyi's innocent, knowing act of feigned ignorance, Feng Xiaoxian took a deep breath. Under Lin Bingyi's astonished gaze, Feng Xiaoxian rolled over, and for the first time sat on top of Lin Bingyi, looking down at her. Xiao Xiao, didn't you say you wanted to sleep? What are you doing? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian's dark eyes and pretended to be innocent, but inside, she was already overjoyed. Bingyi, you're doing this on purpose. Feng Xiaoxian accused Lin Bingyi, who looked completely innocent. I don't understand what you're saying, Xiao Xiao. What am I doing on purpose? What did I do? Lin Bingyi showed an innocent smile, biting her finger and tilted. This silly look struck Feng Xiaoxian deeply. Suppressing the flutter in her heart, Feng Xiaoxian lifted the corners of her mouth and smiled. Fine. Acting ignorant, huh? Sleep. After saying that, while Lin Bingyi was stunned, Feng Xiaoxian lay back down, turned her back to Lin Bingyi, pulled up the covers, and went straight to sleep. Not long after she was immersed in the wonderful feeling of being pinned down by Feng Xiaoxian, for the first time Lin Bingyi felt the weight lift. When she came to her senses, she realized Feng Xiaoxian had already gone to sleep. Gritting her teeth in anger, Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian's back, gave a snort, and closed her eyes in resignation. They'll get you sooner or later. A night without dreams, but that was only for Lin Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian was different. In the dream, Feng Xiaoxian was cornered by Lin Bingyi, trembling all over as she looked at her. Xiao Xiao, why aren't you running? You were running so fast just now. In the dream, Lin Bingyi was still as beautiful, but now all Feng Xiaoxian felt was fear. I'm not running. Bingyi, can we talk nicely? Feng Xiaoxian swallowed nervously. We could have, but you— Now it's a bit late. Lin Bingyi gradually revealed a smile that was both familiar and frightening to Feng Xiao. Waking up in the morning, Feng Xiaoxian felt a bit hot all over and had sweated a little. She only vaguely remembered having a nightmare, but she couldn't recall the specifics. Seeing the empty space beside her, Feng Xiaoxian sat up and stared blankly. Pada! The door opened, and Lin Bingyi popped her head in. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian was awake, she quickly called out, "Awake. Come eat breakfast." Hearing this familiar and reassuring voice, Feng Xiaoxian smiled radiantly, and after staying at Lin Bingyi's home for nearly 2 weeks, Feng Xiaoxian finally boarded the high-speed train back home. Originally, it was agreed that she would stay at Lin Bingyi's place for only 3 to 5 days. However, when she expressed her intention to go home, Lin Bingyi was displeased and threw tantrums, clinging to Feng Xiaoxian and refusing to let her leave. Forced to concede, she ended up staying a few more days. During that time, every day with Lin Bingyi involved only eating, drinking, playing, and sleeping. Although life was quite comfortable, she couldn't very well impose on someone's home for 2 months. In the end, under Lin Bingyi's resentful gaze, Feng Xiaoxian entered the high-speed railway station. After a few hours of travel, Feng Xiaoxian finally returned to her cozy little home. As expected, she received a warm welcome from Feng Guangxiong and Xia Jingshan, but Feng Xiaoxian knew in her heart that without surprises, by the day after tomorrow, at most, Xia Jingshan's attitude towards her would do a 180-degree turn and become thoroughly disdainful. At dinner at the table, Feng Xiaoxian looked at Feng Guangxiong and Xia Jingshan, who seemed hesitant to speak, and finally broke the silence. "Dad, Mom, is there something you want to tell me? If there's something to say, why not just say it directly?" Xia Jingshan and Feng Guangxiong exchanged glances. The latter cleared his throat and smiled sheepishly. "Well, it's like this, Xiao Feng. Your mother and I had planned before your vacation to take a trip this time, so..." Feng Xiaoxian blinked and smiled. "Is that all? Go ahead and enjoy yourselves. They'll be fine on my own." Feng Guangxiong scratched his head. Xia Jingshan gave him an exasperated glare and continued, "That's the first thing. The second thing is, do you still remember old Uncle Wu, our former neighbor from before we moved? The one you used to run to when your dad spanked you as a child?" When Xia Jingshan mentioned the spanking, Feng Guangxiong felt a bit embarrassed. He stole a glance at Feng Xiaoxian and breathed a sigh of relief when he saw no change in her expression. "I remember. What about him?" Feng Xiaoxian asked curiously. "His daughter Jingyi just graduated from high school this year. She wants to come here for a visit and stay with us for a while. We figured since we've been old neighbors for nearly 20 years, we know each other inside out, so we agreed, without a but." Xia Jingshan looked Feng Xiaoxian up and down and said with a wry smile, "Jingyi still doesn't know that her childhood big brother Feng has turned into big sister Feng. After all, we are your parents. We can accept you no matter what you become, but we worry that Jingyi..." Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian finally understood. So this was what her parents were worried about. Feng Xiaoxian still had a deep impression of the girl Wu Jingyi. They had grown up together as childhood sweethearts. No matter what, Jingyi always liked to follow behind her, calling her big brother Feng incessantly. Even after they entered high school, it was the same. However, ever since Feng Xiaoxian posted the photo with Yilan on her moments, Wu Jingyi seemed to stop contacting her so often. Ding dong. Congratulations, host. You've triggered the 6th mission. Tell the neighbor girl the truth about your transformation into a girl. Mission reward: a more perfect face. System U. Goodbye. Before Feng Xiaoxian could finish, the system vanished. Feng Xiaoxian had no choice but to unclench her fists. Under the surprised gazes of Feng Guangxiong and Xia Jingshan, she smiled sweetly and said, "It's nothing. You two go ahead and enjoy your trip. They'll explain everything to Jingyi. It'll be a piece of cake. In that case, your dad and I will go on our trip tomorrow." Xia Jingshan said with a smile. "Why so fast? Go early so we don't have to serve your highness. Xiao Xiao, you wash the dishes. Your dad and I will pack." After saying that, Xia Jingshan dragged a just-finished eating Feng Guangxiong into the bedroom, leaving Feng Xiaoxian alone at the table, gradually turning to stone. The next morning, Feng Guangxiong and Xia Jingshan left. Before leaving, they transferred 2,000 yuan to the sleeping Feng Xiaoxian and left a message telling her to treat Wu Jingyi to some good food. Waking up naturally without an alarm, what a delight. Feng Xiaoxian lay in bed, rubbed her eyes, yawned, and then went back to sleep. With Xia Jingshan gone, she could sleep as long as she wanted. Not long after, Feng Xiaoxian was awakened by a knock on the door. Frowning, she reluctantly put on her slippers, walked to the door, opened it, and said, "Who is it?" As soon as she spoke, Feng Xiaoxian froze. Standing before her was a young girl, just over 1.6 meters tall, carrying a suitcase. She wore a loose, short-sleeved top and denim shorts, revealing slender, straight legs. Her delicate face was full of surprise. "Sorry, miss, I might have the wrong address." Wu Jingyi lowered her head and said apologetically. She checked the address again, and her small face showed even more confusion. The neighborhood, building number, and apartment number were all correct. So why was a girl opening the door? And such a pretty one at that. "You've got the right place, Jingyi." Feng Xiaoxian called out to Wu Jingyi, who was about to leave. "Huh? Who are you?" Wu Jingyi was even more confused. "I'm Feng Xiaoxian." "Ah, that's the whole story. Do you understand now?" Feng Xiaoxian took a sip of warm water and said. It took about 5 or 6 minutes for Feng Xiaoxian to explain everything to Wu Jingyi in detail. Wu Jingyi blinked, remaining still and motionless, looking very adorable. So that means Big Brother Feng is now Big Sister Feng?" Wu Jingyi asked, trying to calm the swirling thoughts in her mind. "Yes, I know this is too incredible for you, but it's true. You have to believe it." Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and looked at Wu Jingyi, trying to comfort her. "What about your girlfriend?" Wu Jingyi asked softly. "We broke up long ago." Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand dismissively. "Broke up? When?" Wu Jingyi exclaimed. "About a year ago." "I see." Wu Jingyi's face showed no emotion, but inside she was scheming. So Big Brother Feng had already broken up for a long time. Darn it, I didn't find out this news sooner. If only I had been magnanimous back then when he announced his relationship. If I hadn't been so hurt and angry, then I wouldn't have decided to ignore that rascal. Now that I've finally waited for Big Brother Feng to be single again, he's turned into Big Sister Feng. Darn it. Feng Xiaoxian watched Wu Jingyi's constantly changing expression with some concern. She sat beside her and asked worriedly, "Jingyi, are you all right?" Hearing Feng Xiaoxian's voice, Wu Jingyi startled and quickly said, "I'm fine. Could you give me some time to digest this?" Wu Jingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian and said softly, "No problem." Feng Xiaoxian readily agreed. "Have you eaten? They'll cook you some noodles." "Okay." Watching Feng Xiaoxian busy in the kitchen, Wu Jingyi fell into deep thought. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission. Reward: a more perfect face. Adjustments are underway. No adverse reactions. Please rest assured. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was about to put the lid on and wait for the water to boil for the noodles below, she suddenly heard the system's voice and blinked. A more perfect face. What's different from before? You'll know later. The system was being mysterious. Alright, anyway, it's free, so I don't care. Feng Xiaoxian shrugged casually. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was stirring the noodles that had been dropped into the pot, little did she know that behind her Wu Jingyi was watching her back with a complex and conflicted expression. "Here come the noodles." Feng Xiaoxuan, wearing an apron, placed a bowl of noodles on the coffee table in front of Wu Jingyi, wiped her hands, smiled slightly, and said, "Eat, Jingyi, try my cooking." Wu Jingyi was in the midst of an inner struggle with her head lowered when she suddenly heard Feng Xiaoxuan's voice. She instinctively raised her head. It was fine if she didn't look, but once she did, she couldn't look away. She felt that the current Feng Xiaoxian was not the same person as before, yet the face was similar and even more. This sudden change left Wu Jingyi stunned. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Wu Jingyi, who was staring intently at her face, touched her own face, and laughed. "Jingyi, is there something on my face? Why are you staring so hard?" No, nothing." Wu Jingyi's pretty face flushed red. She lowered her head and began eating the noodles, feeling guilty and not daring to look at Feng Xiaoxian again. The system's reward is so effective. It stunned Jingyi like that. Am I really that good looking? Feng Xiaoxian muttered to herself. After greeting Wu Jingyi, she went to the bathroom. Looking at herself in the mirror, Feng Xiaoxian was so surprised that her mouth hung open. Now every part of her face seemed more perfect than before, each feature in exactly the right place, coming together to create a sense of flawless beauty. While Feng Xiaoxian was admiring herself in the bathroom, Wu Jingyi's heart was pounding like a deer. Her legs were tightly pressed together and a flush spread across her cheeks. "Oh, why is my face so hot? No, I need to recover quickly, or if Brother Feng, no, Sister Feng sees me, it'll be too awkward." Huff, huff, huff. Wu Jingyi tried hard to suppress her inner heat, fanning her face with her hands. "Jingyi, are you feeling hot?" Suddenly Feng Xiaoxuan's voice came from beside her. Wu Jingyi let out an "ah" and quickly explained, It's okay. Maybe it's because I just came in from outside with my suitcase. I'm not used to it yet." He'll be fine in a while. I see. Alright, eat first. After you finish, rest for a while. I've already prepared the guest room for you. I'm going to catch up on some sleep. It's rare that your Aunt Xia isn't home. Feng Xiaoxian yawned, and then headed toward her room. Stealing a glance at Feng Xiaoxian's graceful figure as she walked away, Wu Jingyi swallowed, and finally confirmed her inner thoughts. I've liked you for so many years. I'm not going to give up just because of something like this. Humph. The feeling of sleeping until the sun was high in the sky was absolutely wonderful. Feng Xiaoxian stretched comfortably in bed, lay there for a while longer, then composed herself, changed clothes, and left the bedroom. Jingyi. Hey, I'm here. What's up? As soon as Feng Xiaoxian called out, Wu Jingyi ran out of her room barefoot, hands behind her back, looking at Feng Xiaoxian with a well-behaved expression. Nothing, I just didn't see you, and called out. I haven't mopped the floor yet. Don't walk barefoot, what if you get dirty? Feng Xiaoxian quickly reminded Wu Jingyi when she saw she wasn't wearing shoes. Oh, by the time you mop the floor, it'll be too late. I've already mopped it. And the kitchen is clean too. Really? Thank you so much, Jingyi. Feng Xiaoxian looked at the refreshed house and said with a smile. Having a little sister at home who can help with chores was really great, saving her a lot of time. Hehe, am I a good girl? Wu Jingyi stared at Feng Xiaoxian's perfect face, cheeks slightly red, and smiled sweetly. Very good. Then, do I get a reward? Reward? What reward do you want? Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile, her eyes full of tenderness. Jingyi is still as sweet and obedient as before. Here, when I was little and did something that made you happy, you would pat my head. How about doing that now? Wu Jingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian, her eyes sparkling. You said that was when we were kids. Now we've grown up, it's different. Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and said. What's different? Now you've become a girl, right? So I should call you Sister Feng. What's wrong with an older sister patting her younger sister's head? Wu Jingyi was unhappy when she heard Feng Xiaoxian trying to refuse, pouting in dissatisfaction. Alright. Feng Xiaoxian smiled helplessly, reached out her hand, placed it on Wu Jingyi's head, and gently stroked it just like when they were children. Feeling this familiar sensation after so many years, Wu Jingyi couldn't help but close her eyes, a happy smile spreading across her lips. Is that enough now? Feng Xiaoxian took the opportunity to pinch Wu Jingyi's cheek and teased. Oh, that hurts. You're so careless, you pinched me. Wu Jingyi pouted and cried out. But this only made Feng Xiaoxian want to pinch her again. She was too cute. Who would have thought that after years apart, the little girl from before had not only grown more beautiful, but also had such good skin. Great texture. Hehe. Sorry, my hand itched, I couldn't help it. Feng Xiaoxian scratched her head and laughed. I'm hungry, I want to eat. Wu Jingyi said while rubbing the cheek that Feng Xiaoxian had just pinched. What do you want to eat? They'll make it for you. Feng Xiaoxian patted her chest and laughed. Can you cook anything other than noodles? Wu Jingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian suspiciously, clearly not believing. Are you kidding me? I can do a lot of things, don't underestimate me. I'm not picky, just make whatever you want. Wu Jingyi still wasn't quite convinced, so she let her do as she pleased. Alright, wait for me. With that, she headed into the kitchen without looking back. Wu Jingyi blinked, touched her own head. That familiar feeling just now was wonderful, warm, and heart-fluttering. She hadn't felt it for nearly 3 years since she started high school. Now that familiar sensation once again lingered in her heart, making it thump and thump without stopping. See, didn't I tell you? My cooking is delicious, right? At the dinner table, Feng Xiaoxian looked proudly at the silent Wu Jingyi and said with a smile. I believe you, it's so delicious. Wu Jingyi nodded repeatedly like a chick pecking rice, her chopsticks never stopping. Eat slowly. Come on, try this. Feng Xiaoxian picked up a slice of chicken breast and put it into Wu Jingyi's bowl. Wu Jingyi, who had been served by Feng Xiaoxian, felt ripples in her heart, but her face remained unchanged. She nodded slightly and smiled. I'll help myself, Sister Feng. You should eat more too. As she spoke, she put a piece of potato into Feng Xiaoxian's bowl. How about going out to play after we eat? How about your big sister takes you out for some fun? Feng Xiaoxian looked at Wu Jingyi and gave a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Wu Jingyi glanced at the big sun outside the balcony, drooped her head, and said helplessly, maybe we should skip it. It's too hot today. Let's go in a couple of days. Just put on some sunscreen and carry a parasol, it's no big deal. Besides, you just came here on vacation. I can't have you staying at home all the time, can I? That would be so. If your Aunt Xia found out, she'd break my legs. Feng Xiaoxian earnestly persuaded. No way. Is it really that serious? Is Auntie that harsh on you? Wu Jingyi, hearing this, asked with concern. It's like that. So Jingyi, you wouldn't bear to see me get scolded? Feng Xiaoxian blinked, looking at Wu Jingyi. Of course I can't bear it. Let's go. We'll go right after eating. Wu Jingyi slapped the table and said decisively. Haha, great. I say, Jingyi, don't you have a parasol in your hand too? Why are you squeezing next to me? On the street, Feng Xiaoxian purposely wore a mask and looked at Wu Jingyi, who was pressed tightly against her, saying helplessly, I just want to be with Sister Feng. Besides, this shows how close we are, right? Wu Jingyi hugged Feng Xiaoxian's wrist and said with a grin, aren't you hot in this heat? Feng Xiaoxian pouted, gave a helpless smile, and let Wu Jingyi have her way. Not at all. Hehe. Wu Jingyi gave Feng Xiaoxian an extremely silly grin. You're still just like when you were little, a little shadow. Feng Xiaoxian laughed in exasperation. Hee, but at least we've always been close since we were kids, right? Wu Jingyi moved even closer to Feng Xiaoxian, already pressing against her body. Feng Xiaoxian didn't think much of it, assuming Wu Jingyi was still the clingy little sister she had been as a child. That's true, but I seem to remember that someone started ignoring me about a year and a half ago. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Wu Jingyi and said to herself. Hearing this, Wu Jingyi paused for a moment, her little mind racing, and then she argued. That was because I was in my second year of high school, about to enter the third year, so I was thinking about studying hard. That's why I talked to you less. That's right, that's it. A little less. I'd say it was a whole lot less. From then until now you've barely spoken a few words to me, right? Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes and complained. Wu Jingyi was speechless. She couldn't possibly tell the truth. Could she really tell Feng Xiaoxian? I was jealous and angry because you started dating someone else and betrayed me, your childhood friend and little sister. And then deliberately ignored you. Haha, forget it. Your sister Feng is generous and won't take this kind of thing to heart. Feng Xiaoxian patted Wu Jingyi's little head and said with a smile. Oh, by the way, Sister Feng, I want to ask you. Now that you've become a girl, your standards for a partner wouldn't have changed, would they? After walking for a while longer, Wu Jingyi finally gathered the courage to ask this crucial question. Feng Xiaoxian turned around to look at Wu Jingyi, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of her mouth. She pinched Wu Jingyi's cheek and said with a half smile, what do you think, little Jingyi? Determined to know the answer, Wu Jingyi completely ignored Feng Xiaoxian's pinching and pressed on. How would I know? Just tell me. I can't tell you that. You'll find out later. Feng Xiaoxian deliberately played coy, not wanting Wu Jingyi to know. After all, if the little girl found out, who knows if she wouldn't use it to blackmail her into being her slave like when they were kids. She was older now and smarter, right? What do you mean find out later? Wu Jingyi persisted. I don't know either. Feng Xiaoxian stuck out her tongue, and Wu Jingyi was a bit angry but couldn't vent, so she clenched her little fist and turned away huffily. Don't dwell on that. Let me take you around, it's much better here than over there. Feng Xiaoxian wrapped an arm around Wu Jingyi's shoulder and said with a smile. I think it's all the same, nothing different. Wu Jingyi puffed out her cheeks and said flatly. You'll know I don't believe it. Wow, this is so pretty. That one is beautiful too. Along the way, Wu Jingyi perfectly embodied the never say never principle, chattering away endlessly while Feng Xiaoxian patiently explained everything to her. The little girl is still the same as before. She gets all excited when she sees something interesting. After all these years, she hasn't changed. Feng Xiaoxian gazed at Wu Jingyi's face and smiled gently. Plus her phone vibrated at that moment. Feng Xiaoxian looked and saw it was Lin Bingyi calling. Without hesitation, she pressed the answer button, and immediately the familiar, charming female voice came from the other end. Xiao, do you miss me? Feng Xiaoxian chuckled and said in a half-annoyed tone, didn't you ask me that at noon? Why are you asking again now? How is that the same? You said that was noon, and now it's afternoon. Lin Bingyi's tone was full of willfulness. Of course I miss you. So much. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Wu Jingyi, who was feeding pigeons nearby, leaned against the railing, and said with a smile. That's right. You're outside. Lin Bingyi could obviously hear the sounds from Feng Xiaoxian's side, and, yep, out having fun. Feng Xiaoxian answered truthfully. With whom? Lin Bingyi sensed a hint of danger, and quickly asked. No one special, just the daughter of an old neighbor. Daughter? How old is she? She just graduated from high school. I see, so your childhood sweethearts. Regarding what happened before Feng Xiaoxian moved, Lin Bingyi had heard about it from Feng Xiaoxian. She indeed had a childhood neighbor girl she grew up with, but Feng Xiaoxian had said they hadn't been in touch for over a year, so Lin Bingyi didn't take it seriously. But now, Sister Feng, come play with me. Not far away, Wu Jingyi waved at Feng Xiaoxian. You play first, I'll come in a bit. Feng Xiaoxian responded, then said to Lin Bingyi, Bingyi, can I call you back later? He'll play with her for a while. Lin Bingyi simply acknowledged and hung up. Feng Xiaoxian listened to the dial tone, blinked in slight confusion, but didn't dwell on it. She walked over to Wu Jingyi and joined in feeding the pigeons. How delightful. In a renowned fried chicken restaurant, Wu Jingyi sat in a corner with Feng Xiaoxian, the former, blowing on the cool breeze, swinging her legs, and beaming with contentment. I told you not to run so fast, yet you dashed like a madwoman. Sit here for a moment, I'll order for you. Feng Xiaoxian pulled out a tissue and handed it to Wu Jingyi. Alright, hello, I'd like a combo 3 for dine-in. Approaching the counter, Feng Xiaoxian spoke softly to the server. Sure, please wait a moment. A few minutes later, the server prepared the meal. Feng Xiaoxian carried the tray back to the seat, and Wu Jingyi immediately took a big gulp of the ice-cold fizzy drink. Glug glug. Drink slowly, no one's fighting you for it. It's so cold, gulping it down isn't good for your health. Feng Xiaoxian removed her mask, looked at Wu Jingyi, and said with a tone of mock reproach. I was just too thirsty. Wu Jingyi wiped her mouth and gazed at Feng Xiaoxian, who was nibbling on a red bean pie. Her eyes were captivated, especially by that face which she couldn't bear to look away from. Why are you staring at me? Didn't you say you were hungry? Eat up. Noticing Wu Jingyi staring blankly at her phone, Xiaoxian waved a hand in front of her face to remind her. Oh. Wu Jingyi picked up a chicken leg burger, but her eyes uncontrollably drifted back to Feng Xiaoxian. She asked, Sister Feng, I've noticed you've become really beautiful since noon. It's so sudden and weird. Feng Xiaoxian naturally understood what Wu Jingyi meant. Sipping some juice and flipping her hair, she smiled and said, maybe it's just an illusion because you haven't seen me for a long time. Maybe. But why were you still wearing a mask in the afternoon when it was so hot? Wu Jingyi bit into her burger, her mouth stuffed full, and mumbled indistinctly. It's to avoid attracting attention. After all, I'm this pretty, right? Feng Xiaoxian gave a slight smile, her tone dripping with narcissism. TCH. If other boys found out that the beautiful girl they wanted to hit on was once a guy, I wonder what they'd think. Wu Jingyi shook her head and said with a sly grin, Little girl, I advise you to keep your mouth shut. Feng Xiaoxian shot her a glance. Naya. Wu Jingyi stuck out her tongue and continued gnawing on her burger. But speaking of which, Jingyi, you're growing more and more beautiful. Feng Xiaoxian rested her chin in her hand, gazing at Wu Jingyi, and said with a smile, Are there any boys pursuing you? Or someone you admire in your heart? When they were little, Wu Jingyi was already a classic beauty in the making. Feng Xiaoxian was absolutely certain of that. If she claimed no one at school was chasing her, Feng Xiaoxian wouldn't believe it for a second. There are indeed some pursuing me, but someone I admire. Wu Jingyi cast a glance at Feng Xiaoxian and sighed inwardly, isn't she right in front of me? But that fool doesn't know it. None for now. I see. But once you enter college, you'll meet all kinds of people, and you're bound to find someone you like. Feng Xiaoxian laughed heartily, acting like a seasoned veteran. Oh, we'll see when the time comes. Wu Jingyi shot her a glance, a little disappointed inside. At 9 o'clock in the evening. Yahoo, today was so much fun. Thanks a lot, Sister Feng. Back home, Wu Jingyi couldn't help shouting. Haha, glad you had fun. Feng Xiaoxian watched the lively and bouncing Wu Jingyi, a warm current surging in her heart. Back then, when he and Wu Jingyi's families came back after outings, wasn't she this happy too? Jingyi, go take a shower first and get some rest early. Lin Bingyi sat on the bed staring at a moment's post Feng Xiaoxian had made 18 minutes ago, unable to take her eyes off it for a long time. It was a simple post, the photos all about her, and Wu Jingyi, the girl next door, eating and having fun today. Although none of the 9 pictures showed a group shot of her, and Wu Jingyi, Lin Bingyi could figure out with half a thought that they must have taken one. Feng Xiaoxian just didn't post it. If it had been a distant cousin or someone with even a shred of blood relation, Lin Bingyi wouldn't have cared much. But Wu Jingyi was no distant relative. She was a childhood friend who hadn't contacted her for over a year. In terms of how long they'd known each other, Lin Bingyi was definitely no match for Wu Jingyi. There were still many aspects of Feng Xiaoxian that Lin Bingyi didn't know well, or even knew nothing about. But Wu Jingyi was different. They'd grown up together, and what didn't she know? Suddenly, a deep sense of crisis permeated her heart. After some deliberation, Lin Bingyi decided to call Feng Xiaoxian. A check-in was absolutely necessary. Hello. Before long, the call was answered, but the voice on the other end wasn't Feng Xiaoxian's. Where's Feng Xiaoxian? I want to talk to her. Lin Bingyi frowned, her voice cold and devoid of warmth. Sister Feng is taking a shower. Is there something you need? Wu Jingyi blinked, looking at the screen that showed the contact name Little Bing Bing, and asked. Just as Lin Bingyi was about to say something, Feng Xiaoxian's voice suddenly came from the other end. Jingyi, go to my room and get the blue towel from the bed. I forgot. Oh, okay, sorry, just call back later if you need something. Wu Jingyi finished and hung up directly. Hearing the beep, beep, beep busy tone, Lin Bingyi tossed her phone aside, clenched her fists, closed her eyes, her chest heaving violently as she took deep breaths to calm the turbulent emotions churning inside her like a raging sea. After a long while, Lin Bingyi picked up her phone again, looked at the wallpaper photo of Feng Xiaoxian, gently stroked the face in the picture with her index finger, narrowed her eyes, and seemed to talk to herself. Xiao, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I can't guarantee what I might do. After finishing her shower, Feng Xiaoxian felt refreshed. She gave a few instructions to Wu Jingyi, and then, learning from Wu Jingyi that Lin Bingyi had just called her, Feng Xiaoxian didn't call back, but instead sent a voice message on WeChat. Bingyi, what's up? Is there something you want to talk about? A long time later, Lin Bingyi finally replied, but only with 2 simple words. Nothing. Feng Xiaoxian felt a sense of foreboding rise in her heart upon seeing those 2 words. She immediately asked Bingyi, did Jingyi say something to you just now? I was taking a shower, so I couldn't answer the phone. No. I'm tired. Going to sleep. Feng Xiaoxian looked at this message and didn't know what to say. 3 exclamation marks in a row. Definitely something's up. Barbecue. With Bingyi's jealousy, she's bound to skin me alive. She might even come over in a couple of days to interrogate me. I need to prepare early and turn the tables from passive to active. That night, Feng Xiaoxian barely slept, his mind constantly occupied with how he would explain himself if Lin Bingyi suddenly showed up. He even had several fragmented dreams, each one vaguely revealing his own miserable fate, a torment beyond words. Thus Feng Xiaoxian spent the entire night in a daze, only to be jolted awake around 6 in the morning by the sudden vibration of his phone. Half opening his eyes, he saw the name Little Bing Bing and instantly jolted awake, all drowsiness gone. He sat up in bed and hurriedly answered the call. Hello, Bing. Open the door. Before he could even finish saying Bingy, Lin Bing's cold voice came through the phone, her tone as icy as her name suggested, devoid of any emotion. Coming. As soon as he spoke, Lin Bingy hung up. Feng Xiaoxian felt a sense of impending doom. He smoothed his hair and collar, slipped on his slippers, and trotted out of the bedroom to the front door. Swallowing nervously, Feng Xiaoxian could even hear his own heart thumping wildly. There was no sound from outside as it was barely past 6 in the morning. Only the early rising elderly heading to the park for exercise, while most youngsters were still fast asleep. Oh, well, let it be. It's coming sooner or later anyway. At worst, he'll strike first and act cute in front of Bingy. She shouldn't get too mad, right? If that doesn't work, then, taking a deep breath, Feng Xiaoxian gently opened the door. As expected, the breathtakingly beautiful figure he had been yearning for was indeed standing right at his doorstep. Seeing the door finally open, Lin Bingy looked up, her cold, beautiful eyes fixed on Feng Xiaoxuan, who seemed just woken up. For some reason, her heart gave a violent lurch, and Feng Xiaoxian appeared even more beautiful than when she had last seen him at her home. But Lin Bingy did not forget the purpose of her visit. Without a word, she dragged her suitcase inside. On the very night Feng Xiaoxian had returned, she had told him that Xia Jingshan and the other had left for a trip the next day, leaving only Feng Xiaoxian and Wu Jingyi at home. Bingy, you. Feng Xiaoxian closed the door, looking at Lin Bing's back, and stammered nervously. Go to your room. Lin Bingy turned around and nodded toward Feng Xiaoxian's bedroom. Feng Xiaoxian pursed his lips, said nothing, and silently walked back. To avoid the sound of the suitcase wheels waking Wu Jingyi, Lin Bingy simply lifted the suitcase and followed Feng Xiaoxian into her bedroom, locking the door behind her. The room was so silent that even a pin drop could be heard. Feng Xiaoxian sat uneasily on the edge of the bed, not daring to look at Lin Bingy. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian's pitiful and uneasy demeanor, Lin Bing's lips curled slightly. She sat on the computer chair nearby, propped her chin on her hand, and looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, saying coolly, why aren't you talking? Don't want to argue anymore. No. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at Lin Bingy, who was exuding an air of cool, mature elegance. Whoa, I can't out-talk you or outfight you. What's the use of arguing? I was planning to come keep you company in a couple of days, but who knew the moment I let you go home, you'd give me such a big surprise. Xiao. Lin Bingy gazed at Feng Xiaoxuan, her red lips parting slightly, her voice languid, every word carrying a hint of allure. Bingy, Jingyi and I are just good friends. It's not what you think. Feng Xiaoxian finally couldn't hold back and took the initiative to explain. Lin Bingy raised an eyebrow, rose, and walked over to Feng Xiaoxian. With her right hand, she pushed against Feng Xiaoxian's shoulder. As Feng Xiaoxian was stunned, she pushed her onto the bed, leaned over, and looked down at her. Gazing into her eyes, Lin Bingy reached out, pinched Feng Xiaoxian's chin, and said slowly, good friends. Good friends let her hand you a towel when you're taking a shower. How is it that when we're alone together you always manage to bring everything into the bathroom, but the moment she shows up you forget your towel? Such a coincidence. Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian felt utterly wronged and wanted to cry, but had no tears. She steeled herself and said, Bingy, I really forgot last night. You have to believe me. Believe you. I really want to believe you too. Lin Bingy caressed Feng Xiaoxian's cheek with her right hand. From the moment she had first seen Feng Xiaoxian, she couldn't look away. This face was more captivating the longer she looked, but it could only belong to her. What do I have to do for you to believe me? Feng Xiaoxian endured Lin Bing's subtle touches, biting her lip, and asked. This. Hearing this, Lin Bingy looked at the unintentionally pitiful posture Feng Xiaoxian had adopted beneath her and smiled with a curl of her lips. Her gaze slowly moved down to Feng Xiaoxian's snowy white neck. Seeing Lin Bing's playful expression, Feng Xiaoxian suddenly felt a sense of unease. Suddenly a fiery sensation touched her neck, followed by an instant suction. Feng Xiaoxian felt a numb sensation throughout her body, her mind going blank in that moment. After a long while, Lin Bingy released Feng Xiaoxian, looking at the two bright red marks on either side of her neck. She licked her lips and smiled at Feng Xiaoxian. All right, I believe you now, little cutie. With that, she tapped Feng Xiaoxian's nose, stood up, and sat back on the computer chair, humming a tune contentedly. Feng Xiaoxian, however, lay on the bed, unable to come to her senses for a long time. How could this happen? Bingy actually. Although she had promised Bingy that on her birthday, she would fulfill all her requests, and had mentally prepared herself, what was this now? It completely threw her off. Pushing herself up with her hands, Feng Xiaoxian looked at Lin Bingy, who was sitting nearby with curved brows and a smile, and touched her neck, saying in shame and annoyance, Bingy, how could you do this? What if someone sees? Let them see you're mine. No matter who it is, they can't take you away from me. Besides, I'm not holding last night against you, and I even gave you a reward. What's with this angry look of yours? Lin Bingy finished speaking, her eyes narrowing. Feng Xiaoxian was left speechless. She was now completely under Lin Bing's control, with no temper left. I had an early flight, and I'm exhausted. Let's sleep first. Lin Bingy took off her shoes and without waiting for Feng Xiaoxian to say anything lay down on her bed waving at her. Xiao Xiao, come serve your lady. Feng Xiaoxian gritted her teeth, but reluctantly obeyed Lin Bingyi's command and lay down beside her. Didn't sleep well last night. Looking at Feng Xiaoxian's face up close, Lin Bingyi said softly. Yes. Feng Xiaoxian pouted, looking utterly aggrieved. You know I can't live without you anymore. I did this because you're in my heart. Who told you, you rascal, to give me no sense of security at all? Lin Bingyi's tone was gentle with a smile. You're overthinking it. Don't you know what kind of person I am? Feng Xiaoxian pouted and gave a humph. Alright, I admit I'm wrong. I apologize. I shouldn't have been so impulsive. Lin Bingyi gently shook Feng Xiaoxian's shoulders, her voice soft and sweet. Humph. I'm sleepy. Hee, then let's sleep a bit more. After an unknown stretch of time, Feng Xiaoxian finally stirred from sleep. This slumber, like all the others, had been exceptionally peaceful, bringing her a great deal of comfort. Hey, where's Bingyi? Finding nothing but empty space, Feng Xiaoxian opened her eyes and realized that the person who had been lying beside her had vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, as soon as Wu Jingyi stepped out of her room, she caught a whiff of an enticing aroma wafting through the air. Was Sister Feng making breakfast? She's being so good to me. I must give her a big hug later. But when she entered the kitchen, she discovered a stranger busying herself there, a girl whose beauty rivaled Feng Xiaoxian's. Sister, who are you? Wu Jingyi frowned and questioned her. She wasn't foolish, the door was locked tight, so this strange older sister must have been brought in by Feng. But when did that happen? How could she have no recollection of it? Hearing the slightly immature female voice behind her, Lin Bingyi turned around to face the wary Wu Jingyi, a bright smile spreading across her face. You must be Jingyi, right? Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Bingyi, the one who called your sister Feng last night your little Bing Bing. And I am the most important person to your sister Feng. With that, Lin Bingyi winked at Wu Jingyi before turning back to continue frying the eggs. The most important person. Wu Jingyi keenly seized upon a crucial detail in Lin Bingyi's words, her expression turning contemplative. But the more she pondered, the more something fell off, and her face grew darker. She wasn't here last night, yet this morning she appears at Sister Feng's house. The most important person. Could it be? After staking her claim, Lin Bingyi's egg-frying movements became noticeably lighter. She didn't need to turn around to know exactly what Wu Jingyi was thinking. A barely legal brat dares to compete with me for her. How utterly clueless. She has no idea of the gap in our levels. Drawn by the aroma, Feng Xiaoxian emerged from her room and immediately spotted Wu Jingyi sitting motionless at the dining table, her gaze fixed on Lin Bingyi's back. Bingyi, aren't you tired? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Feng Xiaoxian pulled up a chair and asked with concern. It's fine. What's sleeping compared to making breakfast for my little cutie? Right? Lin Bingyi brought 2 plates to the table. One plate held a single egg, the other 2. She naturally slid the plate with 1 egg in front of Wu Jingyi, saying with a smile, Jingyi, eat up. Try your sister's cooking. Come, Xiao, this one's for us. Lin Bingyi sat beside Feng Xiaoxian, resting her chin on her hand and smiling, her tone as gentle as could be, like a beautiful and virtuous wife. Okay. Unaware of Wu Jingyi's changing expression, Feng Xiaoxian slurped a mouthful of noodles and praised, still tastes the same. Really good. See, if you want, I'll make it for you every day. Lin Bingyi shot a sidelong glance at the deeply displeased Wu Jingyi before smiling at Feng Xiaoxian. I'm not hungry. I'm going back to my room. Wu Jingyi put down her chopsticks and left without looking back, though her retreating figure carried an unmistakable air of unhappiness. Of course Wu Jingyi was unhappy. She had finally gotten a rare chance to be alone with Feng Xiaoxian, only for Lin Bingyi to inexplicably barge in. Worst of all, she spotted 2 vivid red marks on Feng Xiaoxian's neck, and they were perfectly symmetrical, one on each side. Why not just make a matching pair? How infuriating. It made her furious. And she deliberately served the eggs on 2 separate plates. It was clearly a warning. This older sister Lin Bingyi was full of sly tricks. Seeing Wu Jingyi return to her bedroom without eating, Feng Xiaoxian turned to a gleeful Lin Bingyi and said helplessly, Bingyi, you didn't have to do that. How else would it work? Otherwise, what if you get stolen away one day? Lin Bingyi pinched Feng Xiaoxian's cheek, her face full of worry. Hey. My heart is already yours. How could I ever be stolen away by someone else? Feng Xiaoxian took Lin Bingyi's hands in hers and chuckled, feigning exasperation. You never know. You're so beautiful. And you have such a soft, gentle nature. Who's to say someone won't lure you away one day? And I'm not like some young girls, they're young, unlike me, so old, right? Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian and let out a huff. You're always overthinking. None of what you said even exists, all right? And look, when you start worrying, you get impulsive. Wasn't this sudden trip a hassle? A waste of money and energy. If you didn't rest well, I'd be the one worrying. Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and complained. Hearing you say that is enough for me. You go ahead and eat. They'll take Jingyi's portion to her. All right then. What are you doing in here? Wu Jingyi put on a stern face as she watched Lin Bingyi push the door open. Breakfast is very important. How can you skip it just because you're sulking? Lin Bingyi said with a smile, setting the noodles and egg on the small table nearby. I don't care. I'm not hungry. Take it away, take it away. Wu Jingyi didn't even look at her, baring her little fangs in a feigned ferocity. I know exactly what you're thinking, little sister. So let me be very clear, you don't stand a chance. And Lin Bingyi glanced at Wu Jingyi, her tone tinged with a hint of playfulness, a knowing smile on her lips. You're still young. Xiao Xiao doesn't like the young ones. She prefers someone older like me. With that, she patted Wu Jingyi's shoulder and left the room. Lin Bingyi's words left Wu Jingyi stunned. It didn't take her long to grasp the double meaning. That woman was clearly taking a jab at her. I am only 18. What's wrong with being young? He'll grow all right. Wu Jingyi screamed inwardly, but as angry as she was, setting everything else aside, she couldn't help but envy Lin Bingyi's figure. Curvy and sultry. No wonder that fool foamed. Humph. He'll look like that too sooner or later. Just you wait. Wu Jingyi found this breakfast quite unpalatable. Not eating would make her seem petty, but eating felt like surrendering to Lin Bingyi. However, during the meal, Wu Jingyi overheard Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi giggling outside the door. I don't wait until this mark fades before I go out. Why? I finally made it here. Just come out and have some fun with me. In this sweltering summer, if others see this, what face would I have left? I'm not socially awkward. Are you really? No, not until the mark fades. I won't go out. Is that so? In that case, I think you might as well forget about going out this entire summer. Turning back, she realized Lin Bingyi had left the door open on purpose when she left. What do you mean? Feng Xiaoxian asked, confused. Now that you're so beautiful, of course I have to keep a close eye on you. If I leave a mark every day, won't you stay home every day, right? Lin Bingyi leaned in close to Feng Xiaoxuan, gazing into her eyes, and smiled seductively. Wu Jingyi huffed as she reached the doorway, just in time to see them nearly pressed together. Her young heart felt as if struck by lightning as she instinctively clenched her fists, her gaze complex with both grievance and anger. She slammed the door shut with a bang. Hearing the noise, Feng Xiaoxian pushed Lin Bingyi away and looked toward the source. Seeing Lin Bingyi's enigmatic smile, she instantly understood, rolled her eyes helplessly, then flopped onto the dining table, resting her head on her arm, staring unblinkingly at her. What's with that look? Do you know how adorably unfair you are like this? Lin Bingyi barely resisted the urge to leave another mark, smacking her lips, feeling parched. Nothing, I just want to quietly look at you. The Bingyi now seems different from before, Feng Xiaoxian said, resting her head on her arm with a smile. Different how? Lin Bingyi also leaned on the table, their eyes meeting. You're more proactive. And you started playing. Feng Xiaoxian smiled, speaking her mind. I've always been proactive. With the people or things I like, I'm always passionate and proactive. It's just that now most of that passion is given to a certain fickle playboy. Sigh, she let out a symbolic sigh, putting on a pitiful look as if Feng Xiaoxian had wronged her. Me fickle? Feng Xiaoxian seemed to hear the biggest joke, saying incredulously. Aren't you? Lin Bingyi glanced at her, then subtly looked toward Wu Jingyi's room, saying coolly, alone together late at night fetching a towel. If I hadn't happened to call, who knows what might have happened. If you're still on about that, can't you let it go? Feng Xiaoxian sat up, stroking Lin Bingyi's ponytail, smiling. Better safe than sorry. Guard against external threats, but the real thief is within. I have to keep an eye on you. Lin Bingyi let Feng Xiaoxian touch her hair, not minding that her hand might be a bit greasy from touching the plate. What about later? I'll have to work after graduation, right? I'll earn the money, you just have to stay beautiful. Lin Bingyi chuckled, as if looking forward to that day. Get up and wash the dishes. Feng Xiaoxian pouted, tapped Lin Bingyi's head, and ordered. Huh? Lin Bingyi pointed at herself, incredulous. What else? This is your punishment for treating me like that. Feng Xiaoxian snorted and got up to head to her room. I'll go change first, or I'll go out with you this afternoon. Hearing the latter part, Lin Bingyi blinked, laughed, and started clearing the table. The afternoon weather was just right, cloudy, shielding the scorching sun. Feng Xiaoxian not only wore a mask, but also a sun hat. Even if strangers saw the strange marks on her neck, they couldn't see her face. Adhering to the idea that as long as she wasn't embarrassed, it was others who would be, she got ready and went out with Lin Bingyi and Wu Jingyi. Caught between them, Feng Xiaoxian vaguely sensed a dangerous aura and sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. She couldn't afford to offend either of these two little princesses. Lin Bingyi went without saying if she angered her again, she might do something impulsive. Wu Jingyi was Uncle Wu's daughter, and Xia Jingshan adored her, treating her like her own daughter. If she tattled when Xia Jingshan returned, she would surely be lectured to death. Three beautiful girls together drew attention wherever they went. Though Wu Jingyi wasn't exceptionally pretty, her big sparkling eyes and pout could melt many hearts. Lin Bingyi needed no introduction. The mere sight of her voluptuous figure swaying with each step attracted many gazes. Feng Xiaoxian in the middle had her face obscured, but her figure alone suggested she was no less attractive. Moreover, the two marks on her neck made many girls blush and boys sigh in envy, wishing they were the one who left them. Xiao Xiao, are you hot? Want some ice cream? Lin Bingyi turned to Feng Xiaoxian and asked. Before Feng Xiaoxian could respond, Wu Jingyi grabbed her right arm, hugged it tightly, and swayed gently, directly refusing. No way. Aunt Xia specifically told me not to let Sister Feng eat those things. Why not? One ice cream to cool off. Lin Bingyi frowned displeased. It's just not allowed. We already had some yesterday, we can't today. Wu Jingyi glared at Lin Bingyi defiantly. Once a day, no big deal. Still no? Do you want to rebel, little girl? Lin Bingyi squinted at Wu Jingyi, emphasizing the word little. Just because you're older doesn't mean I'm scared of you. Wu Jingyi bared her little fangs, speaking in a fierce cute. Feeling the strange, yet familiar soft touch from her right hand, Feng Xiaoxian dared not show any odd expression in front of Lin Bingyi. She gently pulled her hand free from Wu Jingyi's embrace, smiling, as she played peacemaker. Stop arguing, once a day is fine. Come on, Jingyi. It's so hot it's okay. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian side with Lin Bingyi, Wu Jingyi gritted her teeth in anger, but couldn't lash out. She shot a glare at the smiling Lin Bingyi, snorted, and fell silent. Xiao, what flavor is your cone? Lin Bingyi stared at the cone in Feng Xiaoxuan's hand, licked her lips, and asked, vanilla. Want a bite? After taking a small bite, Feng Xiaoxian proactively offered it to Lin Bingyi, and Lin Bingyi admitted that at this moment, she finally understood what it meant to have that damned sense of security. She was overjoyed. Happily taking a small bite, her eyes curved like crescents, like a little girl whose wish had been granted. She smiled. It's delicious. Try mine, it's your favorite cherry flavor. Lin Bingyi held her ice cream out to Feng Xiaoxuan, signaling her to take a sweet and sour he. Watching the two ignore her with their sweet interaction, Wu Jingyi felt a mix of emotions, and said, weakly, Sister Feng, I want some of yours too. Feng Xiaoxian turned to her, and said, sorry Jingyi, mine's almost gone. Look. She showed her nearly finished cone. Then try mine, I still have plenty. Wu Jingyi refused to give up. But I can't eat any more. Mom said I shouldn't have too much. Feng Xiaoxian shrugged innocently. You. Wu Jingyi's eyes widened in disbelief at what Feng Xiaoxian had said. Lin Bingyi couldn't hold back her laugh. Sister Feng, you're bullying me. Do you dislike me? Wu Jingyi pouted, looking aggrieved. Haha, no, don't be upset. I'll take you to see a movie, okay? The one you've been longing to see since yesterday. Feng Xiaoxian comforted her with a smile. Humph. Lin Bingyi was clearly overjoyed because of the ice cream. Feng Xiaoxuan's intimate gestures in front of Wu Jingyi were more to reassure her, to make her understand who truly mattered in Feng Xiaoxuan's heart. In contrast, Wu Jingyi was sullen throughout, her gaze filled with resentment, and her lips slightly pouted, looking so aggrieved that some passing girls felt an inexplicable pang of sympathy. Moreover, she had to endure the laughter and chatter between Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi along the way, which was sheer torment. At the cinema, after buying the tickets, the three entered the dark theater. As soon as they sat down, Wu Jingyi sensed something amiss, or rather she caught a different scent. It was the fragrance from Lin Bingyi. Turning her head, though it was somewhat dark, she could still make out the person beside her. It was Lin Bingyi. Lin Bingyi seemed to notice the little one staring at her, and a smile curled at the corners of her lips as she met Wu Jingyi's gaze. Why are you sitting here? Wu Jingyi huffed indignantly. Why can't I sit here? Jingyi, take a look at your ticket. Yours is 10, mine is 11, and Xiaoxiao's is 12. Of course I'm sitting next to you, Lin Bingyi said with a grin, though there was a hint of scheming in her smile. Did you do that on purpose? Wu Jingyi puffed out her cheeks. What had she been through these past few days? Yesterday was so joyful, but today she had to endure this. Oh my Jingyi, what are you saying? What do you mean I did it on purpose? I just swapped tickets with your sister Feng. She doesn't mind where she sits. Besides, it's our first day getting to know each other. What's wrong with getting closer? Lin Bingyi covered her mouth with a delicate laugh. You, forget it. Wu Jingyi pointed a finger at Lin Bingyi, who was beaming with laughter, but found no words to retort. She turned away, falling silent, and vented her anger by staring at the big screen. Lin Bingyi giggled at Wu Jingyi's adorable anger, her laughter catching the attention of Feng Xiaoxuan, who returned with popcorn and cola. What's so funny? Feng Xiaoxian sat down, handed a cola to Lin Bingyi, and gestured for her to pass one. I'm not thirsty. Wu Jingyi turned her head away, refusing the gesture. Lin Bingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxuan, shrugged, and whispered, your neighbor's sister doesn't seem to like me much. It's fine. Keep it for her. He'll have a good talk with her tonight. Then, as if remembering something, Feng Xiaoxian added, Bingyi, you don't mind, do you? Seeing Feng Xiaoxian seeking her opinion, Lin Bingyi smiled radiantly and said, I don't mind. Do I seem like such a petty person? It's better to clear things up with her early. The movie was a recently released anime blending fantasy and comedy with some poignant moments. Overall, it was. After watching nearly 2 hours of the film, Wu Jingyi felt thirsty as they left the cinema. Just as she was about to speak, Feng Xiaoxian handed her the cola with a smile, saying, Here, I saved it for you. Hee, thanks, Sister Feng. Wu Jingyi happily accepted the cola, inserted the straw, and began drinking eagerly. Oh, you. Feng Xiaoxian sighed helplessly. Lin Bingyi pursed her lips and remained silent. She bore no ill will toward Wu Jingyi. She had only been teasing the neighbor girl earlier. There was a sense of crisis, but given how Feng Xiaoxian had treated her today, their bond seemed unshakable. She wanted to get along with Wu Jingyi, but the girl seemed unwilling. It seemed she could only rely on Xiao Xiao. As soon as they got home, Feng Xiaoxian eagerly removed her mask and hat, collapsing onto the sofa to breathe in the fresh air. I told you to take them off earlier, but you wouldn't listen. Isn't it suffocating? Lin Bingyi glanced at Wu Jingyi, who had gone straight to her room, and rolled her eyes at Feng Xiaoxian. It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have been stared at by so many people. You have no idea how the front desk girl looked at me when I was queuing for popcorn and cola. She almost laughed out loud. Feng Xiaoxian muttered under her breath. Lin Bingyi giggled, circled behind Feng Xiaoxuan, and began massaging her shoulders with practiced skill and perfect pressure, nearly making Feng Xiaoxian moan in pleasure. How is it? Not blaming me now, are you? See how good I am to you. I think of everything for you. Where else can you find someone who dotes on you like me? Feng Xiaoxian chuckled, closed her eyes, and savored Lin Bingyi's massage. After a few minutes, she patted Lin Bingyi's hand, stood up, and said, "He'll go talk to Jingyi. Take a rest, Bingyi. Weren't you going to talk to her tonight?" "Why now?" Lin Bingyi asked, puzzled. "Better to resolve it sooner. With you two like this, I feel stuck in the middle." Feng Xiaoxian smiled, reassuring her. "All right, Jingyi." Pushing open the door, Feng Xiaoxian called softly to Wu Jingyi, who was lying on her side in bed, legs wrapped around the blanket, scrolling through her phone. "What is it?" Wu Jingyi turned to look at Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian walked over, pulled up a stool, sat down, propped her elbows on her knees, cupped her cheeks, and leaned down to gaze at Wu Jingyi. "Jingyi, how about we have a talk?" "About Bingyi?" Wu Jingyi blinked, her gaze complex as she looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, sat up with her hair falling to the sides of her face, nodded, and whispered, "Okay. Don't you like Bingyi?" Feng Xiaoxian cut straight to the point. "It's not that I dislike her, but I feel like she's always targeting me. I know she doesn't mean any harm, but she. Wu Jingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxian and trailed off. "She's competing for me, isn't she?" Feng Xiaoxian smiled, gently finishing Wu Jingyi's unspoken thought. "Yes." Wu Jingyi lowered her head, murmuring, "Actually, I've known how you feel for a long time, but I pretended not to because we were still in school. Now that you've graduated and are an adult, I think it's time to be clear. I've always seen you as a little sister. We grew up together and know each other inside out. Bingyi didn't mean to act that way. I think you've guessed our relationship, which is why you've been throwing these little tantrums." Wu Jingyi stared blankly at Feng Xiaoxuan, still lost in thought, even after she finished speaking. Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and sat with her, letting her process everything. Deep down, Wu Jingyi knew that Feng Xiaoxian saw her only as a younger sister. Still, she had clung to a sliver of hope. What if after all? After a long pause, Wu Jingyi lifted her head, met Feng Xiaoxuan's gaze, and smiled faintly. "I understand. Could you leave for now? I need some time alone." "All right. When you come out, Sister Feng, we'll make you something delicious." Feng Xiaoxian gently patted Wu Jingyi's head, her tone soft. How is it? How is it?" Lin Bingyi couldn't help but ask impatiently the moment she saw Feng Xiaoxian. "Just like that. I said what I needed to say. Jingyi wants to be alone for a while, so I came out." Feng Xiaoxian shrugged. "I see." Lin Bingyi blinked, staring at Feng Xiaoxuan, her eyes widening and narrowing in a peculiar manner that left Feng Xiaoxian utterly bewildered. "What are you looking at?" "I'm thinking." Lin Bingyi scrutinized Feng Xiaoxian from head to toe, a cryptic smile curling at the corner of her lips. "Thinking about what?" Feng Xiaoxian took a step back, his expression wary. Ha, nothing." Lin Bingyi chuckled, but that unsettling smile lingered on her lips, making Feng Xiaoxian increasingly uneasy. "By the way, will Jingyi still hold a grudge against me?" Lin Bingyi, evidently unwilling to dwell on the topic, glanced toward Wu Jingyi's room and asked. "Well, probably not. Jingyi is a good person at heart. Once she sorts things out, she'll definitely get along with you. Who knows, you might even become close sisters." Feng Xiaoxian thought for a moment and said earnestly. Inside the room, Feng Xiaoxian had thoughtfully closed the door when he left, so Wu Jingyi couldn't hear the conversation between the two women outside. Leaning against the bed, hugging her knees, Wu Jingyi stared blankly ahead, the words Feng Xiaoxian had said to her before leaving replaying endlessly in her mind. "I've always seen you as a little sister. You've grown up now and you need to have your own thoughts on many things. I believe you'll figure it out, won't you?" As she thought, Wu Jingyi's eyes grew moist. She tilted her head back, trying her best to hold back the tears. After a moment, she managed to compose herself. "Heartless. You make it sound so easy. You're not the one being rejected. You jerk." Wu Jingyi angrily pounded the pillow beside her with her fists, as if it were Feng Xiaoxuan venting her sigh. In the empty room, a soft sigh from the girl echoed faintly. Time quickly passed to 8 o'clock. Watching Feng Xiaoxian busying himself in the kitchen preparing dinner, Lin Bingyi lounged on the sofa, occasionally blowing at the bangs on her forehead, but most of the time her gaze was fixed on Feng Xiaoxian. After all, such a pleasing sight was not to be missed for even a second. Click! The crisp sound of the door opening was so abrupt that Lin Bingyi immediately sat up and looked. Wu Jingyi had just opened the door when her eyes met Lin Bingyi's. But this time, instead of snorting and turning away as she had during the day, she walked quietly over to Lin Bingyi, met her gaze, and said with a smile, "Sister Bingyi." Lin Bingyi blinked and broke into a radiant smile. "Are you not mad at me anymore, Jingyi?" Wu Jingyi gave a light hum and sat down beside Lin Bingyi. "I'm not mad anymore. You're so good to Sister Feng. I'm not blind, of course I can see that." Hearing this, Lin Bingyi laughed heartily, took Wu Jingyi's little hand, and said cheerfully, "That's wonderful. Since you called me Sister Bingyi, I'll take you shopping tomorrow." "No need. I don't want to spend your money." Wu Jingyi shook her head and smiled warmly. "I heard from Xiao Xiao that you've been admitted to the Electric University. When you come to register, I'll show you around the campus," Lin Bingyi said after a moment's thought. "Great, great. Thank you, Sister Bingyi." Wu Jingyi beamed sweetly. "Come and eat." Feng Xiaoshuan, who had just set the dishes, came out and was relieved to see Lin Bingyi and Wu Jingyi chatting and laughing. He quickly called out to them, Coming. Sister Bingyi, try this." At the dinner table, Wu Jingyi picked up a small chicken drumstick and placed it in Lin Bingyi's bowl, smiling. Lin Bingyi was naturally delighted and patted her head. All right, seeing the two women getting along so harmoniously warmed Feng Xiaoshuan's heart. "Jingyi, I want a chicken drumstick too. Can't you get it yourself?" Wu Jingyi snorted, completely ignoring Feng Xiaoshuan. Lin Bingyi couldn't help but laugh at Feng Xiaoshuan, who had suddenly lost his favorite status. "No way. Jingyi, you've switched sides so quickly." Feng Xiaoxian raised an eyebrow. "No, I haven't." "What do you mean switch sides? Sister Bingyi is family, isn't she? Don't talk nonsense." Wu Jingyi shot him a glance. Ha ha ha. Watching his former clingy little sister now cozying up to Lin Bingyi, Feng Xiaoxian felt a mix of emotions and indescribable bitterness. The clown was me. "Xiao Xiao, can you hurry up? How long do I have to wait for you?" As soon as Feng Xiaoxian finished his shower and returned to the room, he heard Lin Bingyi's displeased voice. "I was already fast," Feng Xiaoxian said, helplessly wiping his damp hair. "Then get up here." Lin Bingyi patted the bed beside her, grinning. Looking at Lin Bingyi, who had gone from complaining to laughing in an instant, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but sigh. What a fickle woman. Feng Xiaoxian unhurriedly sat on the edge of the bed. Just as he took off his slippers, a sudden strong force yanked him, and with a yelp he was pulled onto the bed by Lin Bingyi. "Honestly, so slow. I've been waiting forever." Lin Bingyi wrapped her arms around Feng Xiaoshuan's waist. "I'm here now. Finally I get to hold my Xiao Xiao again. If it weren't for not wanting to upset Jingyi during the day, I would have hugged you all along. I've been holding back so much." Lin Bingyi buried her face in Feng Xiaoshuan's neck, greedily breathing in his scent. "Haha, go ahead, hug me all you want tonight." Feng Xiaoxian laughed. "Xiao Xiao, I wanna... Let me have a few more sniffs, okay?" "What? No. Feng Xiaoxian quickly pushed Lin Bingyi away, pulled the duvet up to his chin, and buried his face, his big eyes blinking as he stared at Lin Bingyi. Why not?" Lin Bingyi's eyes drooped, her expression pitiful. "In a few days?" Feng Xiaoxian relented, unable to bear her look. You said it." Lin Bingyi's expression immediately brightened, a mischievous grin spreading across her face. Feng Xiaoxian could not recall how she had fallen asleep the previous night. All she knew was that shortly after pushing Lin Bingyi away, she was subjected to an exceedingly friendly embrace. Initially she managed to resist a little, but as her strength waned, she could only resign herself to her fate, thoroughly worn out by Lin Bingyi's antics, until she drifted into unconsciousness. When she awoke the next morning, Feng Xiaoxian stood before the bathroom mirror, staring at the two red marks on her chest near her neckline, and could not help but feel a surge of exasperation. It was truly a case of the old marks not fading before two new ones appeared. Gently slipping off her pajamas, she revealed a splendid figure before her own eyes. Winking at herself in the mirror, she twisted and turned, letting out a silly giggle, evidently thoroughly pleased with her physique. "Not bad at all," After changing into a more conservative short-sleeve top and shorts, Feng Xiaoxian finished her morning routine and stepped out of the bathroom, only to meet Lin Bingyi's teasing gaze. My darling Xiao Xiao." Lin Bingyi sat on the sofa, arms open wide, signaling that she wanted a hug. "Go away." Feng Xiaoxian shot her a glare, then sat down beside her, refusing to acknowledge the person who only knew how to bully her. Weren't you quite happy last night? Why the cold shoulder today?" Lin Bingyi found a comfortable angle to rest her head on Feng Xiaoshuan's thigh, looking up at her with a beaming smile. Setting down her phone, Feng Xiaoxian lowered her head and silently gazed into Lin Bingyi's eyes. This serene and beautiful scene made Lin Bingyi's eyes sparkle with brilliance. Suddenly Feng Xiaoxian reached out and pinched Lin Bingyi's cheek. Just as Lin Bingyi was about to speak, she changed the pinch into a gentle caress, softly stroking her cheek. Feeling the strange sensation of fingertips gliding across her cheek, Lin Bingyi broke into a radiant smile and said, "You seem like a different person today. So skilled at this." Hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian pouted and said helplessly, "What else can I do? If I don't act obedient and take the initiative during the day, who knows how you'll bully me at night?" Lin Bingyi burst out laughing, saying, "Is that so? But do you know that acting like this only makes me want to bully you even more mercilessly tonight? Enough. I don't want to talk to you anymore." Upon hearing this, Feng Xiaoxian gave Lin Bingyi a shove and said with faux ferocity, Lin Bingyi was not annoyed. Instead, she gazed at the person before her with a smile in her eyes. "Any plans for today, little cutie?" Lin Bingyi leaned in, resting her chin on Feng Xiaoshuan's shoulder, and spoke in a coquettish tone. "No, I want to stay home. I don't feel like going out," Feng Xiaoxian said truthfully. "Why?" Staying home is so boring, Lin Bingyi said, puzzled. It's so hot outside, I don't want to run around, Feng Xiaoxian pouted. Fine. Lin Bingyi lightly bit her index finger, then suddenly remembered something, and asked, where's Jingyi? Still not up at this hour. Maybe she stayed up late last night. She does that often. She should wake up soon. Feng Xiaoxian waved her hand dismissively. I see. But I heard that this year's freshmen at the Electric University are starting their military training earlier than before, a whole week ahead. Lin Bingyi abruptly changed the subject and muttered to herself. A week earlier? Why? Feng Xiaoxian asked curiously. They say the military training has been extended by a week, now lasting 3 weeks. Usually it started in mid-August, but now it seems to begin in early August. Counting the days, it seems it's this Sunday. Lin Bingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxian and said, so soon. Why didn't Jingyi say anything? There are only 4 days left. Feng Xiaoxian exclaimed. At that moment, the door to Wu Jingyi's room finally opened. Stepping out, she saw Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian staring at her. Wu Jingyi touched her face and asked, puzzled, why are you all looking at me? Is there something on my face? Jingyi, are you going to the Electric University this Sunday? Feng Xiaoxian asked. Yes. Wu Jingyi nodded. Then why didn't you tell me when you came? I was too happy at the time and forgot. I just remembered last night and was going to tell you today, Wu Jingyi said, shaking her head as she tied her ponytail. Then we'll go with you when the time comes. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. Really? Great. Hearing that Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi would accompany her, Wu Jingyi was overjoyed. She had been thinking just last night about how to broach the subject with Sister Feng, and today her wish came true. Once your training is over, we'll take you around the Electric University. There are many interesting places there. Lin Bingyi added with a smile. Hee, I understand. Thank you, Sister Bingyi. Wu Jingyi flashed a sweet smile and turned into the bathroom. I think Jingyi has a great personality. Once she enters the Electric University, there will definitely be boys chasing after her, Lin Bingyi said, softly glancing toward the bathroom. It wouldn't be a bad idea for me to introduce someone to her. Introduce someone to Jingyi. Sophomores or juniors? Feng Xiaoxian said. Mom, I know quite a few people in the school clubs. Playing matchmaker isn't out of the question, hee. Lin Bingyi laughed. I bet among all those boys many have secret crushes on you, right? Feng Xiaoxian snorted. Sensing a hint of sourness in the air, Lin Bingyi smiled knowingly, wrapped her arms around Feng Xiaoxian's neck, and said cheerfully, what's the matter? Is my little darling jealous? No, why would I be jealous? You're popular, that's your strength. I'm happy about it. Feng Xiaoxian pouted. Such a stubborn mouth. Don't worry, I have no close interactions with any of them. You can check any time if you don't believe me. Lin Bingyi picked up her phone and handed it to her. Without a word, Feng Xiaoxian took the phone, unlocked it with practiced ease, glanced at Lin Bingyi, and met her smiling gaze. She let out a proud snort, then set the phone down and said, forget it. I'm not going to look. Otherwise someone might call me petty after seeing it. Ha, Xiao, you look so cute when you're jealous. Lin Bingyi poked Feng Xiaoxian's cheek, laughing heartily. TSK. While Lin Bingyi was cooking in the kitchen, Feng Xiaoxian took out her phone to check her previous earnings, which had already doubled. She decisively sold them off, then called out to the system no fewer than 5 times before it deigned to appear. System, I want to repay the loan. Ding, amount deducted. As the system's voice faded, Feng Xiaoxian received a bank notification showing a remaining balance of about 200,000. Now issuing the 7th mission. Perform a show during the Electric University freshmen's military training. The duration is the entire training period with no restrictions on the form of the performance. Completing the mission will grant 10 attribute points which can be allocated freely. Perform in front of freshmen. Wouldn't that be too embarrassing? Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but say. No, as long as you're not embarrassed, they'll be the ones feeling awkward. But this reward is great. They'll put everything into physical attributes, and maybe you'll be able to resist Bingyi. Feng Xiaoxian giggled to herself. Sister Feng, what are you laughing at? Why do you look so silly? Wu Jingyi's voice suddenly came from beside her. Feng Xiaoxian quickly snapped back to reality and said with an embarrassed smile, nothing, Jingyi. Is there something you need? It's time to eat. Sister Bingyi asked me to come get you. Oh, okay. Let's go. I'm starving. Is that so? Then take good care of Jingyi on the way, alright? Help her out when needed. You're familiar with the school, so show her around. On the phone, Feng Xiaoxian explained the upcoming itinerary to Xia Jingshan. After hearing it, the latter began to give Feng Xiaoxian some instructions. Don't worry, Mom. Oh, by the way, Bingyi actually came to our house a few days ago and has been staying for several days. Feng Xiaoxian confessed honestly. Bingyi is here too. That's great. You 3 get along so well, you can have fun together. Xia Jingshan was a bit surprised at first, but then chuckled meaningfully. But Xiao, how did you become so close with? You're inseparable even during the holidays. First you go to her place, then she comes to ours. Feng Xiaoxian rubbed her nose awkwardly and defended herself. Haha, that's just how we are when we're close. It's perfectly normal. Alright, take care on the road. He'll hang up now, your father and I are going for afternoon tea. With that, Xia Jingshan hung up before Feng Xiaoxian could reply. Feng Xiaoxian was used to it by now. Once the novelty of having a daughter wore off, Xia Jingshan's attitude toward her reverted to the old ways. Done with the calling. Lin Bingyi lay on the bed swinging her legs as she watched a drama with great interest. She spoke without turning around upon hearing the door open. Yep. Let's sleep early tonight. We have to take Jingyi to school tomorrow. Feng Xiaoxian climbed onto the bed and unceremoniously patted Lin Bingyi's shapely bottom as a reminder. I know, let me watch a bit more, okay? Lin Bingyi whined playfully. Alright, I'll sleep first then. Feng Xiaoxian pulled the covers over herself, glanced at Lin Bingyi's back, and warned specifically, Bingyi, no more of what you did the past few days. Sleep properly tonight. The marks finally faded, and I don't want anyone to see them when we go back to school tomorrow. Lin Bingyi turned around looking at the serious Feng Xiaoxuan and gave a charming smile. You say don't touch you, so I want. Don't I have pride? Besides, how could I resist a sweet, soft little cutie beside me, right? He'll get angry. Feng Xiaoxian frowned and spoke in a low voice. Lin Bingyi turned off her phone, crawled over, and smiled, completely unafraid of the consequences of Feng Xiaoxuan's anger. Angry? What are the consequences of you being angry? I'm so scared. The blatantly flippant tone left Feng Xiaoxian both angry and helpless. Just wait until I finish the mission, then we'll see if you dare talk to me like that. We'll see who bullies whom. Bingyi, please, I'm begging you, okay? Leave me alone tonight. Feng Xiaoxian clasped her hands together, pouted, and looked at Lin Bingyi with pitiful eyes. Seeing the adorable figure before her that made one want to cherish her fiercely, Lin Bingyi forcibly suppressed the turmoil in her heart, silently repeating not yet in her mind. Her breathing slightly quickened as she caressed Feng Xiaoxuan's face and smiled. Since you've been especially obedient lately, I'll reluctantly agree. Yage? Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but cheer upon hearing this. She quickly lay down ready to sleep, but when she saw Lin Bingyi's slightly changed expression, she immediately realized something and reached out to pat the spot beside her. Bingyi, lie down quickly. Tonight I'll hold you while we sleep. That's more like it. With a soft hum, Lin Bingyi, as for the drama, what could compare to the comfort of a sweetheart's embrace? After several hours of driving, Feng Xiaoxian and the other two girls finally arrived at the entrance of the Electric University. Looking at the unfamiliar vibrant faces passing by, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but sigh. Unknowingly, a year had already passed. Xiao Jingyi, I need to go to the department for a bit to discuss recruitment. Lin Bingyi looked at them with an apologetic, it's fine. Go ahead, Sister Bingyi. I don't have much luggage. Sister Feng will take me to buy other daily necessities later. Wu Jingyi said with a smile. Alright, I'll be off then. Message me if anything comes up. Lin Bingyi reminded Feng Xiaoxian before leaving in another direction. Hello, ladies. Are you freshmen? Need any help? We're volunteers and can carry your luggage. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was about to lead Wu Jingyi to the registration point, two young men wearing volunteer armbands approached. Wu Jingyi looked up and met the smiling gazes of the two boys. Feeling a bit flustered, she instinctively moved a step behind Feng Xiaoxian. Feng Xiaoxian gently patted her hand to reassure her, then looked at the two boys with a slight smile. Thanks, but no need to trouble yourselves. I'm a junior here, bringing my little sister to register. You go ahead with your work. Oh, a senior sister. Sorry for the interruption. One of the boys scratched his head. It's alright. Let's go. With that, she took Wu Jingyi's hand and headed toward the registration point. Watching the two silhouettes, the other boy couldn't help but say, that senior sister has such a nice voice. Even with a mask, you can tell from her eyes alone that she's definitely a beauty. I think the little junior sister is pretty good too, very cute. Walking along, Feng Xiaoxian noticed the occasional glances directed at them. Looking at Wu Jingyi, who was curiously peering around, she said earnestly, Jingyi, after military training starts tomorrow, be careful when making friends, okay? Huh, but I think those two senior brothers seemed like nice people. Wu Jingyi looked puzzled. I'm not saying they're bad, just reminding you to keep a friendly distance from the opposite sex. Do you understand? Wu Jingyi blinked and nodded naively. Her attention wasn't on Feng Xiaoxuan's words at all, but on the hand holding hers. Cool and refreshing, so comfortable. Wu Jingyi had enrolled in the literature program, so she had to register at the School of Liberal Arts. After following the signs around two corners, Feng Xiaoxian and Wu Jingyi arrived. Leave your luggage here. They'll watch it while you go queue up to register. Feng Xiaoxian took Wu Jingyi's suitcase and Feng Xiaoxian pulled the suitcase to a nearby shaded spot and stood there watching Wu Jingyi. Huh. A surprised voice sounded beside her. Feng Xiaoxian instinctively turned her head and was startled. Sister Feng. Little Loli. They both exclaimed simultaneously, but when Yin Mingyao heard the familiar little Loli address, she immediately protested. I'm not a little Loli. Stop calling me that. Huh. Alright, next time for sure. Feng Xiaoxian took off her mask, laughed, and patted her head. Did you come alone, eh? Looking at Yin Mingyao with just one suitcase, Feng Xiaoxian asked. No, I just registered. My brother went to buy water. I came here to cool off, and then I saw you. I'm so happy. Hey, Sister Feng, you look even prettier. But what are you doing here, Sister Feng? Did you come to wait for me? Boo-hoo, I'm so touched. As soon as Yin Mingyao saw Feng Xiaoxuan, she became a chatterbox, talking nonstop. Stop. I'm here to accompany my little sister for registration. Feng Xiaoxian quickly stopped Yin Mingyao from continuing and explained. I see. Yao Yao, who are you talking to? Yin Jiza approached with a bag of water, looking curiously at Feng Xiaoxian and Yin Mingyao. Brother, this is the sister who helped me that I told you about, Feng Xiaoxian. And this is my brother Yin Jiza. Yin Mingyao introduced them warmly. Thank you. If it weren't for your help, this little girl would have been in trouble. Yin Jiza looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a kind smile. Upon closer inspection, his eyes were filled with admiration. Her stunning face seemed carved from jade, her skin as delicate and lustrous as warm jade. Her rosebud lips were naturally red and inviting, and even without makeup she was breathtakingly beautiful, leaving Yin Jiza momentarily dazed. You're welcome. It was the right thing to do. Feng Xiaoxian smiled slightly and nodded politely. We're going to buy daily necessities now, so we'll be off. Bye-bye, Sister Feng. Yin Mingyao waved at Feng Xiaoxian with a grin. Bye-bye. Yin Jiza glanced back at Feng Xiaoxian standing under the tree, but his ears caught Yin Mingyio's meaningful voice. Brother, you seem quite interested in Sister Feng. Seeing Yin Mingyio's mischievous grin, Yin Jiza directly pinched her chubby cheek and said flatly, getting bold, huh? Daring to tease your brother. Ow, it hurts. Brother, I'm sorry, let go please. Yin Mingyao made a pitiful face and begged, oomph. Rubbing her slightly reddened cheek, Yin Mingyao muttered, I'm just telling the truth, and you're still, and it's fine to admit it. Sister Feng is so beautiful, oh, any man would take a second look, right? Yin Jiza couldn't help but smile at his sister's grumbling. Mind your own business. Military training is coming up. Remember to use sunscreen. If you feel unwell, ask for leave. Don't push yourself, got it? Got it. Yin Mingyao pouted. But brother, do you want Sister Feng's contact info? Are you itching for a spanking? Hehehe. No. After helping Wu Jingyi with registration, Feng Xiaoxian escorted her to the dormitory building and said, there's an elevator. You're on the 8th floor, so take the elevator yourself. He'll wait for you downstairs. Sister Feng, aren't you coming with me? Wu Jingyi blinked reluctant. No family members aren't allowed in. Your registration form only allows you entry. Feng Xiaoxian pointed to the nearby sign indicating she couldn't help. All right then. Wu Jingyi waved and entered the dormitory building. What a coincidence. Running into you again. Yin Jiza approached Feng Xiaoxian carrying a large bag of daily necessities, smiling. Oh indeed. Huh. Feng Xiaoxian was a bit surprised as meeting twice in such a short time was quite coincidental. Did you buy this for little Mingyao? Feng Xiaoxian pointed at the bag in his hand. Yes. She's upstairs making her bed. I'm waiting here. Yin Jiza smiled slightly. With his tall, handsome build, the smile added even more charm, catching the eyes of passing freshman girls. I see. Feng Xiaoxian nodded and said nothing more as they weren't really acquainted and had no comment on. What's your major, Miss Feng? Yin Jiza suddenly asked. International trade. Feng Xiaoxian answered truthfully. International trade. That's the School of Economics. If you ever have the intention, you can apply for an interview at Yinmu Group. We welcome students from Electric University. Yin Jiza smiled. Yinmu Group. Feng Xiaoxian said in surprise. Sure. They'll consider it. Thank you. After all, Yinmu Group was a well-known company in the province with excellent benefits. Besides her interest in the subject, Feng Xiaoxian had also considered working there after changing her major. You're always welcome. While Feng Xiaoxian and Yin Jiza were engaged in casual chatter inside one of the freshman female dormitories, Wu Jingyi dragged her suitcase in and greeted the two girls before her with enthusiasm. Hello there. Our fourth roommate has finally arrived. The two girls warmly responded upon seeing Wu Jingyi. Am I the last one? Where's the other? Wu Jingyi asked, curiously placing her suitcase in front of bed 4. She's in the bathroom. A really cute little loli, the girl on bed 1 said with a wink. I heard you calling me a little loli again. I told you not to call me that. Yin Mingyao stormed out of the bathroom, hands on her hips, shouting fiercely. Yet her demeanor held no intimidation, instead stirring an urge to ruffle her hair. So adorable. Wu Jingyi gazed at the petite Yin Mingyao, a strange light flickering in her eyes. Hi, I'm Wu Jingyi. And you? I'm Yin Mingyao. Yin Mingyao looked at Wu Jingyi, shook her head, and chuckled. Since there was much to clean in the newly entered dorm, the 4 girls didn't chat immediately, but busied themselves with their own beds. I'm going downstairs to grab my toiletries. See you later. Yin Mingyao, after reading Yin Jiza's message, called out to her roommates and scurried out with quick steps. Hey, Sister Feng, why are you here too? As Yin Mingyao exited the dorm building, she spotted Feng Xiaoxian standing beside Yin Jiza. I'm waiting for my sister. Just a coincidence, Feng Xiaoxian said casually, waving her hand. Here, take this. Your legs are short enough and you're running so fast. Aren't you tired? Yin Jiza handed the toiletries to Yin Mingyao, unable to resist teasing her. What kind of brother are you? Always putting your sister down. Yin Mingyao pouted and shot him a glare. Huh? Feng Xiaoxian covered her mouth, laughing. I have things to do, so I must leave. Take care of yourself and get along with your roommates. Yin Jiza advised the distracted Yin Mingyao. I know. Just go. Yin Mingyao muttered with a Miss Feng, do consider my suggestion. Yin Jiza smiled at Feng Xiaoxian. All right. Watching Yin Jiza walk away, Yin Mingyao grinned and sidled up, her tone suggestive. Sister Feng, what suggestion? Is it about becoming my sister-in-law? Feng Xiaoxian glared at the mischievous Yin Mingyao, pinched her round cheeks, and said with mock severity, "Little lowly, if you keep talking nonsense you'll be in for it." "Ow ow, let go, let go." Yin Mingyao tapped Feng Xiaoxian's hand with her left, begging for mercy. "Mph, don't spout nonsense." Feng Xiaoxian released her, and shot Yin Mingyao a glare. If Lin Bingyi ever heard such talk, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't guarantee she'd leave the room unscathed. I know. I'm heading back now. I've got tons to sort out." Yin Mingyao rubbed her reddened face, grumbled, "Bye. Pick whatever you need. Your treat." Feng Xiaoxian and Wu Jingyi arrived at the supermarket. The former spoke with a grin. "Oh, so generous. Thanks for the offer, Sister Feng, but I'll handle this myself. Dad gave me plenty of money. I can't keep letting you pay." Wu Jingyi pursed her lips in a smile. "I'm all right then. Let's go." When Wu Jingyi returned to the dorm laden with bags, even the sole remaining roommate, Yin Mingyao, was stunned. "Jingyi, how did you buy so much?" Yin Mingyao exclaimed, covering her mouth. Wu Jingyi panted heavily, sweat trickling down her smooth, fair cheeks. After dumping everything on the floor, she collapsed into a chair, utterly exhausted, and said, "Part of it's necessities, the rest is snacks. My sister insisted I buy this much. I couldn't refuse, so here we are." Recalling how Feng Xiaoxian had swept through the supermarket stuffing her cart with snacks, Wu Jingyi felt a mix of helplessness and joy. "Your sister is so good to you. I wish I had a sister like that. Unlike my brother, he's always nagging me and won't even let me have snacks." Yin Mingyao looked at Wu Jingyi with envy, gritting her teeth at the thought of Yin Jai's stoic face. Wu Jingyi chuckled without a word, generously handing Yin Mingyao a bag of snacks. "Here for you." "Really? For me, eh?" Yin Mingyao exclaimed in surprise. "Yeah, we're in college now. A little indulgence is fine, right?" Wu Jingyi winked with a grin. Yin Mingyao caught on immediately, took the snacks with delight, and beamed, "Thanks, you're welcome." Watching Yin Mingyao's joy, Wu Jingyi's spirits seemed to lift too. "Xiaoxiao, my dear, where are you? Why does it sound so noisy there?" Just after the meeting ended, Lin Bingyi couldn't wait to call Feng Xiaoxuan, her familiar gentle tone on full "im in your heart." Feng Xiaoxian suppressed her laughter, speaking with mock seriousness. "You goof." Lin Bingyi chuckled and said playfully. Seeing this, the other department members were surprised, as Lin Bingyi rarely showed such a natural smile. Yet they had to admit their aloof campus beauty was truly stunning and sweet when she smiled. "I'm at the supermarket buying groceries." "Boss, how much for half a chicken?" Feng Xiaoxian chatted with Lin Bingyi while inquiring about prices. "All right, I'll head back and wait for you." The two were already so familiar that pleasantries like, "Should I come pick you up?" were unnecessary. "Sure, go ahead. He'll be there soon." "Okay. Tada. Welcome back, Xiaoxiao, my dear, to our cozy." Before Feng Xiaoxian could even change her shoes at the door, Lin Bingyi jumped out and shouted, "So childish. You call me a goof, but you're the real one." Feng Xiaoxian shook her head, unable to resist teasing. "Hee, it's called ritual." Lin Bingyi took the groceries from Feng Xiaoxian and laughed heartily. "You didn't eat well on the high-speed train, so hey, race chicken with potatoes." "What about Jingyi?" "She texted me. She's eating with her roommates to bond." "That makes sense." In the haze of drowsiness, a voice tinged with gentle displeasure reached Feng Xiaoxian's ears. She slightly opened her eyes, and Lin Bingyi's flawless visage came into view. The latter gazed at her with tender black pupils, even reaching out a small hand to pinch Feng Xiaoxian's cheek. "Xiaoxiao, why did you sleep so early last night?" "I just came in after my shower, and you were already asleep." "Do you have any idea how bored I was all alone?" She squinted with a smile, but the pressure of her fingers intensified. The sharp pain on her cheek instantly dispelled all of Feng Xiaoxian's drowsiness. I was just too tired. The moment I closed my eyes, I drifted off into sleep." Feng Xiaoxian blinked, holding Lin Bingyi's hand, and spoke weakly. "Is that so?" Lin Bingyi gazed at Feng Xiaoxian with a smile, then said, "I'll shower first from now on." "Fine, you go first. Can you let go? It hurts." Feng Xiaoxian felt utterly wronged, a hint of a sob creeping into her voice. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian's expression didn't seem feigned, Lin Bingyi quickly released her hand, feeling a pang of guilt and concern. She reached out to soothe Feng Xiaoxian, but the latter directly slapped her hand away. "Are you angry?" Lin Bingyi leaned down, her voice soft. Feng Xiaoxian tried to push her away, but found that the person before her hadn't even budged an inch. So she simply turned around, presenting her back to Lin Bingyi. "Speak. Don't throw a tantrum." Lin Bingyi frowned, her tone growing impatient. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian completely unresponsive, Lin Bingyi took off her shoes, climbed onto the bed, and lay down. She reached out from behind to wrap her arms around Feng Xiaoxian's waist, then leaned close to her ear, her breath as fragrant as an orchid. "I was wrong, all right. I shouldn't have used so much force." "Oomph." Feng Xiaoxian said nothing, only a cold snort in response. Breathing in the unique scent of the girl in her arms, Lin Bingyi smiled seductively and said meaningfully, "Didn't you say you were going to visit Jingyi at school today? If you keep ignoring me, I can't guarantee I won't do something bad to you, like leaving 2 more conspicuous little marks." "You wouldn't dare." Feng Xiaoxian growled, feigning fierceness. "Just watch me." Lin Bingyi said with a smile, completely unafraid. You always use these things to threaten me. I'm angry, can't you at least try to coax me? Feng Xiaoxian pouted. There's a simpler and quicker way, and it makes me happier than coaxing you. Why would I bother? Lin Bingyi chuckled. You're so annoying. I'm going to wash up. Feng Xiaoxian pushed aside Lin Bingyi's hand and scurried. Strolling along the tree-lined path of the campus, Feng Xiaoxian gazed at the scenery she had never paid much attention to before. A strange sense of unfamiliarity washed over her, as if she were a freshman herself. It seemed she had truly missed out on many things in the past. Lin Bingyi held Feng Xiaoxian's hand, noticing her dazed expression, and couldn't help but ask, What are you thinking about, Xiao Xiao? Oh, nothing. Feng Xiaoxian was startled back to reality and quickly replied. By now the freshmen's opening ceremony should be over. They've probably been training on the field for a while, Lin Bingyi mused without giving it much thought. My mom asked me to take a few photos of Jingyi's military training so she can send them to Uncle Wu. I could also buy some water for her, Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile. Your mom really dotes on Jingyi, Lin Bingyi said with a knowing smile. When we were still neighbors, she already liked Jingyi a lot, treating her like her own daughter, Feng Xiaoxian explained. Aren't you also your mother's daughter? Lin Bingyi asked. As the saying goes, the grass is always greener on the other side, Feng Xiaoxian said with a dry laugh. That's true. Ugh, it's so hot. Hot, tired, and thirsty. Having finally endured until break time, Yin Mingyao plopped down on a shady spot and began to complain to Wu Jingyi beside her. You can say that again. And we have to train a whole week longer than usual, sigh. Wu Jingyi said, her face drooping with exhaustion. Suddenly a commotion stirred in the crowd. Following the gazes, Wu Jingyi saw that Lin Bingyi and Feng Xiaoxian had arrived. Wow, are those two senior students? They're so beautiful. The university didn't lie to me. There really are so many beauties. They're holding hands too, so sweet. I want one too, boo-hoo. If I could get one of them, I'd never leave the house. Uffed. Huh. Feng Xiaoxian spotted the familiar figure beside Wu Jingyi and couldn't help but let out a surprised sound. What's wrong? Lin Bingyi turned her head and asked. The little loli next to Jingyi is the one I told you about before. I can't believe she's in the same class as Jingyi. Isn't that a huge coincidence? Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but marvel. That is quite a coincidence. Sister Feng, Sister Bingyi, why are you here? Wu Jingyi looked at the two girls who had walked straight up to her, grinned, and hugged Feng Xiaoxian's arm, speaking cheerfully. We brought you some drinks. Just came to see you and take a couple of photos to report back, Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile, patting Wu Jingyi's head. Little loli, why aren't you talking to me? Are you shy? Feng Xiaoxian looked at Yin Mingyao, who was slightly open-mouthed and too stunned to speak, and laughed. TCH, I'm not shy. Yin Mingyao pouted and said discontentedly. Sister Feng, you two know each other. Wu Jingyi listened to their exchange and exclaimed in surprise. Of course I do. Such an adorable little loli, I just want to ruffle her hair. Feng Xiaoxian covered her mouth and giggled. Ahem. Lin Bingyi suddenly coughed from the side. Realizing she had misspoken, Feng Xiaoxian quickly composed her expression. Shameless. Yin Mingyao shot her a contemptuous look and said nothing. Anyway, Bingyi and I will watch your training from over there and just take a couple of photos. Sensing the gazes that were subtly fixed on her and Lin Bingyi, Feng Xiaoxian felt a prickling sensation on her back. After a few words of instruction, she pulled Lin Bingyi towards a nearby pavilion. Xiao Xiao, what did you just say you wanted to do to that little girl? I didn't catch it. Could you say it again? Lin Bingyi let Feng Xiaoxian pull her along, speaking with a smile. It was just a slip of the tongue, don't take it seriously, Feng Xiaoxian blinked, putting on an innocent face. They'll deal with you when we get back. Lin Bingyi shot her a glare. Please don't. If I don't teach you a lesson one day, you might just go flirt with someone. Not bad at all. My photography skills have really improved. Feng Xiaoxian remarked quite narcissistically as she looked at the photo she had sent to Xia Jingshan on her phone. Oh, come on. Look at what you've taken. This one. If it weren't for those who know Jingyi, they'd think she was only 5. Lin Bingyi poured cold water on her without mercy. Tisk tisk tsk. If you see through it, but don't call it out, we can still be friends. Besides, isn't my technique much better than before? It's a huge improvement over the photos I took of you. Feng Xiaoxian pouted, retorting. Forget it. Dismissed. Just as Feng Xiaoxian was about to argue further, the head instructor gave the order, and the various squads on the training ground erupted into a buzz of activity. Jingyi, over here. Wu Jingyi saw Feng Xiaoxian waving at her, and pulled Yin Mingyao along as they walked over. You two seem to be getting along quite well. Lin Bingyi glanced at Yin Mingyao and Wu Jingyi, who were holding hands, a flicker of something in her eyes. It's perfectly normal between girls. Wu Jingyi chuckled. Come on, let's head back to our place. Sister Bingyi will cook for you all. Feng Xiaoxian said, waving her hand without overthinking it. Why don't you cook? Lin Bingyi shot her a glare. Oh, come on, Sister Bingyi's cooking is just so delicious, isn't it? Feng Xiaoxian said, winking frantically at Wu Jingyi. All right. Wu Jingyi played along perfectly. You two are hopeless. Treating me like a maid, are you? Lin Bingyi snorted, but she didn't refuse. If I had such a beautiful maid sister, I'd be blissfully happy. Feng Xiaoxian said, wrapping an arm around Lin Bingyi's waist with a mischievous grin. Do you two have any plans for tonight? In the small dorm of Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi, Feng Xiaoxian looked at Wu Jingyi and the other girl, trying to sound casual. I think each squad is supposed to have free time tonight, put on some performances, and just relax, Yin Mingyao said, swinging her legs lightly. I see. Can we come? Feng Xiaoxian smiled. Of course you can. What are you up to? Wu Jingyi looked at her warily, sensing something amiss in that smile. Nothing much, just want to hang out, Feng Xiaoxian said, resting her chin on her hand with a beaming smile. Then come by around 7 in the evening. Wu Jingyi didn't press further and simply told her, dinner's ready. Lin Bingyi, wearing an apron, walked over to Feng Xiaoxuan, took a sip of water, and announced, Awesome. Thank you, my beautiful maid sister. Feng Xiaoxian hugged Lin Bingyi tightly, nearly making her spit out the water. You trying to kill me? You startled me. Lin Bingyi pinched Feng Xiaoxuan's cheek playfully. Come on, let's go taste Sister Bingyi's cooking. Xiao, you're going out. Lin Bingyi sprawled on the sofa and, scrolling through her phone out of boredom, noticed Feng Xiaoxian sitting nearby, actually fixing her hair. I'm going to the training ground tonight for a stroll, Feng Xiaoxian said, without turning her head. What are you going to do? Lin Bingyi sat up straight, her tone wary. It's just boring staying in, so I thought I'd check it out. Besides, I heard there are little shows tonight. Want to come with me? Feng Xiaoxian turned around with a light laugh. I still think you're up to something. Spill it. No, really, I'm just bored. Come with me, please. Feng Xiaoxian clung to Lin Bingyi's arm, nuzzling her head affectionately against her chest, acting coy. Fine. Why are there so many sophomores and juniors? Looking at the students in their own clothes milling about, Feng Xiaoxian asked in a low voice. Most of them are from clubs and departments. They need to recruit new members, and once classes start they won't have as much time, Lin Bingyi explained patiently. I see. Bingyi, you're so popular. Several people just greeted you. I'm a department head and also in the student union, so of course I know a lot of people. Lin Bingyi puffed out her chest proudly with a smile. So do you know any handsome guys? Feng Xiaoxian snickered, dancing dangerously close to the edge. I do. Why? Introduce me. Are you tired of living? Lin Bingyi glared at Feng Xiaoxuan, her tone shifting abruptly. Bingyi, you're so fierce. You're done for. Just wait till I deal with you tonight. Lin Bingyi narrowed her eye. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled inwardly, her mind already working. She would finish the task tonight, then allocate all 10 attribute points to physical strength. When she got home, who would be bullying whom? Lin Bingyi gave Feng Xiaoxian a strange look, feeling something was off. Normally when she made threats, Feng Xiaoxian would immediately beg for mercy. Why was she acting so fearless now? Upon arriving at the training ground under the glow of the lights, freshmen in green military uniforms moved about while many sophomores and juniors from clubs and departments recruited new members. Clubs like the dance club and music club even had seniors singing and dancing, creating a lively atmosphere. Where are Jingyi and the others? Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi arrived at the meeting point, looking around, but couldn't spot Wu Jingyi or Yin Mingyao. Over there. Lin Bingyi pointed to a spot. Feng Xiaoxian followed her gaze and indeed saw Wu Jingyi and Yin Mingyao surrounded by a group of admirers listening to seniors sing. Bingyi, let's hurry over. Feng Xiaoxian pulled Lin Bingyi along. This was a golden opportunity. She had been wondering how to get up and perform. You're here. Seeing Feng Xiaoxian and the other approaching, Wu Jingyi waved at them. What's going on over here? Feng Xiaoxian asked curiously. The senior students are going to sing later, and we can go up and interact with them, sing together, and there will be small gifts. Yin Mingyao explained with a smile. Small gifts? What kind? Watching Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes practically sparkle with curiosity, Lin Bingyi felt an ominous premonition. Bracelets, I think. Red and blue ones. Those with partners can take one of each. Wu Jingyi glanced meaningfully at the clasped hands of Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi. A few minutes later, a junior and a senior girl finished their duet to applause. The senior girl looked at the youthful faces before her and smiled. Anyone want to come up and sing? There are small gifts. Though the crowd was large, no one stepped forward. Social butterflies were rare, and being stared at by so many was daunting. Seeing no volunteers, the senior girl was about to smooth things over when a shout rang out. They'll do it. Following the sound, all eyes fell on Feng Xiaoxian beside Lin Bingyi, cleverly masked. Hey Bingyi, is this your friend? The senior girl couldn't help asking, noticing their intertwined hands. Lin Bingyi nodded curtly. Such a beautiful senior. Seeing her on the first day of school is already worth it. That's our university's beauty, Lin Bingyi. I saw her photo on the school forum. Seeing her in person is even more stunning. I think the masked senior might be pretty too. Overhearing the whispers, Lin Bingyi turned to Feng Xiaoxian with a headache. What are you up to? Isn't it obvious? I'm going to sing. Feng Xiaoxian laughed and strode forward with her long legs. Under the lights, Feng Xiaoxian wore simple casual clothes, but her long legs beneath the shorts drew men. Lin Bingyi noticed the stares and frowned in displeasure. Bingyi, when did Sister Feng become so bold? If it were me, I'd be so embarrassed I'd dig a villa with my toes. Wu Jingyi blinked weakly. Who knows what scheme she's cooking up? The more Lin Bingyi thought, the angrier she got. She should have locked Feng Xiaoxian at home. All those freshmen staring, especially the boys eyeing her legs. Infuriating. What's your name, classmate? My surname is Feng. I'm starting junior year, so technically I'm your junior, ha. Feng Xiaoxian laughed, glad for the mask. No one knew her, so she could be bold. Unbeknownst to her, Lin Bingyi's gaze was turning ominous. Alright, what will you sing? Just something simple, a little song. With the system's intermediate singing skill, Feng Xiaoxian's voice was enchanting even with a phone's mediocre accompaniment. As the song ended, thunderous applause erupted. You sang beautifully. Interested in joining our club? A senior boy invited directly. I'm almost a junior now, so I should focus on my studies. Feng Xiaoxian smiled and winked. I heard there are small gifts. Haha, here. The senior boy handed her a small box containing a light blue bracelet. The bracelet wasn't precious, its chain had a branch-like design, and a heart-shaped cubic pendant engraved. Can I get another? You know. Feng Xiaoxian smiled sheepishly. Ooh, the crowd erupted in cheers mixed with sighs of shattered dreams. The senior boy paused, then smiled, and handed her a matching light red bracelet. Thanks. Feng Xiaoxian walked back joyfully. Her joy stemmed from the system's notification. Congratulations, host. Attribute points have been distributed and are ready for use. Quick, all into physical fitness. Feng Xiaoxian shouted inwardly. Done. With 10 points added to her physique, a warm current surged through her body, bringing a novel sensation. Feng Xiaoxian walked back to Lin Bingyi with a goofy grin, further convincing the latter that she should be locked. Not only was she popular, but she was also clueless. Anyone would try to whisk her away. Come with me. As soon as Feng Xiaoxian reached her, Lin Bingyi grabbed her wrist and pulled her away. Dragged along, Feng Xiaoxian was baffled, unaware of the impending doom. Tonight will be. Wu Jingyi watched their receding figures and murmured. What do you mean? You're too young to understand. Click. The door slammed shut behind Lin Bingyi. The room was heavy with tension, silent as a pin drop. Feng Xiaoxian felt a sense of dread, but the added attribute points eased her unease. Bingyi, why are you? Look, I got you a bracelet. We can each wear one. How nice. She handed the box to Lin Bingyi, who took it, glanced at it, and slowly approached. Feng Xiaoxian backed away, maintaining a safe distance. Soon she was cornered. Lin Bingyi, slightly taller, now looked like a domineering CEO pinning his beloved. You're getting naughty. She pressed her forehead against Feng Xiaoxian's and smiled. I'm not. I just wanted to give you the bracelet. Feng Xiaoxian retorted. Talking back now. Lin Bingyi, I'm not. I'm going to shower first. Feng Xiaoxian huffed and headed for the bathroom. Stop. Lin Bingyi blocked her with an arm against the wall, but Feng Xiaoxian felt emboldened. She grabbed Lin Bingyi's hand, trying to pry it away, but was horrified to find it immovable. Lin Bingyi was slightly surprised. Feng Xiaoxian's strength had increased, but not enough to match hers. System, what's going on? Did you steal my attribute points? Feng Xiaoxian roared inwardly. With just 10 points you dare challenge someone trained since childhood. Dream on. Damn it. Feng Xiaoxian wanted to cry. She had messed up. Xiao resisting now. Lin Bingyi smirked. Who didn't mean to? Feng Xiaoxian wailed. Mistakes must be punished. Lin Bingyi lifted her chin, licked her red lips, and smiled. Woo. Feng Xiaoxian was speechless. Tonight was doomed. As Feng Xiaoxian silently lamented her fate, warmth spread on her neck. Just as she expected a mark, Lin Bingyi suddenly released her. Lin Bingyi's face loomed close, and a strange sensation touched her lips. In that moment, Feng Xiaoxian's mind went blank, eyes wide, staring at Lin Bingyi. After a long while, Lin Bingyi pulled back, cheeks flushed, excitement brimming in her eyes. Feng Xiaoxian was worse off, her brain still frozen. Was that my first kiss? Why so silent? Weren't you trying to resist just a moment ago? Lin Bingyi traced her fingers along Feng Xiaoxian's lips, a playful smile curling on her own as she observed the girl's flushed cheeks, rapid breaths, and dazed expression. Bingyi, how could you do this? That was my first kiss. It's way too sudden. Having finally snapped out of her stupor, Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but demand an explanation. As if it wasn't mine either. Lin Bingyi chuckled, then added, Xiao looked way too adorable just now. I couldn't resist. And he'll definitely do it again. Feng Xiaoxian bit her lip upon hearing this, utterly at a loss for words. The other's lips, now moistened and glistening, looked temptingly luscious. Lin Bingyi couldn't help but lick her own red lips and cooed, Xiao, how about one more time? Again. MMPH. As Feng Xiaoxian opened her mouth in surprise at Lin Bingyi's words, the latter seized the golden opportunity. She leaned in once more, gently cradling the back of Feng Xiaoxian's head with her right hand, deftly untying her hairband. Her long hair cascaded down, adding a touch of allure. Half a minute later, Lin Bingyi reluctantly released Feng Xiaoxian. The latter's body was now tingling with numbness. Had it not been for the 10 attribute points gifted by the system, she would likely have collapsed from weak knees by now. Alright Xiao, you can go take a shower now. Lin Bingyi stepped back, sat down on the sofa, and watched her with a beam. Ignoring her disheveled hair, Feng Xiaoxian grabbed her pajamas from the bedroom. Without daring to meet Lin Bingyi's gaze, she dashed straight into the bathroom and locked the door. Watching Feng Xiaoxuan's almost frantic escape, Lin Bingyi closed her eyes and collapsed onto the sofa, savoring the exquisite memory from moments ago. After showering, she sat on the bed. Although she had been somewhat mentally prepared, Feng Xiaoxuan's mind was still buzzing with confusion. Her emotions that evening had been a roller coaster of highs and lows. She had thought the system's attribute points would allow her to turn the tables, but they had only ignited Lin Bingyi's desires. It was a case of trying to steal a chicken only to lose the bait. From now on, she would have to cower in Lin Bingyi's shadow. Boohoo. Hee xiao xiao, baby waiting for me. Lin Bingyi was still wearing the matching pajamas they had bought together by chance during a shopping trip. Upon entering and seeing Feng Xiaoxian sitting on the bed hugging a pillow and staring blankly, she closed the door behind her. What else would I do? If I fell asleep, you'd scold me. Feng Xiaoxian pouted and complained. How could I ever bear to scold you? Don't talk nonsense, okay? Lin Bingyi pulled the pillow away, replacing its spot, and lay down on Feng Xiaoxuan's lap, looking up at her. It's the truth. Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and lowered her head, meeting Lin Bingyi's smiling gaze. She pressed her lips together, lost in thought. Daydreaming. Still not over it. I don't mind helping you refresh your memory. Lin Bingyi reached out, took Feng Xiaoxuan's hand, and placed it on her own stomach, gently rubbing it. It's nothing. I just think it was so sudden I didn't have time to react. Feng Xiaoxian massaged the soft flesh on Lin Bingyi's stomach, finding it comfortable and plush. Hee, catching you off guard was exactly the point. Lin Bingyi grinned mischievously. Oh please, you just wanted to take advantage of me. This isn't taking advantage, it's called caring. I was afraid your lips were too dry, so I gave you some lip balm. The mirth in Lin Bingyi's eyes was almost overflowing as she spoke without a hint of shame. Go to sleep. Ha ha ha. The next afternoon, Wu Jingyi received a message from Feng Xiaoxian. As soon as military training ended, she headed straight for Feng Xiaoxian and Lin Bingyi's home. You're alone. Where's the little lowly? Feng Xiaoxian asked, seeing no one behind Wu Jingyi. She said it wasn't right to keep coming here for free meals, so she went to eat with someone else. He'll have dinner with her later, Wu Jingyi explained. Entering the house, Wu Jingyi walked straight to the air conditioner vent, letting the cool air blow onto her face, and let out a long, contented sigh. Don't stay there too long, you might catch a cold, Feng Xiaoxian warned. I know we'll just stay for a bit until I cool down. As if remembering something, Wu Jingyi glanced at Lin Bingyi, who was chopping vegetables in the kitchen. She sneaked over to sit beside Feng Xiaoxian, and asked with a gossipy look, Sister Feng, did Sister Bingyi do anything to you last night? Why are you asking that? Feng Xiaoxian looked at her warily. No reason, just curious. Did Sister Bingyi punish you? Wu Jingyi smirked wickedly, her eyes seemingly hoping for something to have happened. Your Sister Bingyi treats me just fine. Stop gloating. Feng Xiaoxian naturally wouldn't tell Wu Jingyi what had happened last night, otherwise she would definitely be ridiculed. I'm not. I'm just concerned, okay? After all, you were surrounded and talked about by so many people last night. And I even heard the guy next to Sister Bingyi commenting on your looks and figure. She must have heard it too, and she didn't get angry. I don't buy it. Wu Jingyi analyzed with great authority. I'm warning you, mind your own business. Focus on your military training and stop thinking about nonsense all day. Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at her and scolded. Despite her words, Feng Xiaoxian made a mental note. If such a mission ever came up again, she would absolutely complete it without Lin Bingyi knowing. Otherwise, every time she was seen, an angered Feng Xiaoxuan's heart would ache. Naya stingy. Now you have secrets and won't tell me anything, humph. Wu Jingyi tossed her head, her ponytail, whipping Feng Xiaoxuan's face, tickling. TCH. There's nothing to say. What do you want me to tell you? Feng Xiaoxian patted Wu Jingyi's head, stood up, and said, I'm going to help Bingyi cook. You play by yourself. Watching Feng Xiaoxian walk merrily toward the kitchen, Wu Jingyi pouted in dissatisfaction. Come Xiao, have some more meat. You need to build up your strength. Lin Bingyi placed 3 pieces of braised pork into Feng Xiaoxuan's bowl. All right, Feng Xiaoxian replied with a smile, nodding as she ate them one by one with her rice. Wu Jingyi blinked. Why did she feel that Sister Bingyi's words carried a hidden meaning? Had she missed something? Damn it. She desperately wanted to know what had happened last night. Jingyi, how have you been feeling these past 2 days? Lin Bingyi looked at the silent Wu Jingyi and asked with a smile. Don't even mention it. I'm utterly exhausted. As expected, Wu Jingyi's only response when the topic came up was a complaint about being too tired. Have you met any new classmates? Boys perhaps? Or has any boy come looking for you? Feng Xiaoxian swallowed a mouthful of rice and said with a mischievous grin. There were some, but I ignored them. Wu Jingyi glanced at Feng Xiaoxian and said indifferently. She knew perfectly well what Feng Xiaoxian was implying. Nothing more than a desire for gossip. Why would you ignore them? Feng Xiaoxian slammed the table, speaking with great agitation. Wu Jingyi and Lin Bingyi both looked at her simultaneously, the former with a gaze as if she were an idiot, the latter with a glare. Forget I said anything. Feng Xiaoxian gave a dry laugh and continued burying her head in her meal. Ding dong, host, are you awake? Feng Xiaoxian was enjoying a peaceful afternoon nap when an untimely voice suddenly rang out in her mind. Seeing that Feng Xiaoxian ignored it, the system snorted coldly and directly employed a wake-up tactic. Hiss, are you trying to kill me, system? Using an electric shock? No martial ethics. Feng Xiaoxian jolted awake and began cursing loudly. Fortunately, Lin Bingyi had gone to school for some urgent business, or else she would have been in trouble if she had heard. Who told you to ignore me? The system replied in an innocent tone. What do you want this time? Naturally, to assign you a task. Why have you become so diligent lately? Feng Xiaoxian was utterly perplexed. Guess why I'm so fast? Guess if he'll guess. Enough nonsense. Now issuing the 8th task. After hearing the task description from the system, Feng Xiaoxian's expression was a spectacle. Finally, choosing her words carefully, she asked, can I politely decline? What do you think? The system said with exasperation. But isn't this a bit inappropriate? Won't it make me seem? Feng Xiaoxian pursed her lips and covered her face with her hands, speaking with some helplessness. Reward the ability to enhance any one physical attribute to an advanced level. Upon hearing the reward, Feng Xiaoxian did not immediately feel overjoyed. After all, she had been tricked last time. She asked cautiously, if I enhance my physical fitness to an advanced level, could I beat Bingyi? Do you think so? I think. Maybe. Feng Xiaoxian chuckled. Yes. The system, knowing exactly what Feng Xiaoxian was plotting, gave a definite answer. Hee deal. I accept the task. Feng Xiaoxian grinned foolishly. Actually, you have no choice but to accept it. Get lost. Stepping out of the meeting room, Lin Bingyi let out a long sigh. The summer break had somehow become a blur of busyness with no clear purpose. Rubbing her temples with a headache, Lin Bingyi was about to head home when she suddenly received a call from Su Yingming. Mom, what do you want? Lin Bingyi got straight to the point. What's with that tone? Are you already getting impatient with your mother? On the other end of the line, Su Yingming roared. No, I just finished work and am in a bad mood. Sorry, Mom. Lin Bingyi quickly explained. Fine, I forgive you. Do you have anything going on later? If not, come home. I need to discuss something with you. What is it? Does it require me to come all the way back? Lin Bingyi frowned, displeased. You'll be graduating in a year, and you'll need to do an internship anyway. It's perfect for you to gain some experience at your father's new branch company. Su Yingming seemed to be chatting with some old friends again, as voices of others could be heard incessantly in the background. Where is it? Lin Bingyi didn't refuse outright, but instead asked about the location of the branch. If she said no directly, she would inevitably face a lecture, and she had no desire to listen to Su Yingming's nagging, a torment only those who experienced it could understand. In City A. If her memory served her right, City A was the place she and Feng Xiaoxian had chosen for their first trip together. She recalled that Lin Wenbao's company had never had any business dealings there. So why were they suddenly opening a branch there? Hello, Bingyi, are you listening? Su Yingming called out. I'm listening. When do I need to go back? Lin Bingyi asked. In the next few days. Preferably by tomorrow. I have to go now? I'm busy, Su Yingming said before hanging up. Lin Bingyi shook her head helplessly and slowly walked home. Truth be told, she didn't want to go. She couldn't bear to leave Feng Xiaoxian, but she had to. She needed to plan for the future, and Su Yingming's reasoning was sound. She would be a senior next year and had to start mapping out her path ahead. You're going to City A. After hearing Lin Bingyi's words, Feng Xiaoxian exclaimed in surprise. Lin Bingyi pursed her lips, feeling troubled. Go? It'll be good for you in many ways. Feng Xiaoxian smiled. But Xiaoxiao, don't worry about me. I can take care of myself. And if you do well, I can just take it easy in the future. I'll cling to my rich, fragrant, and soft-legged benefactor, haha. Feng Xiaoxian tried to comfort Lin Bingyi with humor, though in her heart, she too was reluctant to have Lin Bingyi leave for so long. I'm leaving tomorrow. What about my birthday? You promised me. Lin Bingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxian with a plaintive gaze. We'll see when the time comes. Feng Xiaoxian patted Lin Bingyi's head and smiled. How about you fulfill your promise today? Lin Bingyi suddenly grabbed Feng Xiaoxian's hand, her eyes filled with anticipation. No, a deal is a deal. Don't try to cheat. Feng Xiaoxian shook her head sternly. Sigh. Such a hard life. Lin Bingyi flopped onto the bed, grumbling. All right. They'll come find you then, okay? Feng Xiaoxian rolled her eyes at her. Putting on such an act. She just wanted her to come along, didn't she? Honestly. Hee, my darling is the best. Lin Bingyi's expression instantly brightened into a cheerful smile. I'm a bit tired. We'll take a nap first. Watching Lin Bingyi close her eyes and fall into a peaceful slumber, Feng Xiaoxian blinked and began contemplating the system's task. There was no time limit this time, so she could just complete it on Bingyi's birthday, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Perhaps because the meeting had exhausted her, or perhaps because she was about to part ways with Feng Xiaoxian, Lin Bingyi slept all the way until 7 in the evening. Half opening her eyes in a drowsy haze, Lin Bingyi instinctively reached out to embrace the space beside her, only to grasp at nothing, which left her deeply dissatisfied. Letting out a soft murmur, she pouted slightly and rubbed her eyes as consciousness gradually returned. Only then did Lin Bingyi notice that she was covered with Feng Xiaoxuan's small blanket. The air conditioner had been set to her preferred 24 degrees, and on the nightstand sat Feng Xiaoxuan's thermos filled with warm water, a small habit of Lin Bingyi's, as she always needed a drink upon waking. In every subtle detail of daily life, Feng Xiaoxian had attended to her with meticulous care, and Lin Bingyi had never deliberately told her about these preferences. She had observed them all on her own. From these little things one could see just how well Feng Xiaoxian treated her. Lin Bingyi covered her face, her lips brimming with an overflowing sense of happiness. The door clicked softly as it was pushed open. Feng Xiaoxian poked her head in, her gaze meeting Lin Bingyi's smiling eyes. The former exclaimed in surprise, "You're awake. Time to eat. I feel like you're raising me like a pig, making me eat the moment I wake up." Lin Bingyi stuck out her tongue and teased. "Haha, I'm happy to." Feng Xiaoxian walked over, pinching Lin Bingyi's fair and supple cheek, speaking with a grin. "My legs gone numb from sleeping. Carry me over, want you?" Lin Bingyi reached out her hands, coquettishly blinking her big limpid eyes as she looked at Feng Xiaoxian. No one could bear to refuse such a sight. Feng Xiaoxian let out a soft laugh, wrapping one arm around Lin Bingyi's slender waist while lifting her legs with the other. Even as Feng Xiaoxian lifted her up, Lin Bingyi was still a bit dazed. She had only said it in passing, not really expecting Feng Xiaoxian to actually carry her to the table, yet this fool had truly obeyed her words. Satisfied, Feng Xiaoxian gazed at the dazed Lin Bingyi in her arms, her voice tender, as if afraid that speaking too loudly might startle the sleepy little pig just awakened. Satisfied. More than satisfied. Lin Bingyi gently swayed her legs, wrapped her arms around Feng Xiaoxuan's neck, and planted a kiss squarely on her cheek. Feng Xiaoxian merely smiled without a word, carrying Lin Bingyi toward the dining table. Although Lin Bingyi stood over 1.7 meters tall, she wasn't heavy to lift. Her figure was impeccably maintained. In their past playful scuffles, Feng Xiaoxian had often lifted Lin Bingyi from behind, never finding her heavy, and now, with the attribute boost from the system, it was even less of a strain. "Sit down and be careful." Feng Xiaoxian carefully set Lin Bingyi down on the chair, thoughtfully pulling the table a little closer to her. "Xiaoxuan, why are you so obedient today?" Lin Bingyi rested her cheek on her hand, gazing at Feng Xiaoxian. "Because a certain little sleepy pig is leaving early tomorrow morning, sigh. If I don't treat you well now, who knows when I'll get to see you again." Feng Xiaoxian let out a dejected sigh, her tone heavy with sadness. "Don't be sad. He'll find time to come back and see you often," Lin Bingyi said, holding Feng Xiaoxuan's hand and biting her lip in consolation. "What's the point of coming back? City A is quite far. Several hours would be wasted traveling back and forth, wasting your time." Feng Xiaoxian shook her head with a faint smile. "But..." Lin Bingyi wanted to say more, but Feng Xiaoxian cut her off directly. "Don't say anything. Let's eat first. Once you leave tomorrow, it'll be a long time before you get to taste my cooking again." Feng Xiaoxian patted Lin Bingyi's hand, speaking with a cheerful smile. Yet behind that smile, Lin Bingyi could still see the reluctance in Feng Xiaoxuan's eyes. "All right, let's eat first." Lin Bingyi nodded. "At 11 in the evening. Why aren't you asleep yet?" Feng Xiaoxian was scrolling through her phone when her peripheral vision caught Lin Bingyi staring at her. She turned and asked, "I'm leaving tomorrow. Tonight is the last time in a while that I get to sleep with my darling. I don't want to fall asleep so quickly." Lin Bingyi pouted, speaking with a pitiful tone. "But you still need to sleep. What if you're late tomorrow?" Feng Xiaoxian put down her phone, lying on her side in bed, facing Lin Bingyi. "I just don't want to sleep." Lin Bingyi huffed. "Be good, Bingyi. If you're obedient, your big sister might give you a reward." Feng Xiaoxian gently stroked Lin Bingyi's cheek, speaking with a grin. "Go on. How dare you call yourself my big sister? I'm the older one here, all right." Lin Bingyi rolled her eyes, then asked, "What kind of reward?" "When I come to see you on your birthday in a few days, I'll show you something good." Feng Xiaoxian gave a mysterious smile, leaving it ambiguous without explaining further. "Huh. Why are you acting so sly?" Lin Bingyi pinched Feng Xiaoxuan's cheek and pressed, "Spit it out." "No way. A righteous person cannot be swayed by force. It won't be fun if I tell you now." Feng Xiaoxian shook her head and burst into laughter. "You're deliberately teasing me." Lin Bingyi frowned, looking at her with displeasure. "I just want you to behave. If you don't go to sleep, you won't get your reward." "Fine. They'll sleep all right. That's more like it. Once you're gone, no one will fight me for the bed. They'll finally have the whole bed to myself, woo." The next day, at 7:30, after packing everything, Lin Bingyi tiptoed quietly to the bedside, gazing at the sleeping Feng Xiaoxuan, her eyes gradually softening. Xiaoxian, brushing aside a few stray strands of hair, Lin Bingyi simply watched her in silence. After a few minutes, she slowly leaned in, gently pressing her lips to Feng Xiaoxuan's, then backing away, while still looking at her, until she closed the door and left the home that belonged only to the two of them. Just after 8. "Bingyi, where are you?" Feng Xiaoxian slipped on her slippers and walked out of the room, only to realize Lin Bingyi had already left. Sigh. Having no choice but to return to the room, Feng Xiaoxian lay dejectedly on the bed. She opened her phone, and unsurprisingly, it was filled with messages from Lin Bingyi. "Silly goose, I'm off. Take care of yourself. You must come find me on my birthday, or else you'll be in trouble. Don't you dare flirt around out there. If I find out, I'll break your legs. I'll miss you. You have to miss me too. It ended with a crying emoji. She was practically a clingy little wife. I will. You take care of yourself too. What I promised I'll definitely do. Feng Xiaoxian replied with several messages, but Lin Bingyi didn't respond immediately, probably checking in for the bus. So Sister Bingyi is gone. At a restaurant outside, Wu Jingyi looked at Feng Xiaoxuan, who seemed to have lost her appetite, and asked in surprise. Feng Xiaoxian nodded weakly. Aside from chatting with her for a long time on the bus earlier, Lin Bingyi hadn't replied, since probably busy dealing with matters at the branch office. Sigh. Day 1 of missing Bingyi. It's okay, Sister Feng. You still have us. After our military training, we'll come keep you company, okay? Yin Mingyao said, sitting nearby. Thank you, little lowly. Feng Xiaoxian smiled, and ruffled Yin Mingyao. Although she hated being called a little lowly and disliked having her head touched, Yin Mingyao, thinking of Feng Xiaoxuan's distress, just grunted softly, and said nothing more. So won't you be bored to death from now on? Sister Bingyi is going to work for the whole next year. Yeah, we'll just take it slowly. When I have time off, I'll go see her, or she'll come back. Feng Xiaoxian took a bite of the shredded potatoes, but for some reason the spicy and sour dish tasted bland and unappealing. You two go ahead. I've paid the bill. I'm going for a walk. I don't have much of an appetite. Feng Xiaoxian greeted Wu Jingyi, and the others then got up and left the restaurant. Wu Jingyi and Yin Mingyao exchanged glances, not knowing what to say, and just buried themselves in their meal. Walking alone on the street, Feng Xiaoxian had no idea what to do besides go home. Xia Jingshan and Feng Guangxiong were still traveling, so going back meant being alone, and here she was alone too. Wu Jingyi and Yin Mingyao were busy with military training during the day, and Feng Xiaoxian didn't want to drag their exhausted bodies out for a meal off campus. Suddenly her phone buzzed. Feng Xiaoxian opened it, and the name, Little Bing Bing, immediately brightened. Hello, Bingyi. Xiaoxian, did you miss me? On the other end of the line, a familiar voice kept striking Feng Xiaoxuan's heart, stirring ripples within her. Why didn't you reply to my messages for so long? I was so upset. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help complaining. As soon as I got back, my dad piled a bunch of work on me, and then I had to fly to City A. I just arrived at the hotel now. Lin Bingyi caught the urgency and sadness in Feng Xiaoxuan's voice and quickly explained. I'm sorry, Xiaoxian. I've been so busy today. It's okay, I understand. I was just a little worked up, Feng Xiaoxian said with a smile. You focus on your work over there. When the time comes, I'll naturally come find you. Feng Xiaoxian changed the subject, speaking cheerfully. Yay, I can't wait. Day by day time passed, and Lin Bingyi's birthday drew closer. The afternoon before her birthday, Feng Xiaoxian dragged her suitcase out of the city, a high-speed rail station. Hailing a taxi, she gave the driver the address Lin Bingyi had provided, then finally had a moment to send her a message. I'm here, Sister Bingyi. On my way to your place now, soon, Lin Bingyi replied. Great. I'll be off work in half an hour. Wait for me. Seeing the string of exclamation marks, one could imagine how excited Lin Bingyi was. These past days, Lin Bingyi had been on the phone with her every night, each time needing to be coaxed for ages before she'd agree to sleep. She kept urging Feng Xiaoxian to come over, complaining that the bed was hard, uncomfortable, and that she couldn't sleep, acting willful in every way, leaving Feng Xiaoxian both amused and exasperated. The door to the apartment was pushed open with a bang. Feng Xiaoxian had just opened the bedroom door to step out when she felt a soft figure crash into her arms. Xiaoxian, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Lin Bingyi hugged Feng Xiaoxian tightly, and the latter cooperatively patted her back, laughing. I'm here now, aren't I? Let me hold you for a bit. This long-lost feeling. A minute later, Lin Bingyi released Feng Xiaoxuan, who then noticed Lin Bingyi's attire. Dressed in a crisp women's suit, her legs wrapped in trousers were shapely and slender, making her look both beautiful and dashing. I must say, Bingyi, you look stunning in this outfit. Feng Xiaoxian couldn't help but compliment. Of course. I'm a walking clothes hanger. I look good in anything. Lin Bingyi tossed her head and said proudly. Speaking of which, tomorrow's my birthday, and I happen to have the day off. When do you plan to fulfill your promise? Lin Bingyi wrapped an arm around Feng Xiaoxuan's waist and spoke with a grin. When do you want it? Feng Xiaoxuan's cheeks flushed as she asked weakly. How about today? I've been holding out for so long. Lin Bingyi gazed at Feng Xiaoxian with pleading eyes, as if she would cry if she didn't agree. Okay. Feng Xiaoxian whispered, her face crimson. Right now then. Huh. As Feng Xiaoxian was stunned, Lin Bingyi directly sealed her lips, leaving no room. A minute later, feeling like she was suffocating, Feng Xiaoxian quickly pushed Lin Bingyi away, panting heavily, her head bowed, not daring to meet her eyes. Before Feng Xiaoxian could react, Lin Bingyi pushed her onto the bed, eagerly shedding her suit jacket, let out a sly chuckle, and pounced. Feng Xiaoxian kept her eyes shut the whole time, not daring to look into Lin Bingyi's gaze. After a long while, Lin Bingyi looked down at Feng Xiaoxuan, whose face was flushed with shyness, and let out a long breath, saying meaningfully, Who would have thought, Xiaoxian, you were wearing that? Feng Xiaoxuan's peripheral vision caught a glimpse of the blue and white striped garment on the floor. She bit her lip tightly, unwilling to speak. It was all that damn system's fault. The quest it issued had her choose from 3 outfits, each more embarrassing than the last, and the blue and white stripes were already the most conservative. It hurts. Feng Xiaoxian furrowed her brows slightly, her face reddening. Sorry Xiaoxuan, I got a bit carried away. I've held back for too long, Lin Bingyi gently caressed Feng Xiaoxuan's face, speaking softly. Oomph. Feng Xiaoxian turned her head away, inwardly frantically calling out to the system. I completed the quest right. Where's my reward? Quest failed. What a... Why? Feng Xiaoxian roared in disbelief upon hearing the failure. Quest items must not be damaged during the quest. Given that this is the host's first violation, the penalty is waived. Damage the quest item. Feng Xiaoxian glanced at the floor. Lin Bingyi had been a bit wild earlier and had apparently just torn it off. Did that count? Did that mean she had no chance to turn things around? While this is a total loss,